70 years ago, games invaded reality, and Qin Fan found himself relegated to the role of the most ineffectual Dragon Tamer in the eyes of others. Fortunately, with the aid of a system, he summoned a legion of dragons to turn the tide, instilling fear in the hearts of the supreme demon gods. Chapter 1. SSS Level Talent, Beast Affinity. Class 1, Year 3. The job transfer ceremony is about to commence, heralding the day when countless troops traverse a narrow bridge. I hope to emerge as a holy mage, transforming into a cannon that obliterates beasts en masse, defending the dignity of our class. Are you out of your mind? A mere mage is insufficient. You aspire to be a holy mage? That is a hidden first-tier profession, with the odds of triggering such a vocation in the standard transfer ceremony being less than 1 in a billion. Do you consider yourself the chosen one? Within the classroom, the students were anxious and apprehensive, engaged in fervent discussions. The triennial transfer ceremony was imminent, a pivotal moment affecting the fate of every senior present, and none dared to be complacent. In the third-to-last row by the window, Qin Fan exhaled a deep breath, his gaze drifting outside, his emotions a tumultuous blend. As a traveler, Qin Fan had been in this parallel world for 7 years. Over these years, he gradually acclimated to this unfamiliar realm, mastering its language and delving into its cultural nuances. A century prior, this world underwent a transformation. The epic-defining game, Divine Realm, overlapped with reality, merging into one. The earth expanded by countless magnitudes, with myriad secret realms and dungeons emerging as moths. Airs rampaged and disasters swept across the globe in this era. The emergence of job changers has become a necessity. To fend off the calamities of magic, every individual who reaches the age of 18 and attains level 10 must participate in a job change ceremony to select their first professio. Some opt for combat roles, soaring to great heights, while others choose life-oriented professions, becoming mere chefs. It is evident that first professions are categorized into varying tiers of prestige. At the apex of the pyramid lie the combat professions: mages, archers, warriors, followed by enhancement roles such as enchanters, blacksmiths, and alchemists. Then there are the life professions, which, despite their abundance and prevalence, often elicit sighs of disappointment from countless job changers: culinary artists, miners, herbalists, and more. However, the disparity between chefs is vast and profound. The culinary artist of the job-changing realm is worlds apart from the ordinary chef in a mundane world, differing great in status, capabilities, and significance. The former creates meals that can swiftly enhance the attributes of job changers, and with prolonged consumption, such benefits can be maximized and even rendered permanent. In contrast, the latter merely satisfies hunger, serving to fill the belly. In other words, once one successfully changes their profession, even the most commonplace life-oriented role positions them as a member of the job changer's elite, irrevocably SEPA, aiding them from the mundane existence of ordinary individuals, marking them as inherently superior. At the podium, the teacher continues to expound eloquently, providing each student with a comprehensive overview of the myriad first professions, detailing their distinctive heuristics, and developmental paths. Undoubtedly, among the 3 primary categories, the first-tier combat professions are the most coveted and sought after by every job changer. Even so, does it mean that the enhancement and lifestyle professions, which are subordinate to combat professions, lack prospects and have limited development? No, that is not the case. Taking the enhancement profession, the enchanter, as an example. The drawback of an enchanter lies in the fact that during the initial stages of leveling and development, one must lavish an enormous amount of resources to accumulate experience and learn the characteristics of enchanting materials. Generally, it is exceedingly challenging for anyone who is not a privileged heir nurtured by a prominent family to endure this. However, once an enchanter becomes proficient, their limited attributes will shine brilliantly. An otherwise mundane weapon enchanting task will yield rewards for the enchanter that, in the eyes of an ordinary person, would seem astronomical. Remember, no first-tier profession can be equated to mediocrity. This is a statement I bestow upon all present. Of course, given that each individual possesses distinct talents, The ultimate choice of first-tier profession direction lies solely in your hands. The homeroom teacher concluded his speech. In the audience, the term talent sparked considerable commotion. After the global upheaval, each person awakened their unique talent from the moment of birth. Talents are categorized from low to high levels, ranging from F to S. Diverse talent levels and characteristics significantly impact the first-tier profession. The homeroom teacher has reiterated these words countless times, yet Qin Fan remains attentive. He awakened with an E-level talent, culinary mastery, a rather lackluster talent. Yet, Qin Fan does not aspire to be a chef. He still yearns to become a combat profession. The reason lies in the myriad of professions available, where combat roles possess the most formidable earning potential. Following the convergence of the Divine Realm game with the real world, the Dragon Kingdom enacted relevant policies, providing all necessary resources to individuals prior to their first profession transition at no cost. However, once one transitions into their first profession, such benevolent support is rescinded, compelling individuals to rely solely on their own efforts for upgrades, equipment, and weaponry. Not everyone is fortunate enough to be born into wealth or possess the backing of a prominent family. After the first transition, there exist further advancements, second, third transitions, and beyond. As an ordinary citizen, Qin Fan is confronted with a stark and brutal reality: how to sustain oneself. The popularity of combat professions can be attributed to several factors, with one of the most significant being that even the financially demanding ones, such as mechanics and some mourners, can earn a living by entering dungeons with their contracted beasts, battling alone, and profiting from the materials gathered from magical creatures. However, historically, only a scant few possess E-level talent and awaken into combat professions. Despite Qin Fan's commendable performance in various aspects within his class, his low talent level remains a notable disadvantage. Suddenly, a hand clapped on his shoulder, and a chubby round face leaned in close. I'm doomed. With a D-level talent in stone skin, I'm likely to transition into a strengthening class this time around. Qin Fan, I believe you have an E-level talent, right? I'm worse off than you. Have you decided on your first profession? The chubby boy, Fong Dehai, who sat behind Qin Fan, was known for his forthrightness. Not yet, just waiting for luck. Qin Fan clearly preferred to keep his thoughts to himself. Fong Dehai remained silent. What sheer luck! In every previous job transfer ceremony, an individual's innate talent corresponded to a predetermined first job. For instance, with a D-grade talent, the most ideal path would lead to a strengthening profession, though there exists a certain probability of landing a lifestyle vocation as well. Qin Fan's talent, however, fell even lower than that. What? With an E-grade talent, do you dare to aspire to a combat profession? Do you fancy yourself the illegitimate child of the goddess of fortune? The conversation was not in sync. Fong Dehai turned away and began to converse with a female classmate seated nearby. Meanwhile, a chime echoed. The job transfer ceremony is about to commence. System activation in progress. System binding successful. A novice gift pack has been issued. Would you like to claim it? Ding. The novice gift pack contains an SSS grade talent, Beast Affinity. A sudden prompt reverberated within Qin Fan's mind. Chapter 2. The peculiar individual. The interior of the Golden Jade Hall was vast, adorned with a myriad of cultivation resources that dazzled the eye. Practitioners lingered, engaging in conversation as they selected their coveted treasures. Tang Tian did not linger long. He made his way directly to the counter. Seeking out an attendant who was momentarily unoccupied, he approached, ready to initiate a dialogue. However, before he could utter a word, a voice filled with surprise suddenly echoed from beside him. Is that you, Tang Tian? Tang Tian paused, turning to face the source of the voice. It belonged to a woman clad in a flowing white robe, her features striking, with 3 gleaming silver trims adorning her cuffs, an indication of her status as an inner sect disciple. Who are you? Tan Tian Yin Guit. His expression one of confusion. The woman seemed familiar, yet he could not quite recall where he had encountered her before. His bewilderment, however, elicited a frown from her. Tang Tian, although we have had our differences in the past, there is no need for you to feign ignorance, she replied coldly. Tang Tian's brow furrowed in response. This woman certainly did not seem benevolent. He began to rummage through the recesses of his memory. Soon enough, the image of the woman crystallized in his mind. Her name was Lin Yu, his childhood companion, with whom he had entered the Qin sect. In truth, he had forsaken his former life to accompany Lin Yu into the sect, believing that they would find joy together, no matter the setting. Unfortunately, reality proved to be unforgiving. While Tang Tian's cultivation talent was insufficient to activate even a single ring, Lin Yu possessed the remarkable talent of a 5-ring genius. As a novice, Lin Yu swiftly ascended to the status of an outer disciple, while Tang Tian found himself relegated to the lowest tier as a mere servant. Nevertheless, during that time, their relationship flourished. Lin Yu paid no heed to Tang Tian's humble standing, and he unwaveringly supported her, sacrificing all his cultivation resources for her benefit and working multiple jobs solely to ensure that the one he cherished could advance further along her path of cultivation. At last, after a year, Lin Yu steadily rose through the ranks and successfully passed the assessment, becoming a highly esteemed inner disciple. However, when Tang Tian joyfully approached to offer his congratulations, he was met with a heart-wrenching message. "Brother Tian, we are not from the same world, and it is destined that we cannot be together. Rather than tormenting each other in the future, it would be better to end this today. I am progressing. What about you?" This declaration shattered the heart of the young man. From that moment on, he became withdrawn and timid, enduring bullying without daring to resist, ultimately leading to his demise. After reflecting on this painful memory, Tang Tian's gaze towards Lin Yu transformed entirely. The first sword upon his return to the world would be aimed at the one he once held dear. Indeed, she was not of noble character. While he did not deeply resonate with the memories of his past self, he felt no affection whatsoever for a woman like Lin Yu. When confronted by her inquiries, Tang Tian mused, "It has been over a year since we last met. I simply did not recognize you. You pursue your own affairs, and I will attend to mine. Let be." He had no desire to entangle himself with such a woman. Hastening to amass wealth was his priority. Unfortunately, Lin Yu held a different perspective. "Are you still angry with me?" Lin Yu remarked. "I admit, my words were somewhat harsh at that time. However, setting aside the facts, does my reasoning not hold merit? If we were to continue this relationship, it would undoubtedly inflict immense harm upon either of us. Hence my decision." Tang Tian scoffed, utterly at a loss for words. "What do you intend to discuss if we aren't addressing the facts? Don't overthink it. I have long forgotten those matters. Just focus on yourself, all right?" Tang Tian stated bluntly. Engaging in conversation with such a woman is the most futile endeavor. It seems that even if they were to commit heinous acts, they would still perceive no fault in themselves. Upon hearing Tang Tian's response, Lin Yu furrowed her brow slightly, seemingly astonished that his reaction diverged from her expectations. At that moment, a female companion of hers approached. "Lin Yu, is this the one who pursued you in the past?" The woman scrutinized Tang Tian from head to toe, her disdain unmasked. "He truly is ordinary yet self-assured. What qualifies him to pursue you? Be cautious. Men like him harbor ulterior motives and will find ways to insert themselves into your life. Perhaps this chance encounter today is part of his long-planned scheme." Her disdain had morphed into contempt, a palpable malice enveloping the air. In response to the affront directed at her childhood companion, Lin Yu sighed softly and said, "Fang Fei, please refrain from speaking. I can understand." Tang Tian stood at the counter, the words speechless clearly etched upon his forehead. It is not the abundance of oddities that is troubling, but rather their convergence into a singular space. Indeed, stepping out without consulting the almanac proved to be a grave misstep, as I encountered two exceedingly unpleasant individuals. Engaging in conversation with them felt akin to an affront to my very dignity. Taking a deep breath, Tang Tian directed his gaze toward the attendant at Jinyutang. "Greetings. I wish to sell a few items." The attendant, having observed the unfolding spectacle for quite some time, responded with an inexplicable smile. "What do you wish to sell?" Tang Tian produced a healing essence from his bosom. However, as soon as it was revealed, a derisive laugh echoed through the air. "Heavens! Can such rubbish truly be sold at Jinyutang? Ha! How desperate must one be?" Fang Fei laughed heartily, mocking him without restraint. Even Lin Yu reverted to her previous demeanor, coolly remarking, "Tang Tian, should you be in need of spiritual jade, feel free to approach me. After all, we are acquainted, and I would not refuse you assistance." Tang Tian could not help but rub his temples in exasperation. Must you truly keep your mouth shut? I shall attend to my own affairs while you tend to yours. And let us not interfere with one another, shall we? His annoyance had reached a boiling point, and even a bird-like utterance escaped his lips. Though Lin Yu did not comprehend the avian sounds, she discerned Tang Tian's unmistakable disdain. With a cold huff, she turned away, no longer acknowledging him. However, Fang Fei continued to regard him with derision. Tang Tian shook his head, lamenting his past transgressions that had led him to such company. The transaction proceeded. The shop attendant examined the healing essence and remarked, "The quality of this elixir is quite subpar. I can offer you no more than one inferior spiritual jade." Upon witnessing the healing essence, his demeanor shifted to one of palpable rigidity. Tang Tian remained unfazed. His sole desire was to swiftly acquire the spiritual jade. Certainly, it was sold. Soon, a piece of inferior spirit jade was acquired. Holding the hard-earned spirit jade, Tang Tian took a deep breath and called the attendant once more. "I would like to use this piece of spirit jade to buy back." The attendant was momentarily stunned, and even Fang Fei beside him was taken aback by Tang Tian's actions. Selling and then buying again? What kind of logical reasoning is this? The attendant hesitated for a moment, then retorted angrily, "Are you jesting with me?" Tang Tian maintained his composure and replied, "I simply wish to purchase something. Otherwise, could you assist me in finding an item worth a piece of spirit jade?" The attendant was taken aback. It was the first time he had encountered such an eccentric customer. He impatiently stated, "We do not possess any low-grade goods valued at a piece of spirit jade. If you insist on purchasing, I can only offer you half a bottle of nourishing essence pills." With that, he poured out half from the previously mentioned bottle of nourishing essence pills. The same pills that had been sold for a piece of spirit jade could now only be acquired for half a bottle. Under normal circumstances, no one would engage in such a transaction. Yet, Tang Tian displayed a faint smile. Very well. He then promptly placed down the spirit jade and swiftly retrieved the half bottle of nourishing essence pills, as if fearing the attendant might change his mind. This series of actions caused Fang Fei to exclaim in surprise, "Lin Yu, it turns out he's not only a miser, but also has a few screws loose." Not only Fang Fei, but even the attendant from Jinyutang and several other cultivators nearby couldn't help but cast sidelong glances. It was their first time witnessing such a peculiar seller. However, Tang Tian's smile only broadened, for the system's prompt had already resonated within his mind. "You have completed a transaction within the normal range, earning 0.0001 consumption points. You have successfully consumed a piece of inferior spirit jade, triggering a consumption refund, resulting in 2 pieces of inferior spirit jade." Gazing at the 2 pieces of inferior spirit jade quietly resting in the system space, Tang Tian felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Subsequently, amidst various astonished gazes, he retrieved the 2 spirit jades and placed them on the counter. "Very well. I would like an entire bottle of nourishing Yuan Dan." Chapter 3. The peculiar transaction. It seemed as though he were engaging in something quite novel. Tang Tian's eccentric purchasing behavior immediately drew the attention of those around him. They looked on with keen interest, curious to discern his intentions. However, the attendant at Jinyutang grew increasingly irate. "Are you truly toying with me? You could easily purchase a full bottle, but chose to buy half first, then a full one. This can be preliminarily classified as a provocation." Yet, Tang Tian remained unfazed, stating, "It is merely a transaction. If you are unwilling, I shall seek another vendor." The attendant narrowed his eyes, realizing that, after all, the customer was indeed a customer, and it was his duty to engage and trade with them. Though irritable, he nonetheless retrieved a bottle of nourishing Yuan Dan. The transaction was completed smoothly, and 4 pieces of inferior spirit jade materialized in the system space. Tang Tian withdrew them all once more and placed them on the counter. 2 bottles of nourishing Yuan Dan, he stated calmly. Could you not simply purchase 3 bottles at once?" The attendant exclaimed in exasperation. "Who buys items in such a manner?" Tang Tian felt a sense of helplessness. He too wished to procure 3 bottles, yet according to the system's regulations, one must possess a sufficient amount of spirit jade to make a purchase. Thus, He had no choice but to request the attendant to make several trips, which was quite bothersome. The attendant, though irritated, produced 2 bottles of nourishing pills and completed the transaction once more, acquiring 8 low-grade spirit jade in return. Just as Tang Tian was preparing to engage in further transactions, Fang Fei interjected once again. "I understand now," she exclaimed. "Your intention is not merely to trade. Rather, you seek to capture our attention through this peculiar method. Don't you? The novelty of your approach is rather amusing, but we are not fools. It doesn't take much to see through your intentions. The more you act this way, the more we will come to despise you." Fang Fei crossed her arms, wearing an expression that suggested she had discerned his thoughts. Tang Tian retorted, "Can you not take yourself so seriously? Do you genuinely believe the world revolves around you? I am merely purchasing my own items. What business is it of yours? Please refrain from judging others through the lens of your own inferiority." He could no longer tolerate it. There are always individuals who assume the world consists solely of sycophants, their actions merely a performance for the likes of them. It baffles him how such mindsets come to be formed. Meanwhile, Fang Fei chuckled softly and remarked, "Continue your charade. I am curious to see how long you can maintain it. What could a mere servant-disciple possibly possess in terms of spirit jade? I'm merely waiting for you to slip up." At that moment, Lin Yu also glanced over. Observing her expression, it was likely that her thoughts mirrored those of Fang Fei. Tang Tian, indifferent to her, placed 8 pieces of spirit jade upon the counter, along with 4 bottles of nourishing pills. The attendant rolled his eyes, reluctantly retrieving the 4 bottles. The transaction was completed, and 16 pieces of low-grade spirit jade were secured. Tang Tian maintained his composure and continued his dealings. 16 bottles, 32 bottles. In no time, the counter before him was laden with nourishing pills, numbering in the hundreds. The crowd of onlookers swelled, and the attendant's demeanor gradually shifted in response to the increasing quantity of pills. When Tang Tian mentioned 500 bottles, the previous disdain and impatience of the attendant vanished entirely. "Esteemed young sir, that quantity is rather substantial. The counter is insufficient. I shall need to fetch more from the back," the attendant said with great courtesy. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, a large box of nourishing pills was brought forth and placed upon the counter. With the transaction complete, the number of spirit jade in Tang Tian's possession successfully surpassed 1,000. Moreover, the system, in its benevolence, automatically converted an adequate amount of low-grade spirit jade into medium-grade spirit jade. 1 piece of medium-grade spirit jade could be exchanged for 100 pieces of low-grade spirit jade. Upon surpassing 1,000 spirit jade, he chose not to purchase more nourishing pills, as they were merely basic elixirs of little significance. Furthermore, carrying such a large quantity would be exceedingly inconvenient. With an abundance of spirit jade, he could now set his sights on treasures of superior quality. However, just as he paused, Fang Fei began to taunt him once more. "Ha ha, out of money, are you?" She wore a triumphant expression and declared, "I knew it. You merely seek to attract our attention. Continue your pretense. Why have you ceased? Men are invariably like this, indulging in the folly of maintaining a facade." Tang Tian sighed, unable to muster the inclination to respond. One should never attempt to engage in debate with the ignoble, for they will only drag you down to their own moral level and then triumph over you with their vast experience. However, Tang Tian's silence did not prevent others from voicing their opinions. Fang Fei's final remark, akin to a broadside, incited the ire of several onlookers. "Hey, watch your words. Just because you encounter a few foolish individuals does not mean everyone is the same. Do not elevate yourself too highly," people retorted. Yet, in the face of their reproach, Fang Fei grew even more arrogant, stating, "What? Am I incorrect? He is merely a lowly servant. Coming into possession of a few hundred spirit stones is sheer luck. Purchasing a pile of nourishing pills in such a manner is nothing but intentional folly. A bunch of imbeciles." The crowd erupted in outrage. "He purchases his own possessions. What business is it of yours? Just walk away," they exclaimed. "What of servant disciples? Who says they possess no spirit stones? Many scions of prestigious families begin as servant disciples. I see this brother possesses such potential," they argued. Witnessing so many challenge her views, Fang Fei indignantly exclaimed. What a farce! In a large family of disciples, who among them does not harbor a fortune of 1,000,000 spirit jades, capable of serving as mere menial labor? Ha! Today, I dare to wager with you, let alone 1,000,000. If he can produce even 10,000 spirit jades, I shall kneel and apologize to him. As Fang Fei became increasingly agitated, Lin Yu hastily pulled at her, though her efforts proved futile. Nonetheless, she did not believe that Tang Tian could muster 10,000 spirit jades. She was well aware of his circumstances and found it remarkable that he possessed a few hundred. The clamor of argument persisted, yet Tang Tian had no desire to engage. After some contemplation, he requested a list of goods from the attendant. The list was a dazzling array of resources and treasures essential for cultivators. After a cursory glance, he selected the items he wished to purchase. A low-grade longsword was priced at 1,000 spirit jades. Such a spiritual weapon was something Tang Tian had never dared to dream of in the past. However, it was now well within his reach. I'll take this, Tang Tian declared. The attendant, glancing at him, was immediately taken aback. Just moments ago, he had been purchasing the most basic, nourishing elixirs. How had he suddenly set his sights on high-end merchandise? The attendant simply could not fathom Tang Tian's intentions. In no time, the long sword was placed upon the counter. When Tang Tian produced 10 medium-grade spirit jades in one go, someone burst into laughter. Huh! Who was it that claimed he was out of money? Brace yourself to kneel. I see this brother is anything but ordinary. Fang Fei pursed her lips. 1,000 spirit jades represented her 2 months' worth of allowance. Surely, this mere menial worker could not truly possess 10,000 spirit jades? A flicker of anxiety stirred within her. Yet her composure remained unyielding. Just a mere 1,000. Just wait and see. Chapter 4. Impulsive Retribution within the wooden sword case. A remarkably exquisite long sword lay in serene repose. You may wish to try it and assess its quality. The attendant beamed with a smile, his demeanor a stark contrast to before. However, Tang Tian had no intention of testing the sword. He redirected his focus to the merchandise list. This time, he perused the elixir offerings. Superior Ki Cultivation Pill, Sen Spirit Jada par Vial. Superior Body Refining Pill, 100 Spirit Jade per vial. Superior Ki Refining Pill, 200 Spirit Jada par vial. Superior Foundation Establishment Pill, 1,000 Spirit Jade per vial. These represented the essential cultivation aids for the Qi refining stage. The realm of cultivation revered strength above all. Although armed with dual systems that promised boundless spirit jade and extraordinary talents in the future, such advantages did not directly translate into combat prowess. Tang Tian understood the necessity of preparing for his future cultivation endeavors. 20 vials of superior Qi cultivation pills, Tang Tian declared. Excellent choice. The attendant responded enthusiastically, swiftly retrieving the elixirs and placing them before Tang Tian. The transaction proceeded seamlessly, and the spirit jade within the system had swelled to 4,000. Now, I shall take 40 vials of superior body refining pills, Tang Tian continued nonchalantly, unperturbed as he relinquished another 4,000 spirit jade. Fang Fei's heart raced with trepidation. Could it be that this individual truly possessed the means to part with 10,000 spirit jade? The stakes among cultivators were no trifling matter, should she indeed lose. She would be compelled to kneel before Tang Tian in apology. How could she possibly accept such a fate? Fang Fei clenched her fists, fervently hoping that Tang Tian's wallet was already depleted. However, reality did not align with her wishes. Bring me 40 bottles of superior Qi refining pills and 20 bottles of superior Qi tempering pills, Tang Tian stated calmly. All right. The attendant promptly dashed to the back storage room. Such precious elixirs were only displayed in limited quantities at the counter. Moments later, the superior Qi tempering pills were acquired, and the transaction was complete. Haha, brother, you're impressive. Observing Tang Tian produce 80 medium-grade spirit jade in one go, the surrounding crowd erupted into laughter, turning their scorn towards Fang Fei. Stunned, aren't you? He truly possesses wealth. 8,000 spirit jade, combined with what he had before, amounts to over 10,000. Ha! Kneel and apologize, the onlookers coldly remarked at Fang Fei. At that moment, she was utterly flustered. She had never anticipated that Tang Tian, a mere servant, could be so affluent, rivaling even an inner sect disciple. Lin Yu's expression mirrored her astonishment. Where could he have procured such a vast sum of spirit jade? Fulfill the wager. Several youths, also inner sect disciples, continued to press her. Fang Fei's face turned pale as she instinctively stepped back, seeking to escape, only to discover that her retreat was already blocked. You, how can you treat me this way? I am merely a weak woman. One of the inner sect disciples stepped forward, sneering. You are hardly a weak woman. Just moments ago, you stood your ground against a multitude with nothing but your words. So, when it comes time to face the consequences, you suddenly become a weak woman? This is not the norm in the realm of cultivation. Quickly fulfill the wager. The onlookers chimed in unison, urging the matter forward. There was little choice. Fang Fei had carelessly drawn ire from nearly all the male cultivators present. Under the mounting pressure from the crowd, Fang Fei's lips turned pale. She simply could not bear the thought of kneeling before a mere servant. Yet, how could such a lowly servant possess a fortune of 10,000 spirit jade? Although it was withdrawn in installments, it still amounted to a substantial sum. Installments. Yes, he is withdrawing it in installments. I have not lost, Fang Fei suddenly exclaimed, her voice rising with fervor. I stated that he must produce the entire sum of 10,000 spirit jade at once for it to be deemed my defeat. He, however, is withdrawing it in parts. Therefore, I have not lost. Like a drowning person grasping at a lifeline, she shouted passionately. The crowd exchanged glances, pondering her assertion. Was that truly what was said? It seemed to imply that as long as the amount could be produced, it would suffice. However, if Fang Fei remained adamant, they could not press further without crossing the line into bullying. After a brief moment, the crowd's gaze shifted back to Tang Tian, seemingly inquiring, Brother, will we continue? Tang Tian wore a faint smile. With the atmosphere having been built up to this point, how could they not proceed? After purchasing the Qi refinement pills, his savings had swelled to a total of 16,000. A mere 10,000, a trifling matter indeed. Yet, just as he was about to continue, Lin Yu stepped forward. Tang Tian, perhaps it is best to let this go, she said softly. She is merely a bit impulsive. She does not deserve to bear such a burden. For the sake of our past camaraderie, let us not prolong this matter any further. We shall remain friends. Tang Tian turned his gaze towards Lin Yu, his expression unwavering. First and foremost, impulsiveness is not an excuse for malevolence. Should one choose to indulge their impulses, they must be prepared to bear the consequences. Furthermore, you hold no leverage here. Ultimately, I possess no interest in fostering a friendship with you. That is all. Having spoken, Tang Tian dismissed Lin Yu, producing a piece of high-grade spirit jade and stating indifferently 10 bottles of high-grade foundation establishment pills. A chorus of cheers erupted at this display. Astonishing. Are you at a loss for words now? Fulfill your wager, or do not blame us for our lack of civility. Laughter echoed, for even the law enforcement hall would turn a blind eye to such matters. The pressure mounted once more upon Fang Fei. She sank to the ground, utterly devoid of excuses this time. Regret and resentment streamed down her cheeks. But in the realm of cultivation, tears are the least valuable currency. Mere trinkets to appease the naive newcomers. The assembly, however, would not be swayed by her plight. Ultimately, amidst the cacophony of reproach, Fang Fei knelt beside Tang Tian. Her head bowed, uttering in a barely audible whisper, I'm sorry. I should not have spoken of you in that manner. Tang Tian shook his head. False accusations cannot inflict any harm upon me. The apology you owe is not to me, but to everyone present. Fang Fei offered no response. She seemed to have resigned herself to her fate as she shifted her body to kneel before others, bowing her head in apology. I'm truly sorry. After uttering these words, she rose to her feet and forcefully pushed her way through the crowd, swiftly departing from Jin Yutang, with Lin Yu's attempts to stop her proving futile. Observing the unperturbed demeanor of Tang Tian, Lin Yu's expression became exceedingly complex as she remarked, I underestimated you. But remember, Lin Yu does not embody everything. Only strength holds true significance. Without sufficient cultivation talent, you shall forever remain at the bottom. As for me, I shall soon participate in the selection of core disciples. This is the chasm that separates us. My choices are infallible. Tang Tian shrugged. You speak wisely. Yet, do you not think it more prudent to concern yourself with your dear friend at this moment? Lin Yu inhaled deeply. Every reaction from Tang Tian today had far exceeded her expectations, as if he had completely transformed. Take care of yourself. Ultimately, she could only utter this phrase before turning away. Once she departed, the atmosphere gradually returned to normalcy. Haha, brother, well done. I've long harbored disdain for certain individuals who seem to believe everyone must cater to them. Today was a breath of fresh air. However, such sentiments are rare. Most are just ordinary folk. I know, they simply revel too exuberantly, which breeds resentment. The crowd engaged in scattered conversations before swiftly returning to their own affairs. For a true cultivator, this is merely a minor episode in the grand tapestry of life. However, Tang Tian astutely sensed that some malevolent gazes had begun to linger upon him. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, realizing that he must devise a means to ensure his safe return home. Chapter 5. The Purchase of Fear After a While. 10 vials of premium Foundation Establishment pills were laid before Tang Tian. These were essential elixirs for ordinary cultivators aspiring to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage. Only those possessing a talent of 6 rings or above could transcend realms without reliance on such pills. Tang Tian held no particular obsession with the method of his breakthrough. His primary motivation for acquiring the Foundation Establishment pills was simply to engage in consumption and accumulate points. Having completed his purchase, he had successfully garnered 2 consumption points. Yet, he naturally had no intention of halting there. Dear guest, would you like to continue? The attendant beamed with a smile. For Tang Tian's current expenditure had elevated him to the status of a valued client, much to the attendant's delight. The greater the transaction amount, the more commission he would earn. Noticing the attendant's eager expression, Tang Tian replied with a smile, Of course, I have yet to fulfill my purpose. However, he anticipated that the subsequent transactions would involve increasingly substantial sums, prompting him to advise, You need to prepare yourself accordingly. The attendant's smile broadened as he assured, Absolutely. There will be no issue. If you have any reservations, I can summon our supervisor, who possesses far greater authority than I. Introducing a major client would also yield a commission. Tang Tian pondered for a moment before nodding. Then I shall trouble you. The attendant promptly retreated into the back room. After a brief moment, a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe approached, accompanied by an assistant. Greetings, my friend, he said with a smile, addressing Tang Tian without exhibiting any airs despite the disparity in their strength and age. I am Qin Hai, the manager of Jinyutang. I have heard from Xiao Yin that some unpleasant incidents occurred here earlier. I apologize for the mismanagement on our part. Qin Hai spoke out. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively, replying, It is of no concern. It has nothing to do with you. Let us discuss the transaction at hand. Qin Hai noted that, a smile gracing his lips. You are quite forthright, my friend. Shall we retire to the back hall to converse? I will prepare some tea. It is more tranquil there. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Tian agreed with a nod. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived in a refined private room within the back hall of Jinyutang. Qin Hai paused to mean, Fragrant tea for Tang Tian. Do try this. It is our specially crafted Lingxin tea. Tang Tian acknowledged with a nod, lifting the cup but making no further move. Qin Hai chuckled softly, saying, I have heard from Xiao Yin that your shopping methods are rather unique. Tang Tian set the cup down. It is merely a personal habit. Let us get to the crux of the matter. With that, he resumed his examination of the inventory list. Jinyutang is a comprehensive trading house, encompassing nearly every aspect of the cultivation realm, offering a veritable cornucopia of goods, elixirs, spiritual artifacts, techniques, talismans, and rare treasures, all included. However, the quality of all these treasures tended to be on the lower side. The elixirs are categorized from low to high, encompassing 9 distinct ranks, each further divided into 4 grades: inferior, average, superior, and exceptional. Among these, the highest grade available is a bottle of 3rd-tier superior spirit nourishing elixir, priced at 100,000 spirit gems. As for spiritual artifacts and techniques, they are classified into 5 levels: celestial, earthly, mysterious, yellow, and mundane, also subdivided into inferior, average, superior, and exceptional grades. The most precious artifact here is an exquisite heart-protecting mirror of the mundane level, boasting remarkable defensive capabilities, and is valued at 120,000 spirit gems. The most esteemed technique is an exceptional sword technique of the mundane level, priced at 150,000 spirit gems. Concerning other rare treasures, they are similarly valued. Are there no higher-level items? Inquired Tang Tian. Qin Hai hesitated momentarily before responding. There are indeed some, but their quantity is scarce, and I must seek approval first. After all, this branch is primarily established to cater to the needs of ordinary cultivators. Shall I request our home master to assist? Tang Tian pondered for a moment, then shook his head, saying, "Let be for now. As a newcomer, it is prudent not to attract undue attention from above. My desires are quite varied and numerous, so I may require your assistance for multiple transactions. Additionally, I prefer to conduct trades individually. I hope you can understand." This was to prepare Qin Hai mentally in advance. Qin Hai, unfazed, chuckled and replied, "Everything shall proceed according to your preferences." Thus, a grand transaction commenced. Superior bone strengthening elixirs, 500 each. I shall take 40 bottles. As for second-tier explosive talismans, priced at merely 200 each, I would like to procure 200 for amusement. The third-grade purple fruit, so exorbitantly priced at 11,000 per piece, I would like to procure 8 for a taste. This flying sword is quite impressive. A mere 50,000 for a top-grade item. I shall take it. In a short span of time, Tang Tian's savings had exceeded 1,000,000. He was now poised to engage in bulk transactions, his gaze fixed upon the most precious treasures. The 100,000 spirit-nurturing pills, capable of fostering the soul and enhancing its power, were all acquired by Tang Tian, totaling 5 bottles. The 120,000 diamond heart protection mirror and the 150,000 wind-slaying sword technique were also purchased in one breath. As the transactions continued, Qin Hai, who had initially remained composed, began to feel increasingly restless. Who is this affluent young master? I have witnessed extravagance, but never such prodigality. Others at least purchase items they favor or find useful in some way. Yet this individual? He buys whatever catches his eye, without inquiring about functionality or its relevance to him, as if solely guided by whim. Is your wealth conjured out of thin air? Observing Tang Tian's escalating spending, with various items overflowing on the table, Qin Hai hastily interjected. "Young master, perhaps it is time to draw the line?" He suggested with difficulty. Tang Tian inquit pulled out. What? Are we not conducting business anymore? Qin Hai wiped the cold sweat from his brow and replied, "Of course not. However, I am merely an overseer, and the amount I can authorize is limited. Once it surpasses 10 million, I must report to the hall master. Moreover, the inventory in the product list has dwindled significantly." Tang Tian was taken aback. Those who spend money are unafraid, yet those who earn it are apprehensive? What a perplexing situation. He glanced at the system, where the quantity of spiritual jade had surpassed 10 million and the consumption points exceeded 900. Turning his gaze back to the product list, he noted that he had purchased all the precious items, leaving only those of lesser value, which together amounted to no more than 1,000,000. Nevertheless, this is merely a branch aimed at ordinary cultivators, so one cannot set expectations too high. Furthermore, as it was his first expenditure, it would be wise to remain discreet. "Very well, I shall purchase these items for now," Tang Tian declared. Subsequently, he surveyed the considerable array of cultivation resources he had acquired, and a wave of concern washed over him. In his eagerness to spend, he had completely overlooked the fact that he had no means to transport such a multitude of items back home. After contemplating for a moment, Tang Tian turned to Qin Hai. "Do you possess any treasures suitable for storage?" In Chapter 6, Honorary Disciple, Tang Tian ultimately procured a small Shumi ring from Qin Hai for 300,000 spiritual jade. Although its capacity was limited, it sufficed to contain all his belongings. To Tang Tian's surprise, the private transaction between him and Qin Hai was acknowledged by both systems. His wallet was augmented by 300,000, and he simultaneously acquired 30 consumption points. Is private trading permissible? With this thought in mind, Tang Tian eyed a teacup worth approximately 10 spiritual jade and boldly offered 1 million. However, the system immediately issued a warning, stating that this expenditure fell outside the realm of normalcy. Thus, he would not earn consumption points nor trigger a refund on his expenditure. Regrettably, it appears that the loopholes in the system can no longer be exploited. It seems that consumption must remain within a reasonable scope. After completing all transactions, Qin Hai radiated with delight, serving cup after cup of fragrant tea to Tang Tian, almost as if he were to feed him. With a transaction amount nearing 10 million, he was bound to reap a substantial profit. To be frank, I did not find today's expenditure particularly exhilarating. Tang Tian remarked, somewhat displeased. Your shop is rather small, lacking in any treasures worth my attention. I am quite disappointed. Qin Hai was taken aback, then awkwardly replied, Young Master Tang, you may not be aware that the establishment of the Qing West sect is relatively recent. Our branch, Jinyu Tang, was opened merely over a decade ago. Those practitioners with profound cultivation possess their own trading channels and often overlook our offerings. Thus, we can only cater to the most ordinary cultivators, and the items we sell are correspondingly mundane. Tang Tian nodded, a playful glint in his eyes as he gazed at Qin Hai, leisurely stating, So, what you imply is that if I wish to acquire higher-grade treasures, I must seek alternative trading channels. He deliberately emphasized the word alternative. Being a clever individual, Qin Hai immediately grasped Tang Tian's insinuation and quickly ingratiated himself, saying, It is indeed possible to seek out other channels. However, if young Master Tang does not mind, I would be most willing to become your exclusive trading conduit. Tang Tian curled his lip. Can you procure quality goods? Qin Hai zet ponde. It has been rather challenging in the past, thanks to the benefaction of young Master Tang. The sum you have expended today has sufficiently elevated my standing within the esteemed Golden Jade Hall. Should you express a desire, I shall exert myself to fulfill it. Tang Tian bore a subtle smile. The words he had just spoken were, in truth, intended for this very purpose. As the spiritual jade within his purse proliferated, so too did his yearning for consumption, necessitating a conduit through which to satiate his desires. Being a newcomer, unfamiliar with anyone, where could he procure such a trading channel? Qin Hai was quite satisfactory. Moreover, their relationship was tethered by mutual interest, and thus, significant complications were unlikely to arise in the near term. At the very least, it would suffice to meet initial demands. Let us proceed, Tang Tian declared. I harbor no particular preferences. Anything will do. However, I must insist on one condition. The more extravagant, the better. Additionally, I wish to keep my identity concealed from the majority. I trust you comprehend my meaning. Qin Hai nodded vigorously. The practice of concealing one's identity is exceedingly commonplace in the cultivation realm, and he understood the requisite actions. Despite his inner excitement, Qin Hai could not quell his curiosity. What manner of individual was this young master? Only purchasing the most opulent items, he was indeed a legendary figure come to life. Just how affluent was he? No matter how he pondered, the answer eluded him, yet he was undeniably elated. If he could secure a powerful ally in Tang Tian, his position within the Golden Jade Hall would assuredly ascend. With their verbal accord reached, the two exchanged communication jade tokens. Once Qin Hai procured the goods, Tang Tian would designate a meeting place. Caution is always a prudent choice. After exchanging a few more words, Tang Tian expressed his intention to depart. The over 900 consumption points were sufficient to redeem some commendable items. However, just as he was about to leave, a thought suddenly struck him. In the front hall, after he had spent over 20,000 spirit jade, he had distinctly felt a few malevolent gazes directed at him. This was the realm of cultivation, where acts of violence and theft were all too common. Tang Tian was not particularly worried about his resources being taken. Rather, he feared that someone might, for the sake of long-term schemes, dig a pit for him. After contemplating for a moment, Tang Tian inquired of Qin Hai, Do you happen to know where I might find someone akin to a bodyguard? Someone reliable? He continued, You must understand, as a mere chi refinement stage cultivator carrying a substantial fortune, what that signifies to those unscrupulous individuals. Qin Hai paused momentarily, responding, "But you have." Not believing that someone like Tang Tian, who squandered wealth so liberally, would lack guardians or mentors concealed behind him. Thus, he instinctively posed that question. However, Tang Tian did not reply. Instead, he subdued his smile and regarded Qin Hai with a dispassionate expression. It was only when Qin Hai began to sweat profusely that Tang Tian finally huffed. A person understanding should know what inquiries are appropriate and which are not. Qin Hai hurriedly apologized. "I was too forward. I hope Master Tang will not hold it against me." In truth, individuals like him were acutely aware that in the cultivation world, certain matters should never be broached lightly. Otherwise, one could easily invite calamity upon oneself. Seeing that Tang Tian did not genuinely harbor any resentment, he finally felt a sense of relief. Unbeknownst to Qin Hai at that moment, Tang Tian too was letting out a subtle sigh of relief, grateful that he had managed to intimidate him. Reliable guardians are indeed a rare find. However, I could arrange for someone to escort you safely back to your residence, as is the customary practice of our Jinyu Tang, Qin Hai remarked. Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly, questioning, "Is it merely a return to my residence? One cannot be assured of safety within the Qinyu sect either. Is it not possible to hire someone? The price is not an issue." Qin Hai chuckled softly, responding, "As a disciple of the Qinyu sect, we cannot casually assign guardians to you. However, given your financial resources, you could resolve this matter yourself." Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean?" Qin Hai explained. "Are you not aware? Within the Qinyu sect, there exists a special status known as an honorary disciple, which can be attained through the expenditure of spirit jade. A junior honorary disciple holds a status equivalent to that of an outer sect disciple and may employ outer sect disciples as attendants for a mere 500,000 spirit jade. A middle honorary disciple is on par with an inner sect disciple, allowing the hiring of disciples below the inner sect level, also for 500,000 spirit jade. A senior honorary disciple, equivalent to a core disciple, may employ disciples below the core level as attendants, requiring 5 million spirit jade. Furthermore, all honorary disciples are under the protection of the sect, with the strength of this protection increasing with status. The regulations of the Qinyu sect are stringent. Even if you display wealth within the sect, no one would dare harbor covetous thoughts, lest they invite catastrophic consequences. Thus, should you attain the esteemed status of a senior honorary disciple, you would need not to fret over matters of safety, provided you remain within the sect. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian exhibited a look of astonishment. Was this not akin to purchasing an official title? Such a regulation seemed almost absurd, with a clear pricing system in place. Could they truly safeguard against the infiltration of external powers? He found the operations of Qinyu sect rather perplexing. Perhaps there were reasons unbeknownst to him. Nevertheless, Qin Hai was indeed correct. With his current financial resources, he could indeed address his security concerns. Until he amassed sufficient strength, he could simply refrain from venturing outside the Qinyu sect. This notion resonated deeply with him. Tang Tian chuckled. Chapter 7. The astonished elder with the security issue resolved. The two engaged in further discussions, such as the timing for their next transaction, which was set for half a month hence. At that time, Qin Hai would procure several precious treasures of at least yellow grade, serving as a litmus test for establishing a long-term trading channel. Tang Tian was in no haste, prioritizing stability above all else. After concluding their discussions, he departed from Jinyu Tang with a plethora of ordinary resources. As he stepped through the threshold, he sensed several sinister gazes directed his way. However, when two middle-aged men clad in gray robes materialized behind him, all scrutiny seemed to dissipate. These were Yuaniing cultivators, dispatched by Qin Hai to escort Tang Tian home. Jinyu Tang lay at the foot of Qinyu Mountain, and it was not long before Tang Tian returned home safely, which brought him a modicum of relief. Upon arriving at Qinyu sect, he did not rush to his modest stone abode, but instead ascended towards a grand edifice, the Hall of Merits. Here lies one of the most vibrant locales for the disciples of Qinyu sect, where various sect missions and events, both grand and mundane, are dispensed from the Merit Hall. The esteemed disciples, as mentioned by Qin Hai, are also procured in this very place. After bidding farewell to the two nascent soul cultivators, Tang Tian stepped into the merit hall, only to be astounded by what he encountered. The interior space was indeed more expansive than it appeared from the outside, likely enhanced by spatial formations. The ceiling soared high, adorned with a brilliant river of stars, reminiscent of a vast open plaza. Within the hall, there were additional structures corresponding to the various affairs of the sect. A multitude of Qin disciples traversed this space, numbering at least several tens of thousands. Although Qin sect had only recently been established, it was far from a minor sect. Both the sect leader and the elders were formidable beings, transcending the tribulation stage in strength. Furthermore, according to Qin Hai, there seemed to be even more powerful entities above the Qin sect. This grand sect boasted a disciple count exceeding 1,000,000, with its influence spanning countless miles, a reality unimaginable for a mere servant disciple like Tang Tian. After a moment of calming his emotions, Tang Tian began his search for today's destination. Ultimately, he discovered an opulent mansion situated near the center, the Hall of Honor. Upon entering the Hall of Honor, he was immediately struck by its distinctly lavish style, a stark contrast to the exterior. Gold radiated throughout, with both decorative lighting and ordinary furnishings exuding a sense of grandeur. Or perhaps ostentation. Tang Tian, being a worldly individual, found himself rather fond of this ostentation. Within the Grand Hall, there were 10 elegant chambers, each overseen by sect elders dedicated to matters concerning the esteemed disciples. Several individuals were already present in the chamber. Tang Tian surveyed them all and ultimately chose a seemingly amiable elder, stepping forward. "Disciple Tang Tian, I pay my respects to the elder," he said with a deep bow. He understood well that the authority of the sect's elders was not something to be trifled with. The elder, known as Zhongyang, lifted his gaze upon hearing the voice. "A minor servant?" He arched an eyebrow and then produced a glowing jade stone, inspecting it with a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. "You have been in the sect for over 2 years now. What brings you to the Hall of Honor today?" he inquired. Tang Tian glanced at the jade stone in his hand, wondering if it might be some sort of information tablet, but quickly averted his gaze and respectfully replied, "Elder Zhong, I have come today to seek a position as an honorary disciple." Zhongyang's surprise was evident once more. The price for honorary disciples is quite substantial. "Have you recently come into fortune?" Tang Tian chose not to respond to this inquiry. Observing his silence, Zhongyang chuckled. "There is no need for caution. I merely asked out of curiosity. Each person has their own destiny. The sect will not pry into it, and everything shall proceed according to established protocols. Please, have a seat." A soft chair materialized beside Tang Tian. He clasped his hands in a gesture of gratitude before taking a seat. "What type of honorary disciple do you wish to become?" Zhongyang asket. Tang Tian pondered for a moment and said, "Disciple is not yet fully acquainted with the rights, obligations, or considerations pertaining to honorary disciples. Might I trouble Elder Zhong to elucidate these matters?" Elder Zhong nodded in agreement. "Very well, allow me to explain. There are 3 levels of honorary disciples: primary, intermediate, and advanced, each differing in price and privileges. A primary honorary disciple enjoys rights and status equivalent to that of an outer disciple. Wherever an outer disciple may go, so too may you, and vice versa. The fee is 50,000 spirit jade, with a monthly contribution of 1,000 spirit jade required. Failure to comply will result in the forfeiture of honorary status. Furthermore, you may employ outer disciples as bodyguards, provided you adhere to the guidelines governing their conduct. Any egregious actions on their part may also lead to the revocation of your honorary title. The employment fee ranges from 100 to 1,000, varying based on their strength and capabilities. An intermediate honorary disciple shares the same rights and status, priced at 500,000 spirit jade, with a monthly contribution of 10,000. You may hire disciples from the intersect or below, with fees ranging from 1,000 to 10,000. For advanced honorary disciples, the conditions are analogous, priced at 5 million spirit jade, with a monthly contribution of 100,000. You may hire core disciples or those of lesser rank, with employment fees fluctuating between 10,000 and 100,000. As for considerations, they align with the regulations applicable to ordinary disciples. I shall provide you with a manual on the conduct of honorary disciples for your review. Tang Tian nodded, silently absorbing this information. The overall situation is quite similar to what Qin had described. Yet he was taken aback to discover that an additional expenditure of spirit jade was required each month to renew his identity. Isn't this akin to being a VIP? He found it quite appealing. It is remarkably user-friendly. For him, any issue that can be resolved with spirit jade poses no problem at all. If he could successfully trigger a refund, it would be even less of a concern. Moreover, the prospect of hiring other disciples greatly delighted Tang Tian. The outer disciples of Qin sect are those who have reached the third level of Qi refinement, while the inner disciples are foundational cultivators who have passed the inner sect examination. As for the core disciples, they are those who have attained the golden core stage before the age of 20. A golden core guardian is more than capable of handling trifling nuisances. What do you think? Have you made up your mind? Zhongyang inquired. Tang Tian responded with a hum, then exhaled deeply, stating, Elder, I wish to purchase a prestigious honorary disciple status. His reply immediately elicited a look of astonishment from Zhongyang. Are you certain? This costs 500,000. Tang Tian nodded affirmatively. I am certain. Zhongyang studied him for a moment before chuckling. Indeed, one must never underestimate anyone. Very well, please provide the payment, and I will handle the arrangements for you. The first month is complimentary, so there are no additional fees. Tang Tian promptly stepped forward, producing 5 exquisite spirit jades and placing them before Zhongyang. After inspecting them, Zhongyang accepted the spirit jades and retrieved a glowing jade stone, manipulating it a few times before handing Tang Tian a box. All done, Zhongyang proclaimed. From this moment forth, you shall be recognized as a distinguished honorary disciple of our Qin sect. Within this box lies the attire designated for honorary disciples, along with certain regulations for your perusal. Do remember to submit the renewal fee punctually each month. Tang Tian expressed his gratitude and accepted the box. Simultaneously, 2 notification chimes resonated within his mind, indicating that such a method of expenditure was indeed sanctioned by the system. Elder Zhong, given my likely busyness in the days to come, might it be possible to pay the renewal fee in advance? Tang Tian inquired. Zhongyang responded with a slight smile. Certainly. How far in advance do you wish to pay? Tang Tian silently raised a finger. 10,000 years. What? Zhongyang's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly causing him to overturn his teacup. Chapter 8. The fourth ring talent 10,000 years, to be paid in installments, Tang Tian stated earnestly. Zhongyang continued to stare, dumbfounded. A year, 10 years, even 100 years, those he could comprehend. Yet, 10,000 years was utterly beyond his grasp. Can you truly live that long? If you can, would you truly concern yourself with the title of a core disciple? This is not an inheritance. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter, Young man, is your mental state sound? I understand that you may have recently come into a windfall, but affluent individuals do not squander their wealth in such a manner. Tang Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment. He merely intended to accumulate more points for consumption. However, before he could explain, Zhongyang waved his hand, interrupting his words. Do not dwell on it. A duration of 10,000 years is utterly unattainable. The maximum tenure for a disciple of reputation is merely 10 years. As per the regulations of the Qin sect, Tang Tian was taken aback. It seems that he cannot devour the entirety of this substantial undertaking in one go. It appears to be the disciple Meng Lang. After expressing his apologies, Tang Tian declared, Then I shall extend it for 10 years. Subsequently, he produced 12 exquisite spirit jades and placed them upon the table. Zhongyang shook his head, accepted the spirit jades, and then began to manipulate the luminous stones. Once the operation was complete, a notification resonated in Tang Tian's mind, confirming it as a legitimate expenditure recognized by the system. After finalizing the formalities, Tang Tian spoke again. Elder Zhong, I wish to employ several guards. Zhongyang rolled his eyes in exasperation. Could you not present all your requests at once? Tang Tian Tuka Wei Li. His primary concern was that this expenditure might not be acknowledged by the system, hence failing to trigger a refund. What caliber of disciples do you desire, and how many? Zongyang inquired. Tang Tian pondered for a moment. First and foremost, he certainly desired the highest tier of core disciples. The stronger, the better. As for the quantity, after some contemplation, he resolved to hire just one for the time being. After all, human hearts are inscrutable. The more individuals involved, the greater the potential for complications. I wish to employ one core disciple with a monthly fee of 100,000, Tang Tian stated. Zhongyang nodded in agreement, saying, the shortest employment period is 1 month, and the longest is 1 year. We shall select a willing core disciple for you, with a strength at the Golden Core stage, but not below the later stages of Golden Core. Tang Tian remained silent, realizing that the selection was not his prerogative, but rather designated by the sect. It appears to be an effort to avoid deliberate collusion. However, under such circumstances, he may not necessarily secure a satisfactory guardian. After some contemplation, Tang Tian produced a piece of exquisite spiritual jade, accompanied by 20 pieces of superior spiritual jade. I wish to hire for a year, he declared. Subsequently, he retrieved an elegantly crafted small box and placed it before Zhongyang. As a newcomer, I'm still quite unfamiliar with many aspects. I am sincerely grateful to Elder Zhong for your patient guidance. This is a modest, local specialty, and I hope you will not find it lacking. Tang Tian remarked with a smile. Zhongyang raised an eyebrow and opened the box slightly. Inside, it was filled with an assortment of ordinary spiritual fruits, which were quite palatable but possessed little in terms of cultivation efficacy. However, nestled in the corner beneath the fruits was a piece of exquisite spiritual jade, emanating a faint glow. Oh! Zhongyang's face lit up with a smile as he closed the lid, saying, there are not many young individuals as astute as you nowadays. If you have any requests, do not hesitate to express them. Tang Tian chuckled softly. I have no particular demands. It is merely that my strength is rather lacking, which makes me somewhat apprehensive about whether the guardians will heed my requests. After all, they are all exceptional talents. Zhongyang nodded in agreement. Indeed, similar situations have arisen before. Rest assured, I shall thoroughly evaluate the candidates during the selection process. Do you have any other requests? Tang Tian cupped his hands in gratitude. None at all. Thank you for your consideration, Elder. Zhongyang smiled gently and accepted all the items from the table. Observing this, Tang Tian felt a sense of relief. He had harbored concerns that Zhongyang, being a person of high principles, might have cast the box directly in his face. It is noteworthy that the exquisite spirit stone gifted to Zhongyang unexpectedly triggered the consumption system, which acknowledged it as a legitimate expenditure. How intriguing! With all matters resolved, the two engaged in further conversation before Tang Tian decided to take his leave. The guard would arrive the following day, at which point he would relocate to the upper district of Qin sect, a privilege reserved for esteemed honorary disciples. Upon exiting the Mare Hall, dusk had already begun to settle, prompting Tang Tian to return to his modest stone dwelling. Once seated within the simplicity of his abode, he commenced an assessment of the day's acquisitions. His storage ring was nearly brimming with low-grade elixirs, spirit herbs, spirit fruits, spiritual artifacts, and talismans. Additionally, he had procured a number of remarkable items, such as Foundation Establishment Pills, Spiritual Nourishment Pills, the Diamond Heart Shield, and the Wind-Slaying Sword Technique. Collectively, these treasures positioned him as a rather affluent young master. Moreover, his two systems were no longer barren. Within the wealth accumulation system, he had amassed nearly 30 million spirit jade, a staggering fortune. It was hard to fathom that just hours earlier, he had been a penniless wretch unable to produce even a single coin. Such is the advantage of possessing a system. Furthermore, the infinite consumption system had accumulated over 2,700 consumption points. At last, he was able to exchange them for something of value. What to exchange for? Tang Tian directed his gaze towards the exchange list. Given his current assets, he could only redeem points in the realms of talent, physique, or comprehension. After careful consideration, he first opted to enhance the most crucial aspect for a cultivator, talent. The four-ring talent required 1,000 consumption points. Upon the completion of the exchange, an enigmatic aura emanated from Tang Tian, filling him with an exquisite sensation that coursed from head to toe, swiftly enveloping his entire being. Yet before long, This delightful feeling dissipated into the ether. Was it successful? Tang Tian glanced at his hands, which appeared unchanged. He decided to test it. Seated in a lotus position, he swiftly entered a state of cultivation. The qi drawing technique is a universal method within the realm of cultivation, renowned for its efficacy. It operates on the principle of resonating with the cosmos, drawing the ethereal energy from the environment into the body to enhance one's essence. The effectiveness of this technique is closely tied to the cultivator's innate talent, physical constitution, the density of external spiritual energy, and the surrounding environment. Previously, while Tang Tian cultivated, a faint white ring of spiritual light would manifest around him, known as the talent ring, which could accelerate the cultivation process. However, his talent ring was rather unstable, failing to meet the standard of a first-ring talent, resulting in poor efficacy. At this moment, as he activated the qi drawing technique, four luminous talent rings surged around his body in an instant. The emergence of these rings triggered a profound resonance with the surrounding spiritual energy. Subsequently, a torrent of rich spiritual energy surged into Tang Tian's body, swiftly integrating into his very limbs and bones. What an exhilarating experience! Tang Tian couldn't help but exhale in relief. The quantity and quality of this spiritual energy surpassed anything he had previously encountered by tenfold. No wonder Lin Yu, possessing a 5-ring talent, had so easily outpaced him in such a short time. 2 years had passed, and she was preparing for the core disciple selection, while Tang Tian remained merely a second-tier qi refining disciple. Yet now, everything had transformed. As long as Tang Tian continues to consume the realms beyond the 5th ring, the 6th ring, and even the 9th ring will no longer be mere dreams. Surpassing others is merely a matter of time. In the midst of contemplation, a powerful force surged forth from his dantian, shattering the constraints of the 2nd level of qi refinement. He has finally ascended to the 3rd level of qi refinement. Chapter 9. Mastery of the Sword Technique. The 4 luminous rings of talent gradually dimmed as Tang Tian completed his first cultivation after traversing into this world. After exchanging for the 4-ring talent, a single session of cultivation propelled him past the stagnant 2nd level of qi refinement, where he had remained for an entire year. Indeed, it is exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to reach the pinnacle of cultivation. Fortunately, Tang Tian has the system by his side. Feeling the surge of power from the 3rd level of qi refinement, Tang Tian once again turned his attention to the consumption system. Physical constitution is also a crucial aspect for cultivators. If talent signifies the future, then constitution represents current combat strength. The more exceptional an individual's constitution, the stronger they become among their peers of the same level. Different constitutions often exhibit clear advantages in various areas. Some are as light as a swallow. Others possess immense strength, while some are favored by the heavens, endowed with a natural affinity for nature. This is an innate talent. However, Tang Tian is merely an ordinary body, lacking any remarkable traits. But now, a 4th-tier constitution, costing 1,000 consumption points. He hoped it would be as formidable as the 4-ring talent. He immediately chose to exchange. Soon, the voice of the system echoed. Exchange successful. The system will randomly select one 4th-tier constitution. Selection complete. Congratulations, you have obtained the bloodline of the mighty ape. As the sound subsided, an indescribable heat enveloped his entire being in an instant. Tang Tian felt as though he were being scorched by flames, his body radiating an intense warmth. His heart raced wildly, emitting a deep, resonant thud. With each heartbeat, a torrent of blood surged forth, coursing through his limbs and body. Moments latte. All of Tang Tian's blood vessels expanded slightly, his bones strengthened, and robust muscles lay concealed beneath his skin, saturating him with an inexhaustible vigor. Even his skin seemed to grow tougher, subtly glimmering with a faint sheen. Sensing the sudden surge of power, Tang Tian clenched his fist. A sound akin to breaking air resonating in his ears. Quite remarkable. A smile graced his lips. The bloodline of the mighty ape had elevated his physical prowess to a significant degree, dispelling any lingering feelings of weakness. Furthermore, as his cultivation progressed, the effects of the bloodline would become increasingly pronounced, ultimately reaching its peak potential. What level of beast was a mighty ape? Tang Tian could not recall the details within his memory, but soon dismissed the thought. A fourth-tier physique was merely an initial transition. In the future, he would acquire even more extraordinary physical attributes. Finally, he was no longer feeble. Tang Tian sighed in relief and turned his gaze back to the system. With over 700 consumption points remaining, there was no longer any need to exchange for talents or physique. The only remaining option for exchange was comprehension. One ordinary enlightenment cost 100 consumption points. Ordinary enlightenment. It could elevate the realm of a mortal-level technique by one stage. After some contemplation, Tang Tian produced a jade tablet containing the exquisite sword technique known as the wind-slicing sword art, a pinnacle among mundane practices. For cultivators, such techniques hold immense significance, akin to hands wielding weapons. The higher the realm of the technique, the greater its potential power. Typically, the progression of all techniques is categorized into 5 stages: initiation, proficiency, mastery, minor perfection, and major perfection. He decided to attempt a moment of ordinary enlightenment. In that instant, a wave of clarity flooded his mind, and he felt as though the essence of time itself had become transparent, allowing him to glimpse its very core. Tang Tian swiftly grasped the jade tablet, directing his spirit into it. Before him unfolded a vast, ethereal expanse, shrouded in a soft white mist. Within this realm, a young man clad in white danced gracefully with a long sword, each stroke of his blade appearing effortlessly fluid, reminiscent of willow leaves swaying in the breeze. A sight to behold. Simultaneously, each of his strikes was indelibly etched into Tang Tian's soul, fully comprehended by him. Time became an abstract concept as the white realm faded, and Tang Tian's consciousness returned to the modest stone chamber. Upon opening his eyes, he sprang to his feet and deftly drew a spirit sword from his storage ring, beginning to practice within the confines of the stone room. Should anyone have been present, they would have been astonished to witness that Tang Tian's swordplay mirrored that of the white-clad youth, flawless and precise, completing a full sequence of the sword technique. He stood with his sword sheathed, a serene smile gracing his face. He realized that he had already attained a foundational level in the sword technique of wind severing. Once more, he exchanged for a moment of ordinary enlightenment, probing into the jade of the martial arts. The familiar landscape and the young man in white reappeared. Yet this time, his movements had transformed. They were no longer as ethereal, but instead brimming with a fierce aura. The deadly strikes he unleashed were dazzling, overwhelming the senses. Moments later, the realm faded once again. With a gentle smile, Tang Tian beckoned once more. Soon, he beheld the young man in white again. The youth's sword had become increasingly formidable, and with each stroke, waves of sword energy sliced through the air, forming an impenetrable vortex of blades around him, a sight that instilled a chilling sensation in the heart. He had reached the realm of mastery. Again, enlightenment commenced anew. This time, however, the long sword in the youth's hand had vanished, and he appeared more restrained, having lost the previous ferocity. Yet, as an eagle soared overhead, the young man merely brought his fingers together and gave a gentle wave. From the eagle's wings and tail feathers fell a single feather, unnoticed by the bird itself. The youth smiled as he extended his palm, watching the feather descend into his hand. He had entered the realm of minor accomplishment, returning to simplicity. Tang Tian closed his eyes, seemingly attuned to the young man's state of mind at that moment, a state of unity between man and sword. After a brief interlude, he accessed the system in exchange for a fifth moment of ordinary enlightenment. The young man had vanished. In the vast expanse of white, no living being remained. Only the formless wind, perpetually shifting, at times gentle, at times tempestuous, and at times utterly still. After a considerable duration, Tang Tian departed from the realm of existence and returned to the stone chamber. Upon opening his eyes, a fleeting glimmer illuminated his gaze, only to vanish swiftly. His entire demeanor had undergone a striking transformation. as though he had melded with the cosmos. Could this be the realm of consummation? Tang Tian gently raised his hand, gesturing towards the dilapidated table beneath the window. A soft breeze swept through. In a hushed moment, the wooden table split asunder, collapsing to the ground. The fracture was as smooth as a mirror. The extraordinary power of a common-grade sword technique, upon reaching mastery, raises the question of the might that higher-level techniques might possess. Tang Tian stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The silvery moonlight streamed through the window, casting a luminous glow upon him. Chapter 10. Gu Xiaoxue. Early the next morning, a gentle knocking at the door roused Tang Tian from his slumber. Who could it be? Yawning, he arose and opened the door. A petite girl, appearing to be around 14 or 15, stood awkwardly at the threshold. Whom are you seeking? Tang Tian in Guit. The girl hesitated for a moment before softly replying. May I ask if you are young Master Tang Tian? Elder Zhongyang sent me. I am your guard. With that, a flush of crimson adorned her cheeks. Tang Tian was taken aback, then glanced at her attire. The cuffs of her white robe were embroidered with 3 golden borders, glimmering brilliantly. Indeed, she was a core disciple. Is she the guard chosen for me by Zhongyang? Observing the young maiden's flushed cheeks and bashful demeanor, Tang Tian harbored grave doubts that the old man Zhongyang had surely misunderstood the situation. The obedience I seek is not of this nature. What is your name? Tang Tian in Guit. The girl responded with a soft O and promptly replied, I am called Gu Xiaoxue. I assure you I will protect you well. I humbly ask for your guidance, young master. Tang Tian, feeling somewhat exasperated, noted that the girl appeared to be quite inexperienced and not particularly clever, resembling one who, though sold, still counts coins for others like a simpleton. Just call me Tang Xiao. Please come in and have a seat. He decided to accept the situation. After all, the 3 golden stripes on her cuffs were surely not a ruse. Her abilities were undoubtedly credible. If it truly became unsuitable, he could always seek another from Zhongyang. As they entered the small stone cottage, Gu Xiaoxue stood in the center, curiously surveying her surroundings, seemingly astonished by everything. Tang Tian returned to the bedside, tidying the bedding while asking, Is this your first time serving as a guard for someone? Xiaoxue replied in surprise, How did you know? I require a substantial amount of spiritual jade for my cultivation, and the funds allocated by the sect are insufficient. Elder Zhongyang mentioned that being a guard could earn a considerable amount of spiritual jade, so I signed up. How could you have guessed that? Tang Tian medilis. It wasn't a matter of guessing. It was evident at first glance. After arranging the bedding, he moved to the window, preparing to tidy the wooden table he had severed the previous night. This was his habitual practice, though he was soon to depart. He felt it necessary to leave the place he once inhabited in a state of order. Do you know what a guard is supposed to do? Tang Tian inquired once more. Indeed, I do. Gu Xiaoxue replied, I have memorized the entire code of conduct for guards. There will be no issues. Rest assured, I shall fulfill my duties diligently. Upon saying this, she noticed Tang Tian was tidying up the chairs and tables, so she hurried over to squat down and assist him. Tang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Surely, that directive is not included in the guard's code? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Gu Xiaoxue admitted, It's a habit. When I used to live at home, I was responsible for these chores. Tang Tian fell silent. It seemed she was not the pampered princess of a noble family. After all, princesses typically would not serve as guards for others in exchange for spirit jade. After placing the tables and chairs in the corner, Tang Tian straightened up, only to find Gu Xiaoxue staring intently at a broken table, lost in thought. What's wrong? He asked. Gu Xiaoxue extended her finger to touch the fracture in the wooden table and turned to him, saying, Such impressive swordsmanship. Did you do this? Tang Tian paused, feeling no need for concealment, and nodded. Indeed, I was the one who severed the table. Would you accompany me for a sparring session another day? Gu Xiaoxue exclaimed with delight. It's been ages since I practiced basic sword techniques. I miss the times when I used to play. Tang Tian was left astounded. Basic sword techniques? Play. I had thought that my mastery of the slashing wind sword technique would inspire a sense of admiration in her. Yet, she treats it as mere play? Just how formidable are you? Tang Tian, somewhat unconvinced, inquired, What is your cultivation level? Gu Xiaoxua blinked, replying. Late stage of the Golden Core. Tang Tian, taken aback, asked, how old are you? Gu Xiaoxua pouted, I am already 15. I started a bit late and missed the optimal cultivation period. Otherwise, I could have progressed further. Tang Tian felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. 15 years old, at the late stage of the Golden Core, yet she appeared dissatisfied with herself. Is there truly such a display of arrogance? Gazing into Gu Xiaoxue's clear eyes, Tang Tian suddenly comprehended that she was not being arrogant. Her understanding of certain matters was simply vastly skewed. Taking a deep breath, Tang Tian continued, so, how many talent rings do you possess? He was curious to know what kind of talent could produce such a prodigy. Gu Xiaoxue's face reflected confusion as she responded, what is a talent ring? I don't have any. Tang Tian was rendered speechless once again. Without a talent ring, wasn't she just an ordinary person? How could an ordinary person achieve the late stage of the Golden Core at 15? This seemed implausible. Suddenly, an alternative possibility struck Tang Tian. Talent rings indeed serve as a standard for evaluating a cultivator's innate abilities, with 9 rings being the highest. However, beyond the 9 rings, there exist even more extraordinary entities, and those beings do not reveal their talent rings. Tang Tian glanced at the system, fixing his gaze upon the talent list. Child of Destiny, 1 billion consumption points. That amounts to a staggering 100 trillion spirit stones. Starting with a lead of 100 trillion, how can others compete? Is this truly the realm of prodigies? Tang Tian rubbed his forehead with great effort, realizing that the disparity between individuals was indeed immense. Some people toil throughout their lives, yet cannot reach the starting point of someone like Gu Xiaoxue. What is the matter? Gu Xiaoxue inquired. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I just need a moment to collect my thoughts. Please assist me in tidying up the other areas of the room. Gu Xiaoxue nodded in agreement and promptly began her tasks. Observing someone of her caliber, at least a prodigy, engaging in cleaning for him, Tang Tian felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. The power of wealth was indeed formidable. Just as he was lost in contemplation, there came a sudden and forceful knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. The individuals outside seemed intent on demolishing the door. Who is it? Tang Tian frowned slightly and rose to open the door. 4 or 5 unruly disciples, clad in short shirts, stood lazily outside. Upon seeing Tang Tian, their faces twisted into malicious grins. Huh, I thought you would hide forever. How dare you skip work yesterday, causing me to face the elder's wrath? Are you courting death? The leader sneered menacingly. Tang Tian furrowed his brow, quickly recalling the figure before him. Jiang Meng, the bully among the disciples, was notorious for tormenting and extorting him. In truth, Tang Tian had no desire to engage with such individuals. After all, these were matters of his predecessor and bore little relevance to him, as their paths would diverge into entirely different realms. However, he had not anticipated this ruffian would come seeking him so early in the day. I hope you are not here to cause trouble, Tang Tian warned in a low voice. Jiang Meng raised an eyebrow and retorted loudly, Oh, so you think you can intimidate me? Did you not receive enough of a beating the day before yesterday? Are you eager to experience my iron fist again? He spoke while rubbing his knuckles, posturing as if to strike. Tang Tian's expression darkened, a sharp aura coalescing at his fingertips. Should Jiang Meng dare to throw a punch, he would not be able to retract it. Yet, even as the tension between the two escalated to a breaking point, a delicate voice rang out from behind Tang Tian. How audacious! Gu Xiaoxue's figure appeared before Lin Tian in an instant. Who do you think you are, daring to confront my family's young master Tang? Are you tired of living? Quickly, get out of my way. Tang Tian watched as Gu Xiaoxue's face flushed, deliberately lowering her voice to utter a series of sycophantic remarks, and he felt his anger dissipate. Dear girl, where on earth did you learn such rhetoric? Chapter 11. Bidding farewell to the past, Gu Xiaoxue's arrival instantly altered the dynamics of the situation. Her words, juxtaposed with her appearance, tone, and gestures created an overwhelming contrast. Not only Tang Tian, but even Jiang Meng appeared utterly bewildered. Who is this newcomer? Jiang Meng scoffed, preparing to confront this audacious stranger. I don't care who you are. In this territory, No one dares to act arrogantly before me. He stepped forward, but when his gaze fell upon Gu Xiaoshui's sleeve, he was struck with shock. What? A core disciple? Jiang Meng stood frozen in place, his legs suspended mid-step, caught in a limbo of indecision. The minions behind him were equally stunned, their breaths held in awe at the sight of the bright, 3 golden lines, paralyzed by fear. This scene elicited a chuckle from Tang Tian, who remarked, Jiang Meng, were you not supposed to be formidable? Upon hearing this, Jiang Meng glanced at Tang Tian and then at Gu Xiaoshui, his mouth opening and closing. Yet not a single word escaped his lips. Both parties found themselves momentarily speechless, with Jiang Meng hesitant to make any sudden movements. The lesser beings often possess an acute awareness of their circumstances. Upon seeing Gu Xiaoshui beside Tang Tian, he comprehended that Tang Tian was no longer the timid youth easily manipulated by others. The roles they once inhabited had dramatically reversed. Soon, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead, and his entire body started to tremble. Observing his frightened demeanor, Tang Tian let out a cold snort and addressed Gu Xiaoshui, stating, sever one hand from each of them, then break their legs and dispose of them all. With that, he turned and strode back into the room. Panic-stricken, Jiang Meng shouted, Tang Tian, no, young Master Tang. I will leave immediately, as far away as possible. I promise I shall never appear before you again. Please show mercy. His pleas echoed in desperation, but Tang Tian did not even glance back, vanishing into the shadows. Entangling oneself with such a person was beneath his dignity. His punishment served merely as a means to settle past scores with them. Soon, the cries for mercy faded into the distance, replaced by piercing screams that rang relentlessly in the air. However, the screams soon ceased. Subsequently, Gu Xiaoshui's figure entered from outside. Observing her nonchalant demeanor, Tang Tian could not help but inquire, have you often harmed others before? Gu Xiaoshui hesitated momentarily and replied, no, not at all. But isn't this what you instructed me to do? It is stated in the code of conduct for bodyguards that when the employer is threatened, the bodyguard must thwart the threat. Tang Tian was taken aback. Indeed, she was quite the dogmatist. Nevertheless, her earlier conduct eased his concern somewhat. At least this girl would take matters seriously when confronted with challenges. By the way, from whom did you learn those words just now? Tang Tian, dizet. Gu Xiaoshui, feeling slightly embarrassed, answered, I read them in books. I noticed that in those tales, the young masters and their companions spoke in such a manner. Tang Tian sudeli understo. However, such young masters were typically not the most virtuous individuals. Tang Xiao, was what I did earlier correct? If it was wrong, please do not hesitate to tell me. Gu Xiaoshui said earnestly. Tang Tian acknowledged with a hum, initially intending to suggest that her actions were a bit excessive. Yet, upon reflection, he deemed it quite advantageous. Being a debauched young master was far more comfortable than adhering to a righteous path. Furthermore, with Gu Xiaoshui taking the initiative, he could conceal his true abilities, leading to misjudgments by adversaries. Why not embrace this? With this thought, Tang Tian stated earnestly, you did exceptionally well. When faced with ferocious individuals, we must be even fiercer to instill fear in them. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoshui nodded repeatedly, indicating her understanding. In their casual conversation, the two swiftly tidied up the stone house. Subsequently, Tang Tian instructed Gu Xiaoshui to step outside first, and then retrieved the purple robe designated for high-ranking honorary disciples. From his shimi ring, he changed out of the attire of a mere servant, neatly placing it by the bedside. From this moment onward, he would bid farewell to his past memories and embark on a life that truly belonged to him, without dwelling too much on sentimentality. Tang Tian pushed open the door and stepped outside. Wow, you seem to look more handsome, Gu Xiaoshui exclaimed in surprise. As the saying goes, a Buddha depends on gold attire, while a person relies on their garments. Adorned in the distinguished attire of a high-ranking honorary disciple, Tang Tian's demeanor transformed entirely. It exuded an understated elegance, blending nobility with a maturity not typically seen in one of his age. Such blatant honesty, Tang Tian chuckled. Shall we head to the upper district? Do you know where the foodie pavilion is? Gu Xiaoshui inquired, to which she nodded affirmatively. Yes, that is where disciples are assigned their caves. Do you wish to go? I can show you the way. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Thus, the two made their way towards the upper district of Qin Gate. As they walked and chatted, Tang Tian gleaned much information about the upper district from Gu Xiaoxue. The cultivation environment in the upper district was nothing short of a world apart from that of the lower district. The concentration of spiritual energy was several times stronger. And in addition, there were various specialized cultivation facilities, such as training rooms, alchemy chambers, martial halls, spirit refining pools, and numerous secret realms. It could be said that the upper district of Qin Gate was the true realm of cultivation. Only the inner disciples, core disciples, and the esteemed elders of the sect are privileged to reside in the upper district. It is no wonder that individuals strive relentlessly to gain entry into the inner circle. Moreover, the primary activities of the honored disciples also take place within this upper realm. According to Gu Xiaoxue, they frequently organize gatherings or other events, each time showered with an abundance of spiritual jade. Those disciples who find themselves financially constrained seize this opportunity to earn some spiritual jade, thus ensuring their cultivation is well supported. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Despite being a world of cultivation, the societal dynamics here bear a striking resemblance to the past. The daily lives of individuals remain fundamentally unchanged. Honored disciples tend to form close-knit groups. Once you ascend, it is certain that some will seek you out, Gu Xiaoxue remarked. Tang Tian smiled quietly, choosing not to respond. The notion of forming alliances held little appeal for him. His sole desire was to accumulate resources to exchange for superior talents and physiques. Lin Yu once wisely stated that, in this realm of cultivation, strength is the most reliable foundation. As they conversed, the pair ascended to the upper district of Qinghua sect. Moments later, they arrived before a grand pavilion, the Foodie Pavilion. Once one becomes an inner or core disciple, they are entitled to a unique cave dwelling here, Gu Xiaoxue explained. Tang Tian nodded and entered alongside her. Inside, the atmosphere was markedly different. There were not many people, and most moved about independently, their hurried pace a stark contrast to the lively scene of the lower district. However, there were still a few small groups gathered together. Tang Tian also noticed several other honorary disciples, some wielding folding fans, others clutching various musical instruments, engaging in lively conversation. As he entered from the outside, a few individuals glanced his way. Paying them no heed, Tang Tian approached the head of the Foodie Pavilion. "Greetings, fellow cultivator." The head, a young practitioner, instantly broke into a warm smile upon seeing Tang Tian's attire. "I am Wang Yanning. How may I assist you today?" "Tang Tian Zipli." "I have recently become an honorary disciple and have heard that I can acquire my own cave abode here." Wang Yanning nodded. "Indeed. All cave abodes in the upper district of the Qinghua sect are managed by our Foodie Pavilion. What type are you seeking?" Tang Tian pondered for a moment before responding. "I would like to take a look first." He was not yet familiar with the specifics of the offerings here. "Very well. Please follow me," Wang Yanning invited, leading Tang Tian and another individual into a private room. He then produced a white jade slip and handed it to Tang Tian. "This contains the basic information about the cave abodes. You may immerse your consciousness within to explore," Wang Yanning explained. Tang Tian accepted the jade slip and delved his consciousness into it. A wealth of information swiftly unfolded before him. Qinyu Valley, located to the north of Qinghua sect. It is rich in natural energy, with a total of 123 cave abodes available for an annual rent of 100,000 spirit jade. Jingguang Cliff, situated to the southeast of Qinghua sect, it enjoys the embrace of morning light, offering a total of 344 cave abodes for an annual rent of 130,000 spirit jade. In the realm of health and well-being, Tang Tian surveyed the various caverns of the Qinghua sect, gaining a comprehensive understanding of their layout. Centered around the main peak, a myriad of caverns sprawled across a vast expanse of 10,000 miles, divided into over 100 distinct areas. Each locale exhibited its own unique environment, resulting in a diverse range of prices. The most affordable options hovered around 30 to 40,000 annually, while the most luxurious could exceed a staggering million. These opulent residences were predominantly situated near the main peak, boasting exceptional cultivation and living conditions. However, upon completing his examination, Tang Tian discerned a minor issue. Each area harbored multiple caverns, with some housing dozens and others even reaching into the thousands. In comparison to the bustling proximity of neighbors, Tang Tian preferred solitude. Retracting his spiritual senses, he turned to Wang Anning and inquired, "Is there anything else available?" Wang Anning appeared momentarily taken aback and asked, "Are there no caverns here that meet your satisfaction? Do you have any specific requirements?" Tang Tian nodded, replying, "I am not fond of disturbances. Hence, I seek a more tranquil location." Wang Anning responded, "We do have solitary caverns available, but they tend to be rather costly, and their cultivation environments may not necessarily surpass those of the more common options." Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Price is not an issue. Could you assist me in locating the solitary cavern with the finest cultivation environment? The most expensive one." The final 3 words ignited a spark in Wang Anning's eyes, bringing forth a radiant smile. "Of course, it is my duty to assist you. I shall procure another list of caverns forthwith." Having spoken, Wang Anning rose and departed from the private chamber. Once he had left, Gu Xiaoxiu suddenly leaned towards Tang Tian, her face a mask of astonishment, and inquired, "Do cave dwellings require payment?" Tang Tian was equally taken aback, responding, "Isn't it customary to pay? Did you not spend anything on your cave?" Gu Xiaoxiu blinked in surprise indeed. Upon becoming a core disciple, one can select a cave to reside in, which can be changed every decade, all at no cost. The intersect disciples seem to have a similar arrangement, albeit with slightly lesser options. Tang Tian opened his mouth, rendered speechless. Though he held the title of a high-ranking honorary disciple, he realized there were indeed distinctions. Securing a cave came with additional expenses in spirit jade. The same likely applied to many other aspects, with expenditures being inevitable. Contemplating this, a smile crept across Tang Tian's face. Fortunately, he was not a core disciple. Otherwise, he might have found himself financially strained. What a loss in spending points that would entail. The disparity was glaring, and he felt the sect had acted somewhat unjustly in this regard. Gu Xiaoxiu sympathized with Tang Tian's plight. Yet, Tang Tian appeared quite cheerful, responding with a grin, "No, I find it quite agreeable. I appreciate such a humane policy." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoxiu's eyes widened in disbelief. Her expression filled with concern as she whispered, "Tang Xiao, are you all right? You would need to spend significantly more spirit jade with the same status." Tang Tian chuckled, shaking his head. "Out with the old, in with the new. I find great pleasure in the act of spending money, even if it is deemed extravagant." Gu Xiaoxiu was taken aback, utterly perplexed by the mindset that would lead someone to utter such words. After a brief interlude, Wang Anning returned to the private room, presenting Tang Tian with a pristine jade slip. Upon opening it, a lengthy list unfurled before him. Tang Tian bypassed the entries in the $1,000,000 range, directing his gaze toward the most opulent caverns. Ultimately, he fixed his attention on a cavern known as the Purple Bamboo Garden. The Purple Bamboo Garden, situated at the foot of the southern peak of the main mountain, boasts an exceptional cultivation environment, with an annual rental fee of 13 million. Let us discuss the particulars of the Purple Bamboo Garden, Tang Tian proposed. Wang Anning beamed. "Your discernment is truly commendable. The location of the Purple Bamboo Garden is in close proximity to the main peak, nearly adjacent to it. The surroundings are tranquil, encircled by a grove of purple bamboo, which forms a natural grand formation that perpetually gathers the essence of heaven and earth. The concentration of spiritual energy here is approximately 5 times greater than elsewhere. Within the Purple Bamboo Garden, there exists an ancient well known as the Ninshuan, renowned for its ability to soothe the mind and spirit. Furthermore, there are no other disciples' caverns within a 100-meter radius, rendering it an ideal sanctuary for solitary living." Tang Tian nodded in agreement. It indeed appeared to be a most suitable residence. Of course, the primary factor was its exorbitant cost. "Very well, I shall take it," Tang Tian decisively declared. Wang Anning's smile broadened. "You are truly forthright, my friend. It is evident that you are not a mere ordinary disciple. How long do you wish to rent? Tang Tian inquired. What is the maximum duration? Wang Anning replied, 10 years. Tang Tian nodded slowly. Then shall be 10 years. However, I prefer to make the payment in 3 installments. 2 years up front, followed by 4 years, and finally, another 4 years. Wang Anning was momentarily taken aback. It was his first encounter with such a payment method. Nonetheless, peculiarities are quite normal among the wealthy, as long as the transaction is fulfilled. Selling properties, of course, comes with commissions. Certainly, that could be arranged. Moments later, the 3 transactions were successfully completed. Both parties were exceedingly pleased. Wang Anning received a substantial commission, while Tang Tian saw his assets multiply several times over, with his spirit stones surpassing 100 million, reaching a staggering 57 million. Additionally, his consumption points also exceeded 10,000. The potential of the 5 rings talent lay vividly before him. Chapter 13. Renovation following the completion of the transaction. Wang Anning proactively guided Tang Tian to the foot of Nan Peak. The environment here was indeed splendid, with fresh air and crystal-clear waters, resembling a paradise untouched by the outside world. At the valley's heart, a striking purple bamboo forest stood out remarkably. The purple bamboo courtyard is just ahead. Please follow me. Wang Anning beckoned as he led the way into the bamboo grove. Upon entering the forest, Tang Tian was greeted by a refreshing aura that invigorated his spirit and enveloped him in comfort. It was the scent of nature. Engaging in cultivation in such an environment often yields remarkable results. The outer edges of the purple bamboo forest frequently attracted disciples seeking to practice their skills. Do not worry. Without special permission, they cannot step even a foot into the purple bamboo grove, Wang Anning assured. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Such matters were inconsequential after all, for he had not purchased the entire grove. Although he harbored a desire to do so, unfortunately, it was not for sale to the public. As they followed the winding path deeper into the bamboo forest, they were suddenly greeted by a breathtaking vista. Ahead lay a quaint bridge with flowing water, and a charming villa stood gracefully, as if it were a harmonious part of its surroundings. Wang Anning then paused, retrieving a formation plate. The perimeter of the purple bamboo courtyard is protected by a formation that cultivators below the tribulation stage cannot forcibly breach. I possess 3 formation plates to grant access, which I shall transfer to you shortly. With this plate, one can freely enter and exit the purple bamboo courtyard, he explained. Tang Tian fell silent, realizing that it was akin to possessing the key to one's home. Under Wang Anning's guidance, the grand formation opened from the outside, and the 3 of them entered the purple bamboo courtyard in succession. The natural aura within was exponentially richer than that of the surrounding bamboo grove, and the concentration of spiritual energy was exceedingly high, which greatly pleased Tang Tian. With heightened spiritual energy, the speed of cultivation would naturally accelerate. Currently, he had only reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement, and even with the ability to exchange for higher-level talents, a long journey still lay ahead. The purple bamboo courtyard comprised a main house and 4 guest rooms, each spacious and well-appointed. Each room was further equipped with a separate meditation chamber for quiet cultivation. In the expansive courtyard, a colossal old locust tree almost obscured half of the sky. As early spring unfolds, the vibrant green buds have all emerged, glistening under the radiant sunlight. Beside the ancient locust tree stands a time-worn well, surrounded by flourishing vitality and imbued with an enigmatic aura. This is the Ninshuan well, Wang Anning remarked. The well water connects to the underground aquifers and nurtures the Ninshuan. He continued, drinking this water or resting by the well can indeed cultivate tranquility and serenity. Tang Tian nodded, leaning against the old locust tree and gazing at the sky. It truly was a splendid spot, perfectly suited for someone with his untroubled disposition. Subsequently, under Wang Anning's guidance, Tang Tian took a cursory tour of several rooms. They were equipped with all the essentials for daily living, and even boasted a rare kitchen for practitioners, leading Tang Tian to suspect that this was a place where a certain elder had retired to enjoy a peaceful life. He found the environment exceptionally pleasing. Wang Anning smiled and said, "Then I can rest easy. By the way, do you have any other requests? Perhaps additional facilities? Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. What facilities? Wang Anning explained, I mean items related to cultivation. As you might have noticed, most of the belongings here are mundane, aside from the environment. There is little to enhance cultivation efficiency. Items like miner's spirit veins, white fireflies lamps, serenity jade, and seeking path stones, among others, are typically added by higher-level practitioners to their homes. Tang Tian could not help but be astonished. After purchasing the house, the next step is undoubtedly the renovation. Quite reasonable. Indeed. Are you also responsible for the decoration? Let me take a look, Tang Tian remarked. Certainly. Wang Anning beamed with delight. If Tang Tian was willing to invest a substantial sum in the renovation, it would provide him with a considerable profit. As Tang Tian received the jade slip handed to him by Wang Anning, he glanced over the densely packed information, which immediately caused him a headache. Opting not to delve further, he tossed the jade slip back and stated, I am not well versed in such matters. Please take care of it for me. I have but one requirement. Everything must be of the highest caliber. Wang Anning couldn't help but smirk. He relished the prospect of dealing with a wealthy young master who demanded little in return for his money. Subsequently, the three of them settled at a stone table beside an ancient well. After a while, Wang Anning presented the renovation plan. Young Master Tang, please have a look. For the spiritual vein, I have chosen the attribute-less Xianling vein, which, once arranged, will elevate the spiritual energy concentration of the entire room to a higher level, without any concerns regarding continuity. The price is 25 million. As for the lighting fixtures, I selected the tail feathers of the silver shuttlebird, which will further enhance the natural ambience indoors, at 800,000 per feather. Regarding the calming jade, after meticulous selection, I have chosen a set in soft hues that harmonizes beautifully with the architecture here. Furthermore, the items are predominantly of high specifications. In total, the cost of renovating just the main residence amounts to over 90 million, while each of the remaining 4 guest rooms will require nearly 40 million each. Tang Tian pondered for a moment and declared, let us proceed with this arrangement. Besides the main house, let's also refurbish an additional guest room. He then turned to Gu Xiaoxue and inquired, which room do you intend to occupy? Gu Xiaoxue was taken aback, and after a flurry of gestures, she replied, Young Master Tang, I do not require such extravagant accommodations. My cultivation merely necessitates resonance with nature. The environment does not significantly impact my practice. It would be best if you saved your money. She appeared genuinely flattered by the consideration. Tang Tian was astonished, realizing that Gu Xiaoxue had misunderstood his intentions. The sole reason for refurbishing a guest room was due to his current financial constraints. He could not afford to renovate the others simultaneously. Undertaking such an endeavor would necessitate multiple payments, a peculiar course of action that might raise suspicions. However, seeing Gu Xiaoxue's stance, he felt compelled to withhold the truth. No matter, please choose as you wish. I simply do not wish to deprive a talent like you. Do not refuse, Tang Tian asserted firmly, interrupting Gu Xiaoxue's protests. Gu Xiaoxue gazed at him, somewhat bewildered, her large eyes brimming with gratitude. Meanwhile, Wang Anning looked on with envy, as if silently lamenting, why is it not me who receives such favor? Their reactions left Tang Tian feeling quite awkward. That is not my intention at all. He coughed lightly, quickly shifting the topic. Let's settle on this, and I would appreciate it if you could make another trip. I shall refrain from accompanying you. Wang Anning nodded. Of course. You can rest assured that I will ensure everything is impeccably arranged. Chapter 14. Discussion having finalized the renovation list, Wang Anning departed from Zizuyuan to procure furniture. Meanwhile, Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue remained seated beneath the old locust tree. Following the earlier incident, Gu Xiaoxue felt exceedingly awkward, sitting there obediently with a flushed complexion, barely daring to glance at Tang Tian. Tang Tian, feeling helpless, thought to himself how remarkably innocent she was. If he harbored any such intentions, she would undoubtedly lack the capacity to resist. Yet she was at the very least a child of destiny. Should not Qingyue's sect take special measures to safeguard a talent of her caliber? Moreover, Elder Zhongyang had so casually placed her by his side. Did he not fear for the potential demise of this rising star? He found himself perplexed. However, in the realm of cultivation, there were myriad inscrutable matters, and he had previously been but a mere servant disciple, lacking in experience. Who could say if there were hidden traps lurking beneath the surface? He decided to let it be for now, knowing that clarity would come with time. Observing Gu Xiaoxue's restless demeanor, Tang Tian sighed internally and spoke. Xiaoxue, why don't you accompany me in practicing swordplay? I have recently gained some insights into swordsmanship. He wished to dispel the peculiar atmosphere that lingered. Upon hearing Tang Tian's voice, Gu Xiaoxue suddenly looked up, exclaiming, "Oh sure, how do you want to practice?" Tang Tian replied with a smile. "Did you not mention before that my sword technique resembled a game you played as a child? Let us engage in a playful manner." Just as he used to. Having spoken, he rose and ventured to a more spacious part of the courtyard. Ah, how delightful! Gu Xiaoxue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she too stood and positioned herself opposite Tang Tian. The two faced each other directly. "I shall not hold back." "So do take heed," declared Tang Tian, exuding the confidence of a master. Gu Xiaoxue nodded emphatically. "Of course. If you hold back, it would be rather dull." In a fit of determination, Tang Tian resolved to prove his prowess. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged within the courtyard, and a long sword found its way into his grasp. Gu Xiaoxue gasped softly, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. "Here it comes." Tang Tian bowed out, rising with vigor. In an instant, the courtyard was engulfed by a tempest, shrouding Gu Xiaoxue's petite figure entirely. Immediately, countless strands of sword energy surged from all directions towards her, impenetrable and infused with an intensely sharp aura. How intriguing! Gu Xiaoxue mused with a faint smile, drawing forth her own long sword. As she danced gracefully, her blade traced a beautiful arc through the air, dispersing all the incoming sword energy. Yet before long, the sword energy altered its course and surged back toward her, this time devoid of its prior ferocity, transforming as if it were feathers floating with the wind. Gu Xiaoxue swung her sword horizontally, but the sword energy swirled around her blade, rapidly adhering to her body. "Huh?" Gu Xiaoxue exclaimed in alarm, hastily evading as the sword energy barely brushed past her form. Subsequently, she altered her sword play, deftly rotating her wrist to conjure numerous invisible whirlpools, ensnaring the soft sword energy within, causing them to collide and dissolve into nothingness. Concealed within the winds, Lin Feng observed her deftly unravel his sword techniques, transforming peril into safety, and he could not help but marvel at her prowess. Truly, as a being of innate excellence, she swiftly discovered the means to counter his attacks. Moreover, Tang Tian noticed that upon entering the fray, Gu Xiaoxue underwent a profound transformation. The frailty and innocence that once defined her had vanished entirely, replaced by an imposing aura of lethal intent. She appeared as if two different individuals. In that moment, she undeniably embodied the essence of a youthful prodigy. Before long, the feather-like sword energy was entirely dispelled by Gu Xiaoxue. Yet, Tang Tian possessed more than mere swordplay. The nature of the wind was infinitely mutable. Moreover, he remained concealed within the gusts. Without locating the core, Gu Xiaoxue could never hope to triumph over him using only her sword techniques. As he watched her once again embroiled in an onslaught, a faint smile graced Tang Tian's lips. Would she continue her reckless bravado? Would she persist in her arrogance? He relished the thought of her impending downfall. It was frustrating. This girl was simply too formidable. Infuriatingly, she remained oblivious to how her actions affected others, which was the most exasperating aspect. Therefore, he was determined to teach her that there were indeed greater forces beyond her comprehension. Tang Tian resolved to employ every stratagem at his disposal, vowing to ensnare her within the tempestuous sword array. However, just as he continued to manifest various sword energies, Gu Xiaoxue's figure suddenly vanished within the array. Moments later, a playful laugh echoed in his ear. "I have found you." Tang Tian was instantly struck with terror, gathering all his strength to deliver a powerful strike. Alas, he struck nothing but air. Soon after, a chilling sensation enveloped his neck. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a pale, long sword poised there. He had lost. Tang Tian sighed as he gradually descended from the sky. Gu Xiaoxue also sheathed her sword and reappeared before him. "How'd you find me?" Tang Tian inquired, his frustration evident. He had anticipated trapping Gu Xiaoxue within the sword formation. "It was deduced from the movement patterns of the wind," Miss Gu explained. "Although you ensnared me within your sword formation, each time you altered the swordplay's form, it emanated from the core. After several iterations, one can discern the core's location. However, you have demonstrated remarkable skill. In my earlier days, I might not have been able to locate you so swiftly." Tang Tian's eyelid twitched. The implication that she could indeed find him was rather disheartening. "If I continuously change my position, how would you locate the core?" He questioned again. Gu Xiaoxue replied, "It remains the same. As long as you wield your sword, there are patterns to follow. With enough repetitions, the core can be identified. Moreover, there are multiple methods to dismantle such formations. One can disrupt the environment or sever the nodes, among others. The art of the sword is endlessly variable, yet adheres to the principles of the sword path." Tang Tian stared wide-eyed. "This girl. Her knowledge is profoundly extensive. I implore you to elaborate." This time, he genuinely sought her wisdom. Gu Xiaoxue, with no reservations, shared her insights into swordsmanship with Tang Tian. As she unfolded her teachings, Tang Tian gradually realized that cultivation was an extraordinarily vast realm, seemingly without boundaries. A brand new world slowly revealed itself to him. At the same time, Tang Tian finally understood the profound depth of Gu Xiaoxue's mastery in the art of cultivation. Indeed, age does not always reflect capability. When an extraordinarily gifted individual immerses themselves in their area of expertise, miracles are destined to emerge. For the first time, Tang Tian sincerely expressed his gratitude to Elder Zhongyang for introducing such an exceptional talent into his life. Chapter 15. The discourse lasted for an entire half-day. During this time, Tang Tian felt as though his very soul had been elevated. He gained a clear understanding of cultivation for the first time. Although he possessed dual systems, embarking on a path unimaginable to others, this newfound awareness was undeniably precious. After their extensive conversation, Tang Tian began to form a vague idea of his future cultivation journey. "Who taught you all this?" Tang Tian inquired. Gu Xiaoxue smiled shyly. "Part of it was taught by Elder, while the rest I comprehended on my own." Tang Tian was internally astonished. Such innate talent could hardly be described as mere gift. She seemed to be a favored child of the heavens, graced with a soul blessed by divinity. Contemplating this, Tang Tian found himself increasingly perplexed as to why such an outstanding and pure genius would be casually assigned as his protector, especially when she was still troubled over the matter of spiritual jade. "How is life in the sect?" Tang Tian could not help but inquire. Gu Xiaoxue replied, "It's quite wonderful. Ever since the elder brought me back to the sect, I have been residing on the main peak, and the senior brothers and sisters have been very considerate towards me. Later, when the elder entered seclusion for cultivation, I sought out a cave dwelling under his guidance, rarely venturing out, as I have been primarily focused on my practice. I am on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage, but I cannot afford the nascent soul pills. Upon my senior sister's recommendation, I sought out Elder Zhongyang and chose to become a guard. And then I met you. It seemed that there were no apparent issues, yet Tang Tian felt an underlying complexity. After pondering for quite some time, he still found himself at a loss. Perhaps he was overthinking it. He gazed up at the sky, where the sun had already descended beyond the mountains, casting a crimson hue across half the sky, a sight of breathtaking beauty. "It must be around mealtime," Tang Tian mused, stroking his chin. "I believe I didn't eat yesterday. It's been 2 days, yet I haven't felt the slightest pang of hunger." Gu Xiaoxue chuckled. "We are cultivators, so naturally, we don't feel hunger. There is no need for meals." Tang Tian shook his head. "What joy is there in that? Eating is one of the most delightful experiences in life. Without it, what is the point?" He stood up. "Fortunately, we have pots and pans here. Come, let me prepare us a dinner." With that, he led Gu Xiaoxue to the kitchen. Although it had been uninhabited for quite some time, the place remained remarkably pristine, almost untouched by dust. This was undoubtedly a blessing from the breath of nature, sparing him the need for a thorough cleaning. He pondered what he could prepare. Tang Tian extended his spirit into the Shumi ring, rummaging through its contents. During his visit to the Golden Jade Hall yesterday, he had acquired a substantial array of ordinary resources, including spiritual rice, certain edible spiritual herbs, and the meat of magical beasts. These items were akin to commonplace ingredients and required only simple cooking. Of course, he was not adept at complex culinary techniques. How about some porridge, stir-fried sweet and sour yam shreds, sautéed peppers with meat, and a refreshing salad of bok choy? Tang Tian swiftly settled on tonight's menu. Gu Xiaoxua chuckled. Sound just like home-cooked meals. Tang Tian scoffed. Home-cooked dishes are indeed the tastiest. He would never concede to any inadequacy in his culinary skills. Soon, the ingredients were ready, and a fire blazed beneath the earthen stove. Aren't you using spiritual fire? Gu Xiaoxua inquired. Firewood imparts a richer flavor, Tang Tian insisted. Subsequently, Gu Xiaoxua crouched down to tend to the fire, while Tang Tian busily prepared the ingredients for the day. This scene, if witnessed by other cultivators, would undoubtedly evoke astonishment. Who among cultivators would engage in such domestic tasks? Yet, Tang Tian found joy in the process, the sizzling sound of vegetables hitting the oil resonating delightfully. However, once a plate of dark, glistening shredded potatoes was served, the roles of Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxua shifted. Tang Tian now tended to the fire, while Gu Xiaoxua took to frying the dishes. Before long, 3 home-style dishes were ready. 2 individuals sat around a stone table beside an ancient well, enveloped in a delightful and warm atmosphere. Your culinary skills are quite impressive, Tang Tian remarked, savoring the dishes. Perhaps due to the disparity in ingredients, the flavors surpassed those he had created in his past life by several degrees. Oh, it's nothing, Gu Xiaoxua replied with a smile. I merely cooked them thoroughly. It's something I did at home during my childhood. As she spoke, a hint of nostalgia flickered in her eyes. When my parents went out to work, I was responsible for washing clothes, preparing meals, feeding the chickens and ducks, and cleaning the house. My younger brother was quite mischievous and often broke things, so I followed behind him to tidy up. At times, when I couldn't fix things, I would take the blame upon myself to spare him from punishment when our parents returned. Many years have passed in the blink of an eye, and occasionally, she found herself yearning for those days. Tang Tian, at a loss for words, pondered, what is there to reminisce about such a life? Gu Xiaoxua took a bite of her dish and replied, regardless, that place will always be my home. I cherish moments when I would hold my brother and sit atop the chicken coop to watch the sun set. The golden sunlight enveloped me, warm and comforting. It was truly delightful. However, it was precisely because it was so delightful that I often lost track of time, resulting in my parents catching me and giving me a good scolding. Haha, Tang Tian Pao Set, Juxing Silen Se. Each person's living environment is distinct, and he recognized that it would be narrow-minded to draw conclusions about Gu Xiaoxua's life based solely on his own understanding. He now understood why Gu Xiaoxua was so considerate, often taking the initiative to do housework and cooking. It was a habit cultivated in her childhood. Then, why did you choose to leave home and come to Qinjuimen? Tang Tian inquired. Gu Xiaoxua, feeling a bit shy, replied, it wasn't my decision to leave. That day, I encountered Elder Bo, who said I was quite suited for cultivation. After a brief discussion with my parents, they accepted a bottle of disaster relief pills and allowed me to leave with Elder Bo. Tang Tian felt a pang in his heart. Disaster relief pills were merely low-grade elixirs, of no value to cultivators, serving only to alleviate ailments for mortals. They were worth hardly half a piece of spiritual jade. Such a trivial item had essentially led to the selling of their daughter. Did you feel sad at that time? Tang Tian asked softly. Gu Xiaoxua pondered for a moment, then smiled brightly. Well, my parents seemed quite happy. If they're happy, then I'm happy. After saying this, she took several more bites of vegetables, savoring them with her rice porridge. Tang Tian chose not to delve further into this topic. Every family has its own struggles, and not everyone's childhood is as idyllic as one might imagine. Yet, each individual possesses the right to choose their own happiness. In his view, Gu Xiaoxua had endured a difficult childhood, even being traded away for a mere bottle of disaster relief pills. However, Gu Xiaoxue held a different perspective. Perhaps she had chosen to retain only the beautiful memories in her mind. Why tarnish them? This was her chosen happiness. Chapter 16. Breakthrough. After finishing dinner, the sky gradually darkened. Wang Anning conveyed to Tang Tian through the jade slip that there were numerous preparations to be made, and the earliest he could arrive would be by tomorrow morning. Consequently, Tang Tian decided against further waiting and returned to his chamber. Gu Xiaoxue also settled in, taking residence in the adjacent room on the right side of the main house. Upon entering the tranquil cultivation chamber, Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, for it was indeed serene, perfectly suited for his daily practice. He settled into a cross-legged position and swiftly entered a meditative state. Subsequently, Tang Tian activated the infinite consumption system. The expenditure from purchasing a property had propelled his consumption points beyond 10,000, reaching over 13,000. He was now eligible to exchange for higher-level items. After some contemplation, Tang Tian opted for a talent exchange. The 5-ring talent required 10,000 consumption points. Upon successful exchange, a familiar sensation enveloped him, leaving him feeling invigorated. As everything faded into the intangible, Tang Tian commenced his cultivation. Gradually, 5 white talent rings ascended around his body, flickering in brilliance, resonating with the universe. Immediately thereafter, a substantial influx of spiritual energy surged from all directions, permeating Tang Tian's being. The quantity and quality were exponentially greater than what he experienced during his practice the previous night. In addition to the enhancement of his talent, the ambient concentration of spiritual energy here was remarkably substantial, resulting in such extraordinary growth. Both talent and the cultivation environment are indeed indispensable for a practitioner. Under these circumstances, the speed of cultivation was nothing short of astonishing. Tang Tian could distinctly perceive his progress accelerating almost to the point of visible transformation. He focused intently, diligently immersing himself in his practice. Several hours had passed, and the cultivation at the 3rd level of qi refinement had noticeably increased. However, Tang Tian opened his eyes, expressing a hint of dissatisfaction. At this pace, it would be impossible to break through to the 4th level of qi refinement by nightfall. This demeanor, if observed by other ordinary cultivators, would undoubtedly lead to a severe reprimand. To aspire for a breakthrough in a single night, even though the spiritual energy required in the early stages of qi refinement is not substantial, such aspirations seem overly ambitious. Yet, Tang Tian's perspective diverged, especially after witnessing the caliber of genius embodied by Gu Xiaoxue. He felt an intensified sense of urgency. He had fallen behind significantly, and if he did not exert himself further, the gap would only widen. Talent cannot be cultivated overnight. Thus, he resolved to explore alternative avenues for advancement. After some contemplation, Tang Tian eventually retrieved a collection of small porcelain vials from his Shumi ring. High-grade qi refinement pills, high-grade body tempering pills, and high-grade qi tempering pills. These were procured wholesale from the Jin Yutang, deemed most suitable for cultivation during the qi refinement stage. Why not make use of them? He would soon determine whether they were worth their price. Tang Tian uncorked a vial of high-grade qi refinement pills and poured out a single white pill. A rich fragrance immediately enveloped him, far surpassing the effects of the Yang Yuan pill. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. Instantly, a violent storm of spiritual energy erupted within Tang Tian's core. This tempest possessed no destructive force. Rather, it traversed his meridians with remarkable swiftness, surging forth fiercely. Tang Tian could only feel his entire body radiating heat as the power of the pill coursed through him in a matter of moments. Moments later, all spiritual energy converged into his dantian, resulting in a notable elevation of his cultivation. Indeed, remarkable. Tang Tian marveled at the effect, which was entirely superior to that of the nourishing essence pill. This elixir contained the most refined spiritual power, requiring no refinement before being absorbed directly into his dantian, thereby enhancing his strength. At a price of 100 spirit jade per vial, with 10 pills contained within, it was truly a worthwhile investment. Once more, Tang Tian poured out another qi refining pill and swallowed it, complementing it with his regular practice. Before long, he had consumed an entire vial of qi refining pills, and his cultivation had ascended to the pinnacle of the third layer of qi refining, just a step away from further advancement. However, at this critical juncture, he chose not to press on, but instead opted to consume body refining pills and qi enhancing pills. Solely possessing spiritual energy without a solid foundation would be insufficient. The body refining pill served to bolster physical attributes, eliminating the need for arduous training, while the qi enhancing pill was designed to elevate the quality of his spiritual energy. With an equal quantity of spiritual energy, higher quality naturally translated to greater strength. Tang Tian consumed them all, maximizing his comprehensive prowess. When the time felt right, he opened the second vial of qi refining pills. Merely one pill shattered the constraints of the third layer of qi refining, propelling him successfully to the fourth layer. Tang Tian exhaled deeply. At last, he had achieved a breakthrough. He was now entirely capable of shedding the identity of a mere outer disciple and becoming a bona fide outer disciple of the Qingyue sect. It would be prudent to elevate his status further. There is indeed a distinction between a purchased identity and one acquired through genuine prowess. The more, the better. Tang Tian muset. After a session of cultivation, it was now deep into the night. He rose from meditation chamber and returned to his bedroom. Lying on the soft bed, he found himself lacking in sleepiness. For a cultivator in the qi refinement stage, going a month without sleep posed no issue. However, Tang Tian believed that life should not be overly monotonous. Given the circumstances, indulging in a bit of leisure was not without its charm. Engaging in constant seclusion, neglecting meals and rest, would indeed be utterly uninspiring. As his scattered thoughts began to settle, Tang Tian gradually drifted into slumber. The following day at dawn, amidst the gentle chirping of birds and rustling of beasts in the forest, Tang Tian awoke. After lingering in bed for a while, he got up to wash and change his clothes before stepping outside. The fresh air greeted him, invigorating his senses. Upon arriving at the front courtyard, he was astonished to find that Gu Xiaoxue had somehow prepared breakfast, patiently waiting for him at the stone table. "You're awake. Come have breakfast," Gu Xiaoxue exclaimed with a playful smile. Tang Tian chuckled as he approached and took a seat. "Didn't you say you weren't eating anymore?" Gu Xiaoxue set the table for him, saying, "You mentioned that eating is one of the most delightful things in life. How can one simply forego it? That would be quite a loss." Tang Tian smiled warmly. The girl was indeed charmingly naive. In truth, his comment had been a whimsical thought, yet she had taken it to heart. On the table lay a bowl of plain porridge accompanied by several homely dishes, which Tang Tian sampled, finding the flavors still delightful. Was there not a rule in the guard's code against cooking? Tang Tian jested, and Gu Xiaoxue's fair face flushed with embarrassment. She had previously thought that merely memorizing the guard regulations would suffice. However, based on her experiences from yesterday, she realized that not a single item from that list had proven useful. Tang Tian shook his head and sighed softly. "In truth, we are merely in an employment relationship. There is no need for you to be so kind to me." Gu Xiaoxue, fiddling with her meal, murmured softly, "Whoever treats me well, I shall return that kindness." "What?" Tang Tian did not catch her words, but Gu Xiaoxue chose not to repeat herself, indicating for him to eat quickly lest the food grow cold. A gentle spring breeze swept by, and unbeknownst to them, the tender buds on the old locust tree had begun to unfurl and blossom. Chapter 17. The dojo. As the sun rose after breakfast, Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue sat beneath the old locust tree, resuming their philosophical discussions from the previous day. While it was termed a discussion, it primarily consisted of Tang Tian posing questions and Gu Xiaoxue providing clarifications. Gu Xiaoxue exhibited an unwavering pursuit of excellence in her cultivation, addressing every detail meticulously. Tang Tian felt as if he had returned to his student days, and his understanding of cultivation steadily deepened with Gu Xiaoxue's explanations. After about an hour, the communication jade talisman in Tang Tian's possession began to ring. Upon checking, he found it was Wang Yanning, who had prepared all the necessary renovation materials and was waiting outside Zizhu courtyard. Concluding their discussion, Gu Xiaoxue held the formation plate and invited Wang Anning inside. "Young Master Tang, how did you rest yesterday?" Wang Anning inquired with a smile. "Quite well," Tang Tian replied, gesturing for him to take a seat. "Have you prepared everything?" Wang Anning nodded and proceeded to take out each item one by one. 2 veins of mysterious spiritual energy were sealed within an object known as the Pulse Stone, radiating starlight and resembling a miniature galaxy. The tail feather lamp, crafted from the feathers of a silver shuttle bird, emanated a subtle aura of nature. It could be placed anywhere, requiring merely a simple control spell to operate, thus conserving energy and offering exceptional convenience. Other decorative elements included the Tranquility Jade and the Path-Seeking Stone, among others. Tang Tian remarked, "I will handle the upcoming renovations myself." Within this collection of items, some pertain to formations, and, for the sake of security and privacy, it was imperative that others remained unaware. Naturally, Wang Anning understood this principle as well. Subsequently, Tang Tian settled all outstanding payments, officially completing the transaction. The familiar sound of the system notification echoed in his mind, indicating that over 30 million spirit jade had been credited, while his previously dwindling consumption points had exceeded 10,000 once more. The attainment of a 5th-tier physique was now within his grasp. After bidding farewell to Wang Anning, Tang Tian commenced the arrangement of his main residence. He entrusted the materials for the guest room entirely to Gu Xiaoxue, allowing her to decorate it as she pleased. Tang Tian had no inclination to invade the privacy of others. However, once the renovations were completed, he did pay a visit to Gu Xiaoxue's room to admire it. Observing the decor, which exuded a youthful charm while maintaining an air of elegance, Tang Tian politely declined to showcase his own minimalist style of decoration. When all the facilities were activated, the cultivation environment of the room was elevated to an entirely new level. Had last night, as cultivation occurred in such an environment, it would have been unnecessary to consume medicinal pills, and Tang Tian would have successfully advanced to the 4th layer of qi refinement. "What do you think?" Tang Tian inquired with a smile. Gu Xiaoxue praised, "Excellent. It far surpasses my modest cave abode. Although I possess a small spiritual vein of the same caliber, it lacks such a rich natural aura. If I were to reside here continuously, I am certain I would swiftly attain the nascent soul stage." Tang Tian chuckled and replied, "Then you should stay here indefinitely. I believe I will have little to attend to in the near future, and barring any extraordinary circumstances, I will refrain from venturing out. You ought to focus on your tranquil cultivation here." Gu Xiaoxue paused momentarily, then asked, "Young Master Tang, are you not going to the dojo?" Tang Tian was taken aback. "What is a dojo?" Gu Xiaoxue explained, "It is the designated training ground for disciples in the upper district of Qinghua sect. Above the dojo, various formations have been meticulously arranged by the sect elders, allowing for a remarkably smooth cultivation experience. Additionally, there are specialized meditation chambers that enhance the effects even further. While the natural aura in Zizhu Courtyard is indeed abundant, if one seeks rapid advancement in cultivation, the dojo remains the superior option." Tang Tian fell silent. He was aware that the upper district of Qinghua sect housed dedicated training rooms, yet he had not anticipated such a setup. From Gu Xiaoxue's description, it was evidently a gathering place for the sect's disciples, perhaps devoid of solitude. Tang Tian was not particularly fond of such locales. After some contemplation, Tang Tian remarked, "For the time being, let us set this aside. My capabilities are rather limited, and the cultivation environment at the Purple Bamboo Courtyard suffices for now. We can revisit this matter in the future." Gu Xiaoxue, somewhat perplexed by Tang Tian's perspective, ultimately nodded in agreement. Indeed, during the qi refinement stage, the conditions there are not significantly different from those at the Purple Bamboo Courtyard. Moreover, the effective cultivation chambers at the Taoist site require substantial expenditure of spiritual jade, which is quite burdensome, Gu Xiaoxue commented. However, upon hearing this, Tang Tian's ears perked up. "It costs money?" Gu Xiaoxue confirmed with a nod, "Yes. A basic cultivation chamber costs several hundred spiritual jades per day. Adding other requisite formations, it amounts to several thousand at the very least. The expenses for higher-level chambers are even greater. I plan to opt for a more advanced cultivation chamber only when I am on the verge of a breakthrough. It's better to refrain, to avoid unnecessary expenses. Tang Tian was taken aback for a moment, contemplating how this sect seemed akin to a mundane city, where every service incurs a fee. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. If everything were free, how would such a large sect sustain its daily operations? It is indeed more reasonable to incur costs. After a brief moment of introspection, Tang Tian suddenly declared, "Let us go. If such a splendid place exists, why should we not take advantage of it? As cultivators, we must strive to seek the finest resources for our practice. Only then can we ascend to greater heights." His words were filled with righteous fervor. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoxue stood beside him, utterly bewildered. What was happening? Wasn't he the one who just said he wouldn't go? Did she say that? Ah, indeed, it was she who spoke. However, initially, it was not her who initiated the conversation. Was it? Gu Xiaoxue suddenly felt her mind struggling to keep pace with Tang Tian's thoughts. Surely, one cannot change their stance so swiftly. Ahem. Tang Tian cleared his throat and said, "Do not concern yourself with such trivial details. Is a dojo far?" Gu Xiaoxue scratched her head and replied, "Not far. It's situated atop the main peak. We shall arrive shortly." With a grand gesture, Tang Tian declared, "Then let us depart. Time waits for no one. Every minute you neglect your training is a minute others advance beyond you. Off we go." After speaking, he strode purposefully toward the courtyard. Observing Tang Tian's sudden burst of energy, Gu Xiaoxue experienced a moment of clarity. It seemed that he only exhibited such fervor when discussing expenditures. Truly a distinctive and unconventional young heir. Shaking her head, Gu Xiaoxue followed suit. Thus, the duo, one large and one small, departed from the bamboo grove. Shortly after their exit, several young disciples of Qin West sect arrived at the outskirts of the bamboo grove. "You cannot be serious? Has this place truly been purchased?" inquired a female disciple. "Of course not. I have been keeping a close watch on such locations. Any significant activity would not escape my notice," replied another young disciple. The female disciple exclaimed in surprise, peering into the bamboo grove with curiosity etched on her face. The young disciple chuckled, "Do not bother looking. The purchaser of the bamboo courtyard is an exceedingly young, wealthy heir, accompanied by merely a single bodyguard. He is a new face, undoubtedly just arrived at Qin West sect. You certainly have a splendid opportunity to get close to him. Do not say I did not give you a heads up." The female disciple shot him a glare, seemingly irked by the bluntness of his words. Observing the youth's meaningful smile, she produced a vial of an unknown elixir and handed it to him. "Ensure that no one else is privy to this matter." The young man accepted the elixir with a smile, replying, "I shall do my utmost. However, you two must act swiftly. Such information cannot remain concealed for long." He then turned to depart, leaving the female disciple standing at the entrance of the purple bamboo forest, lost in contemplation. If Tang Tian were present, he would undoubtedly recognize her. She is none other than Lin Yu's close confidant, Feng Fei. Chapter 18. Premium configuration. Upon leaving the purple bamboo courtyard, Tang Tian hurriedly ascended the main peak. This marked his first visit to the sect's principal summit since his arrival at Qin West sect. The mountain loomed majestically, with trees towering above, concealing pavilions and towers within, while wisps of mist floated ethereally, reminiscent of a celestial realm. Under the guidance of Gu Xiaoxue, Tang Tian ascended steadily until he reached a vast plaza situated halfway up the mountain. The sight before him left Tang Tian utterly awestruck. The immense plaza seemed endless. At its center stood a colossal statue, with people gathered at its base, unable to even reach the height of its toes. The statue soared high, its upper portion enveloped in thick clouds, obscuring its features from view. Above the clouds, a vast Taijibawa diagram floats ethereally in the sky, enveloping the entire square below. Disciples of Qin West sect sit in concentric circles around the statue, their arrangement impeccably orderly. This scene is profoundly striking. Is it our sect's ancestor? Tang Tian inquired of Gu Xiaoxue. Gu Xiaoxue shook her head. No, very few know his true identity, and it is unwise to inquire casually. The elder told me he represents a kind of forbidden existence, Any unfounded speculation could lead to calamity. Tang Tian was taken aback. What is the meaning of this? The Qin Sect's dojo does not honor its own ancestor, but instead venerates a taboo figure. Are they trying to do something unconventional? After a moment's reflection, he quickly dismissed the thought, realizing the potential repercussions of inviting misfortune upon himself. It was evident that the Qin sect possessed an unusual aura that permeated the air. Retracting his gaze, Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue entered the dojo with ease. Upon stepping inside, Tang Tian immediately sensed a stark contrast to the atmosphere of the purple bamboo courtyard. The energy of cultivation was remarkably intense. As Gu Xiaoxue had suggested, the dojo was indeed the most suitable place for daily practice. In contrast, the purple bamboo courtyard was more conducive to self-cultivation and personal reflection. Tang Xiao, where would you like to go? Gu Xiaoxue asked. If you wish to cultivate in the square, simply find an empty spot to sit. However, if you desire to use the meditation chamber, you'll need to rent a key from the Wendaoge, which is located behind the statue. Tang Tian replied with a smile. Of course, I prefer the meditation chamber. I am eager to discover the true cost of the most prestigious meditation chamber and, more importantly, the unparalleled efficacy it offers for cultivation. After making this decision, the two individuals followed the stone path along the edge of the dojo, eventually arriving at the Wendaoge. By this time, it was already mid-morning, and those disciples in need had long completed their rentals. Thus, the interior was relatively sparsely populated. They soon located a staff member, to whom Tang Tian expressed his intentions. Upon noticing Tang Tian's attire, the staff member courteously inquired, "What type of meditation chamber does the esteemed friend wish to rent?" Tang Tian pondered for a moment before responding, "As this is my first visit, I would like to see the options available." Subsequently, the staff member presented all the information regarding the meditation chambers. Basic meditation chamber, 500 spiritual jade per day. Intermediate meditation chamber, 3,000 spiritual jade per day. Advanced meditation chamber, 20,000 spiritual jade per day. Top-tier meditation chamber, 100,000 spiritual jade per day. Tao-level meditation chamber, 1 million spiritual jade per day. Moreover, each of the aforementioned meditation chambers can be equipped with auxiliary formations of varying levels, such as the Spirit Gathering Array and the Spirit Tempering Array, with prices ranging from 100 spiritual jade to 100,000 spiritual jade per day. As Tang Tian gazed at the prices listed, a smile gradually crept across his face. Finally, he calmly declared, "I will take the highest configuration, the Tao-level meditation chamber, along with the finest auxiliary formations, everything." As his words echoed, a brief silence enveloped the group, soon followed by two incredulous exclamations. What? Gu Xiaoxue stared wide-eyed, while the person in charge stood there, utterly dumbfounded. "The highest configuration, all in," Tang Tian reiterated. After a moment, the official finally regained his composure and replied, "My friend, I mean no offense. Although you are a distinguished senior honorary disciple, your cultivation level is merely at the 4th layer of Qi refinement. For this stage, we would suggest that you opt for a mid-level cultivation chamber at most. Any higher would exceed your capacity and yield no beneficial results." Tang Tian chuckled lightly. "Thank you for your concern, but I would advise you not to offer me suggestions. I am quite accustomed to utilizing only the top-tier options." The official was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Gu Xiaoxue quickly tugged at Tang Tian's sleeve, whispering, "Tang Xiao, you should heed his advice. Configurations beyond the mid-level cultivation chamber truly hold little value. The Tao-level chambers are specifically designed for those in the tribulation stage. It would be a waste to squander money in such a manner." Seeing her earnest gaze, Tang Tian nodded and said, "You are right." He then turned to the official, "Almost forgot, the top-tier configurations I mentioned are for 2 sets, one for each of us. Please do not confuse that." Gu Xiaoxue exclaimed. "Am I right? Should you not consider what you are saying? It seems you haven't absorbed a single word." "Tang Xiao, please reconsider," Gu Xiaoxue exclaimed anxiously. Tang Tian sighed inwardly. This girl was admirable in many ways, yet her simplicity and kindness were rather excessive. If it were someone of a different disposition, they would have readily stepped forward to advocate for their own interests before he even had the chance to speak. There would be no need for persuasion. Tang Tian replied softly, "The reasons behind my actions are not solely for you. I have my own motivations. Consider it a token of gratitude for the breakfast you prepared for me today." He could not divulge the true reasons to Gu Xiaoxue, so he resorted to this explanation. Gu Xiaoxue appeared momentarily bewildered, her thoughts a mystery. Fortunately, she was obedient and ceased her attempts to persuade him further. Tang Tian said softly, realizing that he would need to avoid similar situations in the future to prevent placing any undue pressure on a young girl. Individuals like Gu Xiaoxue often held gratitude in high regard, and Tang Tian did not wish to shamelessly admit that his actions were specifically for her benefit. "Are you certain you wish to reserve the Dao-level cultivation chambers?" the supervisor inquired. Tang Tian nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I require 2 in total, with the formations configured to the highest standard." "What is the total cost?" The supervisor calculated before responding, "According to your specifications. The daily expenditure will amount to 470,000 spirit stones for routine consumption." Tang Tian furrowed his brow and asked, "Is it possible to rent for an extended period in one payment? Anything less than 500,000 feels insufficient." The supervisor inhaled deeply. "Certainly, the maximum duration is 1 year. However, during this year, whether or not you enter the cultivation chamber will be accounted for." Tang Tian glanced at his wallet, which had exceeded 300 million. Calculating, it was just enough for 2 months. "Let us try it for 2 months, he said. Chapter 19. The secret technique of the green python. After completing the formalities, Tang Tian received 2 tokens granting access to the Dao-level cultivation chamber. Subsequently, he led Gu Xiaoxue out of the Wendaoch. Throughout the journey, Gu Xiaoxue appeared somewhat withdrawn, as if the earlier incident had left a subtle impact on her. Tang Tian pondered for a moment before inquiring, "What's wrong?" With her head lowered, Gu Xiaoxue murmured, "No one has ever been this kind to me." Observing her demeanor, Tang Tian furrowed his brows, suppressing the absurd notion that crossed his mind. His voice suddenly turned stern. "Listen, in this world, no one will treat you kindly without a reason. If someone does, it is undoubtedly with ulterior motives. If this continues, you will inevitably plunge yourself into despair. Do you understand?" Tang Tian admonits. He did not consider himself a virtuous person, nor did he aspire to embody the archetypal Good Samaritan. Nevertheless, he held a profound respect and admiration for those with genuine goodwill. He truly wished to prevent Gu Xiaoxue from ruining her life due to her innocence and kindness. The sudden reprimand left Gu Xiaoxue momentarily stunned. She stared blankly at Tang Tian, and after a long pause, she slowly asked, "What about you? Do you have ulterior motives towards me as well?" Tang Tian gently hummed and turned his head away. "I'm not the same as you think. My kindness towards you is not at all as you imagine. As I mentioned earlier, the reason I rented the meditation room for you is due to my own motives, not out of concern for you. Don't naively think that I am doing this for your benefit, understand?" Gu Xiaoxue was taken aback for a moment, eventually lowering her head and quietly saying, "All right, I understand." Tang Tian sighed and said, "From now on, regarding matters of the spirit jade, do not offer any opinions on my decisions. Your only task is to memorize the guard regulations and fulfill your duties as a protector according to those guidelines." Gu Xiaoxue nodded in acknowledgement. However, just when Tang Tian thought he had finally clarified everything and even felt a twinge of guilt for his earlier words, Gu Xiaoxue slowly lifted her head. "Will you still eat breakfast if I make it for you?" Tang Tian, "You truly are." For the first time, Tang Tian felt a hint of annoyance towards Gu Xiaoxue. This stubborn girl just wouldn't take a hint. After arriving at the meditation room, he directly tossed the array plate to her and swiftly entered his own space. After sitting cross-legged for a while, he gradually calmed his emotions. Never mind. Forcibly altering a simple and kind-hearted girl is indeed quite an unethical endeavor. It shall be as it is, with the passage of time. She will inevitably come to understand the harshness of the world. After soothing his feelings, Tang Tian prepared to commence his training for the day. It must be said that this top-tier cultivation chamber is indeed extraordinary. Merely breathing in the air allows one to perceive wisps of pure spiritual energy quietly nourishing the body. Spending an extended period in such an environment would undoubtedly yield remarkable benefits for cultivation. Naturally, given the exorbitant cost of several million per day, it is essential that the experience justifies the expense. After acclimating to the surroundings, Tang Tian did not hasten to begin his cultivation. Instead, he activated the infinite consumption system. Following the recent transaction, he had accumulated over 28,000 consumption points, supplemented by additional points acquired from renovation materials, bringing the total to over 20,000. If he were to fully settle the annual rent, he could still secure an additional 140,000 consumption points. However, beyond that, it remained uncertain when he might have the opportunity for further substantial expenditures. The priority for system exchanges is undoubtedly talent, which rendered the option of redeeming for a 6th-tier physique unattainable for him at this juncture. Thus, it seemed more prudent to first acquire the 5th-tier physique, leaving the rest for future consideration. Having clarified his thoughts, Tang Tian promptly chose to make the exchange. 5th-tier physique, 10,000 consumption points. The system's notification chimed shortly thereafter. Exchange successful. The system will randomly select a type of 5th-tier physique. Upon successful selection, congratulations. You have obtained the bloodline of the Great Wilderness Green Python. With the sound of successful exchange resonating, a familiar wave of heat enveloped his entire being. In a moment of disorientation, Tang Tian felt as though he had been transported to the Great Wilderness, transformed into a colossal green python stretching across the peaks. With a subtle twist of his body, towering trees crashed to the ground, and countless beasts perished on the spot. The azure python opened its massive jaws, and a sudden tempest erupted, swallowing the flesh and blood of all the beasts within its grasp. After a considerable time, Tang regained his composure from the vivid scene. He pondered deeply. That moment seemed to be a manifestation of a secretive technique passed down through generations. When an entity reaches a certain pinnacle of strength, some of its esoteric methods can be inherited through bloodlines. Regardless of how many generations pass, this legacy persists. If the progeny's bloodline is exceptionally pure, the inherited secret techniques will manifest and be instinctively wielded. The azure python's ability to devour other beasts appeared to be one such inherited technique. After some contemplation, Tang raised one hand, his fingers slightly curling. Suddenly, an intense suction force erupted from his palm, stirring the air ahead and generating a powerful current. The force generated by this current astonishingly surpassed that of the fully cultivated Gale sword technique. Tang quickly retracted the secret technique. The power was far beyond his expectations. Could this be considered a hidden ace? A faint smile graced Tang's lips. This azure python technique could undoubtedly serve as a trump card. However, he harbored a lingering feeling that he had not fully grasped the essence of the azure python's technique. He had merely scratched the surface. What if he utilized the epiphany feature within the system? With 10,000 consumption points remaining, he promptly chose to redeem one instance of intermediate epiphany for 10,000 points. Intermediate epiphany. It allows the realm of profound level techniques and below to be elevated by one stage. With the points redeemed, Tang applied the epiphany to the azure python technique. However, the system's notification chimed once more, indicating that the level of the targeted technique was too advanced for immediate comprehension. It advised the acquisition of a higher rank. Comprehension failed, yet a joyful smile graced Tang Tian's face. It was merely a matter of insufficient rank. It did not signify an impossibility for enlightenment. Once he amassed enough consumption points, there would undoubtedly come a day when he could elevate the Qing secret art to its utmost pinnacle, potentially standing alongside the venerable ancestor of the Qing. Truly splendid. Tang Tian contentedly exited the system interface. Subsequently, 5 rings of talent ascended, marking the commencement of his training for the day. Chapter 20. Peculiar actions. Time flew by swiftly, and soon it was evening. In the Taoist arena, within the serene chamber for Tao-level cultivation, Tang Tian sat cross-legged upon a mat, 5 rings of talent quietly hovering around him, flickering in luminosity. With each breath, a substantial influx of pure spiritual energy surged into his body, steadily enhancing his cultivation, which had just recently broken through to the 4th level of Qi refinement. After a brief moment, Tang Tian opened his eyes. Yet, he still felt he was slightly lacking. After a full day of training, supplemented by various elixirs, he had reached the zenith of the 4th level of Qi refinement. It would not be long before he successfully ascended to the 5th level. This rate of advancement significantly surpassed that of an ordinary practitioner endowed with 5 rings of talent. Such was the result of his exceptionally bountiful resources. The effects of the Tao-level cultivation chamber had propelled him to the very limits of what could be achieved during the Qi refinement phase. In addition, several invisible waves of Taoist energy enveloped Tang Tian's form. That was a grand array of laws specifically designed for practitioners undergoing tribulation. Although Tang Tian was not yet able to fully utilize it, it subtly enhanced his cultivation process. Compared to the purple bamboo courtyard, it was indeed a significant improvement. He decided to postpone further contemplation until tomorrow. Glancing at the time, Tang Tian resolved to conclude his training for the day. Upon exiting the cultivation chamber, he activated Gu Xiaoxue's communication Jade Talisman. Soon, Gu Xiaoxue emerged from another training room. Are you not planning to cultivate for a while longer? This is a Tao-level cultivation room, she inquired. Observing her return to her previous demeanor, Tang Tian replied with a hint of annoyance. Burning the midnight oil is detrimental to your health. Time to go home. With that, he took the lead in departing, while Gu Xiaoxue obediently followed behind. After a moment of silence, Tang Tian could not restrain his curiosity and asked, "How does it feel?" Gu Xiaoxue responded with enthusiasm, "It's fantastic. I previously thought that a high-level cultivation chamber merely had a higher concentration of spiritual energy than an ordinary one. Now I realize it harbors a wealth of Taoist principles. Guided by these rules, I have uncovered numerous shortcomings within myself. Furthermore, the Tao-level cultivation chamber can directly connect with the heavens and the earth, the sun, moon, and stars, creating an exhilarating sensation of being at the world's center. Is truly marvelous." Tang Tian, on the other hand, was left utterly bewildered. "Is that so? Are you certain we entered the same level of cultivation chamber?" He felt a wave of frustration. This girl had an uncanny ability to deliver crushing blows to his self-esteem without even trying. Upon arriving at the dojo, Tang Tian once again found himself within the confines of the Wendaoge. The previous attendant was still present, and upon seeing Tang Tian's return, a smile instantly illuminated his face. "Have you completed your cultivation, my friend? How do you feel?" he inquired politely. Tang Tian gazed at him and emulated Gu Xiaoxue's tone, replying, "Splendid. Thus, I find a 2-month duration all too brief. I would like to extend it by an additional 4 months." The attendant was momentarily speechless. In truth, he had hoped to witness Tang Tian lamenting his decision, perhaps displaying signs of regret and frustration. Alas, his expectations were dashed. "As you wish," he acquiesced, and soon the transaction was finalized. Tang Tian glanced at his wallet and spoke anew. No, that sensation was simply too exhilarating. 4 months is insufficient. Grant me 6 more. So, it totals a full year. The attendant was once again left speechless. "Brother, what do you think this is? A mere rounding off?" Even those preparing for seclusion during the tribulation phase do not conduct affairs in such a manner. Typically, they rent for half a year, and upon failure, extend for another 6 months. Seeing that Tang Tian appeared earnest, the attendant could only nod in resignation. "Very well, if you possess the means, then so be it." The renewal was smoothly completed, and Tang Tian's wallet experienced a rapid surge, exceeding 2 billion. His expenditure similarly escalated, surpassing 60,000. The 6th-tier talent was now within his grasp. In high spirits, Tang Tian expressed his gratitude to the attendant and departed the dojo alongside Gu Xiaoxue. However, upon leaving, he did not hasten back to the Zizhu courtyard. Instead, he made his way down the mountain to the area where the outer sect and the servant disciples intersected, the Disciples' Hall. Here lies the venue for the ascension of outer disciples. The criteria for promotion among outer disciples are remarkably straightforward. One must cultivate to at least the 4th level of Qi refinement, with no significant flaws in their mental state, to achieve successful advancement. Tang Tian has met these requirements. However, his presence has nonetheless drawn considerable attention. After all, being a prestigious honorary disciple, his participation in the outer disciples' promotion is indeed a rare occurrence. The rationale is simple. With ample resources at one's disposal, one could easily elevate oneself beyond the foundation establishment stage, which wealthy scion remains in kindergarten at the age of 18. Yet, what they did not anticipate was that not only does such an individual exist, but upon evaluation, Tang Tian's cultivation level is a pitiful 4th level of qi refinement. Could he possibly be an ordinary body? Who can say? Given his age, it is rather surprising that he has only reached the 4th level of qi refinement. Would his family truly invest such substantial resources in him? The 5 million for an honorary disciple. This world is terrifyingly unjust. In the realm of cultivation, strength is of utmost importance. Although Tang Tian exudes financial prowess, he is still met with disdainful glances. However, he remains unfazed. In fact, he finds a certain satisfaction in this situation, as it allows others to misjudge his true capabilities and, to some extent, places him in a relatively secure environment. Indeed, he is fearful of death, and there is no shame in admitting such. The world of cultivation is fraught with peril, where a moment's inattention can lead to the loss of life. Life is the most precious commodity, and Tang Tian is unwilling to recklessly gamble it away due to his own negligence. He had yet to fully savor the experience. If given the chance, he would even be willing to linger until he became invincible before re-emerging into the world. After successfully completing the cultivation assessment, Tang Tian was officially recognized as an outer disciple. He then returned to the purple bamboo forest with Gu Xiaoxue. As they traversed the winding path, the two arrived before the formation. Suddenly, a figure at the periphery of the formation captured Tang's attention. It was a woman clad in sheer fabric, lying motionless on the edge of the formation. Her attire was somewhat disheveled, suggesting she had encountered some unfortunate incident. Go take a look. Tang Tian urged Gu Xiaoxue to investigate. She approached, but soon her expression shifted oddly, signaling to Tang that there was no immediate danger and encouraging him to join her. As Tang Tian advanced, his eyes widened in surprise upon recognizing the woman's face. "Is it really her?" he exclaimed. The woman was none other than Fang Fei. Gu Xiaoxue, astonished, asked, "Do you know her?" Tang nodded. "I had a brief encounter with her a few days ago. The impression was not particularly favorable." "What has happened to her?" "She seems to be injured and unconscious." Gu Xiaoxue pursed her lips. "Well, it appears that way at first glance. However, she likely consumed a rare pill known as the hidden vein pill. I only learned of its existence by chance. After ingesting the hidden vein pill, one experiences a false appearance of meridian damage and physical weakness. Yet, taking the antidote will restore them immediately." Tang Tian was taken aback for a moment, pondering the existence of such a pill. What could Fang Fei possibly need it for? Tang Tian lowered his head, observing Fang Fei's disheveled attire, which seemed both transparent and opaque, inadvertently revealing large patches of her fair skin. He found himself at a loss for words. What on earth was this person doing? Chapter 21. Ruthless Revelation. Find a way to awaken her, Tang Tian remarked, wishing to avoid entanglements with someone like Fang Fei. Gu Xiaoxue stepped forward, her hands forming a peculiar incantation as she pointed her finger at the center of Fang Fei's forehead. Moments latte. Fang Fei let out a soft whimper and gradually regained consciousness. "What is happening to me? My head feels so dizzy." Fang Fei's gaze was hazy, portraying an aura of fragility. As she propped herself up, her garment slipped further down, revealing more of her delicate skin. "What are you doing here?" "Tang Tian in Gui." I am injured," she replied. "I heard that this purple bamboo grove possesses healing properties, so I came to try my luck. However, as I wandered, I inadvertently stumbled into a formation, and afterward, I have no recollection." Fang Fei gently cradled her forehead, appearing pitifully vulnerable. Yet her voice was markedly different from the one she had used days earlier at Jinyutang. Wasn't it exhausting to speak in such a strained manner? Observing her demeanor, Tang Tian began to piece together her intentions. Had she orchestrated this elaborate performance to present herself on a silver platter? Indeed, Someone capable of acquiring the purple bamboo courtyard must possess considerable wealth, which often signifies status and power. It was not uncommon for certain young ladies to falter under such circumstances. However, Feng Fei, before we take action, could we perhaps prepare ourselves a bit more in advance? Tang Tian had no interest in playing games with her and replied calmly, Feng Fei, what exactly do you intend to do? Upon hearing her name called, Feng Fei was momentarily taken aback. She soon felt as though this voice was familiar. Her heart raced as she slowly lifted her gaze, instantly frozen in place. It's you? How did you end up here? Feng Fei was utterly astonished, momentarily forgetting her composure and reverting to her true self. That question should be directed at you. What are you doing outside my courtyard? If I recall correctly, ordinary disciples are not permitted to wander freely into the bamboo grove. Feng Fei's expression was one of disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. Her eyes widened in incredulity as she exclaimed, How is this possible? You, a mere servant who has gained a little fortune, could never have purchased the bamboo courtyard. Tang Tian replied with a cold smile. First of all, whether or not I bought the bamboo courtyard is of no concern to you. Secondly, I am now an outer disciple, and moreover, a senior honorary disciple of the Qin sect. Lastly, I advise you to leave promptly, or I shall notify the enforcement hall. Feng Fei stared blankly, intending to expose Tang Tian's true identity, but her attention was drawn to the gilded purple robe he wore. Indeed, that was the insignia of a senior honorary disciple, and no one dared impersonate such a status within the Qin sect. In an instant, her emotions became exceedingly complex. She never anticipated that all her elaborate schemes and exorbitant sacrifices would culminate in her encountering the very person she once held in disdain. Tang Tian, will you leave on your own, or shall I have someone forcibly remove you? Tang Tian delivered his ultimatum. Feng Fei's expression shifted dramatically as she suddenly donned a look of profound grievance, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Tang Tian, young Master Tang, you truly misunderstand me. I harbor no contempt towards you at all. It was Lin Yu who incessantly disparaged you in my presence, leading to my misjudgment. I am genuinely hurt. My meridians are unable to function. Please have pity on me and allow me to rest here. I do not wish to return to the courtyard. If I go back, my fate will surely be dire. Feng Fei's tone was heart-wrenching, her brows etched with sorrow. Had her target been a naive young lad, she might have succeeded. Alas, Tang Tian was no novice. He was as seasoned as they come. I will grant you 3 breaths of time, he replied, his demeanor remaining impassive. Please, listen to me, young Master Tang. Feng Fei was reluctant to concede, shifting her body forward, her neckline becoming even more revealing in the process. Yet, another figure interposed itself before her, Gu Xiaoxue. At that moment, she stood silent yet formidable, her gaze piercing as she regarded Feng Fei, truly embodying the essence of a competent bodyguard. Only 2 breaths remain, Tang Tian remarked coolly. Feng Fei bit her lip, as if contemplating one final struggle. But she found herself unable to penetrate Gu Xiaoxue's blockade. In desperation, she could only offer an apology before stumbling away from the bamboo grove. After she departed, Tang Tian shook his head and activated the formation, stepping into the purple bamboo courtyard. I finally adhered to the guard regulations for once. Otherwise, I would feel as though I had accomplished nothing, somewhat unworthy of a substantial salary. Upon returning, Gu Xiaoxue resumed her previous demeanor, grinning as she spoke. Dan Tian Juke. That is merely a facade. Had it not been for your presence, a conflict with Jiang Ming and the others would have been inevitable yesterday morning. While conducting affairs at Qinghua Gate, the disturbances would have been countless. Your existence has allowed us to circumvent those mundane troubles. Gu Xiaoxue, somewhat perplexed, inquired. But the esteemed disciples I have encountered, even when alone, seldom face any affront. It seems that ordinary disciples are quite fearful of them. Tang Tian replied, shaking his head. They are merely intimidated by the attire. This purple robe signifies considerable wealth and an unknown background. However, if one's own strength is inadequate, all of that becomes irrelevant, and there will always be individuals eager to test the waters. That would lead to an endless array of troubles. Gu Xiaoxue nodded thoughtfully. Then she remarked, "That woman just now seemed quite insincere. At first glance, it was obvious she was putting on an act. Surely, no one would fall for such a ruse?" Tang Tian rubbed his nose in response. In truth, he found Fang Fei's acting quite exquisite. If she were a stranger and he was unaware of her consuming the hidden pulse, even without offering assistance, his demeanor would not have been as harsh as it had been moments ago. Could it be that, indeed, women understand women best? You are right. Her performance was woefully inadequate, Tang Tian concurred. She must have sought to approach you for some ulterior motive, perhaps to seek personal gain. Why can't she tread a more honorable path? How frustrating, Gu Xiaoxue remarked, clearly disapproving of Fang Fei's recent actions. Tang Tian replied, "Every individual possesses their own means of survival. I typically refrain from passing judgment on such matters. Let's not dwell on her any longer. Take a good rest, and we shall return to the dojo for training tomorrow." Upon finishing their conversation, the two retired to their respective chambers. As the moon hung high in the sky, a woman sat cross-legged amidst the forest, her aura shifting continuously. It was Fang Fei. After a brief moment, she opened her eyes, her injuries having fully receded, restoring her to her original form. Damnet Tang Tian. A flicker of rage ignited in her eyes. "What of wealth? You shall forever remain a mere lowly servant in the Qi refinement stage. If I cannot contend with you, do you think others can? To dare insult me twice, I shall ensure you pay dearly for your transgressions." Fang Fei gazed coldly into the distance, as if resolute in a monumental decision. "And Lin Yu, it is because of you that I have forged this enmity with Tang Tian. Wretched harlot, detestable servant, you shall all await your reckoning." Chapter 22. The arrival of Qin Hai. Early the next morning, Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue arrived at the main Peaks dojo. The previous night, he had successfully exchanged 100,000 consumption points for 6th ring talent. Today was the perfect opportunity to test its efficacy. After a session of cultivation, he indeed noticed a significant disparity compared to the 5th ring talent. With the aid of the Dao-level cultivation chamber, he estimated that he would likely break through to the 5th level of Qi refinement today. This prospect filled Tang Tian with exhilaration, for strength was what he valued most. In the following half-month, Tang Tian found no other avenues for consumption. Although there were options available, the quantities were negligible. He completely dismissed the meager amounts in the millions. Thus, during this period, he continuously shuttled between the dojo and the purple bamboo courtyard. The saturated cultivation environment, coupled with ample medicinal aids, allowed his cultivation to ascend rapidly. On the first day, he reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. By the 3rd day, he attained the 6th level. On the 7th day, he achieved the 7th level. Over the course of more than half a month, Tang Tian reached the pinnacle of the 10th level of Qi refinement. With another half-month of diligent effort, he anticipated attaining the consummate 13th level, positioning himself to challenge the Foundation establishment realm. Such progress was something the former Tang Tian could scarcely have imagined. It is worth noting that Lin Yu, who possessed the 5th ring talent, had taken nearly a year to break through to Foundation establishment and successfully enter the intersect. With Tang Tian's current rate of advancement, he would soon be able to catch up to her entirely. Additionally, Tang Tian utilized his consumption points to exchange for a plethora of ordinary insights, learning dozens of common spells of the mundane tier. For instance, combat spells such as the Flame Palm, Wave Treading Step, and Diamond Fist, alongside life-enhancing incantations like Spirit Fire Technique, Rain Summoning Technique, and Telekinesis, have all been mastered to their utmost realms. This endeavor not only augments his combat repertoire and renders daily life more convenient, but, more importantly, allows him to deepen his comprehension of the path of cultivation through these diverse spells. The results have been remarkably gratifying. The current Tang Tian is no longer the naive novice he once was. During discussions with Gu Xiaoxue, he is no longer merely a student receiving instruction. At times, he can engage in spirited debates with her, and even Gu Xiaoxue finds herself astonished, exclaiming that Tang Tian is undoubtedly a prodigy in cultivation. To this, Tang Tian merely smiles faintly, remarking, "Basic skills do not underestimate." As time flows, Tang Tian's overall strength has escalated rapidly, truly placing him on the grand stage of the cultivation world. In the purple bamboo courtyard, an intense confrontation is fervently unfolding. Whoosh! Tang Tian suddenly thrusts a sword, instantly appearing before Gu Xiaoshue's chest. Yet, Gu Xiaoxue remains remarkably composed, raising her long sword to counter with swiftness, her blade meeting Tang Tian's sword tip. However, what she did not anticipate was that at the moment of contact between their blades, Tang Tian's form became ethereal, and then, with a thunderous explosion, he vanished without a trace. In the next instant, a swarm of black flames surged from all directions, wildly entwining around Gu Xiaoshue's body. With a slight frown, Gu Xiaoxue swiftly formed a hand seal, a chilling aura descending upon her, extinguishing the black flames entirely. Yet, at that moment, a colossal fist descended from the heavens, wielding immense force as it surged toward her. Gu Xiaoshue's gaze sharpened, her breath suddenly turning fierce. She leaped forward, charging directly into the fray, her sword slicing through the air. With a thunderous roar, the fist, forged from spiritual energy, shattered explosively, revealing Tang Tian's figure within. Just as he prepared to unleash another spell, a voice echoed in his ear. Time was of the essence. A familiar chill brushed against his neck, fleeting as a whisper. Tang Tian let out a soft sigh, gradually descending from the sky. "I still can't match you," he lamented. Gu Xiaoxue replied, "You have already proven your prowess. I never imagined you had mastered so many spells, each to perfection. I have never encountered a genius as formidable as you. Truly, you surpass me by leaps and bounds." Tang Tian scoffed, "Then why did I lose?" Gu Xiaoxue elucidated, "This is because, although you possess a multitude of spells, your lack of combat experience results in certain deficiencies in adjustment, coordination, and on-the-spot judgment. However, your progress is astonishingly rapid. At this rate, it won't be long before I, using spells of the same caliber, become your defeated foe." Tang Tian responded with a thoughtful "oh." In essence, her words conveyed that while he may not prevail yet, he was advancing swiftly, and with a bit more speed, she might soon concede. "Then you should practice with me more often," he proposed. Subsequently, they returned to the stone table and engaged in a discussion regarding the points of caution that arose during the recent battle. Suddenly, at that moment, Tang Tian's communication jade talisman illuminated. Upon retrieving it, he raised an eyebrow. It was Qin Hai. According to their prior arrangement, Qin Hai was to bring a batch of cultivation resources after half a month, serving as a litmus test for establishing a trading channel. However, it seemed there had been some complications on Qin Hai's side, leading to a delay of several days. Uncertain of the current status, Tang Tian activated the communication talisman. "Young Master Tang, I am ready on my end. Please confirm the time and place for the transaction," came Qin Hai's voice. It was a relief to hear. Tang Tian inquired, "Can you enter Qingwei Gate?" Qin Hai replied, "Yes, we have an existing agreement with Qingwei Gate. If there is an invitation, we can access the relevant areas." After contemplating for a moment, Tang Tian said, "Very well, I will send someone to Jinyu Tang to find you." The communication then concluded. "Please make a trip," Tang Tian instructed Gu Xiaoxue. "Exercise caution when dealing with such individuals. Do not casually disclose any of our other matters." Gu Xiaoxue nodded, "I understand." Before long, she departed from Zizhu courtyard with the formation plate. Approximately half an hour later, Gu Xiaoxue returned, accompanied by none other than Qin Hai. "Young Master Tang, it has been a while," Qin Hai greeted warmly. Tang Tian offered a slight smile. "Please have a seat." Qin Hai settled down before Tang Tian, while Gu Xiaoxue stood quietly behind him. "I sincerely apologize," Qin Hai expressed. Qin Hai Dao. "Initially, a fortnight was more than sufficient. However, upon learning that you had secured the Zizhu courtyard with such grandeur, I felt that my preparations fell short of your esteemed status. Consequently, I devoted a few additional days to procure some more exquisite items." Tang Tian stroked his chin. "Oh, you seem to be quite well informed." Qin Hai chuckled. "After all, this is my line of work. One must have reliable channels of information. You may not be aware, but it has gradually circulated that a top-tier young heir has recently joined the Qin sect, known for his lavish spending. Many are eager to uncover your background. Tang Tian smiled, but remained silent. He had anticipated such developments. His spending habits would invariably become the subject of conversation wherever he went. Although he personally wished to maintain a low profile, it was inevitable that one must spend to earn credibility. Qin Hai's mention of this matter likely stemmed from his concern that he had discovered alternative avenues for transactions. Is that so? I am not entirely certain at the moment. Tang Tian Zipli. Compared to such matters, I am far more intrigued by the items you have brought today. I hope they do not disappoint. Qin Hai Bimet, Neijali. Chapter 23. A breakthrough beyond 100 billion after their exchange. Qin Hai produced a beautifully crafted Shumi ring. Please take a look. This was dispatched from the headquarters of Jinyu Tang, meticulously assembled according to your specifications, featuring items of various levels and types. Qin Hai elaborated. Tang Tian nodded slightly, accepting the Shumi ring and probing his consciousness within. A vast expanse unfolded before his eyes, revealing an array of boxes of various sizes, each meticulously labeled with descriptions of their contents: elixirs, spiritual devices, talismans, medicinal herbs, materials for refining, spiritual grasses and fruits, and an abundance of heavenly treasures. Furthermore, numerous jade slips containing different grades of cultivation techniques sparkled within the space. If one were to transport this plethora of items to the outside world, it could undoubtedly establish a small sect. It appeared quite impressive. How much does it all cost? Tang Tian in Guit? Qin Hai responded with a smile. Considering your remarkable financial capabilities, I took the liberty of preparing a bit extra, totaling a neat sum. The total is precisely 500 million. Tang Tian pauset momentia, then sighed and remarked, I'm pleased that you could procure these items for me. However, I find the price you mentioned quite unsatisfactory. After a series of transactions involving renting, renovations, and other expenses, Tang Tian's reserves of spiritual jade had surpassed 2 billion. The sum of 500 million was hardly sufficient to pique his interest. Noticing Tang Tian's apparent displeasure, Qin Hai hastily questioned, Are you suggesting it is too expensive? Tang Tian shot him a glance. I previously believed you would make an excellent partner. If you continue to underestimate my worth, it seems our fates may part ways here. Qin Hai was taken aback, realizing the implication behind Tang Tian's words. It turned out he considered the offer to be far too meager. My goodness, the last time he extravagantly spent 10 million, he found it somewhat lacking, which I could still comprehend. But this time, it's a staggering 500 million, and he still considers it insufficient? Ultimately, it is a limited perspective that constrains his vision. Such individuals, who treat money as if it flows like water, cannot be viewed through the lens of ordinary understanding. Yet, he quickly adorned his face with an even more radiant smile. I had long heard of Tang Xiao's substantial financial resources, and it appears that the rumors hold true. Therefore, the time and effort I have expended over the past few days have not been in vain. Qin Hai remarked with a chuckle. Tang Tian, Puao, Inguit? What do you mean? Qin Hai once again produced a Sumi ring. The contents within, valued at 500 million, were initially intended for a transaction with you. However, upon learning that you had rented the Zizhu courtyard and secured a Dao-level cultivation chamber, I speculated that the items within may no longer be worthy of your status. Thus, I submitted another request to the main hall, seeking to allocate some treasures of superior quality. This is also the reason for my delay in our transaction. Tang Tian lightly tapped his fingers on the table. You are aware of the matters concerning the Taoist temple? Qin Hai nodded, of course. Your esteemed name has already spread within our circle. Tang Tian remained silent. He had been engrossed in his cultivation lately and had not paid much attention to external affairs. He had not anticipated that he had become something of a minor celebrity. Nevertheless, this was somewhat expected. All right, let me see the meticulously prepared items you have brought forth. Tang Tian picked up the second Sumi ring and extended his consciousness inside. Within this ring, there is not much, only 5 exquisite boxes positioned at the very center. Above the boxes, there is an introduction to the treasures contained within. Feiyu Huanyunju, a top-grade terrestrial movement technique, valued at 1.5 billion spirit jade. Changgung Zijin sword, a supreme-grade spiritual weapon, priced at 2 billion spirit jade. Shi Sui Ling Ye, a rare 7th grade natural treasure, with each bottle costing 500 million spirit jade, totaling 5 bottles. Shihan Ning Shundan, a 7th grade elixir, each bottle worth 300 million spirit jade, with a total of 10 bottles. Tian Lei Zhu, capable of summoning heavenly thunder. Its power equivalent to a full force strike from a tribulation stage cultivator, each orb valued at 100 million spirit jade, with a total of 20 orbs. These treasures are incomparable to those contained in the previous Shumi ring. They exist on an entirely different plane. Tang Tian, in contemplation, glanced at Qin Hai and remarked, "When we were at Jinyu Tang, did you not say that the amount you could approve was only 10 million? How has it suddenly increased so significantly? This seems rather unreasonable." Qin Hai offered a wry smile and replied, "I have wagered my entire career. Based on your performance at Qinghua Gate, I surmise that you might be dissatisfied with the items in the previous ring. Thus, I pledged my future as collateral and applied to the main hall for these 5 treasures. If you can purchase even one of them, I will be able to ascend another level within Jinyu Tang." Tang Tian stroked his chin, realizing the gravity of the situation. Qin Hai indeed possessed considerable audacity. "You will not lead me to defeat, will you?" Qin Hai asked cautiously. Tang Tian smiled, "Of course not. I find great satisfaction in the contents herein. There is no need for selection. Any treasures delivered before me shall not be allowed to slip away." Upon hearing this, Qin Hai was filled with immense joy. Indeed, Tang Xiao is remarkably generous. Subsequently, the two commenced their transaction. Currently, Tang Tian possessed only 20 billion. Thus he opted for a staggered purchase approach, which Qin Hai had grown accustomed to. Before long, he acquired all the items within the 2 rings. The total amount of spiritual jade surged past 100 billion, reaching a staggering figure of 150 billion. The expenditure amounted to 130,000. The 7th grade talent was now within reach. With a beaming smile, Qin Hai anticipated a significant elevation in his status following this transaction. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Their collaboration was delightful, and they looked forward to the next encounter. "I hope you can bring something that surprises me next time," Tang Tian remarked with a smile. Qin Hai laughed heartily. "Certainly, I will do my utmost." Moments later, Qin Hai departed from the Zizhu courtyard. Gu Xiaoxue resumed her seat, and despite having witnessed Tang Tian's grand gestures before, the recent transaction left her astounded. "How is it that you possess such wealth?" "I have never had more than 2 million in spiritual jade," Gu Xiaoxue inquired, appearing somewhat disheartened. The disparity in wealth can indeed evoke feelings of frustration at times. Tang Tian shook his head. "Some wealth is tangible, while others remain intangible, disregarding matters of talent. Your cave abode, cultivation methods, spiritual artifacts, and even the environment in which you cultivate, if placed externally, would constitute a substantial fortune," Gu Xiaoxue remarked. "But all of these are provided by the sect." Tang Tian replied, "Having learned and enjoyed them, aren't they yours as well? The essence of value does not differ significantly in this regard." Gu Xiaoxue responded with an "oh," revealing a contemplative expression. Tang Tian, too, appeared pensive. He seemed to grasp the reason behind Qinhua's sect decision to open its doors to honorary disciples. Sacrificing a minor portion of authority in exchange for abundant resources to benefit its exclusive disciples is a strategy employed by many places. The only issue is that such measures are typically adopted by sects in financial straits. Is Qinhua's sect in dire need of funds? Tang Tian could not ascertain. Chapter 24. The Rare Gathering. After a moment of silence, Tang Tian suddenly recalled something. "Xiaoxue, am I quite famous lately?" he inquired. During this period, he had predominantly confined himself to the Zizhu courtyard and the dojo, remaining oblivious to the affairs beyond, wholly engrossed in the study of sage texts. However, Gu Xiaoxue enjoyed a relatively freer schedule. At times, when she did not attend the dojo, Tang Tian would grant her a reprieve to attend to her own matters. Thus, she should possess some knowledge of the current situation. To some extent, Gu Xiaoxue replied, "I am unaware of the lower district, but it is true that some individuals in the upper district occasionally discuss you. Moreover, the number of invitations from outside the courtyard has been on a rise recently. Upon returning yesterday, I noticed some individuals lurking outside the bamboo grove, peering inquisitively within, only to be driven away by my intervention. Tang Tian remained silent, fully aware that such occurrences were inevitable. Extravagant spending and ostentatious displays of wealth would undoubtedly pique the curiosity of certain individuals. However, he did not anticipate the situation escalating so swiftly. Do none of you engage in cultivation? Is the gossiping nature of those within the cultivation realm truly this pronounced? Tang Tian mused internally, realizing that if this continued, someone's insatiable curiosity would inevitably lead to bothersome disruptions. Perhaps it was time to venture out, allowing others to witness him and dispelling the air of mystery surrounding him. By alleviating their curiosity, his days would likely become much more tranquil. Do you still have those invitations? Tang Tian was well aware of the matter, but had not even bothered to glance at them, leaving it to Gu Xiaoxue to manage. Yes, I have them all right here, she replied, producing a substantial stack of invitations. Tang Tian accepted the pile and began to peruse them. To his astonishment, he was taken aback by the sheer absurdity of the contents. There were invitations for flower viewing, for attending poetry gatherings, and even for watching beautiful women dance. One particularly perplexing invitation requested his presence at the moon viewing at the Falling Fate Lake, a venue typically reserved for couples, and, astonishingly, the inviter was male. Tang Tian rolled his eyes in exasperation, casting aside the plethora of nonsensical invitations. Ultimately, he kept only one that appeared to be somewhat respectable. 10 days hence, the esteemed disciples' gathering, the Qijin Hui, will be held at the Shanshan Garden, and you are cordially invited. The sender of this invitation is none other than Shanshan Garden itself. Have you heard of this place? Tang Tian handed the invitation to Gu Xiaoxue. She glanced at it and nodded, saying, "Yes, I am aware. It is a place brimming with flowers, where various gatherings are held every spring during the blooming season. The Qijin Hui is one such event, exclusive to esteemed disciples, though I'm not entirely familiar with its particulars." Tang Tian stroked his chin, pondering. It certainly sounded like a rather formal affair. One would presume that many attendees would be present. Upon examining the date inscribed on the invitation, he noted that it had been delivered 4 days prior, indicating that the Qijin Hui would occur in 6 days. Why not inquire about the specifics of the Qijin Hui over the next few days? We shall attend together in 6 days, Tang Tian suggested. The fleeting passage of 6 days arrived swiftly. In recent days, the throngs of people gathering outside the Zizhu forest had increased significantly, and each time Tang Tian ventured out, he attracted a multitude of curious gazes. Some with ulterior motives even approached him, seeking to engage in conversation, despite Gu Xiaoxue's attempts to deter them on several occasions. There remained individuals eager to ingratiate themselves and pry for information. Consequently, Tang Tian opted to refrain from venturing outside, choosing instead to remain in the Zizhu courtyard to cultivate his skills. Fortunately, he had wisely chosen a life of solitude, sparing himself from potential troubles. On the day he transacted with Qin Hai, Tang Tian expended 1,000,000 consumption points to successfully exchange for the 7-ring talent. The enhancement provided by the 7 talent rings has significantly accelerated his cultivation speed, allowing him to break through once more within just a few days, reaching the 11th layer of Qi refinement. At this pace, it won't be long before he ascends to the foundation establishment stage. Additionally, he exchanged 100,000 consumption points for a 6-tier physique, acquiring the Thunder Dragon bloodline. This bloodline offers a superior enhancement to his physical prowess compared to the Great Wilderness Azure Python, though it unfortunately does not bestow any secret techniques of inheritance, which is somewhat regrettable. Nevertheless, such matters cannot be forced. All is left to fate, and he can always exchange for even more potent physiques in the future. With the remaining points, Tang Tian continued to exchange for various levels of comprehension opportunities, studying several distinct martial arts, thereby deepening his understanding of cultivation and the Taoist arts. Furthermore, Gu Xiaoxue has gathered some information regarding the Rare Treasures Gathering. Indeed, it is an event specifically tailored for honored disciples, and those eligible to attend are at least intermediate honored disciples. The primary purpose of the gathering is to provide a recreational venue for these disciples, as not all of them, unlike Tang Tian, prefer to seclude themselves in solitary cultivation. In fact, the majority of honor disciples are not particularly enthusiastic about rigorous training. They often favor leisurely pursuits such as exploring mountains, enjoying flowers and the moon, engaging in lively festivities, and indulging in sociable gatherings. Acquiring their status merely enhances their enjoyment of these activities, although Tang Tian holds little interest in such pastimes. Another aspect of the rare treasures gathering piques his curiosity, the appreciation of rare treasures. At the appointed time, Shanshan Garden will unveil some rather peculiar items for the esteemed disciples to appreciate, allowing those who are intrigued to purchase them. At such gatherings, regardless of the nature of the items presented, one cannot escape the singular word, expensive. Tang Tian held a particular fondness for this term. Thus, he promptly resolved to attend this rare event, and no one could deter him. Rising early in the morning, he inhaled a breath of fresh air, the faint floral fragrance invigorating his senses. Let us pick some locust blossoms in the coming days. When mixed with flour and steamed, they are simply delightful. Tang Tian remarked to Gu Xiaoxue, who was arranging the bowls and chopsticks. Can locust flowers really be eaten? Gu Xiaoxue inquired, looking up in surprise. Unbeknownst to her, the old locust tree's crown was already adorned with clusters of white blossoms, their subtle fragrance wafting through the air. Of course, they can be consumed, Tang Tian replied as he seated himself at the table, noticing a smudge of soot on Gu Xiaoxue's nose, which prompted a chuckle. So, you're still cooking over wood fire? He teased. I merely mentioned it in passing the other day. He gestured to his own nose, hinting at her soot-stained feature. Gu Xiaoxue wiped the black mark away and said, You are not mistaken. Food cooked over a wood fire indeed has a unique aroma. The flavor is truly distinct. Tang Tian smiled softly and began to relish his simple breakfast. After they finished their meal and tidied up, the two departed from Zizhu Courtyard, traversing the winding paths toward the direction of Shanshan Garden. As they rounded the main peak, Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue arrived at the eastern peak of Qingwei Gate. Shanshan Garden was situated atop this very peak. As Tang Tian journeyed along, he observed an increasing number of esteemed disciples accompanying him, all seemingly en route to the Rare Treasures Conference. He soon discerned that nearly all of these distinguished figures were flanked by several diverse disciples, including both inner and core disciples. Presumably, these individuals served as their protectors. Tang Tian's presence did not attract much attention, as many were familiar only with his name and had never beheld his true visage. However, just as he was nearing the Spring Appreciation Garden, a youth brandishing a folding fan approached him. Esteemed fellow, are you alone as well? The youth inquired. Tang Tian cast a glance at him. The boy was adorned in the attire of a high-ranking esteemed disciple, yet he bore no attendance. Tang Tian then gestured towards Gu Xiaoxue beside him. The youth responded with an "oh" and continued, What I meant was, you have no other companions, right? Coincidentally, I am also alone. Shall we travel together? Tang Tian fell silent, realizing that the youth had not considered Gu Xiaoxue as a companion. Although he was somewhat reluctant to accompany another, he recalled that one of his purposes for venturing out today was to engage in conversation and diminish his air of mystery. Ultimately, he nodded in assent. I am Wang Ziyu, the youth introduced himself. I am Tang Tian replied. Upon hearing this name, Wang Ziyu's expression transformed to one of astonishment as he exclaimed, You are the infamous Tang Tian, the young master who has stirred such a commotion recently. Tang Tian responded. Commotion? Wang Ziyu chuckled and remarked. It has been quite some time since anyone resided in the purple bamboo courtyard. Moreover, the meditation chambers for Dao-level cultivation are not accessible to just anyone. However, you have directly acquired two and even extended your lease for another year. It is inconceivable that such actions would go unnoticed. Tang Tian was at a loss for words and could only utter, It is merely a matter of acting on impulse. Wang Ziyu clapped his hands and exclaimed, What a splendid expression of spontaneity. This should be the guiding principle for us esteemed disciples. Unlike certain individuals who incessantly gather to compete and outdo one another. Akin to weaning infants. Tang Tian chuckled. Is there truly such a phenomenon? Wang Ziyu scoffed. You have simply been too sheltered from the world. You shall soon see. Subsequently, The three of them made their way to the entrance of the Spring Appreciation Garden. With invitations in hand, they were granted entry without hindrance. Just as Gu Xiaoxue had described, the garden was adorned with a myriad of flowers, resplendent in color. With spring upon them, the blossoms vied for attention, filling the air with delightful fragrances that were utterly enchanting. After meandering through the garden for a while, Tang Tian finally comprehended Wang Ziyu's earlier remarks. Along the way, he observed several groups of esteemed disciples congregating, engaging in discussions about rather perplexing topics. The window of my cave dwelling was broken a few days ago, and I purchased a luminous mirror, which cost me a staggering 80,000 spirit jade. Alas, what a ripoff! One individual lamented, shaking his head in dismay. Another person immediately remarked, "Indeed, I wonder how prices have suddenly soared. Just yesterday, I purchased an ordinary golden silk cushion for a staggering 130,000. Tang Tian was taken aback. "Are you truly lamenting the cost of living?" He mused, as the conversation of another group opened his eyes anew. "Brother, I heard that while dining at Jinxiu Tower yesterday, you were in such high spirits that you covered the entire bill for the evening," one individual inquired. Another burst into hearty laughter. "It wasn't so much high spirits as it was sheer enthusiasm. Just over 1,000,000. After all, as long as everyone enjoyed themselves. That's what matters." The questioner squinted slightly. "Is that so? Then how come I heard you merely charged it to your account?" The second individual's face flushed crimson, and he retorted loudly, "How dare you slander my reputation with baseless accusations?" That was merely. Tang Tian shook his head in exasperation, wondering what kind of people he had encountered. Yet the third group he encountered was even more absurd. "Oh, sister, that little kitten in your arms is absolutely adorable. What noble lineage does it hail from?" "Ah, it's rather ordinary, just a touch of flower spirit bloodline," she replied. "And what about the kingfisher perched on your shoulder?" "Merely a celestial bird lineage. Nothing as esteemed as yours," came the response. "No, yours is the esteemed one. No, yours is esteemed. Yours is esteemed." Tang Tian rubbed his temples, bewildered, yet noticed that Gu Xiaoxue and Wang Ziyu appeared unfazed by the peculiar exchange. "Don't you find their conversation a bit strange?" Tang Tian inquired of Gu Xiaoxue. Gu Xiaoxue blinked her eyes and remarked, "It is not surprising. Honorary disciples are typically like this." Tang Tian responded, "So there exists such a label. Could it be that the ordinary disciples gaze upon themselves with the same attitude, as if perceiving a lunatic? Certainly, that is perplexing." At that moment, Wang Ziyu interjected, and Tang Tian felt a wave of relief, realizing that there are indeed normal individuals among the honorary disciples. The bloodline of a flower demon is hardly a mark of nobility. One must at least possess the caliber of celestial crane to warrant such distinction. Wang Ziyu stated earnestly. Tang Tian was left speechless. It seemed that he had a long and arduous journey ahead in reconciling his identity as an honorary disciple. Such a realm is not something an ordinary person can casually attain. Seemingly sensing Tang Tian's thoughts, Wang Ziyu smiled and said, "The individuals we just witnessed are merely of a lower tier. They revel in engaging in such inexplicable antics. The truly affluent individuals, however, tend to be far more conventional." Tang Tian inquired with curiosity, "Is there a distinction among honorary disciples?" Wang Ziyu replied with a smile, "Certainly. Generally, honorary disciples can be classified into 3 categories. The first type comprises those who, having encountered some fortuitous opportunity, suddenly become wealthy overnight, lacking sufficient personal strength to acquire their desired status through conventional means. They resort to spending spiritual jade to secure a certain level of protection for themselves and their future descendants. Such individuals often tend to be quite calculating and typically do not squander their wealth recklessly. The second category consists of individuals who, despite their affluent backgrounds, lack the requisite capabilities. Their families procure a status for them, allowing them to evade certain familial disputes while leading a relatively stable life. Essentially, these individuals are content to languish in idleness, often indulging in leisurely pursuits such as strolling and birdwatching. The individuals we encountered earlier fall into this category. The third category, however, comprises those who possess wealth, influence, and a notable lineage. Their motivations for acquiring status vary, and they typically refrain from reckless behavior. Yet they are undeniably the most formidable presence. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a distinction among the esteemed disciples. If what Wang Ziyu stated is accurate, then it can be inferred from the earlier observations that the second type, the idlers, likely constitutes the majority. Which category do you belong to? Tang Tian in Gui? Wang Ziyu paused momentarily, then opened his folding fan and replied leisurely, I belong to none of these categories. Fame and fortune are but fleeting clouds. I merely seek to revel in my own freedom. Tang Tian nodded in understanding and remarked, in other words, you are an outlier. Wang Ziyu's fan hesitated briefly before he smiled nonchalantly. Indeed, that is an apt characterization. And what about you, Tang? To which category do you believe you belong? Tang Tian's my supli. Coincidentally, I too am an outlier. Chapter 26. The impure disciple Tang Tian's response elicited a hearty laugh from Wang Ziyu, causing him to double over in amusement. No wonder I feel an instant camaraderie with Brother Tang. It turns out we are indeed kindred spirits. Ha ha. Wang Ziyu laughed heartily. Tang Tian smiled in silence. Being unconventional has its merits. With this in mind, one could surmise that there would be no inexplicable invitations to moon-gazing. After all, the term unconventional often denotes a disconnection from the crowd or a capricious nature. Following an engaging conversation, the rapport between the two seemed to deepen. Wang Ziyu regaled Tang Tian with numerous amusing anecdotes about the honored disciples, granting him a clearer understanding of this group for the first time. In essence, honored disciples are generally not those who are solely devoted to cultivation. They are lively individuals present across various professions. Furthermore, their existence has, to a certain extent, fostered commercial development, allowing Qin sect to reap numerous benefits beyond mere spiritual jade. The spring appreciation garden is vast, and the two strolled and chatted as they went. Occasionally, others attempted to invite or join them, but faced with these two unconventional figures, they chose to maintain their distance. However, just as they were enjoying their solitude, a chilling voice pierced the air. Tang Tian. Turning to investigate, Tang Tian beheld an unfamiliar young man, who was also a distinguished honor disciple. Unlike Tang, this youth was surrounded by a throng of core or inner disciples, all of whom were strikingly beautiful young women, numbering no less than 10, adorned in splendid attire. Who are you? Tang Tian inquired, his brow slightly furrowed, certain that he had never encountered this young man before. Shintefeng. The young man gazed at Tang Tian, still wearing a look of confusion, his voice growing colder. Indeed, you have treated the invitation I extended to you with utter disregard. Tang Tian furrowed his brow once more, still unable to recall the name. It was only upon Gu Xiaoshui's prompting that he suddenly remembered. The individual who had invited him to watch beautiful women dance was named Shintefeng. So was you. Tang Tian rubbed his chin, observing how this fellow was surrounded by a multitude of flowers, seemingly enjoying the spectacle of dancing beauties daily. How could that not grow tiresome? I'm afraid I do not share such inclinations, Tang Tian remarked. Shintefeng let out a cold snort, remaining silent. However, unexpectedly, Gu Xiaoshui stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Tang Tian, her aura as a late-stage golden core cultivator subtly radiating, shielding him. Dang Sao. He intends to probe your body with his divine consciousness, Gu Xiaoshui stated. Tang Tian's expression darkened immediately. Shintefeng, what do you mean by this? To casually invade another person's mind is exceedingly rude and fraught with malice. Such behavior is typically exhibited only by those in higher positions towards their inferiors. After experiencing a few unwelcome probes, Tang Tian had instructed Gu Xiaoshui to intervene directly should anyone attempt such a thing again. Little did he expect that Shintefeng would dare to do so right before him. In response to Tang Tian's inquiry, Shintefeng coldly replied, "It's nothing. I merely wish to see what capabilities someone as arrogant as you possesses. You have rented an entire cultivation chamber. Your progress must be rapid, yes? Have you reached the 5th level of Qi refinement?" Tang Tian furrowed his brow, sensing that this individual appeared to possess an unsettling familiarity with him. Suddenly, He caught sight of a familiar figure within the crowd behind Qin Fan, and a realization dawned upon him. The person was none other than Fang Fei. This clarified much. Fang Fei was Lin Yu's close friend, and thus well acquainted with his circumstances. Had Tang Tian retained his previous talent, even with access to the Dao-level cultivation chamber, he would have barely reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. Was this individual seeking retribution? Tang Tian could not ascertain, yet it mattered little. Within the Qin sect, as long as one did not commit any fundamentally egregious errors, no one could harm a high-ranking honorary disciple. Furthermore, Xiao Xue was present. My nature is of no concern to you. Should you dare to offend again, do not blame me for being ungracious. Tang Tian spoke Gu Li. Simultaneously, Gu Xiaoxue's aura surged dramatically, overpowering all those present. After days of rigorous training, her cultivation had approached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Bolstered by her formidable innate talent, rendering her unmatched by ordinary Golden Core practitioners, Qin Fan naturally sensed this pressure. Despite his indignation, he ultimately refrained from retaliating. This is the Spring Appreciation Garden. I have no desire to escalate matters. However, mark my words, you will inevitably pay for your arrogance. With that, Qin Fan turned and led his entourage away, circumventing Tang Tian. Tang Tian pondered thoughtfully. Arrogance? Who, indeed, was exhibiting arrogance? He found himself perplexed by Qin Fan's line of reasoning. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. The reassurance remained. He had Xiao Xue by his side. As Qin Fan walked away, Gu Xiaoxue retracted her imposing presence and returned to stand behind Tang Tian. Beside them, Wang Ziyu could not help but cast a few glances her way before remarking, "Brother Tang, your little guard is quite extraordinary. I must admit, I envy you." Tang Tian shot him a sidelong glance and replied, "Then why don't you find one for yourself?" Wang Ziyu chuckled, "I am accustomed to wandering alone. Besides, within the Qin sect, what danger could there possibly be? Those who seek out guards are merely showing off." He paused before adding, "Of course, Brother Tang, you are an exception." Tang Tian fell silent, gazing in the direction where Qin Fan had vanished, and asked with a hint of confusion, "Does the sect not intervene in such matters? There must be at least 10 young female disciples around Qin Fan. Surely no one genuinely believes they are merely guards?" Tang Tian found it strange that core disciples, who should be of immense significance to a sect, were allowed to be entangled with someone like Qin Fan. Wang Ziyu smiled faintly and said, "The sect undoubtedly has its own considerations, which are beyond our conjecture. Consider it from another perspective. Someone who could be tempted by money to betray themselves has little merit for the sect's attention." Tang Tian pondered this in silence. Although the words were reasonable, he couldn't shake the feeling that it was rather unfortunate. There must be instances of individuals deceived into straying from the right path. In fact, among the ordinary disciples of the sect, we privately use 2 distinct terms to refer to them. Prince Yu continued, "Those disciples who wholeheartedly devote themselves to the path, diligently cultivating without succumbing to external temptations, are typically referred to as pure disciples. Conversely, those who are influenced by the allure of spiritual jade and the prestige of being a disciple are deemed impure disciples. This category also includes the guards." Tang Tian slightly furrowed his brow, instinctively glancing at Gu Xiaoxue. By this definition, she too could be considered an impure disciple, yet she had displayed no such unwholesome behavior. Rather, her excessive innocence often exasperated Tang Tian. The term was indeed quite unpleasant, he remarked. Prince Yu shook his head with a smile. It is indeed an unflattering label. It reflects the truth. Regardless of the reasons, it signifies that one's resolve on the path has become unstable. Tang Tian instinctively wished to refute this, but could find no compelling argument. Indeed, for a true cultivator, the stability of one's heart is paramount. One must not allow hardships or other distractions to induce fluctuations. It is those disciples with pure hearts who represent the most valued future of the sect. Qin Fan's expression remained grim. Having been rejected and openly threatened, he felt quite displeased. "Fang Fei, you were right. This Tang Tian is indeed exceedingly arrogant," Qin Fan remarked. Fang Fei stepped forward gently. "Please do not take offense. After all, He has bought both the purple bamboo courtyard and the Dao-level cultivation chamber in one go. A bit of pride is only natural. Qin Fan snorted coldly. And what of it? The sect's affluent members are not exclusively represented by him. After all, he is merely a fortunate nouveau riche. My sincere invitation for him to partake in the elders' discourse was met with such ignorance that he could not even recall my name. Truly, such audacity is matched only by his ignorance. Fang Fei lowered her head slightly and murmured, "When I delivered the invitation, I specifically mentioned you." Yet he didn't even enter the main gate. Qin Fan gritted his teeth. "Just wait. He will inevitably pay the price." Moments later, he inquired, "By the way, when can we expect that pure disciple, who is about to be promoted to core status, to arrive?" Fang Fei smiled gently. "Very soon. Rest assured, I will certainly present her to you." Chapter 27. A display of brilliance following the incident involving Qin Fan. Tang Tian lost his desire to continue wandering. Thus, they found a tranquil pavilion to sit and await the commencement of the Rare Treasures Conference. "Are there many valuable items at the Rare Treasures Conference?" Tang Tian asked. Wang Ziyu, fanning himself, replied, "How can one describe it as many? It is exceedingly plentiful. That fellow. There is nothing you could possibly imagine that the Rare Treasures Conference cannot provide. Just wait and see." Tang Tian was momentarily speechless. What difference did that make? He took a plate of fresh spirit fruits, eating as he waited. Wang Ziyu unceremoniously grabbed a handful, stating, "The primary focus of the Rare Treasures Conference is on ordinary high-ranking honorary disciples and intermediate honorary disciples. With Brother Tang's financial prowess, he is certain to indulge in a delightful experience." Tang Tian curled his lip. "Hearing you say that, I sense today may not be particularly enjoyable." Wang Ziyu was momentarily taken aback. "Why not?" Tang Tian offered no explanation, since the event was aimed at ordinary honorary disciples. The prices of the items within would undoubtedly not be exorbitant, implying that it wouldn't cost much. How could that possibly bring him joy? After a period of anticipation, the Extraordinary Treasures Fair finally commenced. Hundreds of honorary disciples congregated amidst a sea of flowers. At the heart of this floral expanse stood a resplendent fountain, where the fair was set to unfold. Finding a random spot to sit, they reveled in the melodic performances for a while before the event officially began. After a brief and unremarkable introduction, the organizers unveiled the first treasure, a koi fish possessing the bloodline of the golden butterfly, striking in both color and form, and capable of sprouting a pair of golden butterfly wings upon maturity. Priced at 50,000 spirit jade per fish, the attendees were invited to bid. The host levitated a transparent orb, which floated gracefully in mid-air, while the 10 koi fish refracted dazzling light under the myriad hues surrounding them. Soon, enthusiastic bidders began to emerge, each vying for the various koi. Observing the fervor of the crowd, Tang Tian inquired of Wang Ziyu, "What are the unique attributes of these koi?" Wang Ziyu replied, "There are none. They are merely ordinary koi." After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian probed further. "And what classification does the golden butterfly bloodline represent among demonic beasts?" Wang Ziyu chuckled and remarked, "It is merely an ordinary creature, like this carp, specially cultivated by people, primarily for the sake of curiosity." Tang Tian was taken aback. It appeared that the so-called exotic treasures fair centered predominantly on the element of strangeness. He had presumed that at the very least, there would be items pertinent to cultivation. Ultimately, his perspective was rather narrow. For the majority of esteemed disciples, the pursuit of cultivation was truly inconsequential. It was the allure of the unusual that captivated them the most. "It seems, Brother Tang, that you are not particularly intrigued?" Wang Ziyu inquired with a smile. Tang Tian hesitated. Indeed, he had no such interest. He preferred practicality. However, having decided to tread the path of an esteemed disciple, perhaps engaging in activities that aligned with his persona would be more advantageous. "Are they delicious?" Tang Tian asked. Wang Ziyu was momentarily stunned, responding, "Well, ordinarily, one would not spend such a sum merely to savor its flesh, would they?" Tang Tian smiled slightly. "Then allow me to make the first offer." He promptly declared his price, 1 million for each. The esteemed disciples, who had initially been competing around 70 to 80,000, were instantly rendered speechless. Even the person in charge doubted his hearing, incredulously asking, "Young sir, are you certain about your offer of 1 million per fish?" Tang Tan languidly reclined in his chair and replied, "I can't be bothered to negotiate. I shall state my price just once. Whoever bids higher can simply take it." The expression of the person in charge was quite remarkable. Was that even a valid reason? Could anyone be so indifferent? The other esteemed disciples exchanged glances, astonished. These koi fish, bearing the illustrious golden butterfly bloodline, would fetch at most a mere 100,000 spirit jade. 1 million? Who would squander such a hefty sum on something merely for admiration? Brother Tang. Truly daring? Wang Ziyu exclaimed in admiration. Tang Tian replied calmly, "It's not too much. Just foregoing a snack. Everyone. Wild. How extravagant. Do you truly need to spend 10 million just for a snack? What kind of delicacy is it? Dragon liver and phoenix marrow?" They were aware of Tang Tian's wealth. Yet they were unprepared for the sheer audacity of his spending habits, so untamed, so beyond their realm. No one dared to raise the bid further. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Tang Tian successfully acquired the koi with the golden butterfly bloodline. It was somewhat unfortunate that the system deemed this expenditure outside the realm of normal consumption, thus failing to trigger any reimbursement or reward points. However, it mattered little. With Tang Tian's current assets, 1 million was practically negligible. After this brief interlude, the rare treasures auction resumed. The next extraordinary item was a flower exuding a peculiar fragrance, releasing pollen that glimmered like fireflies at night. The starting bid was set at 100,000 spirit jade, 1 million, before anyone else could bid. Tang Tian again escalated the price tenfold. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, yet no one voiced any objections. After all, he was spending his own money. How he chose to allocate, it was entirely his affair. Moreover, such a spectacle was far more entertaining than the auction itself, and he would undoubtedly have ample opportunity to boast to his companions upon his return. Subsequently, for each exquisite item presented, Tang Tian made a bid, merely a trifle, having grown impatient with him long ago. Yet, his domineering demeanor provoked the ire of some onlookers. Among them was Toba Feng. Witnessing Tang Tian basking in the limelight alone, let out a cold snort. It seemed he could only flaunt his arrogance at such a gathering of rare treasures. Should he encounter a truly elite heir, I wonder how long he could maintain his bravado. Behind him, Feng Fei's gaze flickered slightly upon hearing this remark. Her thoughts veiled in mystery. The exhibition of rare treasures continued, with each item presented by the host brimming with curiosity-inducing allure. However, their prices remained modest, primarily under 500,000, all effortlessly acquired by Tang Tian. As the event approached its conclusion, the prices began to rise slightly. The ice silkworm scarf, worn for several years by the illustrious Ling Luo fairy, opened at a staggering 5 million. The host proclaimed loudly, then cast a beaming glance toward Tang Tian. With Tang Tian's grand expenditure, this event would undoubtedly yield their greatest profits to date. What is this object? Tang Tian mused, inspecting the scarf, which appeared to be woven from ordinary ice silkworm silk, yet fetched a price of 5 million. Wang Ziyu turned to him, astonished, and exclaimed, "You truly do not know? That belongs to Ling Luo fairy. Over a decade ago, she was the brightest prodigy of the Qin sect, single-handedly suppressing the entire sect. This scarf must have been worn by her for an extended period before her ascension, tightly secured around his neck and tucked into his clothing, you understand?" Wang Ziyu wore a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoxue displayed a look of utter bewilderment. Can such an item actually be auctioned off? Surely anyone willing to buy it must be rather dim-witted, she chuckled. However, before her words could settle, Wang Ziyu exclaimed, "I bid 1 million. 5 million, Tang Tian countered. Gu Xiaoxue, feeling the weight of their scrutinizing gazes, recoiled slightly. That scarf is certainly not as simple as it appears." In the end, Tang Tian triumphantly acquired the exquisite scarf of the celestial maiden for an astounding 5 million. To his surprise, this expenditure garnered the acknowledgement of two systems. It seems the systems are equally foolish. "Brother Tang, may I have a look?" After securing the scarf, Wang Ziyu's eyes sparkled with envy. Tang Tian readily handed it over, and Wang Ziyu took a deep whiff of the scarf, lost in ecstasy. Witnessing this spectacle, Gu Xiaoxue regarded him with disdain and instinctively stepped back. "Do you truly adore it that much? Then consider it a gift," Tang Tian chuckled. "This object is indeed rather peculiar." Wang Ziyu toyed with it for a while before ultimately returning it. "Never mind. A gentleman does not covet what others cherish, and it is so precious. Brother Tang, you must take good care of it." Tang Tian shook his head and casually tucked the item into his bosom. The extraordinary treasures gathering continued, with Tang Tian taking center stage, transforming the event into a solitary performance exclusively for himself. Today, his theme was encapsulated in a single word: extravagance. Soon, the gathering reached its final phase, and the last treasure was presented to the forefront. The Yanggang Tingyun branch, a spiritual entity nurtured in the sacred land of Jiuyang, was unveiled. Its effects were well understood by all. Merely taking a small segment, steeping it in spiritual tea, would allow one to experience the sensation of soaring through the clouds, effortlessly defeating 10 opponents. The host wore a sly grin, and his tone elicited roars of laughter from the crowd, as everyone comprehended the implications of his words. The starting bid was set at 20 million spirit jade. Such an item was immensely popular among the ranks of honored disciples, hence the lofty opening price. In previous gatherings, bids would have already begun. However, today, all eyes were on Tang Tian, curious to see if he would make a move. Tang Tian remained unperturbed, with the atmosphere reaching its zenith. It was inconceivable for him not to engage. He calmly declared 100 million. After uttering his bid, he paid no further heed to the proceedings. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Such extraordinary financial prowess was enviable, even among fellow esteemed disciples. The price had surged fivefold in an instant, causing those who initially intended to bid to withdraw their intentions. The Tungyun branch was trivial in comparison. Offending a financially formidable honor disciple was certainly not prudent. Moments later, as no further bids emerged, the host prepared to conclude this final transaction. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed, 100,010,000 spirit gems. The crowd was instantly astonished, turning to look. Tang Tian also raised an eyebrow slightly. Even at such a critical juncture, someone chose to contest him. How desperately did this individual desire the object in question? Following the direction of the voice, Tang Tian soon recognized the source, Qin. It was no wonder he sought such an item, considering the throng of formidable female cultivators surrounding him. Each one was no ordinary opponent. Qin slight frame would scarcely endure the pressure. The Yanggang Tingyun branch might restore his masculine vigor. Had there been a higher bid earlier, Tang Tian would have refrained from increasing his offer. However, this was the final item, and to leave without securing it would render the day far from perfect. Moreover, Qin harbored animosity towards him. After contemplation, Tang Tian raised his bid once more, 100,010,000. Instantly, Qin expression darkened as he shot a cold glare in Tang Tian's direction. Unfazed, Tang Tian maintained his composure, ignoring him entirely. 100,015,000. Qin seemed resolute in his determination to acquire it. Yet, how could Tang Tian afford him such an opportunity? He boldly declared a figure that left the crowd in despair. 500 million. The audience erupted in astonishment. Good heavens! This is madness. 500 million for a segment of the Tingyun branch? Such extravagant spending is beyond our comprehension. Thus, the powerful are indeed recognized as the powerful. Finally, someone had made a move, and witnessing this clash of titans was a spectacle in itself. However, Qin appeared to be faltering. Upon hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Qin Tufeng's countenance darkened to an extreme. Tang Tian, what do you mean by this? He exclaimed with a voice full of ire. Tang Tian did not even cast a glance in his direction, responding nonchalantly, "Is there a problem?" Fuming, Qin Tufeng retorted, "Did you not previously state that as long as someone offers a higher price than yours, you would cease to bid? Why the duplicity?" Tang Tian replied, "Duplicity? Indeed," Qin Tufeng asserted, You have raised your bid twice already. Are you deliberately seeking a quarrel? Tang Tian inquired. What do you mean? Shun Tufeng frowned. I mean, having decided to bid only once, why engage in a competition over this matter with me? Tang Tian mused. Indeed, why? Shun Tufeng stammered. You. A well-known adage rings true. When one is too weary to argue with a fool, the best course of action is to incite their fury. Indeed, Shun Tufeng was soon seething with rage, his hair standing on end. He leaped forward, confronting Tang Tian directly, unleashing the overwhelming aura of his golden core stage. However, at that moment, Gu Xiaoxue had already positioned herself before Lin Tian, shielding him from all of Shun Tufeng's oppressive energy. Being unable to afford it is nothing to be ashamed of. Is it necessary to become so agitated? Tang Tian remarked, displaying no signs of distress. Shun Tufeng's face flushed crimson. Is wealth so remarkable? Do you truly believe yourself formidable? Compared to those genuine young masters, you are but an insignificant ant. Tang Tian chuckled softly. You mentioned those young masters, not you. The expression on Shun Tufeng's face darkened significantly. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded his guards to position themselves protectively in front of Tang Tian, coldly declaring, You are far too arrogant. Do you truly believe that wealth grants you everything? Let us see if you can take it away today. Tang Tian paused momentarily, then crossed his arms and reclined leisurely in his chair. This man had evidently lost his composure. Today he was merely a guest, required only to provide payment. The responsibility of delivering the items lay with the host, Shanshan Garden. There was no need for him to pay heed to Shun Tufeng. As anticipated, upon hearing this, the event coordinator grew anxious. Young Master Shintu, your actions may be somewhat inappropriate. This is Shanshan Garden, and I implore you to consider our reputation. However, at that moment, Shun Tufeng was not in the mood to listen, shouting, You've got your reputation, but what about mine? Do not forget, I represent the honor of young Master Lu. When Shun Tufeng uttered the name of young Master Lu, the countenance of most in attendance shifted dramatically. Even the coordinator was taken aback, unable to continue his pleas. Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed that this young Master Lu held considerable sway. Yet, as he pondered this, a refined voice interjected. Since when do you represent Lu Chang'e? Should I pay him a visit to inquire? Following this, a young man clad in a white, long robe gracefully approached from a distance. Beside him stood several individuals clad in the garb of core disciples, both male and female. However, the aura emanating from these disciples was exceptionally obscure and even more potent than that of Gu Xiaoxue. Chapter 29. The guest upon the appearance of the young man in white. An immediate hush fell over the venue of the Rare Treasure Society. Almost all the honorary disciples displayed expressions of astonishment, and even Shun Tufeng's countenance shifted, his fury dissipating in an instant. The person in charge hurriedly approached, respectfully addressing him, young Master Jingheng. Jingheng offered a slight nod and, turning to Shun Tufeng, remarked coolly, I truly do not comprehend why Lu Chang'e would value you so highly. You allow yourself to be so easily unsettled by mere words from others. It is quite pitiful. Shun Tufeng's face paled, yet he dared not utter a word in retort, repeatedly apologizing, I have acted inappropriately. Young Master Jing is magnanimous. I hope you will not take it to heart. Jingheng regarded him with an impassive expression, watching him until beads of cold sweat formed on his brow, before slowly stating, leave. From this day forth, do not let me see you at Dongfeng again. Shun Tufeng, as if granted a reprieve, quickly offered his apologies once more before fleeing the Changchun Garden. Observing this sudden turn of events, Tang Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. This Jingheng appears to be quite a significant figure. Once Shun Tufeng departed, Jingheng resumed his amiable and refined demeanor, addressing the honorary disciples present. An unfortunate incident has transpired, and it is the fault of our Changchun Garden. Henceforth, enjoy yourselves. All expenses will be covered by us. Jingheng's natural charm and congeniality were immensely appealing. The crowd repeatedly expressed their indifference, and the atmosphere of the venue returned to its original vibrancy, even more jubilant than before. After speaking, Jingheng took the Tungyun branch from the person in charge and personally presented it to Tang Tian. having long heard of the illustrious reputation of young Master Tang. Seeing him today indeed confirmed his extraordinary presence. Jing Hung remarked with a smile, "The earlier incident was due to our mismanagement. Please do not take it to heart. Young Master Tang, this Tingyun branch shall serve as my apology to you." Tang Tian rose to accept the Tingyun branch, smiling lightly as he replied, "I prefer to conduct transactions in a straightforward manner." He then produced a piece of spiritual jade and handed it over. Jing Hung, not wishing to decline further, accepted the jade and said, "Young Master Tang is truly generous. Today's events unfolded rather abruptly, and my hospitality was lacking. I hope you will not hold it against me. In the future, you are most welcome to visit Changdong Peak, allowing me the opportunity to extend my hospitality." His politeness was overwhelming, prompting Tang Tian to assure him that he would certainly visit next time. They exchanged a few more casual remarks before Jing Hung took his leave, refraining from probing into Tang Tian's affairs or any matters of personal interest. The saying, "a gentleman's friendship is as insipid as water," was exemplified by him in its entirety. With Jing Heng's departure, the Rare Treasures Fair concluded, and the attendees resumed their leisurely strolls in the garden, discussing the day's occurrences. Tang Tian and Wang Ziyu returned to their seats in the pavilion. "I never expected him to come as well," Wang Ziyu remarked, fanning herself. "Jing Hung? Tan Tian in Guit?" Wang Ziyu nodded. "He is the most powerful honorary disciple of Dongfeng and one of the strongest honorary disciples in our Qinghua sect. Even a master of Dongfeng must treat him with utmost courtesy." Tang Tian was taken aback. It appeared that Jing Hung was also an honorary disciple. The disparity among honorary disciples indeed seemed vast. Given his exceptional prowess, why would he choose to remain an honorary disciple? Confused, Tang Tian inquired. From previous discussions, he had discerned that being an honorary disciple was not regarded as a prestigious status by the upper echelons of Qinghua sect, and they were generally overlooked. Wang Ziyu chuckled and said, "Do you recall the 3 types of individuals I mentioned before? Among honorary disciples, there exists a category of individuals with illustrious backgrounds, immense wealth, and remarkable abilities that rival those of premier core disciples. The reasons these individuals opt to be honorary disciples vary greatly. Master Jing Hung is one of these individuals, and he is among the very best." Tang Tian asked, "What purpose does Jing Hung serve?" Wang Ziyu replied, "I cannot say for certain. The pursuits of such individuals operate on a level distinct from those of ordinary honorary disciples. However, I can inform you that within Dongfeng, Jing Heng's standing is second only to that of the Peak Master, and he even has a say in the appointment of elders." Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, a flicker of understanding igniting within him. Surely, matters of power must be at play. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian further inquired, "Are there any other similar figures within Qinghua sect besides him? It would be prudent to clarify this to avoid unwittingly entangling myself later on." "Indeed, there are others." Wang Ziyu chuckled and said, "Within the Qinghua sect, there are 5 prominent young masters and 2 distinguished young ladies, all of whom are on par with Jingheng. They are referred to as Dongjing, Beiguan, Shidu, Nanfeng Mashuan, and Zhufeng Lutian. Dongjing corresponds to Dongfeng Jingheng, Beiguan to Beifeng Guanming, and Shidu to Shifeng Du Yuanqing. Nanfeng is the domain of the 2 young ladies, Moxiaxio and Qinxi Ro. They share a deep friendship and coexist harmoniously. Zhufeng represents the rivalry of Lu Changge and Tian Yangsheng, who are the 2 most formidable honorary disciples within the Qinghua sect. Tang Tian remained silent, astonished by the sheer number of individuals of equal standing to Jingheng. It seemed that the influence of the 5 young masters and 2 young ladies nearly dominated the entire Qinghua sect. Did the sect truly not care, allowing them to wield such immense power? There must be intricate relationships at play that he was unaware of. Does the sect not worry? Tang Tian tentative inquit. Wang Ziyu smiled and replied, "Worry about what? Regardless, they're all members of Qinghua sect, and with the acquisition of power comes a significant share of responsibility. It is a reciprocal arrangement. The Qinghua sect is not a small sect in the traditional sense. Its scale inherently prevents it from being as pure as certain other sections. The principle of better to allow than to restrict is something I believe you understand, Brother Tang." Tang Tian nodded slightly, gaining a preliminary understanding of the operational dynamics of the Qin West sect for the first time. His only lingering doubt was regarding the sect's confidence and a lack of concern about the deliberate infiltration by opposing forces. This inquiry may only be elucidated through further personal exploration. Casting aside these tumultuous thoughts, Tang Tian recalled another matter. Brother Wang, did you just mention that Jing Heng is also an honorary disciple? Then why do the guards surrounding him seem to possess strength far exceeding that of the Golden Core stage? When Jing Heng arrived, he was accompanied by several core disciples. Yet the aura they exuded was several times more formidable than that of Gu Xiaoxue. Was it not stated that only those at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage could be employed? Wang Ziyu provided clarification. They are not merely guards. They embody an entirely different role, retainers. Tang Tian was taken aback. What does that entail? Wang Ziyu explained. The relationship between honorary disciples and guards is one of employment, where guards must relinquish a portion of their freedoms and adhere strictly to the regulations set forth in the Guard S Code. However, retainers are distinct. The relationship between retainers and honorary disciples is one of equality, allowing for ample freedom, provided both parties reach an agreement and register it at the merit hall. The remuneration of retainers is also negotiated directly between the two parties, with the sect refraining from interference. Tang Tian inquired, is there no limitation on strength? Wang Ziyu nodded. Indeed, there are no restrictions on strength. As long as one possesses the capability, even the young sect master could be your retainer, though that is, in practice, nearly impossible. Generally, retainers possess strength at least above the nascent soul stage. In fact, honorary disciples of your caliber, Brother Tang, typically have numerous retainers at their disposal. Tang Tian fell into a contemplative silence. To his surprise, such matters still existed. He had been contemplating that once Gu Xiaoxue achieved the Yuaning stage, he would need to seek out additional guardians. Finding a suitable individual was indeed a challenge. However, perhaps now he could discuss with her the possibility of her becoming his retainer, allowing her to remain by his side. Moreover, it was high time to recruit a few more individuals. Chapter 30. A reunion with Zhongyang for the passage of time. Tang Tian realized that having only Gu Xiaoxue as his sole guardian was somewhat insufficient. Wherever he went, he had to bring her along. Often, she was entirely responsible for handling trivial matters and gathering intelligence. Although Gu Xiaoxue had never voiced any complaints and approached every task with utmost diligence, Tang Tian felt a sense of unease. After all, Gu Xiaoxue was merely a guardian. It was unreasonable to burden her with every responsibility. Furthermore, she was a prodigy of innate talent, a child of destiny. It would be a disservice to let her potential go to waste. Thus, during this period, Tang Tian had been contemplating the recruitment of a few individuals to share the mundane responsibilities. However, he was reluctant to seek out cultivators of the Golden Core realm, so he had temporarily set this idea aside. Nevertheless, since the sect recognized the role of retainers, the situation became considerably more manageable. If he wished to find retainers, must he engage with them personally? Tang Tian inquired. Wang Ziyu replied, personal engagement is indeed the most effective approach, as it fosters a deeper understanding between both parties. However, if time and energy are truly lacking, one may opt to post an announcement in the Hall of Honor at the Merit Temple, inviting potential disciples. After setting forth the necessary requirements, the sect will assist in locating suitable candidates. However, this option entails a considerable expenditure of spirit stones. Tang Tian felt a sense of relief. Not having to search personally was a boon, and the spirit stones were not a concern. Thank you for the information, Brother Wang, he said with a respectful gesture. Today, he had learned numerous things from Wang Ziyu that he had never known before. Wang Ziyu waved his hand dismissively. No need for formality. It is my first encounter with someone so congenial. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, do invite me to your Zizhu courtyard another day. I have never had the chance to visit, as it was previously not available for rent. Tang Tian smiled. You're most welcome. Time swiftly passed to the afternoon. With the conclusion of the Rare Treasures Conference, Tang Tian departed from the Spring Appreciation Garden and bid farewell to Wang Ziyu at the foot of the Eastern Peak. At this event, Tang Tian had undoubtedly been the focal point. His demeanor and approach had finally been revealed to the public. He was perceived as a person of considerable wealth, with a free-spirited nature, somewhat aloof, and distinctly individualistic. This was the impression that most had of Tang Tian. He held no particular regard for this perception. His sole aim was to shed some of the mystery surrounding him. Regardless, his objective had been achieved. On the way back, Tang Tian suddenly inquired Xiaoxue, "Would you like to become my disciple?" Gu Xiaoxue was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Tang Tian's unexpected question. "Huh? But I'm still only at the Golden Core stage, which does not meet the standards for a guest disciple." Tang Tian chuckled and replied, "With your innate talent, it won't be long before you break through to the nascent soul stage. According to the SSS regulations, our employment relationship will automatically conclude at that time. Therefore, I believe it is prudent to inquire about your thoughts in advance." Gu Xiaoxue responded with an "oh," and then, somewhat shyly, said, "I have not yet considered this matter. The reason I chose to be a guard was merely to earn some spirit stones to purchase a nascent soul pill." This answer took Tang Tian by surprise and left him feeling a touch of disappointment. He had thought that, given his protagonist aura, the young girl would surely agree with great enthusiasm. It seemed he had overestimated the situation. "Well, take your time to think it over," Tang Tian said. Gu Xiaoxue nodded. However, after a moment of silence, she suddenly lifted her head and asked, "Do you wish for me to stay?" Tang Tian was taken aback and smiled as he replied, "Of course. It has been quite pleasant spending time with you." Gu Xiaoxue lowered her head once more and quietly said, "Then, once I break through to the nascent soul stage, I will inform my senior sister." Tang Tian smiled broadly. It appeared that his protagonist aura was still intact. The two of them walked in tandem and soon arrived at the foot of the main peak. Suddenly, Tang Tian halted, pondered for a moment, and said, "Let us visit the meritorious hall. I will find a few guest disciples in advance, so you can cultivate in peace and expedite your breakthrough to the nascent soul stage." Gu Xiaoxue nodded gently. Subsequently, the two ascended to the main peak, arriving at the magnificent Hall of Achievements. Within the hall, a steady stream of individuals bustled about, each engaged in their own pursuits. At the center of the grand hall lay the Hall of Honor. Upon entering, Tang Tian contemplated for a moment, instructing Gu Xiaoxue to rest inside the hall while he proceeded alone to Elder Zhongyang's private chamber. "Elder Zhong, it has been quite some time since we last met." Tang Tian vit politely. Elder Zhongyang looked up, and upon seeing Tang Tian, a flicker of inscrutable meaning crossed his eyes, followed by a smile. "Ah, it is our esteemed young Master Tang. You have certainly made quite an impression these days. Everyone is speaking of the remarkable young noble that has emerged from our sect. Please have a seat." Tang Tian hastily replied, "In the presence of Elder Zhong, I dare not claim such distinction." He then seated himself before Zhongyang. Even the rental of a meditation room at the level of Tao is spoken of so casually. How can that not be considered prestigious? We do not adhere to the pretense of modesty here. Speak plainly. What brings you today?" Elder Zhongyang inquired. Tang Tian, eschewing any further formality, articulated his thoughts. "A bodyguard?" Elder Zhongyang paused momentarily, then chuckled. "What? Are you dissatisfied with the guard I arranged for you?" Tang Tian hesitated briefly before responding with a smile. "On that note, I must extend my gratitude to Elder Zhong. I am exceedingly pleased with the guard. She is truly obedient and well-behaved. She was able to fulfill all my requests, regardless of the nature of the demand." Zhongyang squinted his eyes and remarked, "Young man, I have only assigned you a single guard. As for certain matters, I trust you have an understanding of them." Tang Tian quickly replied, "Of course, I appreciate Elder Zhong's reminder." Zhongyang nodded and inquired, "Since you are so satisfied, why seek additional disciples?" Tang Tian chuckled and said, "No matter how satisfied one may be, monotony can set in. Moreover, she is merely at the Golden Core stage and rather young. Therefore, I wish to seek a few with greater strength and a more feminine charm as my disciples." Zhongyang shook his head, pointing at Tang Tian, and said, "Ah, you young ones are so full of vigor, utterly lacking in restraint. However, there are few constraints between disciples and their employers. The freedom of conduct is quite expansive. If you wish to advance, it is solely up to you." Tang Tian nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, He then produced a box of local specialties and presented it to Zhongyang. This time, it contained a full 100 exquisite spirit jade. Zhongyang's face brightened with delight as he accepted the offering, praising Tang Tian for his gratitude while attending to matters concerning the disciples. Tang Tian sat quietly, a gentle smile gracing his face, yet within, he understood that Zhongyang's arrangement of Gu Xiaoxue for him indeed harbored ulterior motives. Through his recent observations, it has become evident that a prodigy within the Qin sect is regarded as one of the most exceptional beings. Does Zhongyang lack awareness of Gu Xiaoxue's innate talent? Surely not. Hence, his actions must conceal other motives known only to him. To personally thrust a prodigious individual into peril suggests that the Qin sect is not a haven of benevolence. Perhaps, unbeknownst to him, he has been inexorably drawn into a tempest. Chapter 31. The interview before long. Zhongyang had meticulously attended to all matters. Do you have any specific requirements? He inquired. Tang Tian pondered for a moment before responding. Above the nascent soul stage, an amiable indisposition would suffice. Ideally, they should possess an enchanting figure, as it is always a pleasure to behold. You understand. Zhongyang smiled knowingly and replied, I shall do my utmost, though it is improbable that I can fulfill all of your desires. However, the sect will only facilitate your introductions. Whether you can retain the individuals is contingent upon your own efforts. Tang Tian nodded, essentially likening it to a brokerage service. And what are the fees for this service? He nearly blurted out. Zhongyang clarified, today, we will disseminate the relevant information, and by tomorrow, individuals should start reaching out to you. Once you identify a suitable candidate, simply inform me, and I will make the necessary records and remove the listing. Each referral will incur a fee of 1 million spiritual jade, serving as an introduction charge. If you have not reached an agreement, it is customary for you to compensate the other party with 100,000 spirit stones as a form of time remuneration. However, should anyone attempt to exploit this situation for personal gain, you need only inform me, and the sect will administer appropriate punishment. Tang Tian pondered for a moment. This rule was akin to a job interview, and indeed, it was a compensated interview. It represented a relationship of equality, unlike the companies of my previous life, which often bore an air of superiority, dismissing candidates with a vague promise of future communication regardless of the outcome. It was utterly outrageous. Understood. Tang Tian, note that. Retrieving 100 premium spirit stones. Allow me to advance a portion of the introduction fee. If it proves insufficient, I shall supplement it later. Zhongyang smiled and nodded. A talent commands 1 million, and 100 premium spirit stones amount to a staggering 10 million. It would undoubtedly suffice. He doubted that once Tang Tian found a guest for the sect, he would shamelessly request the remaining spirit stones back. After completing all the formalities, Tang Tian exited the elegant chamber, accompanied by Gu Xiaoxue as they departed from the reputation hall. Along the way, Tang Tian inquired, Xiaoxue, how did Elder Zhongyang come to find you? Gu Xiaoxue paused momentarily before responding. It was my senior sister who brought him. She said one should not remain secluded in the cave dwelling for too long, but should engage more with the outside world. Coincidentally, I needed to earn money to purchase a yuaning pill, so I sought out Elder Zhong. Tang Tian remained silent for a moment before asking again. Do you have a good relationship with your senior sister? Gu Xiaoxue smiled, of course. The senior sister is the cherished disciple of the elder. And since my arrival at the mountain, she has been my greatest caretaker. Much of my cultivation knowledge, as well as various matters concerning the sect, have been imparted to me by her. Tang Tian fell into a contemplative silence. Given the senior sister's evident concern for Gu Xiaoxue, would she remain oblivious to Zhongyang's intentions in pushing Gu Xiaoxue towards him? Surely, she ought to inquire about the character of this person. Or perhaps she harbors ulterior motives. Tang Tian found himself at a loss, unable to discern her true intentions. However, one thing was certain. The senior sister's concern for Gu Xiaoxue was far from genuine, contrary to what Gu Xiaoxue might believe. With a long sigh, Tang Tian dispelled these tangled thoughts. I have begun searching for new disciples. During this time, you should focus on breaking through to the nascent soul realm. We can address other matters once you achieve that milestone, he advised. Gu Xiaoxue nodded gently in agreement. upon returning to the purple bamboo courtyard. The two shared a simple dinner. Subsequently, Gu Xiaoxue retreated to her room to commence her seclusion. Tang Tian had initially intended for her to practice in the Taoist training hall, where the meditation chambers were of a higher caliber, thus facilitating her progress. However, Gu Xiaoxue insisted on remaining in the purple bamboo courtyard, offering various trivial reasons about the comfort of her room. Unable to sway her, Tang Tian acquiesced. After all, prior to reaching the spirit transformation stage, the difference between this place and the Taoist training chambers was negligible. Once Gu Xiaoxue had entered her seclusion, Tang Tian reached out to Wang Anning from the foodie pavilion, requesting him to bring additional renovation materials the following day to prepare the remaining guest rooms. With new disciples on the horizon, it was essential to ensure that everything was in order. Disregarding other matters, Tang Tian's identity must be upheld, for he cannot afford to lose even the slightest semblance of dignity. After attending to these matters, Tang Tian returned to the main residence, practicing his cultivation while awaiting the arrival of guests. The following day, Wang Anning arrived early, bringing with him the same high-end decoration materials as before. After exchanging pleasantries, Tang Tian accepted the materials, allowing the guests to decorate according to their preferences upon their arrival. Once Wang Anning departed, approximately an hour passed before the first guest arrived for an interview. She was a striking core disciple, possessing mid-stage nascent soul cultivation and exuding a formidable presence. Upon her arrival, she immediately scanned Tang Tian with her spiritual power. Without uttering a word, he handed her 100,000 spirit jade, instructing her to return when she came. All are equal in this realm. What need is there for such haughty airs? After a while, another guest arrived. This disciple was quite polite, engaging Tang Tian in conversation. However, her propensity for dialogue led to an array of demands, both reasonable and unreasonable, which ultimately resulted in Tang Tian declining her. He had little patience for troublesome individuals. Soon after, a young cultivator arrived. After discussions, it still felt unsuitable, and Tang Tian courteously bid him farewell. The morning quietly slipped away as Tang Tian interviewed a total of 13 applicants, yet regrettably, none proved to be a fitting candidate. With a faint sigh, he began to comprehend the sentiments of those in human resources during their recruitment processes. Indeed, there are quite a number of peculiar individuals. Some individuals evidently became aware of their own renown, approaching Ling Yu with the sole intention of discussing sums in the billions, leaving him in a state of bemusement, prompting a decisive refusal. By afternoon, the influx of candidates continued unabated, perhaps a testament to the celebrity effect. Nonetheless, the abundance of applicants bore fruit, as Tang Tian finally encountered a commendable candidate. Li Hong, a core disciple, was a 28-year-old at the initial stage of transformation. He possessed profound knowledge regarding the intricate affairs of the sect and could assist Tang Tian in managing various external matters. His terms were refreshingly straightforward. He requested no interference with his regular cultivation and preferred to be contacted via communication jade talismans when necessary, promising to address any relevant issues promptly. If Tang Tian required his presence, he would make an effort to oblige, should he be available. Do you not reside in the purple bamboo courtyard? Tang Tian inquit. Li Hong chuckled, shaking his head. I still prefer to remain in my own cave dwelling. Even though the cultivation environment there is far inferior to that of the purple bamboo courtyard. I understand that this may not align with the expectations of a retainer, but it is my personal conviction. This is also the reason why no one has previously wished to employ me as a retainer. He spoke candidly. Tang Tian nodded. He appreciated such forthrightness. The conditions he proposed were not excessive. Tang Tian had no desire for ostentatious displays when traveling, as long as matters were attended to efficiently. Ultimately, Tang Tian successfully reached an agreement with Li Hong for a monthly remuneration of 10 million. The first 3 months would serve as a probationary period, after which, should all go well, the salary would increase to 20 million per month. After all, as a cultivator at the stage of transformation, his prowess warranted a substantial compensation. When Tang Tian inquired why he did not rent a cave abode with a superior cultivation environment, Li Hong responded with a smile, stating that while a cultivation venue is essential, a cave abode merely needs to be habitable. Moreover, there are times when one may not return for an extended period. The primary expenses in cultivation lie in the procurement of elixirs and resources. As a cultivator without familial support, I must practice frugality to the utmost extent. Tang Tian fell silent, as a sudden influx of wealth had skewed his perceptions of ordinary cultivators within the cultivation realm. He had always believed that a place like Zizhu Courtyard, which was not particularly expensive, could easily be rented with a modest sum. In reality, even a prodigy like Gu Xiaoxue merely wielded a top-tier mystic-grade spirit sword. Welcome to my domain. I hope for a pleasant collaboration in the future. Tang Tian extended his hand. Li Hong reciprocated the gesture. At that moment, he officially became one of Tang Tian's retainers. Chapter 32. Simultaneous Breakthrough after finalizing the agreement. Li Hong proceeded to register at the Renown Hall, sparing Tang Tian another trip and proving to be quite convenient. With Li Hong's presence, Tang Tian would have someone to manage various trivial matters. However, he still required several retainers who could ensure his safety at all times. Thus, the interviews continued. After meeting with over 20 different candidates, as dusk approached, Tang Tian finally found a particularly suitable pair. Strictly speaking, it was not just one individual, but rather a duo, a pair of young twins, the elder named Lan Yu and the younger named Lu Zhu. They possessed exquisite features and slender figures, yet were pleasingly full in all the right places, creating a visually captivating sight when they stood together. The most crucial aspect is that Tang Tian greatly appreciates their personalities, concise, succinct, and straight to the point. Furthermore, they all possess the strength of late-stage nascent soul, which essentially guarantees safety during their daily outings. Additionally, he had specifically informed Zhong Yang of his intention to recruit a few beautiful women as his attendants. Thus, he must fulfill his promise. This would further solidify his conviction that Gu Xiaoxue had already fallen victim to his treachery. Ultimately, Tang Tian secured them for an entire year with a remuneration of 15 million each per month. Permanent attendants naturally command a different price than someone like Li Hong. Feel free to choose 2 guest rooms. I have materials for decoration here, and you may arrange them according to your preferences, Tang Tian remarked. Lan Yu exchanged a glance with Lu Zhu and replied, "1 room will suffice." Tang Tian was taken aback, but refrained from commenting further. It did save him the need for an additional guest room. However, after accepting them, Tang Tian had no intention of recruiting more attendants. The interviews had been quite exhausting. He then informed Li Hong to take care of the remaining formalities. It was not until nightfall that Lan Yu and Lu Zhu had settled in, allowing Tang Tian to exhale deeply as he returned to his main residence. The Rare Treasures Association, the recruitment of attendants, and all his actions today ultimately aim to create a sufficiently stable environment for his cultivation. Tang Tian was always aware that in the realm of cultivation, everything is illusory. Only strength is fundamentally paramount. Upon entering the meditation chamber, Tang Tian seated himself cross-legged, swiftly entering a state of deep concentration as 7 innate rings floated around his body. The delicate spiritual veins beneath his feet radiated a faint luminescence, each breath infusing his body with copious amounts of pure spiritual energy. The ethereal silver feathers of the surrounding silver-threaded birds dispersed an intangible aura of nature, rendering the cultivation environment here exceptionally conducive. Before long, the shackles of the 11th level of Qi refinement shattered with a resounding force, allowing Tang Tian to ascend to the 12th level of Qi refinement with ease. As he slowly opened his eyes, it had been barely a month since his traversal, and he had already progressed from the 2nd level of Qi refinement, breaking through 10 minor realms to reach the 12th level. Such a pace is perhaps unattainable even for geniuses with 9-ring talent. This remarkable advancement was entirely attributable to the exceptional cultivation environment he had crafted and the ample supply of elixirs that facilitated such astonishing results. Moreover, he had amassed mastery in dozens of distinct techniques through the accumulation of enlightenment points. Although the majority of these techniques were of a lower grade, they significantly enriched Tang Tian's comprehension of the Tao. Coupled with numerous philosophical discussions with Gu Xiaoxue, he had transformed immensely compared to a month prior. Yet, it still felt insufficient. This world is vast, and countless prodigies abound. To become a true powerhouse, a long journey lies ahead. The pursuit must persist, and cultivation cannot be neglected. With that resolve, Tang Tian closed his eyes once more, resuming his practice. 6 days swiftly elapsed, and his life returned to its previous rhythm, oscillating between the purple bamboo courtyard and the dojo. During the day, he engaged in cultivation within the Tao-level meditation chamber, while at night, he returned to the purple bamboo courtyard to contemplate the rapid advancement of his cultivation attained that day. Simultaneously, he established a Tao-level meditation chamber for the sisters, Lan Yu and Lu Zhu, who expressed their heartfelt gratitude. After 6 days of arduous training, the results were astonishing. Tang Tian transformed almost daily. Within 3 days, he ascended to the 13th level of Qi refinement, and after another 3 days, he reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement, preparing to break through to the foundation establishment realm. In the purple bamboo courtyard within the meditation chamber, Tang Tian sat with his eyes closed, his aura fluctuating mysteriously, while the 7 innate rings surrounding him trembled rapidly. Before him lay several exquisite porcelain vials, several of which had already been opened, emitting a faint, pleasant fragrance. Had Qin Hai been present, he would have recognized these as the foundation establishment pills he had sold to Tang Tian. With several vials of elixirs consumed, Tang Tian's internal spiritual energy reached a zenith. The turbulent spiritual energy surged chaotically, ultimately converging within his dantian. At the very center of the dantian, a cyclone spun rapidly, contracting as it rotated. The closer one approached the central point, the denser the spiritual energy became, with some even transforming into liquid, forming fine droplets of spiritual liquid that clustered together, twinkling like stars. As the cyclone reached its peak rotation speed, a brilliant light suddenly erupted from within the dantian, unleashing a formidable aura that swept across the entire meditation chamber. All the spiritual energy transformed from cyclone to liquid, coalescing into a shallow lake, suspended within the dantian, gradually settling into tranquility. Meanwhile, the 7 innate rings surrounding Tang Tian stabilized, ceasing their tremors. As his breath contracted, Tang Tian opened his eyes, a sharp brilliance flashing momentarily within them. At last, he had achieved a breakthrough in the foundation establishment stage. He let out a long sigh. After a month of diligent effort, he had finally reaped a significant reward. The foundation establishment phase represents a formidable chasm between inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples. Successfully crossing this threshold signified his formal entry into the upper echelons of Qin sect, marking the beginning of his journey along the path of cultivation. Lin Yu was merely at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. At this pace, it would not be long before he would completely surpass her. Tang Tian acclimated to the sensations of his breakthrough. It was a transformative enhancement, rendering his overall strength at least tenfold greater than that of the 13th layer of Qi refinement. Gone was the feeling of being utterly powerless. This newfound strength was utterly captivating. Determined, he resolved to witness the breathtaking vistas at the pinnacle of cultivation. In high spirits, Tang Tian established his lofty aspirations. Having entered the world of cultivation, and with dual systems at his disposal, how could he be content without reaching the summit? He possessed the confidence and the requisite fortitude. With dual systems by his side, the world was his to conquer. However, just as Tang Tian was reveling in his exuberance, a sudden surge of overwhelming energy erupted within the Zizhu courtyard, perceptible even within the confines of his meditation chamber. Hastily, Tang Tian stepped outside, swiftly pinpointing the source of the explosive aura. It emanated from Gu Xiaoxue's room. This girl had also achieved a breakthrough? A look of astonishment spread across Tang Tian's face. Chapter 33. A billion monthly, a tempestuous surge of spiritual energy coalesced into a colossal vortex, hovering above the purple bamboo courtyard. At the very heart of this swirling phenomenon lay Gu Xiaoxue's chamber, where an abundance of spiritual force poured in like a vast funnel. Tang Tian stood motion, absorbing the overwhelming flow of energy. This commotion drew out the sisters Lan Yu and Lu Zhu, their faces adorned with expressions of astonishment as they gazed at Gu Xiaoshue's small abode. Impressive, Lan Yu remarked softly. Stronger than us, Lu Zhu concurred. Tang Tian felt a stir of curiosity and inquired, wasn't your breakthrough akin to this? Through several days of acquaintance, he had learned that both sisters possessed exceptional 9-stage talent, and he sought to comprehend the disparity between such talent and that of an innate prodigy. Not all. It pales in comparison, the sisters replied in unison, a manner of speaking to which Tang Tian was gradually becoming accustomed. Listening to their responses, he began to form a preliminary understanding of Gu Xiaoshue's extraordinary aptitude. She was undoubtedly an extraordinary talent of prodigious proportions. The vortex of spiritual energy persisted for approximately the duration of an incense stick before a sudden, powerful wave of spiritual fluctuations erupted from Gu Xiaoshue's room, prompting Tang Tian to instinctively retreat a couple of steps. Yet, in an instant, the chaotic energy dissipated into nothingness. She has broken through. Tang Tian's heart soared with joy as he stepped forward, arriving at the threshold of Gu Xiaoshue's chamber. Just then she emerged, her cheeks flushed and her face radiant with excitement. I did it. Upon seeing Tang Tian, she exclaimed joyfully, unable to contain her excitement. Tang Tian, with a beaming smile, congratulated her, expressing surprise at the swiftness of her progress, as he had anticipated she would require at least a month of seclusion. Gu Xiaoshue approached Tang Tian and confessed, I was unaware myself. In truth, I have only just attained the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Yet, for reasons unknown, the transition to the nascent soul stage was remarkably smooth, encountering virtually no obstacles. Subsequently, I inexplicably achieved a breakthrough. Tang Tian fell into a contemplative silence, pondering the notion of an effortless breakthrough. Was this the realm of extraordinary geniuses? Did you experience such ease during your previous ascensions? He inquired. Gu Xiaoxue shook her head, no. Previous breakthroughs demanded considerable effort. However, this time it unfolded as naturally as water flowing, and I didn't even require a nascent soul pill. Tang Tian was taken aback by such an occurrence. Was it not true that higher realms typically posed greater challenges for breakthroughs? Why had the scenario reversed in her case? Was it a matter of the cultivation environment? After a moment of reflection, he found no satisfactory answer, ultimately attributing it to Gu Xiaoshue's innate talent. Once he successfully exchanged for the innate talent of a primordial child, he would undoubtedly comprehend the intricacies. Shaking his head to dismiss these thoughts, Tang Tian once more extended his congratulations, saying, Congratulations on your advancement. With this, our mutual protective agreement has automatically dissolved. What are your intentions moving forward? Gu Xiaoxue smiled shyly and said, In truth, during my seclusion, I contemplated deeply. The time I have spent with you has been the most relaxing since I entered the sect. Therefore, I have decided. She lifted her gaze, ready to articulate her thoughts, only to abruptly notice two other figures. Oh, who are they? Tang Tian turned to look and replied with a smile, Ah, those are our guests, whom we welcomed just a few days ago. Come, let me introduce you. With that, Tang Tian led Gu Xiaoxue to the front of Lan Yu and Lu Zhu, and the group exchanged friendly greetings. Although they were all core disciples of the Qin sect, they had not met before, primarily due to the vastness of the sect. With tens of thousands of core disciples, it was nearly impossible to recognize everyone, especially for someone like Gu Xiaoxue, who had been solely focused on her seclusion and cultivation. You are remarkable. Truly impressive, Lan Yu and Lu Zhu remarked. Gu Xiaoxue assessed them for a moment and then glanced down at herself, softly replying, Not at all. You are far more skilled than I. After the introductions, Tang Tian smiled and said, From now on, we shall all be in the same courtyard, so let's look out for one another. Then he inquired, by the way, What was it you were about to say? Gu Xiaoxue responded with an O, and continued, I meant to say, I have decided to speak with my senior sister now, to see if I should continue as a guest. Tang Tian chuckled and said, There's no need to rush. Having just made a breakthrough, it would be prudent to rest before proceeding. Gu Xiaoxue shook her head, insisting, Let us embark at once. You await my news, she added, performing a courteous bow to Tang Tian before turning away and departing from the Zizhu courtyard. Is she truly in such a hurry? Dan Dian Bunda, feeling somewhat perplexed. Moreover, he sensed a sudden shift in Gu Xiaoshue's demeanor, a hint of melancholy that left him wondering about its cause. Has something arisen? Shaking his head, Tang Tian instructed the Lan sisters to return, while he settled himself beside the ancient well, awaiting Gu Xiaoshue's response. It shouldn't take long, he thought to himself. However, just as he had taken his seat, the array outside the courtyard was activated, and a familiar figure swiftly returned. Did you forget something? Tang Tian inquired. Gu Xiaoxue seemed to have regained her previous composure, exclaiming, No, not at all. Well, I happened to encounter my senior sister outside, and we have already discussed matters, she continued. Tang Tian was taken aback. What a coincidence! He scrutinized Gu Xiaoxue, who he knew to be incapable of deceit. There must surely be some hidden agenda. Nevertheless, he was more intrigued by the outcome. And what transpired next? He asked. Gu Xiaoxue responded with a playful smile. My senior sister mentioned that I will undoubtedly require more cultivation resources in the future. Relying solely on myself will be insufficient. Thus, it would be wiser to choose the path of a disciple. Tang Tian beamed. Indeed, your senior sister possesses remarkable insight. Now take a seat, and let us discuss the terms of your remuneration. Gu Xiaoxue obediently took a seat, casting her gaze about before inquiring, Where are our guests? She deliberately emphasized the word our. Tang Tian, oblivious to this nuance, responded with a casual, I sent them back to their quarters, the one directly across from you. After all, they are guests. It would be inappropriate to have them constantly by my side. Gu Xiaoxue nodded, resting her arms on the stone table, her hands propping up her chin, a silly grin adorning her face. What are you smiling about? Tang Tian shot her a glance, then continued, Regarding your compensation, here's my proposal. Typically, for a guest in the early stage of the Yuaning realm, the monthly remuneration does not exceed 10 million spirit jade. However, considering your age of merely 15, your situation is quite exceptional, so I believe it should be at least 50 million. Furthermore, your profound understanding of cultivation has greatly aided me, warranting an additional 50 million. Achieving Yuaning at such a young age promises a bright future. You are bound to become a pillar of the Qingyue sect. Thus, I feel that 500 million is not unreasonable, given your extraordinary talent. It would also bring me much prestige, so let's set your remuneration at 1 billion per month. What do you think? Do you have anything to add? Gu Xiaoxue appeared momentarily taken aback. It seems you have already spoken for me, haven't you? 1 billion is rather exaggerated. I truly do not perceive anything extraordinary about myself. You may regard me as an ordinary servant. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively, proclaiming that is unacceptable. One must be valued according to their worth. Henceforth, it shall be 1 billion. While speaking, Tang Tian meticulously observed the system's reactions. To his astonishment, the system acquiesced to this absurdly large transaction. Could it be that it too deemed Gu Xiaoxue worthy of such a price? A thought flickered in Tang Tian's mind. 1 trillion. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Please refrain from challenging the system's boundaries. Tang Tian conceded. Very well, let it be 1 billion then. Let us set the term at 1 year. Now, let's proceed with the agreement. Chapter 34. The Flag Seizure Battle under Tang Tian's insistence. A 1-year agreement was ultimately established with Gu Xiaoxue at the price of 1 billion spirit jade per month. The remaining procedural matters were entrusted to Li Hong, sparing him the need to make a personal visit. Moreover, he had no desire to encounter the greedy and ill-intentioned Zhongyang. Once the transaction was completed, a staggering sum of 12 billion was deposited into Tang Tian's account, alongside an accumulation of 1.2 million consumption points. It was indeed a win-win situation, and Tang Tian was exceedingly pleased. Gu Xiaoxue appeared equally delighted, understandably so, as over 100 billion spirit jade was ample for a nascent soul cultivator to smoothly progress to the tribulation stage. After this joyous exchange, Tang Tian resumed his previous lifestyle. That very night, he utilized 1 million consumption points to acquire a 7th-grade physique, the celestial crane body. This constitution, while not endowing Tang Tian with any profound secret techniques, has bestowed upon him certain unique traits inherent to the celestial cranes. The most pronounced of these is an enhanced affinity with nature, which facilitates his cultivation, thereby accelerating his progress. Within a few days, his foundational cultivation has been thoroughly stabilized, steadily advancing towards the intermediate stage of foundation establishment. After a few more days, Wang Ziyu came to pay a visit. Tang Tian warmly invited him in, and the two engaged in casual conversation about amusing events within their sect. Upon encountering the sisters Lan Yu and Lu Zhu, Wang Ziyu exclaimed in admiration, "Brother Tang, your taste remains as exceptional as ever." Tang Tian did not refute this. The more the external world diverged from reality in its perception of him, the safer his own situation became. "So this is how it is in the purple bamboo courtyard," Wang Ziyu remarked. "Brother Tang, I must say, you have truly stumbled upon a remarkable opportunity. Just this ancient well of the Yinchuan surpasses the value of this place." Tang Tian, taken aback, asked, "Then why did no one rent it before?" Wang Ziyu chuckled, replying, "The purple bamboo courtyard has only recently opened, and few are aware of its specifics. Those who do know tend to lack significant interest, as they possess superior alternatives. Moreover, I suspect many did not anticipate that the Yinchuan ancient well would have developed to its current state." Tang Tian stroked his chin contemplatively. "It seems you are quite familiar with the purple bamboo courtyard?" Wang Ziyu nodded. "I had heard of it by chance in the past. The grove of purple bamboo originally belonged to an individual known as the Bamboo Grove Hermit, who meticulously planted each stalk. The purple bamboo pavilion was constructed by his own hands, after which he retreated to this serene abode." Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "But what became of him?" Wang Ziyu sighed softly. "He perished. Over a century ago, he was lost amidst the struggles for power. Subsequently, the Qin sect sealed this place away, only recently opening it to the public." Tang Tian fell silent, astonished to learn of the rich history behind the purple bamboo pavilion. The Bamboo Grove Hermit must have been a person who sought solitude, as evidenced by the pavilion's decor, steeped in the essence of the mundane world, clearly a haven for enjoying one's twilight years. It is indeed lamentable that such a soul could fall victim to the machinations of power. "You are aware of all this?" Tang Tian expressed his surprise. Through their encounters, he had come to perceive Wang Ziyu as an omniscient sage, capable of articulating the intricacies of any topic. "I have a particular interest in antiquity," Wang Ziyu replied with a smile. "Cultivation is but one aspect of life. While it may seem transcendent, it cannot escape the realm of existence. Engaging in relentless practice leads to a forfeiture of life's joys. Occasionally venturing out to witness the world beyond serves as a unique form of cultivation." Tang Tian was taken aback, not expecting Wang Ziyu to utter such profound philosophical insights. Indeed, each individual possesses their own unique understanding of cultivation. Some revel in the bustling atmosphere, while others prefer the solitude of arduous practice. It is not essential to distinguish who is right or wrong. One ought to simply focus on their own endeavors. By the way, in a couple of days, there will be an event at the sect. Would you care to join us, Brother Tang? Wang Ziyu inquired. Tang Tian, taken aback, responded, "What event?" Wang Ziyu shook his head. "You truly are oblivious to the world outside your window. The first internal disciple assessment of the year is about to commence, and I've heard it will be quite intense. Were you not aware of this?" Tang Tian was genuinely astonished. He had no knowledge of the matter. The internal disciple assessments at Qin sect occur 4 times a year, once at the end of each season. This event is among the most lively occurrences at Qin, attracting a multitude of elders and disciples who come to witness the spectacle, not only for entertainment, but also to scout for any prodigious talents worth noting, as they represent the future of the sect. Reflecting on this, Tang Tian couldn't help but remember his own status within the sect as merely an outer disciple. Once he breaks through to the foundation establishment stage, he would be eligible to participate in the internal disciple assessment. "Aren't you interested, Brother Tang?" Wang Ziyu inquired upon noticing Tang Tian's silence. Tang Tian smiled and replied, "I am not particularly fond of mingling in crowds. However, you are correct. Venturing out occasionally does present a unique form of cultivation. Wang Ziyu immediately grinned. Exactly. What's the point of staying cooped up at home all day? Though those disciples are merely at the foundation establishment stage, their combat displays are quite entertaining. Perhaps one might even scout a few promising candidates for oneself. Tang Tian rubbed his nose, realizing that he was likely the one being observed. Wang Ziyu replied, "Indeed." Thus, Tang Tian resolved to participate in the inner sect disciples assessment. Although his status as an honorary disciple had already elevated him far beyond that of a regular inner disciple, he harbored an inexplicable obsession within. The title of honorary disciple felt hollow, while only the true designations of inner and core disciple held substantial weight. "I apologize, but I am unaware of your true capabilities," Wang Ziyu admitted awkwardly. Tang Tian, with a smile, reassured him that it was of no consequence and proceeded to inquire about the particulars of the forthcoming assessment. The inner sect disciple evaluation at Qin sect is divided into 5 major areas: the East, West, South, North peaks, and the main peak, each independent of the others. This division is necessitated by the overwhelming number of participants, making it more manageable. However, in future contests for core disciples, all will be gathered together. Tang Tian found himself at the foot of the South Peak. Should he choose to compete, he would be assigned to the South Peak's domain. The content of the assessment varies year by year, and according to Wang Ziyu, this spring examination at the South Peak is termed the Battle for the Flags. A vast territory has been delineated, within which various flags have been placed. As long as a participant can successfully protect their flag until the assessment concludes, they will have passed and achieved the status of an inner disciple. The flags are categorized into 4 types: copper flags, silver flags, gold flags, and the royal flag. Every flag has the potential to elevate one to the inner circle, yet the additional rewards represented by each flag differ significantly. The copper flag is the least prestigious, while the royal flag reigns supreme. Moreover, the higher the quality of the flag obtained, the more likely it is that one will attract the attention of the sect, making it plausible for certain powerful elders to take them as their direct disciples on the spot. Wang Ziyu explained. Tang Tian nodded silently. This system effectively filters strength from weakness, promising a fiercely competitive process. "Do you have any goals, Brother Tang?" Wang Ziyu inquired with a smile. Tang Tian pondered for a moment and asked, "Is it permissible to employ special means? If monetary solutions are viable, then anything is negotiable. If not, I'll settle for a copper flag as long as I can pass the assessment." Wang Ziyu understood Tang Tian's intent and, waving his fan, replied, "The rules explicitly prohibit forming alliances. However, I believe that under the lure of great rewards, valiant individuals will surely emerge. But Brother Tang, be prepared. There is only one royal flag, and without sufficient sacrifice, acquiring it will be quite challenging." Tang Tian smiled in response. "That's reassuring. Matters that can be resolved with money are hardly matters at all." Wang Ziyu chuckled softly, already envisioning the scene that would unfold during the upcoming intersect disciple assessment. Chapter 35. A bounty of 100 million. 4 days later, the first intersect disciple assessment of the year commenced with fervor. This event was a rare spectacle, drawing together not only intersect and core disciples, but also various honorary disciples and elders. People are eager to witness the emergence of extraordinary talents in this year's cohort. In the early morning at Zizhu Garden, Tang Tian awoke promptly. After completing his morning routine, he summoned Gu Xiaoxue and the Lan sisters, and sent a message to Li Hong before departing from Zizhu Forest. As he ascended Nan Peak, he encountered numerous disciples of Qin sect, all heading in the same direction, primarily to observe or participate in the intersect assessments. The location for this assessment on Nan Peak was nestled within a dense forest on the back mountain. By the time Tang Tian arrived, the area was teeming with people. Above the crowd, 10 enormous light screens hovered, displaying various perspectives of the activities within the forest. Li Hong had arrived first and had meticulously compiled a wealth of information regarding the assessment, including the rules, the capabilities of participating disciples, and the observing elders. Every detail accounted for. Over 1,700 disciples were participating in the assessment on Nan Peak. However, based on previous years' passing rates. Only about half were likely to succeed. The number of flags raised also reflected this reality. There were 800 bronze flags, 100 silver flags, and merely 10 gold flags. The strongest, the king flag, was singular. Li Hong remarked, "In total, there are 911 flags, indicating that only a little over 900 can become intersect disciples. Are special methods allowed to disrupt the competition?" Tantian inquit, Li Feng responded. The rules do not specify any such allowance. The only prohibition is against forming alliances during the assessment. Should any collusion be detected, the offenders will be disqualified. Tang Tian pondered for a moment and said, "Help me disseminate this information. As long as someone can assist me in obtaining the king's banner and subsequently hand it over to me at the end, I am willing to offer 100 million spirit jade." Li Hong's eyes widened in astonishment. "Young Master Tang, are you certain? 100 million spirit jade will drive those early-stage foundation establishment disciples into a frenzy. Tang Tian, Sfai, Zeppling, whether they go mad or not is of little consequence to me. My primary concern is whether this will provoke the elders' disdain, leading them to intervene and halt the process." Li Hong furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before stating, "That will not happen. This is not explicitly prohibited by the rules, and once the news spreads, the competition will undoubtedly intensify, allowing the elders to discern the true strength of the participants more clearly. Thus, it is highly unlikely they will intervene." Tang Tian nodded in agreement. He shared the same sentiment, and there was one point Li Hong had not mentioned. Such a bounty could also, to a certain extent, reveal the character of certain disciples. This would be advantageous for the elders. As for fairness, I'm sorry, but this world is inherently unjust. As long as their own interests are not compromised, no one will raise an objection. Let us proceed with this plan. With that, Tang Tian instructed Li Hong to spread the word. Before long, a stir emerged within the crowd. Many individuals exchanged incredulous glances, suddenly turning their attention toward Tang Tian's vicinity. Meanwhile, Tang Tian remained comfortably seated, unperturbed by the monumental upheaval his actions might incite. This is precisely the duty befitting his station. Were he to engage in a fierce contest against the other disciples using only his own strength, it would indeed be peculiar to onlookers. After a brief moment, a familiar figure approached. It was Wang Ziyu. "Brother Tang, what a remarkable display. 100 million spirit jade. The other disciples are nearly frantic. Already deliberating on how to acquire the royal banner." Wang Ziyu sighed. Tang Tian smiled slightly. With so many people, the competition would be too cumbersome. "I merely stepped out after a light snack." Wang Ziyu shook his head repeatedly. "Do not even mention snacks. It's utterly disheartening." Tang Tian chuckled and invited him to sit beside him. What was the reaction from the elders? He remained particularly interested in this matter. Wang Ziyu shrugged. What reaction could there be? They would relish the opportunity to add some entertainment to the conference. However, with this, you have undoubtedly achieved fame at Nan Peak. No one in the intersect assessment would so casually toss aside 100 million spirit jade. Tang Tian smiled, but remained silent. Such notoriety, once established, could not be undone. Subsequently, the two engaged in casual conversation, with Wang Ziyu introducing Tang Tian to the significant figures present that day. That elderly man with the white beard is Yun Xiuqi, the Grand Elder of Nan Peak, a being at the pinnacle of tribulation. He generally oversees all major affairs of Nan Peak, Wang Ziyu explained. Tang Tian glanced over. Yun Xiuqi was seated at the highest point, eyes closed in meditation, exuding an air of authority, surrounded by several other elders. However, at that moment, as Tang Tian glanced over, he suddenly opened his eyes and cast a fleeting, emotionless gaze in this direction. Tang Tian hastily averted his eyes. Such an ancient being possessed an exceedingly keen sense of perception. "No worries," Wang Ziyu remarked with a smile. "Elder Yin may appear stern and unsmiling, but he is quite principled. As long as one does not contravene the sect's rules, he will remain indifferent." He then gestured towards another figure, saying that individual clad in black is one of the two esteemed daughters of Nan Feng, Imo Xiao. Her temperament is rather peculiar, marked by capriciousness. It is prudent to limit interactions with her. Tang Tian cast a glance at Mo Xiao Xiao, who was adorned in a flowing black dress. Seated solitary upon a prominent rock, beneath which were several other black-clad practitioners, presumably her attendants. What about the other one? Dang Tian Yin Guit? Wang Zi replied. Chun Sairu seldom makes an appearance. Mo Xiao Xiao handles affairs in the outside world. Do not underestimate them. When these two daughters unite, even Lu Chang'e must accord them due respect. Their status in Nanfeng is nearly on par with Elder Yin. Dang Tian e Salet. This assembly comprised the pinnacle of the Qingyue sect's members, indeed, not to be approached lightly. After conversing for a while, the intersect disciple assessment commenced at last. Tang Tian stepped into the ranks of the competitors, yet no matter where he stood, he remained the singular focus of the day. 100 million spirit jade. It is mine for the taking. Someone boldly declared their intent. However, he was soon discreetly targeted by more gazes, designating him as the principal rival in today's assessment. Under the announcement of the Grand Elder Yun Xiuqi, the evaluation commenced in earnest. Above, 10 colossal screens displayed various scenes, each representing a distinct location within the dense forest. Following the Elder's command, Tang Tian and several other previous contestants surged into the forest before them. Chapter 36. Ignorant and foolish as all the participants entered the forest. Their figures immediately appeared on the screens. It remained uncertain who would emerge victorious this time, who would seize the coveted first place. What a remarkable assembly. A gathering of heroes indeed, some lamented. Yet, they were soon met with numerous disapproving looks. What are you lamenting for? In previous contests, it was one thing, but today, is there truly any suspense regarding who will claim the royal banner? That is a staggering 100 million spirit jade. It is a tremendous pity that I had already passed the assessment last year. He sighed repeatedly. However, someone quickly retorted, do not despair. Even if you participated in this assessment, the royal banner would not fall to you. I truly do not comprehend why someone who ascended with a copper banner possesses such confidence. The crowd buzzed with discussion. The impact of 100 million spirit jade undeniably profound. At that moment, Gu Xiaoxue and Lan Yu were also intently observing the scenes within the forest, searching for Tang Tian's figure. Suddenly, Lan Yu softly inquired, why does Tang Xiao act in this manner? His strength is evidently sufficient. During this period, Tang Tian frequently engaged in profound discussions with them, occasionally exchanging insights on cultivation through practical experience. They were acutely aware of Tang Tian's true prowess. At the foundation establishment stage, few could rival him. In contemplating this, Gu Xiaoxue remarked, he is, in fact, quite low-key, although he appears ostentatious. Flaunting billions with his every move, he remains remarkably discreet in certain matters. Lan Yu pondered over this statement, struggling to grasp its essence. Could it be that Tang Tian embodies modesty? She began to doubt her understanding of the term. Regardless, he possesses his own approach to matters. We merely need to fulfill our responsibilities without indulging in baseless speculation, Gu Xiaoxue advised. Lan Yu nodded in agreement, finding clarity in her words. Gu Xiaoxue exhaled softly. Despite being older and more powerful, these two sisters often regarded her as the leader, seeking her counsel on numerous occasions. She was baffled by this dynamic, but soon dismissed the thought as Tang Tian's figure materialized on the luminous screen amidst the towering trees. With a leisurely pace, Tang Tian navigated through the expansive forest, where numerous flags were strategically placed, making his search relatively straightforward. He intended to secure a flag casually, lest unforeseen circumstances jeopardize his chances for advancement. After meandering for a while, Tang Tian keenly sensed an unusual wave of Taoist energy emanating from within a large tree ahead. How effortless this is! Tang Tian stepped forward, and with a gentle flick of his fingers, a piece of bark from the great tree slowly slid away, revealing a bronze flag. Indeed, it was a copper banner. The task was accomplished. Tang Tian reached out to retrieve the copper flag. However, at that very moment, a chilling voice echoed from behind him. Put it down. That belongs to me. Tang Tian turned to see a woman with a stern visage, her cold gaze fixed upon him, her foundational cultivation level unapologetically radiating. In this situation, Tang Tian was not overly surprised. There were always those who remained untempted by wealth, or perhaps possessed a clear self-awareness, recognizing their inability to escape unscathed. Yet, he did not anticipate that someone would approach him so swiftly. "I obtained it first," Tang Tian replied with a faint smile. The woman snorted disdainfully and retorted, "This is not a matter of first come, first served." Tang Tian shook his head. "Then name your price." He was reluctant to engage in conflict over such an object. Nevertheless, the woman remained resolute, declaring, "Do not presume that a handful of filthy lucre makes you remarkable. In the realm of cultivators, power speaks volumes. If you do not relinquish it, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Tang Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. The woman's tone reminded him of another person, Lin Yu. "Do you truly believe you can take the flag from me?" he asked, his patience waning. The woman scoffed, "I have encountered many like you. Aside from your petty wealth, you are utterly worthless, nothing more than a mere bag of bones. Allow me to conclude with a final remark. Hand over the banner to me, or prepare to be eliminated prematurely. During the assessment, life and death struggles may ensue, with the elders outside observing intently. Should any participant be in mortal peril, they shall be teleported away, which, of course, signifies their early exit and failure to advance. So, this was your intention." Tang Tian's tone grew icy. This woman was merely seeking to bully the weak, believing him to be an easy target. "If that is the case, then you shall be the first to depart." With that, Tang Tian made the first move. In an instant, he appeared before the woman, his hand lunging directly towards her head. The woman was instantly struck with dread, having failed to perceive Tang Tian's actions moments before. In her panic, she raised her longsword, aiming to pierce him and dispel the imminent threat. However, Tang Tian remained motionless, accustomed as he was to battling prodigies like Gu Xiaoxue. To him, the woman's movements resembled that of a child in a brawl, full of flaws and devoid of any strategy. With a mere flick of his finger, he sent her longsword flying deep into the dense forest. Then, with no resistance, his other hand seized her slender neck, lifting her effortlessly. An easy target, was I? Tang Tian's grip tightened, the veins on the woman's face bulging as she stared wide-eyed, filled with disbelief and horror. It appeared that not all esteemed disciples were so easily subdued. At that moment, a tremendous aura descended from above, enveloping the woman in its embrace. Tang Tian felt a stirring within, loosening his grip. In an instant, a flash of light illuminated the scene, and the woman's figure vanished without a trace. It was rather timely. Tang Tian shrugged. Had he delayed even a moment longer, the outcome would have been a lifeless corpse. This was preferable, sparing him the burden of an additional label as a ruthless, bloodthirsty being. After securing the bronze flag, Tang Tian resumed his leisurely demeanor, continuing to meander through the dense forest. In the myriad realms, a flash of light revealed the woman's figure before the assembly. Awakened by the elder's call, her face was etched with shame and indignation as she turned away without a backward glance, exiting the venue. This Tang Tian possessed a modicum of strength. Indeed, he had not exerted his full power. Otherwise, she would have had no chance to resist. Several elders engaged in conversation, while the disciples outside buzzed with discussion. That fellow thought he could easily bully someone, only to find himself hitting a solid wall. They truly believed Tang Tian to be a mere buffoon. Yet he was far from the sort who scraped together 50,000 spirit gems to purchase the status of a junior honorary disciple. Ignorant and foolish, they mused, for with his wealth exceeding 100 million, he could easily cultivate a formidable individual. Even if not at the pinnacle, he would certainly not be lacking. The crowd lamented the disciples' naivety. Though it was merely a minor episode, the assessment continued unabated. At last, after approximately half an hour had passed, a voice rang out in astonishment. "The royal flag has been found." The crowd hastily turned their attention. Chapter 37. The Chaos of the Royal Flag Following the Earlier Incident. Tang Tian did not encounter anyone specifically targeting him again. Many who recognized him instinctively chose to take a detour. Some individuals approached to inquire whether Tang Tian required assistance for his safety. Tang Tian resolutely declined, for according to the rules of the flag, duoduojan, Forming alliances independently would result in immediate disqualification from the assessment, and he certainly did not wish to be eliminated without cause. After a while, Tang Tian suddenly noticed numerous disciples racing toward the particular direction. After stopping one for an inquiry, he learned that the sole royal flag had been discovered. Curiosity piqued. He decided to follow the crowd, arriving at a relatively gentle valley. The area was sparsely wooded, offering a broad vista where hundreds of contestants had gathered. In the very center of the valley lay a shallow pool of clear water, revealing the bed beneath. A lotus bloomed gracefully atop the water, and above it fluttered a banner embroidered with 2 divine dragons. Several powerful disciples encircled the pool, yet none dared to make the first move. Tang Tian found a position with a good view, leisurely observing the scene unfolding before him. Soon, someone recognized his presence, causing a stir among the crowd. Tang Tian's arrival instantly transformed the atmosphere. Esteemed compatriots, continuing this stalemate serves no purpose. The number of onlookers will only increase. We might as well decide the fate of the royal flag promptly, proclaimed a lean youth by the water's edge. "Huh, and how do you propose we reach a decision?" A man clad in green queried thoughtfully. The lean youth replied, "To put it plainly, we are all here for the billion spirit jade." Such a significant number indeed. Rather than engaging in a fierce struggle where one may perish at the hands of another, why not allow me to seize the flag first? Once we acquire the spirit jade, we can divide it fairly upon our exit. Trust me, I assure you, I will not go back on my word. Upon hearing this, a robust disciple erupted in laughter. Trust you? I might as well believe that a sow could climb a tree. What if you obtain the spirit jade and then deny your promises? Who shall we turn to for justice then? The lean youth, faced with mockery, remained unfazed, retorting with a sardonic tone. "Oh, is that so? Then perhaps the flag should be entrusted to you. You could safeguard it for everyone. What does that sound?" The burly disciple was momentarily taken aback, yet dared not accept such a task. Each individual harbored ulterior motives. Who could guarantee that, upon seizing the flag, they would not be besieged by the others? No one placed their faith in the lean youth's words, nor did anyone dare to unilaterally claim the flag. Consequently, the valley was once again enveloped in a stalemate. Tang Tian shook his head in dismay. If this impasse continued, the number of disciples drawn by the commotion would only increase, making the flag's acquisition even more challenging. Suddenly, a shadow darted through the sky, and in the blink of an eye, the flag at the center of the pond vanished without a trace. "Quick, stop him!" The crowd quickly discerned the intruder. The lean youth and the burly disciple acted in unison, unleashing a powerful force to repel the figure from the sky, causing them to descend to the ground. Others hurried forward, encircling the individual. It was at this moment that they clearly saw the figure, a woman clad in a black fitted outfit. "Hey, you lack martial ethics," the slender youth remarked. "With so many people present, do you still wish to strike secretly and claim the 100 million spirit jade for yourself? What folly is this?" The cloaked woman, her expression icy, scoffed. "I care not for spirit jade. My sole objective is to seize the royal flag. If a battle is what you seek, then let it come." Grasping the flag in one hand and a sword in the other, she displayed no fear, even when surrounded by dozens. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this unexpected individual. It was, after all, anticipated that some would remain unmoved by riches, driven instead by the pursuit of their ideals. It mattered little to him. As long as he did not have to intervene, the royal flag was not a necessity, and he relished the prospect of a splendid spectacle. Meanwhile, the onlookers outside the valley began to murmur excitedly. "Who is she? Such a striking figure. Nie Wuxuang, who only entered last year, stands as one of the most prominent among the outer disciples, her strength formidable. Indeed, I've heard that she successfully established her foundation in just 4 months, and her combat prowess is such that many ordinary inner disciples cannot rival her. Yet, the others are no pushovers either. Facing so many alone is a daunting challenge. She may be acting a bit rashly." The crowd buzzed with speculation. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that Nie Wuxuang's recent actions had successfully captured everyone's attention, including that of the elders. At this moment, the valley was on the brink of a fierce confrontation. "Put down the royal flag. This is your final opportunity." The slender youth commanded sharply. However, what took everyone by surprise was that Nie Wuxuang, without uttering a word, charged directly at the slender youth. Her sword swept through the air with a formidable force, causing the youth's complexion to change dramatically. "Are you out of your mind?" he shouted, flinging two circular blades that clashed violently with her sword, sending sparks flying in all directions. Though the blades were soon forced back by Nie Wuxuang, the slender youth seized the opportunity to evade her attack. Simultaneously, those surrounding them sprang into action, launching an array of spiritual artifacts and techniques towards Nie Wuxuang, effectively sealing off all her escape routes. Despite her exceptional prowess, her opponents were no slouches. Anyone bold enough to target the royal banner possessed their own skills. Under the relentless barrage, Nie Wuxuang quickly found herself in a precarious situation, struggling to breathe under the mounting pressure. In mere moments, numerous wounds had appeared on her body, and her complexion had turned slightly pale. If this continued, it would not be long before she was forced to withdraw. In despair, Nie Wuxuang had no choice but to temporarily relinquish her pursuit of the royal banner. Yet, as she did so, she hurled the banner with considerable force, sending it soaring through the crowd towards a distant hillside. Witnessing this, the others swiftly shifted their focus, redirecting their efforts to chase after the banner. A myriad of tactics emerged as each individual sought to claim the banner for themselves. The scene descended into utter chaos. Tang Tian observed from a high vantage point, leisurely taking in the spectacle, unable to suppress his admiration. The tactics employed by the top disciples were indeed incomparable to those of the female disciple who had initially snatched his copper banner. Although their mastery of the Taoist arts is still riddled with flaws, they have essentially reached a level of proficiency, with some individuals even approaching minor achievements. Moreover, their combat experience is quite rich, making their battles rather thrilling. Whenever one person seizes the king's flag, the others immediately band together to launch an assault, swiftly leading to a change of hands. This cycle of siege and chaotic combat continues, with the flag passing from one to another. Yet no one manages to secure it completely. It is indeed a captivating spectacle, worth every penny. Tang Tian observed this with a smile. However, at that moment, a tangle of dark green vines suddenly sprouted beneath Tang's feet, growing wildly. In the blink of an eye, they enveloped his entire body, leaving only his head exposed. Chapter 38. The final claim. Tang Tian could hardly have anticipated that while he was casually enjoying the show, he would inexplicably fall victim to a sneak attack. The assailant was cunning, employing a seed of a mystical herb, its presence concealed by nature, which silently crept to Tang's feet. Then, driven by sorcery, the seed erupted suddenly. Ens nading Tang Tian family. Tang Tian lowered his gaze. Who is this, and what do they intend? As he pondered, a diminutive figure emerged from beneath him. Haha, young Master Tang, my apologies for the offense. It was a boy with a cherubic face, now grinning mischievously, exuding an air of triumph. What do you want? Tang Tian inquired, displaying no signs of anxiety. The boy replied with a smile, Why, to capture you, of course. Do not entertain thoughts of resistance. This is the indomitable vine. Once completely ensnared, even those at the pinnacle of foundational cultivation would find it impossible to break free, only tightening their bonds with each struggle. Tang Tian chuckled softly, remarking, If you possess such prowess, why not vie for the king's banner? What benefit do you gain from ensnaring me? The youth replied, How can there be no advantage? Today, you are the undeniable focal point of the banner-snatching contest. Should I successfully capture you, I too would garner the attention of the elders. Is this not far easier than contesting for the king's banner? I do not hold absolute confidence in snatching the banner from so many competitors. Tang Tian suddenly understood. This was indeed a clever strategy. If he could eliminate the instigator, he would undoubtedly become the topic of conversation for the foreseeable future. However, do you truly believe you have me cornered? Tang Tian inquired with a smile. The youth smirked and replied, It cannot be denied that wealthy scions like you often possess considerable strength. Thus, I have been laying my plans since your arrival, strategically placing the indomitable vine, and this is merely one of my traps. Tang Tian was taken aback, This young man, despite his tender age, exhibited remarkable cunning. No wonder he had overlooked the presence of the indomitable Vine initially. What a pity. Tang Tian shook his head. The youth, puzzled, asked, "What do you find regrettable?" Tang Tian responded with a smile. "Your methods are indeed commendable, ensnaring others without their awareness. Had you targeted an ordinary disciple, they would have surely suffered. Yet, alas, you have miscalculated your target." The youth was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, his complexion changed dramatically, and he formed a peculiar gesture with his hands, channeling all his spiritual energy. However, to his astonishment, an unexpected event transpired. "If I am not mistaken, you are employing a variant of the wood invocation technique." "Coincidentally, I have also mastered such a spell," Tang Tian said calmly. As he spoke, the golden vines entwined around him began to unravel of their own accord, soon dispersing and gracefully swirling around him. The young man, now flushed with embarrassment, struggled to reclaim control over the golden vines, yet found his efforts utterly futile. "What a pity," Tang Tian remarked lightly. With a slight raise of his hand, the golden vines immediately redirected their course, ensnaring the youth completely. The tide of the situation had shifted. Tang Tian manipulated the tendrils to delve into the youth's garments, retrieving a golden banner. "Indeed, you possess some skill. You've even managed to locate the golden flag," Tang Tian chuckled. The youth's face turned crimson, his earlier struggle for control nearly causing him to lose his composure. And upon realizing the futility of his efforts, he finally conceded. "I was overly arrogant. Young Master Tang, I merely sought to garner more attention and had no intention of causing you harm. Please, show mercy and do not cast me aside." His plea was tinged with desperation. Upon witnessing his woeful demeanor, Tang Tian couldn't help but chuckle softly. This boy truly exemplified the art of humility and resilience. As soon as he recognized his misstep, he immediately begged for mercy without a hint of hesitation. Such individuals indeed evoke no thoughts of extermination. However, a modicum of punishment is still warranted. Tang Tian retrieved the golden flag and subsequently tucked the bronze flag he had previously acquired into his attire. "Given your relative compliance, I shall allow you to remain," he declared. "However, during this interval, keep a vigilant watch over me. Should anyone attempt to conspire against me again, do inform me." The youth nodded vigorously, as if pounding garlic. "Absolutely, without a doubt. Just grant me a chance, and I shall exert every effort to ensure your safety." Tang Tian zipli isapota. Simply speak up when necessary. I do not wish for the elders to misconstrue our camaraderie as collusion. With that, he gently raised his hand, allowing the Vajra vines to unfurl from the boy, transforming back into several golden-green seeds. He also confiscated the tools of his misdeeds. The youth's face contorted in pain at the loss, yet he refrained from further protest and dutifully assumed the role of Tang Tian's lookout. After inquiring, Tang Tian learned the boy's name. Gongqi having resolved this matter, Tang Tian turned his gaze once more to the central arena of the waters. At this moment, the battle there had intensified to a fever pitch. An ever-growing throng of disciples had gathered, with more individuals joining the fray. The initial instigators of the conflict, Nie Wushuang and the lean youth, had vanished from the main battlefield. Some were grievously injured and unable to continue, while others, recognizing the futility of the situation, had chosen to depart. The ferocity of the combat was overwhelming, as everyone unleashed their full potential, as if driven to madness. Wang Qi wandered aimlessly, unable to settle with any particular group. This scene elicited exclamations of excitement from the spectators. "Ha! I have never witnessed such an intense spectacle. It was truly worth my visit today. It was all thanks to Tang Tian. Had it not been for his generous bounty of 100 million spiritual jade, such a fierce competition would have been inconceivable." Did the elders have any objections? The more intense the conflict, the more delighted the elders were, as it allowed for the genuine strong to emerge. The disciples engaged in fervent discussions. Indeed, the elders observed the battle while exchanging evaluations, a stark contrast to previous occasions. A few individuals noted the recent developments surrounding Tang Tian, nodding in agreement. Though Gongqi is young, he possesses a certain cunning. Alas, his luck is rather poor. Tang Tian's mastery of the wood manipulation technique surpasses his. The elder's keen eyes quickly discerned the root of Gong Qi's defeat. However, just as their discourse continued, a sudden gasp echoed through the crowd. What is happening? It seems the flag has vanished. Confusion spread among the onlookers. In the midst of the chaotic battle, the flag had mysteriously disappeared, yet no one noticed who had taken it. Similarly, within the valley, the situation mirrored this chaos. As the brawl ensued, they abruptly realized that the contested prize was nowhere to be found. Who could it be? Roared a bald, burly man, blood still trickling down his forehead. Regrettably, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, as if no one present had laid claim to it. Damn it! Who among you is the scoundrel? Is it you? It's evident you are no good. The burly man targeted a youth with a somewhat shifty appearance. The young lad, instantly incensed, retorted loudly, "Stop spewing nonsense. I suspect it might be you, shouting thief while being one yourself." The burly man narrowed his gaze and chose to take action. Soon, the other disciples began to harbor mutual suspicions, and chaos erupted once more. However, this time it was genuine turmoil, and Wang Qi remained conspicuously absent. Tang Tian glanced over the chaotic scene before him and shifted his gaze toward the distant thicket, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Quite intriguing. Chapter 39. Silent reflection. The melee continued unabated, yet regrettably, after much time had passed, Wang Qi still did not reappear. Some individuals opted to withdraw from the fray, seeking alternative flags to secure their passage through the assessment. The onlookers gradually dispersed. Without Wang Qi, the battles here had lost their significance. "Young Master Tang, will you continue to wait?" Gonmuki inquired cautiously. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Tian replied, "Never mind, since that person has chosen to hide. It is unlikely he will emerge again. You should depart as well, and remember to prepare thoroughly when selecting your opponents in the future." Gong Qi, as if granted a reprieve, expressed his gratitude profusely before vanishing in haste. Tang Tian shook his head, cast one last glance at the tumultuous battlefield, and gracefully departed. Time swiftly slipped away, and the end of the assessment loomed near. The whereabouts of Wang Qi remain a mystery, as everyone awaits the conclusion of the assessment to unveil the identity of this formidable individual. Deep within the dense forest, in a thicket of lush underbrush, a shadowy figure sits quietly nestled between two boulders. It is Nie Wuxuang. Her complexion is pallid, with faint traces of blood at the corners of her mouth, clearly indicating she has sustained significant injuries. In her arms, a corner of a flag reveals itself, emanating a subtle golden glow. It is indeed Wang Qi. As the assessment time draws to a close, Nie Wuxuang finally displays a hint of relief. However, at that moment, a voice resonates before her. "Is that the illusionary spirit technique? I never anticipated you could master it to such a profound level. Truly impressive." As Nie Wuxuang regards him with a wary gaze, Tang Tian's figure gradually materializes. "Did you see it?" Nie Wuxuang inquires, her brow furrowed in disbelief. Tang Tian nods in affirmation. The illusionary spirit technique is a premium yellow-level spell. Once cultivated to perfection, it can transform into various ethereal objects, making it difficult to discern the genuine from the false without meticulous scrutiny. Amidst the chaos of the recent battle, no one paid heed to a spirit sword of unknown origin, allowing Nie Wuxuang to successfully acquire Wang Qi and subsequently utilize the illusionary spirit technique to escape the battlefield, retreating into the distance. You had already devised your subsequent plan when you made your first move, hadn't you? Even if suspicions arise after you withdrew injured, it will be challenging to direct them toward you. Indeed, quite clever, Tang Tian remarked. Nie Wuxuang's expression was complex. She had never anticipated that the tactic she believed could deceive the heavens would be so easily discerned by Tang Tian. Wasn't he merely a disciple known for his indulgence? "What do you want?" Nie Wuxuang asked coldly. Tang Tian replied with a smile, "My objective is the same as yours, the royal flag." His voice, loud and defiant, ultimately yielded nothing, leaving him with a sense of embarrassment. "If you hand over the royal flag, I will consider your bounty fulfilled, 100 million spirit jade." Nie Wuxuang furrowed her brow, speaking with unwavering resolve. Impossible. I only want the royal flag. No amount of spirit jade will suffice. Tang Tian was taken aback. He had not expected her to remain so steadfast, even at this juncture. However, he was determined to claim the royal flag. I'm not negotiating with you, Tang Tian declared. In your current state, do you truly believe you can defend the royal flag? I possess a golden flag here. We could use it for an exchange. And as for the spirit jade, it's entirely up to you. Child, you wouldn't want to be eliminated just before the assessment concludes, would you? Nivu Shuang fell silent, seemingly engaged in a final internal struggle. Yet, suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from her, and dozens of sword blades materialized out of thin air, encircling Tang Tian and thrusting towards him. A glint of brilliance flashed in Tang Tian's eyes as the surrounding space froze instantly. The blades, razor-sharp, could not breach the invisible barrier. Niao Wushuang stood frozen, disbelief etched across her face. How is this possible? She exclaimed. You have quite a few hidden cards. Tang Tian smiled faintly, waving his hand to send all the sword blades flying away. I shall take this as your final decision. Subsequently, he slightly raised his hand, and a force that Niao Wushuang could not resist directly tore the royal flag from her grasp and into Tang Tian's possession. I trust your performance has been duly noted by the elders. With that, he vanished from sight. Niao Wushuang's expression was complex. She had believed her victory was assured. Yet, unexpectedly, she had fallen into Tang Tian's hands. This was a scenario she had never contemplated. This young master appeared distinctly different from those reputed disciples who only indulged in pleasure. As she pondered, a beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping her form, and moments later, she vanished from the scene. The assessment had officially concluded. When Tang Tian re-emerged into the world, a dazzling golden light instantly enveloped him. Soon after, the royal flag in his hand was drawn by a powerful force, soaring towards a stone tablet outside the dense forest. The flag was planted atop the tablet, and immediately, Tang Tian's name materialized. Following that, those disciples who had received the golden and silver flags also had their names displayed beneath Tang Tian. Indeed, it was Tang Tian who had obtained the royal flag. How'd he manage that? TCH, what else could it be? Surely someone must have acquired the royal flag and then secretly traded it to him. Ah, behold the sourness in your tone. If you possess such prowess, why not offer a bounty of 100 million spirit gems? The disciples chattered amongst themselves. Although the assessment process was somewhat unexpected, the outcome remained within the realm of anticipation. After all, few can resist the allure of such an abundance of spirit gems. Congratulations to Brother Tang on your triumphant return, remarked Wang Ziyu with a smile. Tang Tian shrugged. There were a few minor mishaps, but all in all, it went rather smoothly. Wang Ziyu chuckled. Your name has been thoroughly established upon the southern peak. However, even with the acquisition of the royal banner, I suspect those elders will not seek you out. Many of them pride themselves on being aloof, looking down upon us disciples of mere reputation. Tang Tian replied nonchalantly, it matters not. It was merely a diversion. He had no interest in being accepted as a personal disciple. With a higher expenditure, one can attain anything. After engaging in casual conversation for a while, Tang Tian prepared to depart. Just then, a woman clad in a flowing black gown stepped into his path. Tang Tian, I have long admired you, she stated. The woman was tall, nearly matching Tang Tian's height, and exuded an aura of authority with each movement. She was none other than one of the two esteemed daughters of the Southern Peak, Mo Xiao Xiao. Is there something you require? Tang Tian inquired with a furrowed brow. Mo Xiao Xiao responded, as you reside in the purple bamboo courtyard, you are considered one of us from the Southern Peak. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, simply invoke my name. Tang Tian was taken aback. Wow, how imposing. Thank you. He found himself at a loss for words. It seems this is our first encounter, is it not? Mo Xiao Xiao, however, found nothing peculiar and continued. You have recently become an honorary disciple and are still unfamiliar with the dynamics of the 5 peaks. In a month, there will be an exchange meeting at the main peak. You should attend. Tang Tian fell silent once more. Meanwhile, Wang Ziyu beside him appeared exceedingly excited, subtly urging Tang Tian to agree. Very well, Tang Tian replied, but how do I get there? Is an invitation not required? Mo Xiao Xiao responded nonchalantly, just provide my name. With that, she turned and departed. Tang Tian was taken aback, pondering whether her name was truly omnipotent. Is it really that impressive? As he marveled, Mo Xiao Xiao left with her subordinates. Among her entourage, Tang Tian recognized a familiar figure. It was Nie Wuxuang, who had just completed her assessment. You are formidable. Should the opportunity arise, I eagerly anticipate a fair duel with you. Nie Wuxuang remarked before following Mo Xiao Xiao. Tang Tian touched his nose, realizing that like attracts like. The disposition of these two individuals seemed to be cast from the same mold. Shaking his head, he departed with Gu Xiaoxue and the others. Chapter 40. The Five Peaks Exchange Meeting. What is the Five Peaks Exchange Meeting? On the way, Tang Tian inquired of Wang Ziyu, admitting that had it not been for his prompt, he might not have readily agreed. This is a gathering of the highest-ranking disciples of Qin sect. Wang Ziyu responded with enthusiasm. All the prominent young masters and the two illustrious young ladies will be in attendance. In addition, the prominent core disciples of the sect, along with the young master, will also gather here. Ordinary individuals lack even the qualifications to enter the venue. Receiving a personal invitation from Mo Xiao Xiao already places you ahead of over 90% of the disciples from Qin sect. Observing his excitement, Tang Tian remarked in silence. You still haven't explained what this exchange meeting actually entails. Wang Ziyu elaborated. The five esteemed sons, the two distinguished daughters, along with the young master, collectively represent the pinnacle of the younger generation's leadership within Qin sect. Ascending to this echelon signifies that you have genuinely entered the upper echelons of the sect. The discussions held here will shape the future of the sect. Once you participate, your horizons will be thoroughly broadened, and the experiences you encounter will be entirely different from your current ones. Tang Tian curled his lips. It sounded akin to entering high society. This is a dream for many, yet Tang Tian's ambitions do not lie in such pursuits. He yearns solely for strength, deeming everything else as mere illusions. He still felt a lack of compelling allure. He would rather dedicate his time to further cultivation. Wang Ziyu was taken aback, staring at Tang Tian in a daze. After a long moment, he sighed. You truly are more unconventional than I. While others flock to such opportunities, you display not a hint of interest, solely focused on cultivation. If that is the case, why then do you choose to maintain the title of a renowned disciple? Tang Tian offered an awkward smile, but refrained from providing an explanation. His choice to take on a reputation as a disciple was, in many ways, a reluctant decision. At that time, his cultivation was far too weak. Without the protection of such an identity, he would have likely been incessantly harassed by various inexplicable individuals. Well, one cannot force anything in life. Wang Ziyu sighed, reflecting. In truth, the content of the exchange meeting is rather lacking in significance. To put it bluntly, it consists merely of individuals engaging in idle chatter, albeit on more sophisticated topics. The only aspect worth witnessing is the merit presentation ceremony, where a congregation of eminent figures showcases their opulence, a rather rare spectacle. Tang Tian abruptly halted his steps. Showcasing wealth? Wang Ziyu nodded affirmatively. Every year during the Wufeng exchange meeting, there is a merit presentation ceremony, where those influential figures exchange spirit jade for sect merits. Jing Heng, Mo Xiao Xiao, and Lu Changge, among others, will certainly participate, and their expenditures are beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. The scene is akin to a celestial battle. Tang Tian fell into silence. Such a phenomenon exists? He inquired further. What exactly is sect merit? Wang Ziyu elucidated. It is the highest honor within the Qin sect. The greater the merit, the more significant the contributions made to the sect. Otherwise, do you think Jing Heng and the others possess such authority? It is all acquired through spirit jade. However, the stakes at which they operate are far too advanced and bear little relevance to us. If you truly do not wish to attend, then simply forego it. Tang Tian remained contemplative. Initially, I believe that utilizing spirit jade to purchase an identity was already a rather audacious maneuver. Little did I expect that the Qin sect could also concoct a scheme to acquire power through spirit jade. They truly harbor no fear of a power imbalance. From Wang Ziyu's words, it was evident that the expenditure of spirit jade for sect contributions was no trifling sum. If it could trigger the consumption system, why not seize the opportunity? Tang Tian suddenly exclaimed, such a rare and invaluable chance to broaden one's horizons and genuinely ascend to the upper echelons of society. How could one possibly decline? Wang brother, your vision leaves much to be desired. Wang Ziyu responded, are you even listening to your own nonsensical ramblings? I distinctly spent ages persuading you. And now you claim it's my vision that's lacking? He was momentarily bewildered, questioning whether he had inadvertently said something that led Tang Tian to misunderstand him. Coughing lightly, Tang Tian quickly added, may I bring guests to the exchange meeting? Wang Ziyu nodded, certainly, as long as you possess the qualification to attend. You may bring whomever you wish. However, it is generally advised not to bring too many guests. Those who can attend the exchange meeting possess notable identities, and bringing along too many people may convey an impression of being rather petty. Rest assured, with the presence of the junior sect leader, no one would dare to cause trouble. Tang Tian acknowledged this with a nod. Very well. So, Wang brother, are you interested? We could attend together. This fellow was exceedingly knowledgeable, a veritable polymath. Having him along would undoubtedly be advantageous. Upon receiving the invitation, Wang Ziyu's face lit up with joy. I was merely waiting for you to say that. As the two walked and conversed, they ultimately parted ways at the foot of the South Peak, agreeing to attend the Wufeng Exchange Conference together next month. Subsequently, Tang Tian returned to the Purple Bamboo Courtyard. With today's assessment, he had officially become an inner disciple of the Qinghua sect. However, this title held little significance for him. He neither required the elders to elucidate the techniques, nor did he need the specialized training facilities reserved for inner disciples. It merely served to alleviate a minor obsession of his. Upon returning to the Purple Bamboo Courtyard, Tang Tian resumed his cultivation routine, though not excessively arduous. It was marked by diligence and sincerity. His innate talent of the Seven Rings, coupled with the physique of the Celestial Crane, enabled his advancement during the Foundation establishment period to rival that of his previous progress in the Qi refinement stage. In just a fortnight, he successfully broke through to the mid-Foundation establishment stage, a speed that astounded Lan Yu and the others, who remarked that their own cultivation pace had never been so swift. However, just 2 days later, an event occurred that left even Tang Tian astounded. Gu Xiaoxue, who had also achieved a breakthrough, had ascended to the mid-Yuan-Ing stage. This was the Yuan-Ing realm, where the requisite spiritual energy and comprehension of the Tao far exceeded that of the Foundation establishment stage. How did you accomplish this? Tang Tian could hardly restrain his curiosity. Wishing to study her thoroughly, was the talent of a congenital child truly so formidable? Gu Xiaoxue, somewhat bashful, replied, I'm not sure I spent 3 months breaking through to the mid-Golden Core stage. Suddenly, without any clear reason, I found myself in the mid-Yuan-Ing stage. Tang Tian found himself at a loss for words. This is utterly extravagant. Your cultivation speed during the nascent soul stage rivals mine during the Foundation establishment stage. And yet you come at me with such incomprehensible claims. What exactly is your talent? Tang Tian in Guit, I am a child of destiny, Gu Xiaoxue replied. When I first began, the elder specifically assessed my potential and indicated that, if all goes well, I could successfully undergo transformation before the age of 30. The sudden acceleration in my progress. Perhaps it is due to the environment of the Purple Bamboo Courtyard. Tang Tian scoffed, environment my foot. We all reside in the same courtyard. Why do I not sense the same effect? Could it be that Gu Xiaoxue's chamber is particularly unique? Otherwise, he shook his head, quickly discarding this perilous thought. She is merely 15, after all. It would be utterly inappropriate. After much contemplation, it seemed to boil down to a matter of innate talent. Perhaps the child of destiny possesses such a distinctive trait. It appears that acquiring more consumption points is imperative, allowing him to partake in the exhilarating experience of rapid cultivation. As if responding to Tang Tian's unspoken grievances, an old acquaintance graced the Purple Bamboo Courtyard that afternoon. Qin Hai. Chapter 41. 8-ring talent Qin Hai's arrival instantly dispelled Tang Tian's inner discontent. The long-awaited consumption points. This time, Qin Hai did not disappoint. He arrived bearing an abundance of 7th grade and higher elixirs, celestial materials, earthly treasures, as well as earth-level techniques and spiritual artifacts, all contained within a rather spacious Shumi ring. When the total was calculated, it amounted to over 230 billion. Betting your career again? Tang Tian zestet. Qin Hai quickly waved his hands, laughing as he replied, Not at all, not at all. After the previous transaction, I have gained the trust of the headquarters, and the resources available for allocation have expanded exponentially. I have meticulously selected these items, and I hope that young Master Tang will find them to his liking. Tang Tian nodded and replied, You have gone to great lengths. However, next time, there is no need for such careful selection. I am open to accepting almost anything you bring. Let us proceed with the transaction, using our previous method. Qin Hai's face lit up with joy. Young Master Tang remains as generous as ever. The total price for this batch of resources amounts to 237.9 billion. Given the substantial amount of your purchase, I can offer you a 5% discount as per regulations. Thus, you will only need to pay a total of 226 billion. Tang Tian stroked his chin. A discount, you say? Qin Hai replied with a smile. Indeed, for a valued client such as yourself, we at Jinyutang have many preferential policies. Tang Tian responded with a casual "oh," and then inquired, Could I possibly receive a 20% discount? Qin Hai was momentarily taken aback. Young Master Tang, have I perhaps failed to meet some expectation? He feared he had inadvertently offended Tang Tian, prompting such a remark. However, the reality was far from his assumption. I'm quite serious. If a discount can be arranged, consider the effort of your journey. I am willing to offer a higher price, Tang Tian stated earnestly. Qin Hai, caught between amusement and exasperation, replied, Young Master Tang, facilitating this transaction is my duty. It is not a matter of ease or difficulty. Moreover, the Jinyutang does not possess such regulations. If such a transaction were to occur, I would find it difficult to explain upon my return. Tang Tian nodded in disappointment. Very well. Then let us forego the 20% discount. Please do not offer me a 95% discount either. I have a strong aversion to discounted items. Let us proceed with the purchase at the original price. Initially, he had intended to negotiate a higher price within the system's permissible range, yet that opportunity was lost. As long as you're satisfied. Although Qin Hai did not comprehend Tang Tian's mindset, he opted for a transaction at the original price. After all, the customer is paramount. Furthermore, this was a lucrative deal, and to refuse would seem rather unwise. After several rounds of trading, all resources, including the Shumi ring, were securely in Tang Tian's possession. Qin Hai let out a slight sigh of relief. After all, this represented a substantial quantity of resources, and failing to sell a significant amount would have made it challenging to account to the main hall. The transaction concluded smoothly, and Tang Tian's net worth soared to 260 billion, with over 23 million in consumption points. Both the 8th ring talent and 8th tier physique could be redeemed simultaneously. By the way, I noticed that none of the resources you provided exceed the 7th tier, and the highest cultivation method is merely of the earthly grade. Does Jinyutang not offer superior items? Tang Tian inquired. Qin Hai appeared momentarily taken aback before elucidating. Young Master Tang, the 7th tier pinnacle and earthly grade supreme are already the finest resources available prior to ascension. Resources of the 8th tier and above. Those are primarily utilized post-immortal transformation and are nearly impossible to access before such a stage. Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly, surprised to discover that such a notion existed. Indeed, lower-tier cultivators possess an understanding and comprehension of the great Tao that remains in its nascent stage. Even with the finest resources, they may not fully harness them. Unless there exists some exceptional entity, the majority of resources tend to follow this pattern. It is akin to the cultivation chambers at the dojo. A Qi refinement stage, cultivator practicing in a primary cultivation chamber experiences results nearly identical to those in a Tao-level chamber, with minimal enhancement. However, what Tang Tian truly cared about was whether these resources could be utilized. He was solely interested in their availability. Just tell me, Does your Jin Yutang possess such items? And are they for sale? Tang Tian in Guit. The sudden display of dominance and grandeur left Qin Hai momentarily stunned, before he weakly replied, "Yes, of course we have them for sale. However, the higher the grade of the item, the greater the price disparity. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Tang Tian responded slowly, "By all means procure them for me. Whether it be 8th tier, 9th tier, or even genuine celestial artifacts, as long as you possess them, I shall acquire them. I allow you one final opportunity to question my financial capacity." Qin Hai repeatedly affirmed, while secretly wiping away a bead of cold sweat. In truth, he had always exerted himself to estimate Tang Tian's wealth to the fullest extent, yet each time he discovered that he had been overly conservative. It seemed that next time, he must truly strive with all his might to secure resources from the headquarters. It was once again a gamble on his career. The sensation was simply exhilarating. "Rest assured, I shall do my utmost," Qin Hai proclaimed. Moments later, he swiftly departed from the Zizhu courtyard. In the evening, within the meditation chamber of the main residence, Tang Tian sat cross-legged, surrounded by 8 ethereal rings of innate talent. His cultivation speed had once again accelerated. He estimated that in approximately a month, he would successfully break through to the late stage of foundation establishment. Such a pace of advancement would leave even the progeny of the heavens astounded, feeling a sense of inferiority. Additionally, Tang Tian opted to utilize the remaining 10 million consumption points to exchange for an 8th-tier physique, the golden-winged rock body. Furthermore, he acquired a secret technique known as Devouring Spirit. This technique bestowed upon him the ability to consume spiritual entities, allowing him to completely dissolve medicinal pills during his cultivation, transforming them into the purest essence of cosmic energy for rapid assimilation by his body. Moreover, he could also devour various other spiritual treasures. To his astonishment, he even managed to test this technique with a top-tier earth-level spirit sword, which he could simply chew, converting it into spiritual power and sharpness, merging it within himself. This was utterly astonishing. In summary, the inheritance of the golden-winged rock's secret technique significantly broadened Tang Tian's repertoire, translating into an increased influx of spiritual power and other Taoist practices. He also discovered that when paired with the Qing Mang's secret technique, the effects were even more pronounced. Consequently, even though he currently possessed only an 8-ring talent, his cultivation speed was on par with those geniuses boasting a 9-ring talent. Yet, he remained uncertain about the extent of his potential. Take Gu Xiaoxue, for instance. Never mind, she was an anomaly beyond the realm of common understanding. Who could possibly cultivate faster as their realm increased? She was undoubtedly extraordinary. Amidst these chaotic thoughts, Tang Tian gradually entered a state of deep meditation. Under the influence of the 8 paths of talent, his cultivation steadily progressed. Chapter 42. Entering the venue. A fortnight swiftly passed. Through diligent training, Tang Tian had firmly established his mid-foundation realm, continuously advancing towards the late foundation stage. Moreover, he had mastered dozens of distinct techniques, attaining a level of comprehension and insight in Taoist principles that was undeniably on par with the prodigious Gu Xiaoxue. Occasionally, during their discussions on the Tao, he could even point out nuances she had overlooked, which brought him immense satisfaction. However, this girl possessed an astonishing capacity for learning and was growing at an equally remarkable pace. Tang Tian often teased her for being overly competitive, suggesting she should balance her studies with rest. After expressing this, he plunged headlong into the quietude of the meditation chamber, fervently engrossed in his own practice. In such a fervent atmosphere of cultivation, even the sisters Lan Yu and Lu Zhu found themselves compelled to exert themselves, making rapid advancements in their abilities. Though they were only of the 9-ring talent, an enigmatic connection seemed to exist between them, allowing their training to surpass that of ordinary 9-ring practitioners. And their understanding of Taoist principles progressed remarkably well. I have truly become arrogant. 9-ring talent has now become merely adequate, Tang Tian silently lamented to himself. Today marked the day of the 5 Peaks Exchange Conference. The few from Zizhu Courtyard took a rare break from their competitive spirit and engaged in a game beneath the old locust tree. They played a game called Nian Dao Pai, where pairs would collaborate to challenge another duo, necessitating profound understanding of Daoist principles and harmonious cooperation. Tang Tian teamed up with Gu Xiaoxue, while the sisters Lan Yu formed another pair. The losing team would have paper notes affixed to their faces. Not long after, Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue's faces were adorned with a curtain of frustration. Although they had a deeper understanding of the Dao techniques, their level of tacit understanding paled in comparison to that of the twin sisters, Lan Yu. It was as if they shared a singular consciousness, their coordination seamless, leaving Tang Tian and his companion utterly disoriented during the later stages of their encounters. Goodness, did you grow eyes on your backside? I am clearly employing the fire Dao. Yet you douse me with water. If you want to defeat me, just say it outright. Tang Tian exclaimed, exasperated as they found themselves at a significant disadvantage once again. However, in this game that hinged on victory and defeat, Gu Xiaoxue refused to concede an inch, retorting, I laid out my water Dao strategy from the third step. How could you not perceive it? I even gave you a subtle hint last turn, yet you counter my move. You accuse me of countering you. But you are the true adversary from my past life. Tang Tian let out a cold snort. And only after her hint did he realize the brilliance of Gu Xiaoxue's strategy, acknowledging that he had indeed overlooked it. Yet, he would never easily admit to his mistakes. One may perish, but one's tongue must remain resolute. You are the real liability. He shot back. Gu Xiaoxue, equally unwilling to back down, countered, you are the liability. To be your teammate is to have suffered a lifetime of misfortune. The two exchanged barbs, each tearing off a slip of paper to affix to their foreheads. Let's go again, Tang Tian declared, unwilling to accept defeat and eager to continue the battle. Just then, however, the array outside was triggered. With a wave of his hand, Tang Tian dispelled the formation, and a familiar figure stepped into view. Wang Ziyu. Brother Tang, the Woofing Exchange Conference is about to commence. You. Before he could finish his sentence, Tang Tian and his companion's appearances rendered him speechless. What are you all doing? Tang Tian hastily removed the paper from his face and approached him, offering a rather awkward smile as he said, It's nothing, just playing a game. Wang Ziyu looked puzzled, glancing at the trio nearby and then back at Tang Tian, whispering, Brother Tang, are you all right? Spending time with those three enchanting beauties and engaging in such games? After saying this, he scrutinized Tang Tian, seemingly questioning his capabilities. Tang Tian cleared his throat twice, responding, I've indulged in too much rich food. A little light fare is refreshing now and then. By the way, I've been waiting for you. Shall we head to the conference? He swiftly changed the subject, primarily because a large group playing poker might attract unwarranted attention. Subsequently, the group quickly tidied the area and departed from the purple bamboo courtyard. This conference appeared to be markedly different from previous ones, with a larger turnout. Almost everyone of note seemed to be present. On the way, Wang Ziyu remarked, What is different this time? Tang Tian inquired. Wang Ziyu shook his head. It's hard to say, but I feel it might be connected to the 100 Gates War. Tang Tian acknowledged with an O. Over the past month, although he had been diligently cultivating at the dojo and the purple bamboo courtyard, outside, Li Hong had been active, gathering a wealth of information for him, and he finally had a clearer understanding of the Qin sect's basic circumstances. The Qin sect was established over 400 years ago, making it a relatively new sect. However, he did not rise from humble beginnings. Rather, he ascended swiftly with the support of a more formidable sect known as Yunding Tianfu. This sect, a superlative establishment housing genuine immortals, boasts an expansive and boundless influence, wielding immense power. In a certain sense, Qingyi sect merely serves as a subordinate sect beneath Yunding Tianfu. This revelation dispelled the doubts that had lingered in Tang Tian's mind. Why could Qin sect purchase status and identity without fearing a shift in power? With the colossal presence of Yunding Tianfu, the so-called power struggles within Qin sect are, to put it plainly, mere child's play. As long as Yunding Tianfu remains steadfast, it matters little if Qin sect's power structure undergoes complete transformation. Should there be dissent, it could simply be reshuffled again. This exemplifies the oppression of absolute might. The 100 Sects War, as mentioned by Wang Ziyu, refers to the disciple promotion tournament held every 5 years among all subordinate sects of Yunding Tianfu. Those who achieve remarkable results may ascend to Yunding Tianfu, entering a more expansive stage. However, this 100 sects war bears little relevance to Tang Tian, as participation comes with stringent criteria, the foremost being the exclusion of honorary disciples. Upon hearing this news, Tang Tian fell into a long silence, ultimately exclaiming resignedly, "It is both fate and circumstance." Yet, he quickly found solace in the thought that as long as he could indulge in expenditure, it mattered not where he was. With merely over a year remaining until the 100 Sects War, the young sect master would undoubtedly have something to convey. Wang Ziyu remarked. Tang Tian nodded, offering no commentary. What does it matter to me? His sole objective today was the so-called merit conference. If he could successfully trigger the system's return, he would certainly indulge in a lavish spending spree of consumption points. Amidst their casual chatter, the group ascended to the summit, arriving at the venue for the conference. They were now close to the peak, surrounded by elegant pavilions and ethereal mists, resembling a celestial realm. Just as Tang Tian prepared to enter, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Shen Tufeng? Has he also come to attend the conference? Observing Shen Tufeng walk in with ease, Tang Tian expressed his surprise. Wang Ziyu chuckled and remarked, "See, I told you today would be quite lively, with many attendees." Tang Tian scoffed, "If even such mediocre individuals can gain entry, I must say this qualification seems less valuable." Wang Ziyu appeared somewhat embarrassed, replying, "Please don't belittle it. After all, he is one of Lu Chongji's disciples, so it's only natural he has the credentials. Don't underestimate this conference. Many honorary disciples may possess backgrounds that rival yours." Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, they announced Mo Xiao Zhao's name and were smoothly granted access to the venue. Chapter 43. The path to promotion. Mo Xiao Zhao's name truly proves to be quite effective. Upon entering, Tang Tian marveled. Just moments ago, the guard at the entrance had held his head high with an air of arrogance. However, upon hearing the name Mo Xiao, his demeanor instantly transformed into one of warmth, welcoming them in with courtesy. The contrast was striking. Is he not concerned that we might be imposters? Tang Tian in Guit? Prince Yu smiled and remarked, "Indeed, there have been similar occurrences in the past, where individuals exploited the name of Mo Xiao to deceive others. Yet, within a few days, they all vanished without a trace. Since then, no one has dared to impersonate her again." Tang Tian couldn't help but feel a chill. That individual was truly decisive and formidable, clearly not to be trifled with. In fact, the top-tier figures were all quite similar. Prince Yu continued, "They wield immense power, possess vast influence, and command nearly limitless wealth. None of them are ordinary characters. If one lacks sufficient confidence, it is wise to avoid provoking them lightly." Tang Tian shrugged, "I am not one to instigate trouble. I am not foolish. If I charged in recklessly like a headstrong fool, seeking conflict with everyone, I would have long since found myself entangled in a shroud." As the two conversed, they entered the main venue. It was a vast garden, adorned with exquisite scenery, where even the flora seemed to carry a hint of ethereal charm, far surpassing the ordinary spring gardens. They arrived relatively late, and many people were already present, some seated, others standing, engaged in lively conversation. Tang Tian Litzten Aten TV. Relieved to find no nonsensical declarations of nobility, the discussions were predominantly serious matters. Furthermore, many present exuded a powerful aura, with their entourages clearly comprising distinguished individuals, indicative of their high status. Nevertheless, Tang Tian still felt out of place, so he sought refuge in a secluded pavilion, where he and Prince Yu settled down. "When does the talent showcase commence?" Tang Tian inquired, while Wang Ziyu wore a bemused expression. "Why the haste? The martial arts competition will commence only after the conclusion of the exchange conference. It is the grand finale. Prior to that, the young master will share some insights, followed by interactions among the guests. Moreover, there will be several events, including martial arts demonstrations by the disciples, free challenges, and a treasure trading session." Tang Tian's ears perked up. "Treasure trading? What is that?" Wang Ziyu elaborated, "It is akin to the rare treasures fair held at the Spring Appreciation Garden. But this time the focal point is treasures, the quality and value far surpassing that of the rare treasures fair." Suddenly, Tang Tian slammed his hand on the table, startling Wang Ziyu. "Why didn't you mention this sooner? Had I known about the treasure trading, hesitating for even a moment would have been a disservice to the exchange conference." Whether the martial arts competition will activate the system remains uncertain, but treasure trading undoubtedly falls within the realm of standard transactions. Wang Ziyu was momentarily taken aback, then, with a mix of amusement and exasperation, replied, "Brother Tang, your areas of interest are always so unconventional. The treasure trading is merely an embellishment of the exchange conference. The crux lies in the exchange of information and Taoist principles. That is where the true essence resides." He found it challenging to keep pace with Tang Tian's thought process. Tang Tian shrugged and said, "All right then, enlighten me about the earlier martial arts demonstrations. What purpose do they serve?" Wang Ziyu gazed at Tang Tian, who appeared indifferent, rubbed his forehead, and remarked, "The martial arts competition among the guests refers to the contest of techniques among the various honorary disciples recruited guests. The core disciples martial arts competition specifically pertains to duels between pure disciples. Meanwhile, the free challenges involve battles between guests and pure disciples, which are the most intense and exhilarating contests. The aforementioned events are primarily designed to assess the combat prowess of this generation of core disciples and prepare for the impending 100-sect tournament." Tang Tian, reclining casually with his legs crossed, nonchalantly replied, "I feel this has little to do with me. When it comes to combat, nothing surpasses the thrill of spending lavishly and accumulating consumption points quietly." Wang Ziyu shook his head and said, "Brother Tang, do you not intend to advance further and pursue deeper studies at the Cloud Summit Paradise?" Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. "Isn't it said that honorary disciples lack the qualification to participate in the 100-sect tournament and thus cannot ascend to the Cloud Summit Paradise?" Wang Ziyu elucidated. "While honorary disciples cannot enter through the 100-sect tournament, there exist alternative pathways. The sect has very clear requirements for the promotion of honorary disciples. The first condition is to contribute to the sect, accumulating sufficient contribution points. The second requirement is that one must have at least 3 guests under their command successfully pass through the 100-sect tournament and enter the Cloud Summit Paradise. Regardless of their cultivation level or the time taken, as long as these 2 conditions are met, promotion is achievable." Tang Tian could not help but be astonished. He was indeed unaware of this matter. It is possible that Li Hong overlooked some information during his collection process, as he is not a disciple of high standing himself. If that is the case, Tang Tian does not harbor a profound obsession with promotion, yet should an opportunity arise, he would certainly be inclined to pursue it. After all, it represents a broader stage. At the very least, the chances and levels of engagement there would undoubtedly surpass those at Qinhua sect. "How many contribution points are required?" Tang Tian inquired. Wang Ziyu replied, 1,000. There are numerous methods for assessing contribution points, such as participating in sect construction and management, among others. However, the most straightforward and intuitive approach remains the offering of merits. 10,000 spirit gems can be exchanged for 1 contribution point. Tang Tian was taken aback. "So few?" Wang Ziyu chuckled. When discussing matters of this caliber, the term spirit gem typically refers to the premium spirit gem. Tang Tian responded with an "O," and then began to calculate. 10,000 premium spirit gems equate to 100 billion inferior spirit gems, and 1,000 contribution points amount to a staggering 100 trillion. Indeed, this is not a trivial sum, especially considering his current assets total only a little over 2,000 billion. It appears that wealth is still abundant. 100 trillion is certainly a manageable figure for him. However, as for his disciples, Tang Tian currently possesses only 4, none of whom are particularly exceptional in strength, and he has no immediate plans to expand his ranks. With just over a year remaining until the next grand competition of the 100 sects, he wonders if he can find a few suitable candidates before it commences. Where to search, though? After pondering for a moment, Tang Tian cleared his mind of the chaotic thoughts. "Forget it. Let's take it step by step. Upon returning, I shall first inquire with Xiao Xue and the others whether they are willing to participate in the 100 Doors battle. Should they decline, I will seek alternative candidates. Conversely, if they express their willingness, I shall devise ways to expedite their enhancement in strength. Tang Tian firmly believes that with sufficient funding, even the seemingly impossible can be achieved. As he pondered, the number of individuals in the garden steadily increased. Before long, the conference commenced in earnest. Chapter 44. The Young Master Guided by a Designated Attendant. Tang Tian entered a magnificent hall. The hall permitted only 2 companions, so he instructed the Lan Yu sisters to remain outside while he entered with Xiao Xue and Wang Ziyu. The interior of the hall was exceptionally spacious, adorned with hundreds of seats positioned at various angles. Tang Tian casually selected a seat that was neither too distant nor too close, settling down with Xiao Xue and the others. Soon, the hall was filled to capacity, with most individuals either meditating in silence or conversing in hushed tones, each exuding an air of solemnity. After a brief moment, several distinguished figures entered through another entrance, taking their places at the foremost seats. Among them was Mo Xiao. Alongside her sat Jing Hong, a familiar face, positioned at the far left. Chen Xiao hasn't arrived today, Wang Ziyu whispered. You should recognize Jing Hong and Mo Xiao. The other 4 are the 4 great young masters. The individual to the right of Mo Xiao, clad in a blue long robe, was Lu Chang'e, one of the 2 most powerful young masters within the sect. To the right of Lu Chang'e is Tian Yangsheng, who is on par with him. This individual possesses a rather fiery temperament. Thus one must exercise caution when engaging with him. Adjacent to Tian Yangsheng is Du Yuanxing of Shifeng, the eldest son, whose financial resources are exceptionally robust. The individual furthest to the right is Guan Ming of Beifeng, a person of considerable maturity and gravitas, possessing deep-rooted connections and a wide network of acquaintances. He introduced them to Tang Tian, who etched their appearances into his memory. In a certain sense, these individuals represent the pinnacle of what the honorary disciples of Qin sect can aspire to achieve. As for the position in the middle, between Lu Chang'e and Tian Yangsheng, there remains an unoccupied seat, which is yet to be filled. Naturally, that place belongs to our young sect master, Yin Kong. Wang Ziyu remarked with a smile. Regardless of how others may change, the highest position among the younger generation will eternally belong to the young sect master. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. For this indeed befits the identity of a young sect master. Before long, a young man clad in a simple gray robe entered and took his seat directly in the center. This was Tang Tian's first encounter with the sect's young master, and he found him somewhat different from his expectations. Yin Kong appeared remarkably ordinary. One could scarcely distinguish him from a mortal if he were to be cast into the outside world. Throughout the conversation, a gentle smile lingered at the corners of his lips, devoid of the stereotypical arrogance often associated with such positions. Overall, he exuded a profoundly gentle demeanor. Could he truly command such a multitude of talents and distinguished young men? Tang Tian pondered to himself. Once the young master was seated, he officially declared the commencement of this exchange meeting. Greetings to all esteemed friends, he said. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each of you for your presence. Every one of you is an indispensable pillar of our sect. As members of the same lineage, we ought to join hands and foster a more harmonious and splendid realm for cultivation. Just as Tang Tian envisioned, Yin Kong spoke with a measured cadence, his voice as soothing as jade, exuding a gentle demeanor that enveloped all in a refreshing breeze of spring. Yet within the grand hall, every individual, including several esteemed young masters, maintained an air of solemnity, their expressions grave and attentive, deeply engaged in listening without a trace of impudence or disrespect. The authority of the young sect master remained unwavering, undiminished by his inherent kindness. The essence of Yin Kong's discourse mirrored closely that of Wang Ziyu, primarily revolving around the forthcoming 100 sects battle scheduled for over a year from now. At that time, hundreds of affiliated sects under the banner of Yun Ding Tianfu will dispatch their most exceptional core disciples to engage in a peak contest among prodigies. Those who excel will be selected to undergo deeper levels of cultivation within Yun Ding Tianfu. given that Qin Yumin was established relatively recently. Its past performances in previous 100 sect battles have been dismal, often finding themselves at the bottom ranks. However, since Yun Kong ascended to the position of young sect master over 2 decades ago, Qin Yumin has experienced a remarkable surge in its performance, now occupying a position of moderate to high standing. This is nothing short of miraculous, considering that many of the affiliated sects under Yunding Tianfu have histories spanning thousands of years. To surpass them is indeed a commendable achievement for Qin Yumin. At this juncture, Tang Tian began to comprehend why Yun Kong, despite his seemingly ordinary appearance, commanded such profound respect from others. To accomplish such a miracle is undoubtedly a testament to extraordinary prowess. The conversation spanned a considerable duration, yet it was far from tedious. No one appeared drowsy. Yun Kong spoke with eloquence, offering commendations to the core disciples, honorary disciples, and guests, while also articulating an optimistic vision for the future. It is believed that with everyone's collective efforts, the sect shall ascend to greater heights. Ultimately, Yun Kong concluded his address. Upon finishing, he departed from the Grand Hall, followed by Mo Xiao Xiao and several esteemed young lords, after which others gradually dispersed. As they exited the hall, Tang Tian let out a long sigh. It was his first experience witnessing such a leadership assembly since arriving in this world. "What's the matter?" Wang Ziyu inquired. Tang Tian slightly shook his head. "It's nothing, just different from what I had imagined. I expected the gatherings of the younger generation to be more lively." His words were somewhat veiled. He had envisioned such gatherings akin to those in the Spring Appreciation Garden, where individuals would fiercely compete, and it would be commonplace to see tables overturned and benches smashed. Surely, it would become animated soon enough. Wang Zuan, however, did not grasp Tang Tian's sentiment and remarked, "The young lord and the esteemed lords possess such high status and rank. They certainly won't engage like ordinary disciples. When it comes to the martial assembly, it will be the stage for others, and it is bound to be more entertaining." Tang Tian nodded, preparing to leave with Lan Yu and the others. Yet, at that moment, a blue figure obstructed his path. It was none other than Lu Chang'e. "You are Tang Tian?" Lu Chang'e inquired, his tone neutral, devoid of any discernible emotion. Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "Is there something amiss?" Lu Chang'e replied, "A month ago, I heard that you had a misunderstanding with one of my subordinates, resulting in some unpleasantness. I hope you do not take it to heart. As the young master has stated, we are of the same clan, and mutual cooperation is the ladder to progress. Let the grievances between you come to an end here." Tang Tian was taken aback, initially thinking Lu Chang'e had come pick a fight, but was surprised to learn that he was there to mend rifts. However, despite Lu Chang'e's relatively courteous tone, the underlying certainty in his words left Tang Tian feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Yet, he deemed it a trivial matter and chose not to dwell on it. "It's nothing. I've already forgotten," Tang Tian replied. Lu Chang'e nodded in agreement. "That is good." With that, he turned to leave, accompanied by his subordinates and guests. Tang Tian glanced over and indeed spotted Shun Tufeng among their ranks. To his astonishment, he also noticed Fang Fei, whom he hadn't seen in over a month, was present as well. Strikingly, she seemed to be closer to Lu Chang'e than to Shun Tufeng. Tang Tian frowned inwardly, recognizing this as a rather unfavorable development. Simultaneously, he was somewhat astonished, pondering what means Fang Fei had employed to associate herself with a figure as significant as Lu Chang'e. After Lu Chang'e departed, Wang Ziyu, equally bewildered, remarked, "Why did he suddenly seek you out?" That minor issue hardly warranted his personal intervention. Tang Tian shook his head, remaining silent, yet a conjecture began to form within him. Fang Fei. Chapter 45. The Little Demon and the Unexpected Encounter with Lu Chang'e. Seeing Fang Fei caused him to temper his previously carefree demeanor. If Fang Fei truly managed to secure Lu Chang'e's favor, it would not bode well, given the deep-seated enmity between them. However, after a moment's contemplation, Tang Tian swiftly dismissed the thought from his mind. As long as he remained within the confines of Qinyue's sect, he would face little peril. Moreover, he was now affiliated with the Southern Peak and had Mo Xiao Xiao by his side. There were no significant concerns. Once the conversation with the young sect master concluded, Tang Tian joined Wang Ziyu and Xiao Xue, making their way to the area designated for honorary disciples. The martial gathering of the sect's guests was about to commence, and Tang Tian was eager to witness the prowess of those preparing for the 100 Sects War. He casually selected a seat, and soon after, he was presented with spiritual fruits and fragrant tea, ensuring impeccable service. However, during the wait, Tang Tian observed that while some honorary disciples were accompanied by guests, others stood alone, devoid of any subordinates or companions. This piqued his curiosity, prompting him to inquire with Wang Ziyu. Wang Ziyu elucidated, there exists a significant disparity among honorary disciples. The three categories I previously mentioned serve merely as a general classification. Some pursue this path for the sake of their descendants. Others seek to elevate their status within Qin West sect, while yet others aim to serve external families. In truth, those aspiring to ascend to the Cloud Summit are but a small fraction. Indeed, whether it is gathering contribution points or nurturing three prodigies, neither task is a trivial endeavor. Tang Tian suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Truly, setting aside the matter of contribution points, gaining entry into the Cloud Top Heavenly Mansion through the 100 Schools battle is exceedingly arduous. The number of exceptional talents is overwhelming. Firstly, the participants in the battle must be core disciples under the age of 25. Secondly, their strength must be at least at the transformation stage. Strictly speaking, only a select few individuals at the pinnacle of the transformation stage possess the opportunity to stand out and successfully ascend in the battle. Such geniuses are exceedingly rare, even among core disciples. After a brief period of casual conversation, the assembly of individuals had nearly reached completion. Soon, some began to send forth their attendants to engage in exchanges of Taoist techniques and practical combat in the arena ahead. Tang Tian observed several bouts, and indeed, they were remarkably formidable. The attendants who took the stage were predominantly above the transformation stage. Individuals with a genuine chance to achieve notable results in the forthcoming 100 Schools battle a year hence. Their auras were powerful, their Taoist techniques profound, and their strikes both fierce and methodical. They were undoubtedly the elite among the elite. In contrast, Gu Xiaoxue, still in the nascent soul stage, along with the Lan Yu sisters, were far from being their equals. However, they were still young, particularly Gu Xiaoxue, who had not yet turned 16 and possessed a far brighter future ahead. After a time of observation, Wang Ziyu rose to depart, stating an intention to check on the core disciples. The distinction between honorary disciples and core disciples had always fostered a competitive spirit. The pure disciples looked down upon those who chose to serve as attendants, believing that such a choice would jeopardize their steadfast Taoist resolve. The honor disciples perceive that they lack adaptability, choosing to forego superior resources that could have been theirs. Both parties steadfastly adhere to their respective viewpoints, refusing to yield. However, Tang Tian harbors no interest in this conflict. Each individual is free to make their own choices. If the pure disciples look down upon him, he simply chooses not to engage with them. After all, it is not a matter of great significance, and there is no need for him to offer warmth to those who respond with coldness. Thus, he opted not to accompany Wang Ziyu, instead leisurely enjoying a snack while observing the spectacle. Truly impressive, far superior to me, he mused. Even Gu Xiaoxue could not help but express her admiration at the unfolding battle. Tang Tian chuckled. Do not underestimate yourself. Your youth merely accounts for a slight deficiency in cultivation. When it comes to understanding the ways of the Tao, you're not necessarily inferior. I have already noticed several flaws in their techniques. In terms of raw strength, Gu Xiaoxue indeed fell short. Yet, regarding her potential, Tang Tian believed she could easily hold her own against two adversaries. Their disciples are so formidable. I must strive even harder upon my return, Gu Xiaoxue declared earnestly. Her small fist clenched. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, realizing her perspective. This girl, truly. The martial exhibition of the disciples lasted for approximately an hour, and judging by the expressions of the onlookers, it seemed they were quite satisfied with the prowess demonstrated by this cohort of disciples. Once it concluded, Tang Tian prepared to seek out Wang Ziyu. However, at that moment, a group of unfamiliar honorable disciples approached him. Dan Tian, the leader, a tall young man with a stern visage, inquired from a position of authority. Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. And you are? The youth spoke softly. My name is Ding Xiao, and I'm also part of Nanfeng, tasked with assisting Miss Mo in maintaining order there. Tang Tian responded with a slight acknowledgement. Realizing that Ding Xiao was affiliated with Mo Xiao. Is there something you need? He inquired. Ding Xiao replied, now that you are part of Nanfeng, you should not act independently. Come with me to our designated area. Tang Tian chuckled lightly, saying, no thanks, I prefer solitude. I appreciate your kindness. He said this politely, yet Ding Xiao furrowed his brow in response. Tang Tian, now that you have joined Nanfeng, you must adhere to its rules. Accompany me. I do not wish to repeat myself a third time. Tang Tian's smile faded. He found Ding Xiao's assertiveness rather irksome. He despised being coerced. I have not heard of such rules. I will go wherever I please. No one can restrict my freedom of movement, Tang Tian stated coldly. Ding Xiao's expression grew tense. Tang Tian, do not assume that having gained a bit of spiritual jade renders you invincible. Should you continue to defy the rules, then you may leave Nanfeng and seek your fortune elsewhere. Tang Tian regarded him silently, asking, is this your directive, or does it come from Mo Xiao? He had never intended to join any faction. He had merely entertained Mo Xiao's casual suggestion. If this truly was her will, he would depart immediately, as any hesitation would be a slight against his integrity. Yet, it was evident that this was not the case. Ding Xiao opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from directly addressing the statement. He could only coldly reply, very well, then continue to remain as you are. I shall faithfully report your attitude to Miss Mo. With that, he turned and departed. Tang Tian stroked his chin, a faint smile gracing his lips. This is merely establishing authority over newcomers, he remarked. Gu Xiaoxue huffed in response. With such an arrogant demeanor, one might think he is formidable. Yet he still needs to report back to others. Tang Tian chuckled lightly. Let him be. We are not obligated to align ourselves with any particular faction, especially since Qin sect has more than just one southern peak. Let us see how things are faring with Wang Ziyu. As they proceeded towards the area of the core disciples, they unexpectedly encountered Wang Ziyu returning, his expression brimming with excitement. He seized Tang Tian's arm and exclaimed, Brother Tang, you must hear this. This cohort of core disciples is truly extraordinary. Several have reached the pinnacle of the transformation stage, each one more formidable than the last. Moreover, there's a prodigy among them, a 16-year-old at the peak of the nascent soul stage, who has even triumphed over opponents in the early stages of transformation. That little prodigy is remarkably audacious, claiming to be able to crush the esteemed disciple subordinates of the same rank into the ground. Ha ha, it's utterly delightful. Tang Tian cast a sidelong glance at him, saying, what are you so excited about? Have you forgotten your own standing? This fellow seemed a bit off kilter, oblivious to the fact that he too was an esteemed disciple. However, Wang Ziyu merely laughed heartily, fanning himself with a folding fan. Me? I am merely a connoisseur of entertainment. Wherever there is amusement, there too shall my presence be found. The time for the free challenge has arrived, promising an enthralling spectacle. Tang Tian shook his head in disbelief. This individual seemed utterly indifferent to the reputation of being an honorary disciple, tarnishing it instead. However, upon hearing Wang Ziyu's words, he too began to harbor a curiosity about the forthcoming challenges. What might the prowess of a 16-year-old at the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm be like? How would it compare to Gu Xiaoxue? Chapter 46. Arrogance after a brief respite. The free challenge finally commenced. Honorary disciples, guests, and core disciples gathered once more. This time, Mo Xiao and Lu Chang'e arrived, seated above, quietly observing the unfolding events. In their vicinity sat several formidable individuals of exceptional bearing, presumably the leading figures among the core disciples. Under the watchful eyes of these prominent figures, the free challenge officially began. The first to take the stage was a disciple from the core faction at the late stage of the God transformation realm. With an air of arrogance, He did not specify whom he wished to challenge, but rather proclaimed that any guest could step forward. His disdainful demeanor ignited a spark of anger among the honorary disciples present. A certain honorary disciple from the West Peak sent forth one of his guests, equally formidable at the late stage of the God transformation realm. As the two took to the arena, combat was imminent. Tang Tian observed that this confrontation was far more intense than previous battles among the guests, with both parties seemingly revealing their trump cards. Evidently, there was long-standing animosity between them, each harboring pent-up frustration. The guest's prowess was impressive, with spells and techniques that were as unpredictable as a visual feast. However, the core disciple, despite having mastered only 3 or 4 techniques, had each achieved a significant level of proficiency, showing no signs of weakness. Ultimately, the guest faltered, allowing their opponent an opening, resulting in their defeat. What is the use of all that flamboyance? Mastery is the true essence. It seems some were correct in their assertions. Indeed, these guests are mere facades. Following the core disciples' victory, their arrogance intensified. They demanded further challenges, which the renowned disciples could scarcely tolerate. Soon, they dispatched an even more formidable guest. Though both were at the late stage of transformation, this new contender proved to be significantly stronger. In a short time, the proud core disciple was vanquished. "It appears you are merely adept at empty boasts," came the retort, all show with no substance. After reclaiming a victory, the guest hurled back the original claims. Subsequently, another representative from the core disciples entered the fray. The array of diverse techniques left Tang Tian utterly dazzled. "Brother Wang, you were indeed correct. These free challenges are far more exhilarating," Tang Tian remarked with a smile. Wang Ziyu replied, "Indeed, these individuals have long harbored disdain for one another. Their grievances are substantial. Rarely do they pass up an opportunity for direct confrontation." Tang Tian nodded, recognizing the truth in this observation. Both parties are essentially core disciples. One has opted to leverage external resources while the other relies solely on personal strength. It is difficult to declare a definitive right or wrong, as each individual's circumstances differ. However, Tang Tian observed that the overall strength of the pure core disciples was indeed superior. Whenever the guests managed to reclaim a territory, they would swiftly be countered by their opponents. Overall, it appeared that the guests suffered more defeats than victories. Despite the guests possessing greater resources, he had anticipated they would be stronger. Wang Ziyu scoffed, remarking, "While resources are plentiful, they also come with an abundance of trivial matters. In terms of genuine combat prowess, they could not possibly compare to the relentless zealots who devoted themselves entirely to cultivation." Essentially, during each free challenge, the guests consistently found themselves on the losing side. This time was relatively better. During their most dire moments, they'd been pressed so hard that they scarcely had a chance to breathe. Tang Tian nodded in agreement, acknowledging that those with pure intentions in their cultivation were indeed more likely to ascend to greater heights. The subsequent events unfolded in a manner similar to what Wang Ziyu had described. Although the guests initially managed to hold their ground against the core disciples, they soon began to show signs of fatigue as time progressed. Meanwhile, the core disciples continued to emerge one after another, each more formidable than the last. Defeat had become inevitable. Yet, Tang Tian noticed that the honorary disciples remained remarkably composed, seemingly accustomed to such scenarios. Once the victor and vanquished had been determined, the ensuing battles took on a more entertaining tone. Cultivators in the mid and early stages of the transformation realm, and even some prodigies in a nascent soul stage, began to take the stage in succession. It was then that Tang Tian finally laid eyes on the young prodigy Wang Ziyu had mentioned, Huang Chong, a 16-year-old nascent soul perfectionist. He exuded an air of arrogance that surpassed that of the other core disciples, treating the guests with an air of disdain, scarcely deigning to regard them. "Please, come with me. I shall take you all on," Huang Chong exclaimed, gazing defiantly at the sky, his nostrils flaring. The faces of many esteemed disciples and guests darkened with indignation. His arrogance was utterly outrageous. Yet, they maintained their composure, refraining from deploying excessive force. All challengers were within the nascent soul stage. Huang Chong, however, was not merely articulate but also possessed remarkable skills. Almost every challenger was ruthlessly overpowered by him. Even those who had immersed themselves in the great perfection of a nascent soul for several years found themselves at a loss. This only fueled Huang Chong's hubris. Huh, you are all so feeble. Why do you have to bear the name of core disciples? To share a title with you is a disgrace to me. Huang Chong mocked mercilessly. The esteemed disciples' expressions darkened further, yet they had no viable recourse. After all, he was merely 16 years old. Sending someone in their 20s to confront him would be pushing the limits, and even a defeat by someone at the transformation stage would serve no purpose, only adding to the ridicule. What could they do? They could only close their ears and pretend not to hear. At this level, who among them lacked a measure of forbearance? Xiaoxue, what are your thoughts on him? Dang Tian Yin Guit? Gu Xiaoxue pondered before replying. He is indeed formidable. However, his arrogance sometimes leads to vulnerabilities, so opportunities may still arise. Tang Xiao, should I go up? She offered. Tang Tian immediately waved his hand. We are newcomers. Let's not partake in the spectacle. Besides, there is no benefit to be gained. It is advisable to refrain from seeking the limelight, lest one attract inexplicable envy and trouble. He detests complications above all else. However, it appears that someone has tuned into his innermost thoughts, as trouble has audaciously sought him out. Huh, is there truly no one brave enough to confront me? What a pitiful bunch, proclaimed Huang Chong. Tang Tian, I have heard of your wealth, and it seems you have ensnared one of our prodigious junior sisters. What say you? Are you bold enough to let her come forth and spar with me? Tang Tian, bewildered, thought this is truly a case of trouble finding me at home. I am merely a bystander today. How could this befall me? Am I so renowned? His confusion lingered, yet, since he had been directly addressed, he could no longer remain silent. Are you referring to me? He inquired. Huang Chong's gaze turned towards him, a dismissive smile gracing his lips. I have no interest in you, but we do have a talented junior sister you have lured away. Are you courageous enough to allow her to come forth? I wish to make it clear to everyone that following you esteemed disciples leads to a futile path, devoid of any benefits. Tang Tian fell silent. Was this truly Huang Chong's perspective? Perhaps. His eyes briefly scanned the higher echelons. Then he replied, You speak of Xiaoxue, correct? She is merely at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Do you not find that somewhat unfair? Upon finishing, he received a reassuring message from Xiaoxue. Young Master Tang, fear not. I am confident in my ability to overcome him. Tang Tian subtly shook his head, signaling her to remain silent. Since they dared to provoke trouble, he would ensure they received a thorough lesson. It was somewhat of an intimidation tactic. Huang Chong waved his hand dismissively, saying, In that case, I shall limit my cultivation to the mid or even early stage of the nascent soul. Against someone as feeble as a mere guest in the same realm, I could easily crush you with one hand. So, do you have any other excuses? Dan Tian smai fai li. Very well. Xiaoxue, you may go and have some fun. Chapter 47. Just this under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Gu Xiaoxue stepped onto the arena, facing Huang Chong. This marked one of the most captivating battles following the formal challenges, as both participants were among the youngest in the group. Furthermore, the audacious Huang Chong had initiated this confrontation, hinting at deeper implications. Perhaps he aimed to bolster the resolve of the younger core disciples through this event. Do you need me to use one hand, my once little junior sister? Huang Chong proclaimed arrogantly. The word once effectively negated Gu Xiaoxue's identity as a core disciple. However, she remained unfazed, responding with a graceful smile. Feel free. Tang Tian sat below, observing quietly. This girl, Xiaoxue, transformed completely between their daily interactions and the heat of battle, akin to a legendary sword sheathed within an unassuming scabbard. Once unsheathed, it would undoubtedly radiate a brilliance that could not be overlooked. Very well, let it begin. Huang Chong faced Gu Xiaoxue, deliberately concealing one hand behind his back, exhibiting no semblance of viewing her as an adversary. Gu Xiaoxue's gaze gradually transformed, and the aura surrounding her swiftly shifted. Suddenly, her long sword was unsheathed, and she resembled a startled swan soaring through the vast sky, arriving before Huang Chong in the blink of an eye. The razor-sharp blade was poised to graze his brow. Huang Chong was instantly struck with terror, retreating hastily, his palm morphing into a fist as he launched a forceful strike. Yet, it met only emptiness. The sword before him began to dissipate, but simultaneously, he felt an acute danger encroaching upon his back, as if he were a porcupine under threat. "Huh!" Huang Chong exclaimed in alarm, abandoning any pretense of restraint, unleashing the full extent of his cultivation. Several dragon-shaped strands of spiritual energy surged forth from him, barely averting the impending crisis. Observing this, Tang Tian chuckled and remarked, "Why is Xiao Xue so fierce right from the start?" He recognized Xiao Xue's formidable strength, realizing she was on par with Huang Chong at his peak. However, he did not anticipate that she would unleash her full power immediately, overwhelming Huang Chong in a single strike. "What s with your one-handed stance? I've suppressed my cultivation, and now I've cast it all aside, leaving me in a state of utter disarray," he mused. Gu Xiaoxue always fought with unrelenting determination. Beside them, Wan Yu spoke softly. During this period, Tang Tian and his companions had engaged in considerable sparring. Their exchanges primarily revolved around the comprehension of Tao, but the encounters between Gu Xiaoxue and the Lan sisters were genuine battles. Initially, when Gu Xiaoxue broke through to the nascent soul stage, she found herself at a disadvantage against either Lan Yu or Lu Zhu, often subjected to relentless assaults. However, this mischievous girl is progressing in her studies at an astonishing pace. Each sparring session reveals a completely different state of her abilities. In just a few short days, she has already reached a level where she can contend with any of them. Once Gu Xiaoxue breaks through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul, the Lan Yu sisters can no longer suppress her individually. Only by joining forces can they manage to contain her. It is noteworthy that the Lan Yu sisters, when united, are more than a match for even those at the divine transformation stage, yet they can barely keep Gu Xiaoxue subdued. She continues to grow at an impressive rate. After a month has passed, Gu Xiaoxue's strength has elevated far beyond a mere tier. Huang Chong is simply no match for her. On the battlefield, due to Huang Chong's pride and carelessness, he lost the initiative. Even when he exerted all his strength, he remained at a disadvantage. Gu Xiaoxue's attacks are relentless and flawless, leaving Huang Chong no opportunity to catch his breath. Several times, he attempted to leverage his superior cultivation to break the impasse, but each time, Gu Xiaoxue skillfully thwarted his efforts, leaving him frustrated. As the battle progressed, his impatience grew, leading to an increase in his vulnerabilities and a deepening crisis in the situation. This unexpected turn of events has caught the attention of the higher-ups, who cannot help but acknowledge her genius. Alas, she has become a disciple under someone else's name. I have heard that Tang Tian is quite lecherous. This young junior sister may have already fallen victim to his schemes, and her path appears dark. What a remarkable talent she is! Yet being under such a notorious honorary disciple is a blight on the sect. The core disciples are all displaying expressions of regret. They believed that even if Xiao Xue were a prodigy, her future would inevitably be ruined by associating with a renowned disciple like Tang Tian. However, the atmosphere among the esteemed disciples was quite different. "Xiao Xue, your South Peak has produced a remarkable talent," Lu Chang'e remarked with a slight smile. "I have heard that Tang Tian possesses considerable financial resources. What is he like?" Mo Xiaoxue replied, "I am unsure. He has just arrived. He seems to adopt this demeanor towards everyone." At that moment, Jing Heng interjected, "I have encountered this young Master Tang once, and he certainly displays a lavish manner. However, it seems he is rather indulgent. He had a dispute with Shinda Peak over a Yonggang Tingyan branch." Lu Chang'e responded with an O, remaining silent and lost in thought. Meanwhile, Tian Yangsheng let out a faint hum and commented, "It matters not. It is a good thing to suppress the arrogance of the core disciples. If opportunities arise, we should offer them appropriate assistance." The group nodded in silence. The differing reactions from the upper echelons reflected their varied focal points. The core disciples were solely concerned with their own members, while Lu Chang'e and his companions had more intricate considerations. Below, the battle raged on. Gu Xiaoxue consistently denied Huang Chong any opportunity to turn the tide, dominating the match from beginning to end. Her ferocious offensive tactics left Huang Chong struggling to respond, revealing more and more weaknesses. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, Huang Chong was sent flying, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth and nose. Gu Xiaoxue sought to pursue him further, but was halted by Tang Tian's words. Xiaoxue, that is enough. This is not a life-and-death battle. It's merely a contest to determine a victor. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoxue came to a halt, cast a sidelong glance at Huang Chong, and then rolled her eyes in disdain. Is this all? With that, she sheathed her sword and turned, striding proudly towards Tang Tian like a triumphant swan returning from victorious flight. Tang Tian chuckled softly. This girl truly possessed a fierce competitive spirit. However, upon her return, she reverted to her usual demeanor, grinning mischievously as she teased. So, did I embarrass you? Tang Tian silently gave her a thumbs up, which brought her immense joy and a beaming expression of pride. Meanwhile, the esteemed disciples managed to regain some dignity. Ha ha ha. Keep pretending. Why have you stopped? Did you genuinely believe you were invincible? Is this all you've got? Go back and continue your arduous training. You lot have no idea how significantly resources can influence outcomes. Gu Xiaoxue's overwhelming victory allowed them to finally breathe a sigh of relief, no longer needing to feign defeat. Following this, the freedom challenges continued for a while, though people's interest began to wane. Once the challenges concluded, everyone took a brief respite before moving on to the next event, the treasure exchange. Chapter 48. Is wealth everything? Let us go. This is indeed the domain of the esteemed disciples. Wang Ziyu remarked with a smile. After each round of free challenges, the esteemed disciples have pent-up frustrations. The treasure exchange is when they can vent their feelings. Tang Tian, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Why is that?" Wang Ziyu replied, "Just wait and see." Soon, the treasure exchange commenced in earnest. A dedicated individual presented a myriad of exquisite treasures for appraisal and subsequent trade. As Prince Yu remarked, the exchange of these treasures is vastly superior to the peculiar gatherings at Spring Appreciation Pavilion. The focus is distinctly different. The treasures displayed are predominantly related to cultivation and are of exceptionally high caliber, with numerous 6th and 7th tier rare materials, and even some of the 8th tier, which Tang Tian had never encountered. Their prices are exorbitant, with some valued at several tens of millions, while the most expensive approach nearly 10 billion. However, for Tang Tian at this moment, such figures seem rather conservative and lackluster. Collectively, these items do not suffice to double his assets, and this is touted as the highest level trading event. How disappointing. After surveying the array, Tang Tian comprehended why Prince Yu deemed this arena as the domain of the honorary disciples. These treasures possess formidable auxiliary effects on cultivation, encompassing various facets such as cultivation levels, comprehension, manifestation, and spiritual essence. Acquiring some would significantly enhance one's own practice. Yet, the core disciples lack the financial means. Their sustenance, shelter, and necessities all stem from the sect. And possessing a mere few tens of millions would classify one as a person of considerable wealth. They can only watch helplessly as the honorary disciples claim these treasures. Moreover, they are acutely aware that these treasures will be utilized by those who have made agreements with the honorary disciples. To claim indifference would be disingenuous. Truly unyielding individuals in the face of poverty are exceedingly rare. Alas, Brother Xiao, this set of rolling banner array is perfectly suited for your cultivation technique. Although it requires 3 billion, you are worthy of possessing it. Purchased. Some honorary disciples deliberately raise their voices, provoking eye rolls from the core disciples, resembling two feuding adversaries. After observing the scene, Tang Tian commenced his own endeavors. Having resolved to ascend to the Yunding Tianfu through the cultivation of disciples, preparations were imperative. These treasures exhibited commendable effects. Thus, Tang Tian began his negotiations. The Lindao flower, priced at 18 billion for a single branch, would 28 billion suffice? The Cheongjiang fruit demands 9 billion for just one. I shall offer 13 billion for the entirety. Tang Tian maneuvered along the precipice of the system's limits, acquiring all items at the maximum permissible price. This peculiar method of bargaining drew curious glances from the surrounding honorary disciples. "Brother, we understand you might possess considerable wealth, but we have never encountered anyone who spends in such a manner." They mused. Is such extravagance truly acceptable? Observing Tang Tian's cheerful demeanor, they couldn't help but shake their heads. After all, every family has its own struggles. Perhaps in Tang Tian's household, frugality is enforced by familial laws. As the transactions persisted, Tang Tian, like a torrent, cast away over 1,000 billion, leaving certain core disciples astounded. For the first time, they grasped that the sums involved in purchasing items within the sect could be so substantial. As time progressed, the treasure trading came to an end. Finally, they arrived at the culminating event of the Five Peaks Exchange Conference, the Merit Presentation Conference. The young sect master, Yun Kong, made his appearance once more, serving as the host of this significant occasion. First, he acknowledged those who had made significant contributions to the sect over the past year, offering commendations to each individual in turn. Subsequently, the contributions of each person were converted into merit points, which were distributed accordingly. The significance of merit points is paramount. For honorary disciples, these points translate into power and status, enabling them to undertake numerous endeavors, including ascending to the prestigious Yunding Tianfu. For core disciples, merit points equate to substantial amounts of spiritual jade and special privileges. With merit points in hand, they can access superior cultivation resources and serve as tickets to enter certain secret cultivation venues, thereby enhancing their prowess. In essence, this is a coveted asset that everyone yearns for. Tang Tian also desired these points. However, his contributions to the sect were insufficient to warrant even a single merit point. Thus, he could only await the final segment, offering contributions. The act of offering contributions is essentially akin to making a donation. One could purchase merit points with funds. A sum of 10,000 prime spiritual jade, equivalent to 1 billion spiritual jade, could be exchanged for a single merit point. How convenient! Tang Tian appreciated such straightforwardness. After a period of time, the merit calculations for the previous year were finally completed, with those falling short of a merit point being disregarded. Following this, it was time for the segment Tang Tian had been eagerly anticipating. The young sect master, Yun Kong, displayed a subtle smile and directed his gaze towards the honorary disciples, as if to say, "What are you all waiting for?" Several prominent young masters took the lead. Lu Chang'e offered 200 merit points, Tian Yangsheng, 200 merit points, Mo Xiao and Chun Xiu, each 100 merit points, Jing Heng, 150 merit points, Guan Meng, 150 merits, Du Yuan Qing, 100 merits. Indeed, they are the titans of the realm, making contributions that amount to hundreds, which translates to trillions of spirit jade. Truly, they possess immense wealth. Tantian notet silenti. Relieved to see a few capable individuals emerge. After the prominent figures set the precedent, other honorary disciples began to step forward, albeit with significantly lesser contributions, mostly in single digits. Whenever someone managed to exceed a 2-digit contribution, it would elicit gasps of admiration from the onlookers. After a brief moment, Tang Tian also approached. Tang Tian, this should be your first time participating in the merit contribution, correct? How much do you intend to contribute? Yun Kong inquired. Tang Tian pondered for a moment and decided to conduct a small experiment. He then produced 10,000 high-grade spirit jade and stated a modest contribution. Yun Kong nodded, swiftly processing the transaction and handing him a delicate jade tablet. Your contribution points are stored here, along with an explanation regarding the contribution points, Yun Kong remarked. Tang Tian nodded, accepting the jade tablet, but refraining from examining it immediately. Instead, he directed his attention to the system. This transaction qualifies as a standard consumption, awarding 1 million consumption points. A gleam of delight appeared at the corner of Tang Tian's mouth. As expected, he successfully triggered the event. Thus, could he not exploit this opportunity to amass consumption points? Surely, there must be no limit to contributions. While Tang Tian reveled in his newfound fortune and contemplated the possibilities, a mocking voice broke through his thoughts. "Heh, I thought you were truly wealthy, yet you only contribute a paltry amount. Did you exhaust your resources at the treasure auction?" Tang Tian lifted his gaze to find that the speaker was none other than Ding Xiao from Nanfeng, a disciple of Mo Xiao Xiao. The fellow appears to be rather displeased with himself. After Ding Xiao finished speaking, he approached Yun Kong and presented a Sumi ring, stating, "Young master, I am Ding Xiao, offering 20 merits." As his words fell, a wave of astonished gazes ensued. Ding Xiao of Nanfeng, a capable subordinate under the esteemed Miss Mo, was indeed remarkable. The crowd marveled in admiration, which greatly pleased Ding Xiao. After concluding his business, he turned to face Tang Tian, casting a condescending glance. "I initially believed you possessed some strength. It seems I have overestimated you." With that, he prepared to depart. "Wait." Tang Tian's voice suddenly resonated. Ding Xiao raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what is it?" Tang Tian smiled faintly. This individual seemed to have an inexplicable grudge against him. However, he had just been contemplating how to earn merits once more. Ding Xiao's actions presented him with an impeccable opportunity. "Are you questioning my financial capabilities? By the sound of it, you wish to measure yourself against me. Do you possess the strength to compete with Tang Tian?" he remarked with a smile. Ding Xiao immediately furrowed his brow, offering a cold smirk. "Very well. Let's engage then." Tang Tian grinned, "Then let us proceed." He then directly approached Yun Kong. "Young master, I wish to continue offering merits." Subsequently, he retrieved 300 billion from his system. 30 merits. Chapter 49, Ruthless Domination. Tang Tian, contributing to the sect, is indeed a commendable endeavor. Yet one should not act out of spite. When Tang Tian proposed to continue his contributions with an additional 30, Yin Kong gently advised against it. Tang Tian shook his head, declaring, "Young master, a gentleman knows when to act and when to refrain. Since there are those who hold me in such contempt, I cannot simply turn a blind eye." He spoke with righteous fervor, though internally he was incessantly criticizing Yin Kong. If you wish to accept donations, then do so. Why all the unnecessary chatter that delays the process? Yin Kong merely shook his head, refraining from further discussion, and accepted Tang Tian's spiritual jade. Once the matter was settled, Tang Tian turned, casting a challenging gaze towards Ding Xiao. "So what say you? Do you still wish to confront me?" Ding Xiao coldly scoffed, retorting, 300 billion. One extravagant display. Surely you have exhausted your funds by now? What you do not realize is that what you have drained from your savings is merely my starting point. Today, I shall demonstrate to you what it truly means to be a distinguished disciple." With that, Ding Xiao stepped forward and addressed Yin Kong, stating, "Young master, I wish to continue with another 30 contributions." At his words, gasps of astonishment erupted around them. Indeed, Ding Xiao is remarkable. His financial prowess must rank just below that of the prominent young masters. Wouldn't you agree? Among the distinguished disciples, there truly are hidden talents. The crowd marveled in admiration. Upon hearing these remarks, Ding Xiao could not help but puff out his chest with pride. 500 billion, although it caused him considerable distress, was a worthy price to pay to establish his name in front of esteemed figures and disciples. As for defeating Tang Tian, that was merely an afterthought. He had never regarded this newcomer with any seriousness. However, reality unfolded quite differently from his expectations. Observing Ding Xiao directly augmenting the amount by 300 billion, Tang Tian was nearly overwhelmed with joy. Indeed, this was impressive. But what gave you the audacity to presume that such a sum could deplete my coffers? The depth of my wealth is beyond your imagination. With that, Tang Tian turned to Yun Kong and declared, "Young master, I shall add 600 billion. The revelation of this figure immediately incited a wave of astonishment among the onlookers. My goodness, this newcomer is truly formidable. No wonder he has cultivated such exceptional disciples. His financial prowess is evident. 900 billion. He was now nearly on par with several prominent young lords. The focus of the crowd swiftly shifted from Ding Xiao to Tang Tian. Ding Xiao's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Tang Tian could produce such a substantial amount of spirit jade in one go. Wealth and liquid assets are entirely different concepts. Well, Yin Kong appeared somewhat helpless, yet he proceeded to facilitate Tang Tian's arrangements. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow at Ding Xiao, his provocation unmistakable. Anger surged within Ding Xiao. Yet he refrained from immediate action, seemingly caught in an internal struggle. After all, 900 billion was no trifling sum. If he were to increase his bid, it would soar into the trillions. Indeed, this was no minor figure. After his provocation, Tang Tian dismissed Ding Xiao from his thoughts and redirected his gaze to the system interface. Because after his total assets surpassed 1 trillion, an unprecedented phenomenon emerged within the consumer refund system. It was still a piece of jade, slightly larger than the finest spiritual jade, perfectly spherical, with an enigmatic aura swirling gently within, speckled like the galaxy. What did this be? Tang Tian scrutinized it closely and ultimately confirmed that when spiritual jade reached 1 trillion, or when superior spiritual jade amounted to 1 million, it automatically synthesized this peculiar piece of jade. Could it be a currency of a higher echelon? He could not ascertain. Just as Tang Tian pondered this, Ding Xiao seemed to have made a final decision. Amid the eager gazes of the crowd, he gritted his teeth and decisively announced, "I will add 500 billion. Ding Xiao's eyes were red. It was evident that this 1 trillion would undoubtedly inflict severe strain on him. He then turned to Tang Tian and nearly shouted, "Keep it coming. Let us see how long you can keep this up. Come on." Tang Tian waved his hand to fend off the spittle flying towards him, his expression remaining composed. "I never said I wouldn't add," he replied. After a moment of contemplation, he produced this strange piece of jade. "Do you recognize this?" However, upon seeing the jade, Ding Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. "Innate Dao jade," he exclaimed. "What? Innate Dao jade? Goodness, Tang Tian even possesses such an item? That is an unparalleled treasure for cultivation. Although the ratio of innate Dao jade to superior spiritual jade is roughly 1 to 1 million, it is a priceless existence that is rarely available. This is indeed my first encounter with such a sight. Goodness, it is as flawless as the form of the most beautiful maiden of Qin Gate." Tang Tian was taken aback, as if he had witnessed the beauty firsthand. However, amidst their astonished exclamations, he began to grasp the nature of this object. If solely regarded as currency, it would equate to 1 million exquisite spirit jades. Yet, its worth appeared to transcend mere monetary value, seemingly possessing significant implications for cultivation. "Tang Tian, are you certain you wish to utilize it for the merit exchange?" Yin Kong inquired. "Like spirit jades, it can be exchanged for 100 merits." Tang Tian paused momentarily and then replied nonchalantly, "It's fine. I shall use it." Having an excess of spirit jades could prove cumbersome. With that, he directly handed over the innate Tao jade. Ultimately, he had no choice, as the system had synthesized it for him, rendering it unusable otherwise. Yin Kong nodded and accepted the innate Tao jade. "On behalf of our sect, I extend my gratitude. The innate Tao jade is invaluable to us," he expressed. Tang Tian dismissed the sentiment. At this point, his merit points had reached 190, and the system space now contained 2 innate Tao jades. Shall we continue?" He provocatively challenged Ding Xiao. Meanwhile, Ding Xiao was left somewhat dazed, utterly unprepared for Tang Tian's casual display of such a treasure. The most alarming aspect was the rapid escalation of the bids, even in a contest of fortunes. Increases were typically gradual, yet Tang Tian had doubled the stakes in an instant. How could one endure such a shock? Ding Xiao's eyes twitched uncontrollably, but he refrained from a direct retort. "Oh, has Ding Xiao reached his limit? I share your sentiment." Tang Tian nonchalantly retrieved the primordial Dao jade, who would not feel a tremor of apprehension. Indeed, Tang Tian seems poised to challenge the position of the 6th son of Qin Gate. If he cannot succeed, he might as well retreat, for it would only serve to heighten the amusement of the onlookers. The crowd, reveling in the spectacle, laughed heartily. Upon hearing their derision, Ding Xiao's eyes turned crimson with fury. "Who dares to say I am incapable? A mere 10 trillion. I am more than capable." He was teetering on the brink of losing his composure, pulling out another storage ring and slamming it before Yin Kong, shouting, "I shall add another 10 trillion. Yin Kong seemed initially inclined to offer counsel, but upon witnessing Ding Xiao's fervor, he chose silence and accepted the offering without further ado. Who dares to belittle me now?" Ding Xiao proclaimed loudly, before turning his gaze back to Tang Tian. If you have the capability, come again. Tang Tian wiped away the spittle and smiled slightly. This is what you have said. He then opened his palm, revealing 2 pieces of primordial Dao jade, resting serenely in his hand. My dear young master, may I add another 200 merits? Upon seeing the 2 pieces of primordial Dao jade, Ding Xiao's complexion drained from red to pale, staggering backward. His lips trembled, yet no words could escape his mouth, for he truly found himself unable to compete. In contrast, Tang Tian remained remarkably composed, even appearing somewhat pleased. No more. Is this not an opportunity for me to witness what it truly means to be a prestigious disciple? So this is all there is. Then, prepare to witness with keen eyes. After speaking, Tang Tian once again reached out, revealing 4 pieces of primordial Dao jade. Young master, here are an additional 400 merits. Chapter 50. The invitation from Lu Chang'e upon witnessing Tang Tian produce another 4 pieces of primordial Dao jade. Ding Xiao's complexion turned pale, and he staggered, collapsing to the ground. His expression was one of panic, and he dared not glance at Tang Tian even once more. With a beaming smile, Tang Tian remarked, "Did you not see clearly just now? Allow me to show you once again. Young master, I wish to accrue an additional 800 merits." As he spoke, he retrieved another 8 pieces of primordial Dao jade, having finally encountered an opportunity for extravagant expenditure. He was determined to seize it. The onlookers were left in a state of shock. Such treasures were exceedingly rare, yet here they seemed to be as plentiful as cabbages in Tang Tian's grasp. Lu Chang'e and the others were equally astonished. Such audacious displays were sufficient to compel their equal regard. Even young Master Yinkong was taken aback, observing the primordial Dao jade being offered by Tang Tian. Yinkong shook his head and said, "Enough, Tang Tian, you have already triumphed. The primordial Dao jade is immensely beneficial for your future cultivation. It would be best to keep it." Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly replied, No, I have plenty of these at home. Please accept them." However, Yinkong once again declined, stating, "Keep them. Should you wish to cultivate disciples in the future, such divine artifacts will be essential." Tang Tian grew anxious at this refusal. If he did not accept, how would he acquire more primordial Dao jade? How could he indulge in further consumption? Alas, it seemed that all was of little consequence. Today, filled with joy, I felt an inexplicable discomfort at the thought of not spending some money. Consider my contribution to our sect. After all, having just arrived, I have yet to assist in any meaningful way. As Tang Tian spoke, he fervently attempted to stuff the innate Dao jade into Yinkong's embrace. This scene left the surrounding disciples utterly astonished. One extraordinary and miraculous occurrence. Here he was, eagerly offering money. The disparity in realms was astounding. Such a mindset of enlightenment rendered me utterly humbled. Who could argue otherwise? While many aspire to acquire more resources within the sect, Tang Tian solely wished to dedicate himself to its advancement. The contrast was staggering. Compared to his character, I felt as insignificant as an ant. The crowd marveled at Tang Tian's grand vision, his image elevated to unfathomable heights. Yet, ultimately, Yinkong did not acquiesce to Tang Tian's wishes. With a gentle yet insurmountable force, he returned the innate Dao jade, denying Tang Tian's fervent offering. "Tang Tian, I understand your desire to contribute to the sect, but every action has its limits. Today is merely an ordinary merit meeting. There is no need for such fervor. If you truly wish to help, focus on the sect's development in the future," Yinkong advised. Tang Tian's expression reflected resignation. Seeing Yinkong's determination, he could only relent. What a pity. He was so close to surpassing 10 trillion. Well then, will there be similar events in the future? Tang Tian inquired. Yinkong chuckled softly. The construction of the sect requires an abundance of spiritual jade. If you truly wish to accomplish something, I shall inform you when the time comes. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Very well then, let us leave it at that for today. Should such fortunate opportunities arise again in the future, be sure not to exclude me. Such chances, like today's, which could lead to a surge in wealth and consumption, are indeed rare. Tang Tian had contemplated seeking a high-end venue for a lavish spree of spending. However, that was not a feasible option. Without sufficient strength or security, rashly departing from Qingyue Gate would only expose his wealth, inviting dire consequences. The foundation of all endeavors rests upon the assurance of life. I will definitely notify you. Yun Kong could only smile wryly. He had never encountered anyone so fervently enthusiastic. Thus, an unexpected contest of wealth concluded in a manner unforeseen by all. The pace was simply too swift and overwhelmingly dominant. As Ding Xiao remarked, depleting one's savings merely serves as a starting point for others. Ironically, the one who found himself drained of resources was Tang Tian himself. With 700 merit points, he was merely 300 away from the elevation to Yunding Tianfu. Moreover, within the confines of the system space, the spiritual jade in Tang Tian's possession had surged beyond 80 trillion, along with 8 pieces of innate Dao jade. His consumption points had reached 800 million, and he had successfully acquired both the 9-ring talent and the 9-tier physique. As the merit conference concluded, Tang Tian noticed a shift in the attitudes of others towards him. They all conveyed goodwill. He, in turn, remained humble and reciprocated their kindness, even garnering a considerable number of communication jade symbols. Brother Tang, your brilliance today was truly remarkable. As they departed from the venue, Wang Ziyu offered a wry smile and remarked, I am aware of your wealth, but I never anticipated you would be this affluent. You are nearly at the level of the eldest sons of noble families. Why have you remained so obscure until now? I merely wish to experience the hardships of the common folk. Having done so, I now return to my former life. Wang Ziyu nodded earnestly. I surmise that is the case. The wealth you possess cannot simply be attributed to sheer luck. Tang Tian smiled, but refrained from further comment. As long as one possesses extraordinary talent, even the most outrageous excuses will find credence among others. In fact, some may consider them insufficiently bizarre, fabricating elaborate narratives to lend credence to the tale. For Tang Tian, this scenario was rather advantageous. The two continued their conversation, yet had not traversed far when they were approached by others. Young Master Tang, came the solemn words of several formidable disciples, clearly above the transformation stage. Their expressions were grave, and their tone low as they stated, Young Master Lu requests an audience with you. Tang Tian furrowed his brow. The only person who could be referred to as Young Master Lu here was Lu Chang'e. What could this individual want with him? Recalling Feng Fei from earlier, a sense of unease washed over him. Could this not wait for another day? I have some matters to attend to. He contemplated declining the invitation. However, the individual insisted, I believe it would be best for you to accompany me. With that, they subtly encircled Tang Tian and his companions. Xiao Xue and Lan Yu immediately became vigilant, their expressions grave. Tang Tian discreetly grasped a few purple beads in his hand, sky thunder pearls, capable of summoning heavenly lightning, with power equivalent to the full force of a tribulation-transcending cultivator's strike. In the previous exchanges with Qin Hai, Tang Tian had acquired numerous similar items, precisely to guard against such unforeseen circumstances. Observing the wary demeanor of Tang Tian and his companions, the man chuckled and said, Do not be overly anxious. This is the domain of the young master, and no one will harm you. Furthermore, to oppose us with merely your few attendants is far from sufficient. Please do not complicate matters for us. Young Master Lu has merely requested your presence, not to apprehend you. Tang Tian narrowed his eyes, but ultimately decided to temporarily stow the sky thunder pearls. Indeed, they were still within the confines of the conference venue. Even Lu Chang'e would not dare to take any extreme actions. Moreover, he had just recently gained notoriety. In any case, he possessed means for self-preservation. Very well, I shall accompany you, Tang Tian stated. Chapter 51. The Death of Feng Fei. Moments later, under the guidance of several honorary disciples, Tang Tian arrived at an elegant villa. Passing through the garden at the front, he entered the main reception hall. A young man clad in a blue robe sat at the head of the table, leisurely sipping tea. It was none other than Lu Chang'e. Upon seeing Tang Tian enter, Lu Chang'e smiled gently and said, Young Master Tang, please take a seat. Tang Tian stepped forward and settled himself beside the young master. What business do you have with me? he asked directly. However, Lu Chang'e remained unhurried, pouring himself a cup of hot tea and gracefully presenting it to Tang Tian. During the recent merit conference, Tang Xiao's impressive audacity had indeed left a lasting impression. Our Qinghua sect is sorely in need of individuals like you, who possess formidable strength and are wholeheartedly devoted to the betterment of the sect. Tang Tian furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why Lu Chang'e would bring this up. Could it be that his abundant contributions had overshadowed Lu Chang'e, causing him some discontent? That seemed unlikely. One would expect someone of Lu Chang'e's stature to remain above such trivialities. Even if he did harbor any grievances, it would surely not be overtly expressed. However, if there were those who intentionally fanned the flames behind the scenes, then the matter could take an unpredictable turn. What exactly are you trying to convey? Tang Tian was reluctant to continue speculating. Lu Chang'e shook his head and rose to his feet. What I wish to express is that, as disciples of Qinghua sect, whether we are honorary disciples, guests, or purely core disciples, we must support one another in order to foster the healthy development of our sect. A strong sect ensures that we, too, shall thrive. Lu Chang'e gazed at Tang Tian, letting out a soft sigh. Yet, there are always individuals who relish in whispering behind backs, sowing discord and undermining this beautiful harmony. As he finished speaking, he lightly snapped his fingers. Subsequently, several subordinates emerged from the back hall, escorting a disheveled woman with unkempt hair, whom they unceremoniously hurled before Lu Chang'e and Tang Tian. The woman collapsed to the ground, trembling all over, her tattered garments stained with blood, presenting a truly pitiful sight. She lifted her head. Lu Chang'e spoke softly, and the woman trembled slightly before slowly lifting her head. Tang Tian was instantly taken aback. Beneath the cascading hair was a face he found strikingly familiar. Fang Fei. In that moment, she no longer bore the haughty and cruel demeanor he had known, nor did she feign charm. Instead, only a wretched visage remained, her eyes reflecting boundless fear. As her gaze met Tang Tian's, Fang Fei shuddered once more and quickly lowered her head, not uttering a single word. Young Master Lu, what is this? Tang Tian found himself perplexed by Lu Chang'e's intentions, as reality diverged entirely from his expectations. Lu Chang'e smiled gently and remarked, "You should recognize her, shouldn't you? A mere inner sect disciple, trading her allure to deliberately approach Shinifeng. She then surreptitiously altered the invitation letter from Shinifeng to you, weaving a few beguiling words to incite a conflict between you and Shinifeng. When the situation proved untenable, she sought to draw near to me, attempting to instigate opposition between us as well. Young Master Tang, how do you believe such a person ought to be dealt with?" Tang Tian was momentarily stunned, overwhelmed by the weight of the revelation. He needed time to process it. The conflict with Shinifeng had indeed been instigated by Fang Fei from behind the scenes. However, he had not anticipated that she had altered the invitation letter from Shinifeng. No wonder he had sensed something amiss, as Shintu Feng's invitation to witness a dance had seemed utterly nonsensical. What, then, was the original content of the invitation? It mattered little now. The confrontation with Shintu Feng had ultimately been resolved with Jing Heng's intervention. At that moment, Fang Fei must have realized that relying solely on Shun Tufeng was insufficient to resolve her predicament. Thus, she began to approach Lu Chang'e. It was a commendable strategy. Yet unfortunately, her intentions were readily discerned by Lu Chang'e, who admonished her and summoned her presence. The entire sequence of events unfolded accordingly. However, the question lingered. Why did Lu Chang'e act in such a manner? Was this an indirect gesture of goodwill towards him? After some contemplation, Tang Tian remarked, "Such matters do not fall within my jurisdiction. The enforcement hall will address her." Lu Chang'e responded with a smile, "Yet she is targeting you, young Master Tang." Tang Tian shook his head, "But I have not been adversely affected by this, have I? Moreover, even if such petty tricks were to succeed, I would harbor no fear." He was uncertain of Lu Chang'e's true intentions, but the concept of indebtedness was something one should never take lightly. Clearly, Lu Chang'e aimed to leverage this situation to secure a favor from him. Upon hearing Tang Tian's reply, Lu Chang'e smiled faintly and said, "Indeed, such sordid individuals only evoke disgust and cannot inflict any substantial harm. They are akin to the ubiquitous pests that infest our surroundings. I find it truly perplexing why some individuals are willing to stake everything for such laughable objectives, even betraying their closest friends. After speaking, he snapped his fingers once more, and another group emerged, accompanied by a familiar face from Tang Tian's past. It was indeed his childhood companion, Lin Yu. Lin Yu appeared unscathed, yet her demeanor exuded an overwhelming frailty, her complexion pale. Upon her arrival, Lin Yu cast a glance at Tang Tian and then at Fang Fei, who lay collapsed on the ground, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. In her pursuit of closeness to me, Fang Fei had offered Lin Yu to Shin Feng, thereby securing an opportunity for recommendation. Lu Chang'e remarked, "How pitiful." Until she was rendered unconscious, she remained oblivious to the fact that her dearest friend had betrayed her. Had I not intervened in time, she would have lost her status as a pure disciple. Tang Tian furrowed his brow in silence. Meanwhile, Lin Yu continued to gaze at Fang Fei, disbelief etched across her face. "Why? How could you have become this way? We were such good friends." Lin Yu pressed her lips tightly together before speaking. Fang Fei sat there with disheveled hair, her shoulders trembling. Hey. Why? She suddenly raised her head, her blood-red eyes glaring at Lin Yu, her countenance twisted in rage as she bellowed. "How dare you ask me why? When we first met, I took such care of you, guiding you in your cultivation, introducing you to those more accomplished. Your talent surpasses mine, but without my assistance. Could you have progressed so swiftly? And what of you? You received superior resources, yet never once considered me. You only care about yourself. You will always care only for yourself." Fang Fei screamed in a fit of fury. Lin Yu furrowed her brow even deeper. "Is it for this reason that you intend to ruin everything I hold dear? Is it really necessary?" Fang Fei replied with a cold smile. "Indeed, it is not necessary. However, you were the one who first destroyed my life. If you hadn't informed me that Tang Tian was persistently entangled with you, would I have sought trouble with him that day at Jinyutang? When I lost the bet and knelt before everyone, utterly humiliated, what did you do? You could have at least spoken a word on my behalf. You did nothing but watch as I was ridiculed by all." Lin Yu stood there, her gaze dazed, rendered speechless. Fang Fei continued, "From that moment, I vowed to ascend to the upper echelons, even at the cost of relinquishing my status as a pure disciple." She slowly turned her head to look at Tang Tian. "Yet again, I have chosen the wrong target. I have lost all my savings and my dignity. But I refuse to accept this. Why should I be subjected to such treatment? Therefore, I swear, I shall sacrifice everything, absolutely everything, to ensure you reap your just deserts. I will cast you, Lin Yu, into the depths of hell. And you, Tang Tian, shall lose all and never rise again. I want all of you to perish." Fang Fei had completely lost her sanity, struggling to rise and lunge toward the nearest Tang Tian. However, at that moment, a flash of light appeared, and Fang Fei was instantly dismembered, her scorching blood splattering at Tang Tian's feet. How utterly noisy. Lu Chang'e cast a disdainful glance at the fan in his hand before hurling it onto Fang Fei's lifeless body. It was with this very fan that he had just taken Fang Fei's life. He then wiped his hands clean and turned to Tang Tian with a smile. "No waities. Let us proceed." Chapter 52. The unmasking Fang Fei's corpse, along with the blood that stained the floor, was swiftly dealt with. Yet the air remained thick with the pungent scent of blood, the scent that left Tang Tian feeling quite unsettled. It was not her death that disturbed him, but rather Lu Chang'e's demeanor. Although Lu Chang'e had been courteous since their first encounter, his underlying intent had consistently targeted Tang Tian. Initially, he sought to win Tang Tian over by leveraging the exposure of Fang Fei's schemes. When Tang Tian rebuffed his advances, Lu Chang'e resorted to invoking memories of his childhood companion, Lin Yu, and proceeded to execute Fang Fei before Tang Tian's very eyes. This was a demonstration of power, a clear message that Lu Chang'e could arbitrarily determine the fates of others within the realm of the young master, Yin Kong. Tang Tian detested the feeling of being manipulated. However, Lu Chang'e remained oblivious to Tang Tian's shift in demeanor, smiling as he remarked, "I recall that you and Lin Yu were once the closest of childhood friends. Weren't you?" Tang Tian furrowed his brow and stood abruptly. "Lu Chang'e, I am uncertain of your intentions for summoning me today. However, I must clarify that my relationship with Lin Yu has long since ended. We have each embarked on our separate paths and maintain no connection. As for Fang Fei, she has never held any significance in my eyes, regardless of whom she ultimately clings to, he remarked with a hint of indifference. Lu Chang'e was momentarily taken aback, as Tang Tian's reaction and demeanor seemed somewhat unexpected to him. Tang Xiao, could you truly be so heartless? After all, you have known each other for so long. Lu Chang'e chuckled. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. This is my own affair. If you have other matters to discuss, feel free to speak plainly. If not, I shall take my leave. Lin Yu and Fang Fei, you may handle them as you see fit. It bears no relevance to me. He no longer wished to engage in superficial pleasantries with Lu Chang'e. Lu Chang'e regarded Tang Tian quietly, lost in thought, while Lin Yu wore a complex expression, seemingly taken aback by Tang Tian's complete severance from her. Was this the same man who once labored tirelessly for her future, even at the expense of his own? If that is the case, then I shall be direct. Ultimately, Lu Chang'e retracted his facade, resuming a demeanor of indifference. Do you know what the primary purpose of merit is? Lu Chang'e inquired. Tang Tian responded, to ascend to the Yunding Tian Fu. Lu Chang'e shook his finger. No, the greatest function of merit is power. With sufficient merit, one can attain a prominent status within the Qin sect. Whether it involves managing certain disciples or a specific department, or even becoming a peak master, all are intricately linked to merit. Even after satisfying certain stringent conditions, one could indeed achieve a position just below one and above countless others. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. This was indeed something he was unaware of. However, what of it? And then, Tang Tian in Guit? Lu Chang'e chuckled. Certain individuals within the sect have long since fulfilled all the requirements necessary to ascend to the Cloud Summit. But can you guess why we remain here? Tang Tian fell silent. The certain individuals likely referred to the 5 great young masters, including Lu Chang'e, and perhaps the 2 prominent young ladies as well. Indeed, with their wealth and influence, meeting the 2 prerequisites for ascending to the summit would be effortlessly achievable. Thus, combined with what he had previously mentioned, it indicated that the aspirations of these individuals were all directed towards that prestigious position, one just below the highest and above countless others. Essentially, the entire Qin sect lay within their sphere of influence. I understand, Tang Tian stated, but what does that have to do with me? Lu Chang'e shook his head. Perhaps your ambitions do not align with this, yet your displayed wealth is not easily overlooked. A mere handful of innate Tao gems. And even among us, it would not be simple to present them all at once. Therefore, I hope that in the future, even if you cannot stand by my side, you will not become an obstacle in my path. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian finally grasped Lu Chang'e's intentions. It was quite similar to his understanding, an attempt to win him over, albeit through some other means. And these means were not to Tang Tian's liking. My apologies. Tang Tian spoke softly. I will make my own decisions regarding my affairs, so there is no need for you, young Master Lu, to concern yourself. If you wish to utilize Fang Fei and Lin Yu to disrupt my plans, I must inform you that you are mistaken in your calculations. He did not conceal his thoughts, directly exposing Lu Chang'e's intentions. Lu Chang'e gazed silently at Tang Tian, and after a lengthy pause, he finally smiled lightly. I indeed underestimated you. With that, he turned and returned to his seat, sighing, you are aware that when subordinates mishandle matters, it can be exceedingly vexing. They even inform me that you are a debauched libertine, indulging in pleasures. TSK, how embarrassing for you. Tang Tian remained silent. The portrayal of himself as a debauched libertine seeking pleasure was, in fact, a deliberate facade, one he had even encouraged Li Hong to disseminate. This strategy was intended to mislead others' judgment, leading them astray. It seemed today as efforts had borne fruit. Lu Chang'e was a man of profound depth and possessing numerous stratagems. Should he uncover the truth of Tang Tian's character, he would undoubtedly refrain from employing Fang Fei and Lin Yu for his schemes. And who knows what actions he might take. Since this is merely a misunderstanding, I shall take my leave if there is nothing further, Tang Tian stated. Lu Chang'e chuckled, and it seemed that at some point, he had once again acquired a brand new fan. Now that you are here, why rush to depart? That said, your rise has been astonishingly swift. Prior to this, I was entirely unaware of your existence. Seizing the opportunity, why not engage in a heart-to-heart conversation, allowing me to truly understand you? How does that sound? This statement, though seemingly inviting, was laced with an undeniable authority in Lu Chang's tone. Tang Tian narrowed his eyes. Are you attempting to compel me to stay? Lu Chang'e shrugged slightly. I believe this is a beneficial endeavor. Of course, it ultimately hinges upon your decision. You may choose to remain, or be coerced to stay. Dantian Tuka Instanti. The soft approach had yielded no results, and now it seemed they were resorting to force. Unfortunately for them, he was a man of principles, impervious to both gentle persuasion and intimidation. If you have displeased me, do not expect to have your desires fulfilled. You may attempt to keep me here, but I will not be swayed. Xiaoxue, let us depart. With that, he turned and strode away. Lu Chang's fan faltered momentarily, and several formidable individuals advanced, obstructing Tang Tian's path. However, Tang Tian was well prepared, armed with an array of powerful spiritual artifacts, offensive, defensive, and teleportation capabilities, all at the level of an ascendant cultivator. Should the situation escalate unfavorably, they were ready to unleash a spectacular display of fireworks. He did not even slow his pace, heading straight for the exit. Behind him, Lu Chang squinted, watching as Tang Tian drew ever closer to his subordinates. A confrontation was imminent, ready to ignite at any moment. At that moment, a flustered cultivator rushed in, exclaiming loudly, "Young Master Lu, M.O." Before he could finish, a ferocious energy surged in from outside, violently propelling several individuals standing at the door. Had it not been for Tang Tian's quick reflexes, they too would have suffered. Following this, a tall woman in a flowing black gown entered with an icy demeanor. "Lu Chang'e, do you wish for death?" It was none other than Nan Feng, M.O. Xiao Xiao. Chapter 53. Conspiracy and Deception. M.O. Xiao Xiao stormed into the reception hall with a formidable entourage, each member exuding a fierce and oppressive aura that seemed almost palpable. "Are you attempting to challenge our Nan Feng?" M.O. Xiao Xiao stated coldly. Tang Tian regarded this young lady in astonishment. He had not anticipated her sudden intrusion at such a moment. Lu Chang'e appeared equally unprepared, yet he maintained a composed demeanor, smiling as he replied, "You jest. I would never engage in conflict with you." M.O. Xiao Xiao scoffed lightly, then glanced at Tang Tian, inquiring, "What do you intend by this?" Lu Chang'e responded, "Young Master Tang has performed remarkably today, not only restoring our esteemed disciples' honor in the free challenge, but also presenting our sect with several innate Daoyes. Such a prodigy, I naturally wish to make his acquaintance." M.O. Xiao Xiao tilted her head slightly. "His name is Tang Tian. You're Lu Chang'e. Well, now that introductions are made, is there anything else?" Lu Chang'e. "Dantian. This fellow truly possesses an air of sophistication." Lu Chang'e shook his head. "There is nothing more. Acquaintance is sufficient." M.O. Xiao Xiao let out a cold snort, then gestured subtly to Tang Tian before turning decisively to leave. Tang Tian pondered for a moment and followed suit. It was rather fortunate that no genuine conflict arose. At least they remained unaware of each other's hidden strengths. Before departing, Tang Tian cast another glance at Lu Chang'e. Their eyes met, and though the thoughts of each remained inscrutable, they both understood that a rift had undeniably formed today. Tang Tian felt no trepidation. After all, they were all esteemed disciples, none superior in nobility to the other. The heights that Lu Chang'e could reach, Tang Tian would inevitably attain in due course. Ultimately, Lu Chang'e refrained from uttering another word, watching as M.O. Xiao Xiao and Tang Tian made their exit. However, unbeknownst to anyone, Lin Yu quietly followed them away as well. Moments later, the group reconvened in the garden of the exchange meeting. "Miss M.O., thank you." Tang Tian initiated the conversation. Regardless of the circumstances, she had indeed come to his aid. Otherwise, a spectacle would have surely ensued. M.O. Xiao Xiao waved her hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. You are a clever individual. I am aware you possess means of self-preservation. I merely disapprove of Lu Chang's actions." Just as Tang Tian was about to respond, M.O. Xiao Xiao continued, "No need to explain. Nie Wushuang has already informed me of the events that transpired during the assessment. I comprehend your guys. Tang Tan was astonished. So this was the truth of the matter. Indeed, lacking sufficient capability, he would have been unable to locate Nie Wushuang's hideout that day. Moreover, he had effortlessly parried her final strike. How did you know I was with Lu Chang'e? Dang Tian in Guit, Mo Xiao replied. I was actually searching for you. Subsequently, she waved her hand, and a familiar figure approached. Ding Xiao, the very one who had previously competed with Tang Tian in wealth. At this moment, Ding Xiao had regained his composure, though he appeared dejected, as if he had just received a reprimand. He approached Tang Tian, slightly bowed, and murmured, Tang Xiao, I apologize. I should not have said those things, nor should I have deliberately argued with you. I hope you will not take it to heart. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. What was the meaning of this? Where had his previous defiance gone? How had he suddenly transformed into this demeanor? Mo Xiaoxiao's ability to discipline was indeed impressive. Was it a whip or a candle? While he was lost in thought, Mo Xiaoxiao spoke again. Ding Zhao's temperament is simply like this, yet he harbors no ill intentions. I have given him a proper lesson. As fellow disciples of Nan Feng, we should unify. It is truly embarrassing to engage in disputes that amuse outsiders. For my sake, I hope you will not pursue this matter further. Dang Tian, Pauset. Then quickly replied, I won't pursue it, of course not. To be honest, I am rather grateful to him. Otherwise, I would still be pondering how to accumulate more merits. He spoke his mind. Without the rivalry with Ding Xiao, how could he have easily acquired so many innate Dao Jade and consumption points? It is rather peculiar for one to insist on contributing alone, as evidenced by Yun Kong's subsequent intervention. Montak Xiao in Kviat. Are you aiming to accumulate 1,000 merits for promotion to the Heavenly Mansion? Tang Tian nodded. Indeed, unfortunately, I am still 300 short. Mo Xiao reassured him. Do not fret. Numerous opportunities will arise in the future. In recent years, the Qingyue sect has excelled in the 100-sex war, leading to a rapid expansion of the sex scale. Many areas require development. If your financial resources are adequate, ample chances to earn merits await. Dang Tian Hak Noet. Recalling that Yin Kong had mentioned he would be notified about future sect construction, he eagerly hoped that this moment would arrive soon. His desire to spend was becoming insatiable. After a casual exchange, Mo Xiao prepared to depart. Before leaving, she cautioned Tang Tian, Lu Chang'e is not a person of good character. Exercise caution in your dealings with him. But do not fear, for I, Mo Xiao, am here. Once Mo Xiao had left, Tang Tian let out a faint sigh. Following Mo Xiao's assertive handling of the situation, his relationship with Nan Feng had effectively been solidified. Even if Tang Tian chose not to assist Nan Feng, the other young nobles would think twice before attempting to recruit him, weighing the repercussions of provoking Mo Xiao. Lu Chang'e and Mo Xiao represent a scheme and a counter-scheme. Respectively, these individuals are not to be underestimated, Tang Tian mused. Wang Xiu wholeheartedly concurred. They cannot be judged solely by their appearances. If you still harbor feelings for your childhood companion, today you might find yourself ensnared by Lu Chang'e. Dang Tian not that. Fortunately, Lu Chang'e's judgment of him had deviated somewhat. In future dealings with this group, he must indeed exercise greater caution. Moreover, he needed to elevate his standing within the Qingyue sect swiftly. Should he attain a position of superiority, all conspiracies and schemes would unravel effortlessly. As he pondered this, Tang Tian made his way towards the garden. In the reception hall, after Mo Xiao and Tang Tian departed, Lu Chang'e remained seated in silence, lost in thought. Suddenly, he waved his fan. Shortly thereafter, a figure was brought forth, kneeling before Lu Chang'e. It was Shun Tufeng. Young Master Lu, I truly realize my mistakes. Shun Tufeng stammered, pleading for mercy. Lu Chang'e's tone was indifferent. You are fond of women, impulsive by nature, bear grudges, harbor insecurities, and remain attached to your childhood sweetheart. Not a single piece of information you provided is accurate. Shun Tufeng's body trembled as he murmured, everyone says the same. Indeed, it was that vile Fong Fei who told me so. It is all her fault. Lu Chang'e regarded him silently before responding. Very well. Go and inquire with her if there is anything else you have overlooked. With that, he extended a finger, and in an instant, a gaping wound appeared on Shun Tufeng's forehead, blood gushing forth as he collapsed to the ground. With a wave of his hand, Lu Chang'e signaled his subordinates to remove the corpse of Shin Tufeng. He remarked, "The grand battle of Bai Men is imminent, and the time to determine the ultimate ownership of that position is fast approaching. Put aside your usual demeanor. I do not wish to witness such incompetence again." His subordinates fell silent, bowing deeply. Shortly thereafter, a trusted confidant stepped forward and whispered, "Young master, what shall we do about Tang Tian?" Lu Chang'e sighed softly. "Due to a misjudgment, we have already forged a grudge." The confidant furrowed his brow. "Should we?" Lu Chang'e pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Let us refrain from any rash actions for now. I do not wish to stand against Mo Xiaoxiao so soon. Our primary adversary remains Tian Yangsheng. He is a madman. As for Tang Tian, time is no longer sufficient for him to reach my level, thus he poses no threat, provided he does not align himself with Tian Yangsheng. Unless, of course, his financial resources surpass those of all of us combined." The confidant chuckled. "That is an impossibility. Beneath the celestial peak, no one can compare to you, young master." Lu Chang'e nodded. This time, surely, the judgment would not be erroneous. Chapter 54. Subjugation as evening approached. Tang Tian finally departed from the day's conference venue. In summary, his gains were quite substantial. Innate Dao Jade, consumption points, and merit points, all quite impressive. Moreover, he had finally discerned the games that Lu Chang'e and his associates were playing, in a position that stands above all yet beneath one. Who would not covet such a status? Especially for those who yearn for power, this role could compel them to pay any price. However, Tang Tian displayed little interest. His sole objective remained singular, consumption. As for the rest, he merely needed to fulfill the requirements for ascending to the celestial abode of Yunding. With this thought in mind, Tang Tian inquired of Wang Ziyu, "Is the only way for the disciples to ascend to the heavenly realm through the 100 Gates battle? Are there any alternative paths? To achieve the rank of esteemed disciple, one must cultivate 3 ascended disciples. Currently, Tang Tian possessed only 4 disciples. And given that Li Hong had already surpassed the age of 25, he was ineligible to participate in the 100 Gates battle. This situation rendered the margin for error rather slim, and he was disinclined to indiscriminately increase the number of his disciples. Wang Ziyu pondered for a moment before responding. There are indeed alternatives. If one does not exceed the age of 50, they may ascend through the Tower of 10,000 Demons. However, this route presents challenges even greater than the 100 Gates battle, typically reserved for those exceptional disciples who mature later in life. Tang Tian acknowledged this with an O, finding solace in the existence of another option, for with more choices comes greater certainty. Wang Ziyu leaned closer, whispering, "Tang brother, do you intend to cultivate all your current disciples for their ascension?" Tang Tian nodded. "I just wonder if they would be willing." Wang Ziyu replied, "They would undoubtedly be eager. No disciple would refuse the opportunity to ascend to the heavenly realm, especially someone like Li Hong, who has already lost hope for advancement, would surely be filled with fervent desire. However, I believe it would be more prudent for you to seek out some more exceptional disciples, as they're generally easier to cultivate. To be honest, even with the Lanyu sisters, the resources required to elevate them to the pinnacle of excellence could be beyond estimation." Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, realizing the oversight in his previous thoughts. Had he known earlier, he would have specifically sought individuals with less remarkable talents. Such individuals tend to be more obedient, and the process of nurturing them can be quite engaging. As for expenditures, well, the more outstanding a person is, the more rebellious they tend to be. I simply lack the energy to develop a rapport with them. Spending money is the most straightforward approach, Tang Tian remarked. Wang Ziyu shrugged. All right, your choices are always so unconventional. However, with your innate Dao Jade, it is not entirely impossible. That artifact is indeed a divine item. Tang Tian's interest was piqued, and he inquired about the functions of the innate Dao Jade. Through Wang Ziyu's explanation, he gained a clearer understanding. The innate Dao Jade is revered as a cultivation treasure not only for its ability to aid in training, but also for its formidable power to connect with the will of the heavenly path. allowing one to perceive the very essence of the world, thereby enhancing their innate cultivation talent. With sufficient innate Tao Jade, it could even elevate an individual of ordinary talent to the zenith of power. Such capabilities are undoubtedly extraordinary. Nevertheless, this revelation further dissuaded Tang Tian from continuing his pursuit of disciples. What he truly needed were obedient individuals with strong capabilities. After this period of interaction, he found Li Hong to be quite commendable. In a moment of contemplation, Gu Xiaoxue unexpectedly stepped forward and said, "Mr. Tang, that woman has been following us closely." Tang Tian was taken aback for a moment, then turned to look, and indeed, a familiar figure was trailing them at a distance. It was Lin Yu, who had been away from the venue for some time. Tang Tian halted his steps, observing Lin Yu approach slowly, and asked in a subdued tone, "Is there something you need?" Lin Yu's expression was complex. She pressed her lips together and replied, "Tang Tian, we may have had some misunderstandings before. I truly appreciate your help today, otherwise." Tang Tian swiftly raised his hand, interrupting her, "There is no need for you to express such sentiments. Since that day, at Jinyu Tang, we have severed all ties. My actions today bear no relation to you. You need not attribute any gratitude to me." He wished to avoid further entanglement with Lin Yu. Their values diverged significantly, rendering any social connection unnecessary. Lin Yu furrowed her brow, gazing at Tang Tian with a hint of sorrow, and asked, "Are you truly this callous? If today Lu Chang'e were to attempt to harm me, would you intervene?" Tang Tian shook his head. "I do not entertain hypotheticals, nor do I wish to respond. Once more, we share no connection. You may pursue your own path, while I shall tread mine." With that, Tang Tian turned and walked away. "Tang Tian!" Lin Yu's voice called out behind him, but this time, Tang Tian had no intention of stopping. As Lin Yu gazed at Tang Tian's departing figure, her emotions shifted from complexity to resentment. "Haven't you struck it rich? Without my influence, you would still be a mere woodcutter, fretting over your next meal. What is so remarkable about your success? In the realm of cultivation, power reigns supreme. Lacking talent, you shall never truly ascend to the pinnacle. I have already broken through to the golden core stage, and am on the verge of becoming a genuine core disciple, a status unattainable by any amount of money. My future will undoubtedly surpass yours. Dare you wager with me, Tang Tian?" Her voice echoed, fading into the distance, while Tang Tian continued on his path, undeterred. Power, talent, wagers, how amusing. Perhaps Lin Yu possessed a modicum of truth in her words. Yet at this moment, Tang Tian had ascended to an entirely different echelon. She lacked the standing to challenge him, and was far too inconsequential to affect his state of mind. She was nothing. Before nightfall, Tang Tian returned to the bamboo pavilion, where Li Hong awaited his arrival, having been informed during the journey. "Young Master Tang, is there something of great importance?" Li Hong inquired. "Tang Tian, note that." "Let's speak inside." The group entered the bamboo pavilion and settled around the stone table beneath the old locust tree. "I shall speak plainly." Tang Tian addressed the four of them. "Do you wish to leverage my status as a guest to gain entry into the Cloud Summit?" At his words, three individuals were instantly taken aback. The Lan's sisters exchanged glances, while Li Hong wore an expression of astonishment. As for Gu Xiaoxue, she remained oblivious to the significance of the Cloud Summit. "Young Master Tang," Li Hong interjected, "I believe this question is not meant for me." Tang Tian's expression remained unchanged. "Why should it not be directed at you? Is it due to your age or your talent? I am well aware of your circumstances. All I require is a simple answer. Do you wish to, or do you not?" Li Hong forced a bitter smile, responding, "Who would not desire a grander stage? Yet I am acutely aware of my limitations. With a mere 7 rings of talent, the disparity between myself and those prodigies is insurmountable." Tang Tian silently produced a piece of innate Tao Jade, inquiring, "Do you recognize this?" Li Hong was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. Upon receiving an affirmative glance from Tang Tian, he rose abruptly and bowed deeply. "If that is indeed the case, I am willing to exert all my efforts to serve you, young master." Tang Tian smiled with satisfaction. After all, he was a perceptive individual, not only grasping Tang Tian's intent, but also adjusting his form of address accordingly. He then turned his gaze toward the Lan Yu sisters. The two exchanged a glance and stood as well, bowing deeply. "We shall honor you as our master." Tang Tian nodded slightly before his attention shifted to Gu Xiaoxue, who was idly toying with her hair. "Huh? Oh," she exclaimed, glancing at the other three, scratching her head as she asked, "Are you also going to that celestial domain?" Tang Tian replied with a smile, "Of course. My promotion is inherently tied to your advancement." "Then I shall join as well," Gu Xiaoxue stated, then, somewhat bashfully, added, however, "May I refrain from calling you young master? It feels rather distant." Tang Tian was instantly delighted. "Very well, you may call me by my name." Chapter 55. The helpless Qin Hai. That evening, Li Hong also took residence in the purple bamboo courtyard. Following the recent oath, the bond between him, the Lan Yu sisters, and Tang Tian transcended mere servant-master dynamics, evolving into a relationship of subordination. The vows of cultivators are nearly inviolable. From this day forth, they would forever belong to Tang Tian's command. Tang Tian was not stingy, bestowing upon each of them a piece of primordial Dao jade. With the formidable abilities of the primordial Dao jade and ample cultivation resources, their strength would undoubtedly soar at an accelerated pace. As for Gu Xiaoxue, that girl was as usual, happy as long as she could stay. Tang Tian did not require her to take an oath, for her status was unique, and there were likely other interests at play behind her. He decided to observe for the time being, having determined his candidates for cultivation. Tang Tian returned to the main residence. In the meditation chamber, he awakened the system and proceeded with his exchanges. The 9-stage talent cost 100 million consumption points, while a 9-tier physique also demanded 100 million consumption points. The enhancement of his talents significantly accelerated his cultivation speed, and he believed he would soon reach the golden core stage. The 9-tier physique ultimately granted him an extraordinarily formidable constitution, the vermilion bird physique. This was a divine beast. Tang Tian's body experienced another substantial augmentation, and he gained certain attributes of the vermilion bird. The ability of scorching refinement would allow him to further refine and enhance the spiritual energy absorbed into his body, significantly elevating its quality. After the expenditure, over 600 million consumption points remained. Tang Tian continued to utilize them to elevate the realms of various martial arts, advancing hundreds of techniques to their pinnacle, allowing his comprehension of the essence of the Tao to reach a profoundly formidable level. The rapid enhancement of his strength also instigated subtle shifts in Tang Tian's mindset. Previously, his myriad disguises were necessitated by his own weakness, compelling him to act with caution. However, should he further augment his cultivation in exchange for several higher-tier talents and physiques, perhaps he would no longer need to tread so carefully. He pondered about the situation on Qin Hai's side, in the heart of an extraordinarily prosperous city. A magnificent octagonal pavilion soared into the sky, piercing the clouds. The pavilion, resplendent in gold and jade, radiated brilliance even from beyond the city's borders. At the main entrance, a grand plaque hung prominently, inscribed with 3 bold, vigorous characters, Jin Yutang. This was the headquarters of Jin Yutang. Within a refined chamber on the upper level of the headquarters, Qin Hai sat obediently, glancing intermittently toward the entrance, seemingly awaiting someone. Moments later, the door creaked open, and a frail, gray-haired elder entered. "Elder Tian." Qin Hai promptly rose to his feet. The elder's expression was inscrutable, exuding an aura of authority without anger. As he took a seat in the foremost position, Qin Hai approached cautiously and inquired, "Elder Tian, may I ask about the status of my shipment?" Elder Tian lifted his eyelids and cast a fleeting glance at him, before turning his attention to the documents in his hand. He spoke, "Manager Qin, do you understand why the celestial artifacts are referred to as such?" Qin Hai was taken aback, then tentatively replied, "Is it because they are resources used by those above the immortals?" Elder Tian let out a soft scoff, "Precisely. The Yuanying pill is also a resource for those in the Yuanying stage, but do you think every practitioner at that level consumes them like candy?" Faced with Elder Tian's sudden reprimand, Qin Hai felt somewhat at a loss. "Elder Tian, I don't quite comprehend." Before he could finish, Elder Tian slammed the jade token decisively onto the table. Celestial artifacts, even for true immortals, are exceedingly precious. And you intend to sell them to a mere Qi refining stage cultivator? A sum of 10 trillion worth of goods. Do you truly dare to propose such a thing? Do you genuinely believe that young cultivator can afford it? Qin Hai was momentarily stunned and hastily explained, Elder Tian, Tang Tian is truly not an ordinary honorary disciple. We have already witnessed his financial capacity. He can purchase items worth over 1,000 billion and still be unsatisfied. Elder Tian retorted, can several hundred billion be compared to 10 trillion? Do you understand how many covetous eyes would be drawn to the presence of celestial artifacts? You, a mere transformation stage cultivator, wish to carry so many celestial artifacts to trade. Are you courting death? A sudden pang gripped Qin Hai's heart. Indeed, in comparison to such abundant resources, his strength appears rather feeble. Even with the protection of the esteemed Jin Yutang, it is unlikely that he can deter the avarice of certain individuals. Should calamity strike, losing his life would be the least of his concerns. If he were to forfeit a staggering 10 trillion in goods, his existence would be rendered more miserable than death itself. Once he regained his composure, Qin Hai inquired, so, what does Elder Tian mean by this? Elder Tian shook his head and replied, in my opinion, the risks associated with this transaction are far too great, and it is bound to detonate. That Tang Tian, I have never heard of him. He cannot possibly possess the financial prowess akin to that of Lu Chang'e. You are likely being deceived, as certain individuals are expending considerable effort to ensnare you in their trap. Let this transaction be. Upon hearing this, Qin Hai urgently exclaimed, do not dismiss it. Elder Tian, Tang Tian is truly exceptional. He genuinely possesses wealth. I have encountered numerous affluent individuals, and I can discern their financial standing at a glance. This is a monumental business deal worth 10 trillion, if successful. My standing within Jin Yutang would be firmly established. Elder Tian regarded Qin Hai and spoke solemnly. Are you prepared to shoulder the risks of this transaction? Do not stake your life as collateral. It is worth little. Qin Hai's expression turned bitter. If his life held no value, what could he offer as assurance? His career? Please, that was merely jesting with Tang Tian. Yet, given his lowly status, he truly had little to present as a guarantee. Sighing deeply, Elder Tian remarked, seeing your demeanor, I am merely concerned that you may be taken in. For many years, you have diligently served Jin Yutang, and in terms of character, there remains a degree of trust. Thus, let us proceed with this transaction together. If Tang Tian possesses genuine financial resources, then all is well. However, if it is merely a facade, a trap, then Jin Yutang is not easily trifled with. Qin Hai was taken aback, suddenly comprehending everything. It appeared that Steward Tian intended to usurp his transaction line. 100 trillion, even for the headquarters, is no trifling sum. If successful, it would undoubtedly be a matter of great honor for Steward Tian, especially considering it is a long-term venture. Naturally, he must be tempted, for the headquarters has more than one steward. How ironic that he had provided such a plethora of lofty justifications. Qin Hai inwalis gulp, yet outwardly dared not reveal his thoughts, instead bowing in sincere gratitude. I appreciate Steward Tian's trust. Steward Tian nodded. Then you should contact them promptly. I too am eager to discern the true nature of Tang Tian. Qin Hai silently sighed, acknowledging the harsh reality of hierarchical power, where even one's achievements could be ruthlessly snatched away. Yet, he truly had no recourse. Perhaps Tang Tian also sought to engage with individuals of a higher echelon. Subsequently, he produced a communication jade talisman. Li Daoyu, I am ready on my end. Chapter 56. The Unknown Purpose. Finally, it is prepared. Upon receiving the news from Li Hong, Tang Tian could not help but express his sentiments. More than half a month has passed since the Woofing Exchange Conference, and only now has Qin Hai made his preparations. It appears he has indeed exerted considerable effort this time. One hopes he can procure a splendid array of treasures. Under the auspices of the Nine Rings talent and various physical attributes, Tang Tian's cultivation has soared. reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment and on the verge of breaking into the golden core realm. At last, he has managed to outpace Gu Xiaoxua somewhat, preventing her from being the first to advance to the later stages of the nascent soul. A contributing factor is the innate Tao Jade. Ever since this girl obtained the innate Tao Jade, she has seemed almost possessed, babbling incessantly about having seen her mother within it. Not the one from her small village, but rather something of a spiritual essence. In short, her behavior has been quite abnormal, diving headfirst into this obsession, thereby consuming a significant portion of her cultivation time. This has granted Tang Tian the opportunity to take the lead. Simultaneously, it has stirred within him a greater curiosity regarding the innate child talent, which is merely a notch above the 9 rings talent. What could be so extraordinary? Perhaps after trading with Qin Hai, this enigma will be unraveled. When will he arrive? Tang Tian in Gui, Li Hong replied, this afternoon. However, he mentioned that he is bringing a considerable amount of resources this time, and to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, he has come alongside a senior member of the Jinyutang. Tang Tian nodded. This is a standard protocol. As long as the transaction proceeds without delay, all is well. He urged for promptness. With a grin, Tang Tian rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, "My wallet is positively yearning for some action." Li Hong exhibited a peculiar expression. Throughout this period of acquaintance, he had discerned that the young master of his household frequently displayed bouts of abnormal mental states, particularly in matters pertaining to finances, which were especially pronounced. In the afternoon, after a lengthy wait, Qin Hai finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Tang Tian, filled with anticipation, personally approached the entrance to unlock the formation. "You truly kept me waiting this time," Tang Tian remarked with a smile. Qin Hai promptly bowed and replied, "I had prepared a considerable amount of items, which caused a slight delay. I hope Master Tang will not take offense." Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No worries as long as there are good things to behold. Please come in." He gestured for Qin Hai to enter the courtyard. However, to his surprise, an individual following Qin Hai also sought to enter. Tang Tian extended his hand to halt the person, courteously stating, "This is my private residence. I hope you can understand. I shall only conduct the transaction with him." Upon hearing this, the individual widened his eyes in astonishment. Qin Hai quickly approached Tang Tian and whispered, "Master Tang, he is Steward Tian Feng from our main hall, a superior of my superior. Might it be possible for him to join us?" After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian ultimately acquiesced, recognizing the significance of maintaining cordial relations after numerous transactions. However, once inside, he was taken aback to discover that the transaction partner was not Qin Hai, but rather this Steward Tian Feng. After taking their seats, Qin Hai obediently stood behind Tian Feng, who casually surveyed the courtyard and remarked, "The courtyard is quite satisfactory. However, given your financial capabilities, surely you could find a more suitable venue?" Tang Tian furrowed his brow immediately. Why does this individual always adopt such a condescending tone and demeanor? Is there something amiss? Let us proceed directly to the matter of trade. Tang Tian's attitude became rather indifferent. Tian Feng stroked his long beard and remarked, "There is certainly no issue with the trade, but are you certain you can handle what I have brought today?" Tang Tian was somewhat at a loss for words. Was this fellow truly here for a transaction? With his fingers lightly tapping the table, Tang Tian replied in a calm voice, "I have informed Qin Hai numerous times. Never doubt my financial prowess. Regardless of what you can present, I am capable of acquiring it all." Tian Feng chuckled, "Indeed. It seems heroes emerge from the youth. In my previous dealings with your esteemed Du Yuanqing of Qingyue sect, I never observed him boasting with such audacity." Tang Tian hesitated slightly. Du Yuanqing of Shifeng. Why has this individual suddenly mentioned him at such a moment? In a certain sense, there seems to be a competitive relationship between them. What is his true intention? I believe it would be prudent for you to present your goods for my inspection." Tang Tian stated coolly. Tian Feng gave a light hum, producing a Shumi ring and placing it before Tang Tian. Tang Tian took it, delving into his consciousness, and the treasures within were instantly revealed before his eyes. The quality of these treasures was indeed exceptional, with items of the 8th and 9th ranks abundantly present. Moreover, there were genuine celestial artifacts among them, Everything combined amounts to a staggering 12,700,000,000,000. Can you handle it? Tian Feng spoke softly. Tang Tian did not respond, withdrawing his spiritual perception. Meeting Tian Feng's inscrutable gaze, Tang Tian remarked indifferently, "Is that all?" I anticipated something more substantial. Tian Feng paused momentarily, narrowing his eyes as he inquired, "Are you truly capable of managing that?" Tang Tian chuckled lightly. "Of course, it's merely a trifling sum." However, he abruptly shifted the subject, turning his attention to Qin Hai. "I prefer to conduct dealings with those I am familiar with. Let Qin Hai handle this transaction." Qin Hai abruptly lifted his head, while Tian Feng stood there in shock. "Tang Tian, you cannot be serious. Can your financial prowess truly rival that of those prominent young masters?" Tang Tian, losing his patience, replied, "This is of no concern to you. This transaction does not involve you in any way. Either allow Qin Hai to negotiate with me, or you may leave. I shall seek others." Observing Tang Tian's unyielding demeanor, Tian Feng's expression flickered as he contemplated the implications. Ultimately, however, he smiled and said, "What you say is true. I am a businessman, after all, and how could I possibly forego a deal? Since you are so insistent, let Qin Hai come. Please deactivate the formation. I shall wait outside." He was quite straightforward, choosing to relinquish everything and simply step outside to await further developments. However, the more this was the case, the more it made Tang Tian feel that Tian Feng's visit today must have ulterior motives. As he watched Tian Feng depart the courtyard, Qin Hai hurriedly approached. "I sincerely apologize, Tang Xiao. It was unavoidable for Steward Tian to accompany me. I had no means to prevent it. I did not anticipate he would exhibit such an attitude. I am truly sorry. This is my responsibility." Qin Hai repeatedly expressed his apologies. Tang Tian waved his hand and replied, "His visit today has little to do with you. He is clearly here for me." Qin Hai was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Tang Tian's implication. After pondering for a moment, Tang Tian inquired, "What is the relationship between Du Yuanxing and your Jin Yutang? And what connection does he have with Tian Feng?" He instinctively felt that this matter was inextricably linked to Du Yuanxing. Qin Hai furrowed his brow and responded, "Master Du is one of the major clients of Jin Yutang. Steward Tian is likely the person who has had the most interaction with him. However, this is merely what I have heard. My position is insufficient for me to engage with clients of that caliber." Tang Tian contemplated for a moment and asked, "Will your status elevate after completing this transaction?" Qin Hai replied, "Certainly. This is a transaction worth 1,000,000,000,000. Steward Tian has hardly completed a few of such magnitude. If I can accomplish this, even if my status does not match his, I will no longer feel as powerless as I do today." Tang Tian smiled slightly. "Very well." Chapter 57. The path of all laws. After the transaction was completed, Tang Tian escorted Qin Hai away from the Zizhu courtyard. He assigned Qin Hai a task, which was rather straightforward: to elevate his standing within the Jin Yutang and discern the nature of the relationship between Du Yuanxing, Tian Feng, and Jin Yutang. Tian Feng's demeanor was exceedingly peculiar. Is it customary to conduct business in such a manner? Even if there were collaborations with Du Yuanxing, it should not warrant cold and dismissive treatment towards Tang Tian. After all, business is conducted with various individuals. Thus, there must be some hidden intricacies at play. Following the recent Wufeng Exchange Conference, it seemed that he had indeed entered the circle of the 5 young masters. How frustrating! Is it truly so difficult to remain untroubled and to simply be a serene and handsome man? He had no desire to become embroiled in the struggle for power. Yet it appeared that such avoidance was not entirely feasible. Lu Chang'e was entangled, as was Mo Xiao Xiao, and it seemed Du Yuanxing was no exception. Nevertheless, he would not succumb to fear. Those who dared to create trouble must be prepared to face the repercussions. However, it was imperative to clarify the situation first. Tang Tian shook his head, temporarily setting the matter aside. Following the recent transaction, his consumption points had finally surpassed 1 billion. With a long sigh of relief, he was now poised to unveil the mysterious veil surrounding the innate child. Upon returning to his cultivation chamber, he directly chose to exchange. An enigmatic aura filled the chamber. signifying that Tang Tian's innate talent was undergoing a rapid transformation. In times past, he could sense this transformation, albeit in a hazy manner, as though veiled by a thick mist. However, this time he managed to dissipate some of the fog, revealing the essence of the metamorphosis. It was the primordial source of the heavenly Tao. Countless strands of this celestial essence flowed from an unknown realm, nourishing Tang Tian's spirit and body, continually effecting meticulous transformations. This metamorphosis resembled a leap on the level of life itself, harmonizing Tang Tian more profoundly with the heavenly Tao and fostering a deeper connection with this world. After a considerable time, the innate halo surrounding Tang Tian gradually faded, transforming into myriad twinkling stars that merged from the outside in, integrating into his limbs and bones. Subsequently, Tang Tian opened his eyes. So, this is the sensation. At that moment, he felt as though he were immersed in the starry sky, establishing delicate connections with countless principles of the heavenly Tao. The insights he had previously garnered regarding these laws became remarkably clear. His comprehension of the Tao ascended to an entirely new echelon. Let me try the primordial Tao Jade and see if it evokes the sensation described by Xiao Shui. Contemplating this, Tang Tian produced a piece of primordial Tao Jade. With a focus of his mental energy, the jade levitated before his spiritual platform, radiating a soft, luminous glow. The galaxy within the jade began to spin rapidly, its starlight growing ever more brilliant. Tang Tian closed his eyes, immersing himself completely in the experience. In an instant, he found himself in an entirely new realm. It was void of all substance, yet he could feel an intimate connection with everything within this space. Suddenly, a minuscule star flickered from afar. The stars appeared diminutive, obscuring Tang Tian's ability to discern their true nature. Nevertheless, he distinctly recognized that they represented a mundane-level technique he had mastered to its zenith. Tang Tian uttered a soft exclamation, perplexed as to why it manifested here. Yet soon after, hundreds of stars flickered before him, vanishing in succession. As he gazed upon those familiar perfected techniques, a profound realization began to dawn within him. He gradually closed his eyes, tracing the trajectories of all the stars, engaging in an incessant exercise of deduction from a state of absolute ethereality. Ultimately, upon reopening his eyes, he found himself back within his meditation chamber. The path of all methods. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Tang Tian's eyes. Initially, he had intended to utilize the primal Tao Jade, hoping to uncover that maternal sensation described by Gu Xiaoxue. However, while he failed to grasp that maternal essence, he inadvertently attained insight into a groundbreaking principle. This principle amalgamated all ordinary techniques, embodying a myriad of transformations and encompassing the entirety of existence. Tang Tian had merely begun to touch upon its essence, with a long, arduous journey ahead to truly master it. The path of all methods embraces everything, evolving all. Tang Tian silently recited, his right hand gradually forming a fist. In an instant, the lights within the chamber flickered violently, and a terrifying force burst forth, surging forward. Boom! The entire meditation chamber trembled momentarily. Had Tang Tian not previously placed specialized force stones for cultivation within, it is likely that the chamber itself would have crumbled. Observing the shattered remnants of the force stones, Tang Tian was taken aback. Those were intermediate force stones capable of withstanding the assaults of Yuanying stage cultivators. He was merely at the stage of foundational perfection, which was truly terrifying. Tang Tian found himself at a loss for fitting adjectives to describe it. The level of the way of all laws was undoubtedly beyond imagination, for Tang Tian had not even managed to step into the threshold. It was a remarkably formidable trump card, he mused. Subsequently, he probed his consciousness into the innate Tao Jade, discovering that the resonance provided by a single piece of innate Tao Jade could sustain approximately 100 uses. This time, he once again beheld those fleeting stars, yet they bore no significant impact on the way of all laws. After some contemplation, Tang Tian retrieved several techniques he had just acquired, exchanging points for epiphanies. and elevated them all to a state of great accomplishment. Indeed, upon his third foray into the innate Tao Jade, Tang Tian discerned some entirely new stars, even larger than the previous ones. This was likely due to the elevated level of the Tao techniques he had recently studied. Entering a state of ethereal clarity, Tang Tian observed the trajectories of these techniques and integrated them into the way of all laws, subsequently realizing that the way of all laws had indeed progressed slightly. It became clear to him, as long as he continuously practiced new techniques, he could promote the advancement of the way of all laws. Once the Tao accumulated to a certain degree, the path he had forged would inevitably reach a dreadfully formidable height. It seemed that, in the future, his focus should lean more towards the realm of techniques. After pondering for a moment, Tang Tian resolved to inform Qin Hai to pay particular attention to resources concerning techniques. Moreover, there exist various aids for cultivation that not only enhance one's training speed, but also facilitate the rapid development of disciples. Subsequently, Tang Tian exhaled deeply and laid out all the techniques he had accumulated over this period, including those he had previously mastered to a significant degree. The total approached 1,000. He resolved to continue. The myriad paths of cultivation would undoubtedly become one of his strongest trump cards in the future. With his eyes closed, Tang Tian exchanged a substantial number of consumption points and began to fervently comprehend the techniques. As he progressed, his cultivation level silently advanced. At that moment, he officially attained the Golden Core stage. Chapter 58. Leadership Inspection. It was not until the following morning that Tang Tian gradually emerged from his state of cultivation. After a night of rigorous practice and study, he had garnered a preliminary understanding of the innate talents of the Son of Heaven. Indeed, it was extraordinarily powerful, capable of sensing the subtle laws of the celestial path, distinctly different from the talents within the 9 circles. However, he did not believe that such a gift could enable Gu Xiaoxue to achieve an alarming rate of advancement in the nascent soul realm. Nor had he detected the maternal sensation she described. Could it be that even among the sons of heaven, there exist disparities? Or perhaps there had been an error during her talent assessment. Tang Tian quickly dismissed this notion, as the likelihood of such an occurrence was exceedingly remote. After all, Qinghua sect was not an ordinary mortal sect. Its main branch was the Yunding Tianfu, a place inhabited by true immortals. Within Yunding Tianfu, there were indeed prodigies who surpassed the sons of heaven. It was impossible that they could not be tested accurately. Perhaps there were other underlying reasons at play. Tang Tian shook his head, deciding to set aside his thoughts for the time being. The most pressing objectives remained twofold: consumption and cultivation. Only by attaining sufficient strength could he hope to unravel certain mysteries. After a night of diligent practice, he had firmly established himself in the Golden Core stage and had comprehended a unique cultivation method of his own, the path of all laws. If he continued on this trajectory, his progress would be limitless. In the following period, Tang Tian led a remarkably stable life, focusing on cultivation, discussing profound concepts, and enhancing his combat experience. Gu Xiaoxue, the Lan sisters, and Li Hong all offered him substantial assistance, propelling his advancement on the path of cultivation at an astonishing pace. After another bout of combat, Li Hong, filled with awe, conceded defeat. The techniques of the young master are truly exquisite. I am ashamed of my inadequacies, he remarked. Tang Tian chuckled, saying, "You weren't deliberately holding back, were you? At the outset, you had me at a disadvantage." Li Hong shook his head vigorously. "Aside from suppressing my cultivation level, I have exerted my utmost in every other aspect. Initially, I triumphed owing to my combat experience, but as time has passed, your methods have become increasingly sophisticated. At this point, I am no match for you." The Lan sisters nodded in agreement, affirming, "The young master is indeed growing stronger." Tang Tian smiled, choosing not to respond. In truth, he could also sense his own growth throughout the cultivation process, evolving almost daily. The innate child not only brought about an enhancement in his cultivation speed, but also sharpened his spiritual awareness, elevating both his learning capacity and insight to a remarkable degree. Presently, he can completely overpower Li Hong within the same realm, and when facing the combined efforts of the Lan Yu sisters, he can still engage them to a standstill. As for Gu Xiaoxue, that individual is exceptionally peculiar, best left unmentioned for now. I believe that with the young master's prowess, he is more than capable of ascending to the Golden Dan Talents ranking, Li Hong stated. Indeed, the Lan Yu sisters concurred. Tang Tian, however, appeared momentarily taken aback and inquired, "What is that?" Li Hong elucidated, "Within the Qin sect, there exists a talents ranking for every realm above the Golden Dan stage. This list is exclusive to cultivators under the age of 25, with only 100 spots available on each ranking. If you were to participate, you would undoubtedly secure a position on the list." Tang Tian realized, ever since becoming an honorary disciple, his interactions and experiences had predominantly revolved around the circle of honorary disciples. Thus, he was not well versed in the sphere of ordinary disciples. The talents ranking, indeed, such a thing is bound to ignite the fervor and competitive spirit in the youth. How could it be absent from a sect? Regrettably, Tang Tian held little interest in it. Perhaps, but his ranking would likely not be high. Although Tang Tian was aware of his rapid ascent in strength, he remained cognizant of the reality. This world is replete with geniuses, and he is merely at the initial stage of the Golden Dan. Without employing the myriad methods, it would be challenging to stand alongside the most elite of talents. To ascend the ranks of the celestial talents is indeed a remarkable achievement. Li Hong remarked with a smile. Even if one merely manages to enter, it is already a glory unattainable by ordinary disciples. I genuinely believe you should give it a try. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Tian was merely employing commonplace techniques during their practical training sessions, oblivious to the existence of the myriad paths. Upon hearing Li Hong's words, Tang Tian shook his head, his gaze suddenly deepening, and he mused, "Never mind. That kind of glory has never been my desire. The brilliance of wealth suffices. Should the day come when I must reveal my strength before others, I hope to stand at the pinnacle, unafraid of anything." Li Hong was momentarily taken aback, for in Tang Tian's eyes, he perceived a glimmer of ambition. Yet, Tang Tian's thoughts were rather straightforward. Until he possessed sufficient trump cards, he would strive to conceal his true prowess from public view. Wealth, at times, can be a form of original sin. Though he currently enjoyed the innate protection of the Qin sect, perhaps in the future, the Yunding Heavenly Mansion might also provide some measure of security. However, once wealth reaches a certain threshold, it may attract the attention of far more formidable entities. At that juncture, even the Yunding Heavenly Mansion might not be able to safeguard him. Nevertheless, he could not cease his expenditures for such reasons. Thus, prudence remained paramount. "Let's speak of something else," Tang Tian said. "What news do we have from Qinhai? Have you uncovered anything?" Li Hong replied, "The investigation is quite challenging. We can only preliminarily ascertain that the relationship between Tian Feng and Du Yuanqing is indeed rather intimate. However, Qinhai mentioned that he recently discovered a means to establish contact with the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce above Jinyutang, and he is currently fostering a relationship with them. Should he succeed, the investigation will undoubtedly become considerably more convenient." Tang Tian nodded in agreement. After this period of inquiry, he had ascertained that Jinyutang was merely a subsidiary of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce. If Qinhai could successfully forge these connections, the forthcoming matters would indeed proceed with greater ease. "If you encounter any economic hardships, do not hesitate to reach out to us," Tang Tian stated. Leon nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the group gathered around the stone table to engage in their customary philosophical discussions. However, it wasn't long before the formation outside the courtyard was activated. After Li Hong went out to inquire, he returned to inform Tang Tian that a subordinate of Mo Xiao had arrived. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Tian instructed Li Hong to bring him in. Shortly thereafter, Li Hong returned with a young man adorned in the attire of an esteemed disciple. "Young Master Tang," he greeted. This young man exuded an air of refined elegance, his demeanor markedly different from that of the previous Ding Xiao. "Please, take a seat," Tang Tian invited, then inquired, "How shall I address you, my friend?" The young man clasped his hands in greeting and replied, "I am Yin Ku. I have long heard of young Master Tang's remarkable talents. Seeing you today, it is evident you are indeed extraordinary. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively and directly asked, "Does Miss Mo have any matters to discuss?" Inku smiled and responded, "Indeed. In 3 days, the young master will arrive at Nanfeng to inspect its development and the condition of the disciples. Miss Mo sent me to inquire whether you wish to participate in this inspection meeting." Tang Tian was taken aback. Wasn't this merely an inspection by the leaders? It seemed that even the cultivation realm was not free from such trivial affairs. Chapter 59. I will handle everything inspection meeting? Tang Tian stroked his chin and inquired, "What is its primary purpose?" Inku elucidated, "It is primarily to observe the development of Nanfeng and oversee the work being conducted here. Additionally, to extract a bit more from our pockets." Tang Tian paused, puzzled. "What do you mean?" Inku sighed softly. What else could it be? They want money." The Qin sect had experienced rapid growth in recent years, necessitating construction and expansion in various areas, leading to a significant shortage of spiritual jade. Thus, they had set their sights on us, the honorary disciples, seeking ways to extract resources from us annually. Tang Tian could not help but feel astonished. So, this was the situation. Instead of offering encouragement to their subordinates during inspections, the leaders expected them to dig into their own pockets to support the development of the organization. Remarkable. Such practices would be considered quite shocking even in the realm of capitalism. Yet, the cultivation world was indeed different. Honorary disciples relied on the Qin sect, leveraging its resources and influence to achieve their diverse purposes, which necessitated greater sacrifices. "Does Miss Mo want me to participate as well?" Tang Tian asked. "In Giskiviko Diaklith. Miss Montak merely asked me to gauge your thoughts on the matter. However, it must be noted that every year during the inspection meeting, it is a time when we honorary disciples experience considerable financial strain. The spiritual jade required for establishing a sect is by no means a trivial sum, and currently, the Qin sect has expanded its reach considerably, necessitating an ever-increasing amount of spiritual jade year by year. Over the years, many esteemed disciples have found themselves in dire straits. Were it not for their numerous concerns, they likely would have sought to evade the inspection meeting by any means possible." Inca hinted at this notion. Tang Tian understood his implication, realizing that Mo Xiao likely did not wish for him to participate. However, as Inca's subordinate, he could not express Mo Xiao's intentions so directly, hence his roundabout way of articulating the matter. Why did she act in such a manner? Was it merely to prevent incurring expenses? Tang Tian found himself perplexed, as this young lady's approach had always been rather unconventional. Nonetheless, how could he possibly miss an opportunity for legitimate expenditure? It sounded, rather intriguing. "Then I shall also broaden my horizons," Tang Tian declared. Inca was momentarily taken aback. "You consider such a frivolous expense intriguing? Young Master Tang, I believe you may not fully grasp my words. This year's inspection meeting will undoubtedly incur substantial costs in spiritual jade, and numerous esteemed disciples have already expressed their grievances to Miss Mo. In light of this matter, Miss Mo even consulted with the young sect master to request some allowances for visiting their hometowns. I trust you comprehend my meaning now?" Inca reiterated his explanation, providing tangible examples in hopes of enlightening Tang Tian. What he did not realize was that at this moment, Tang Tian was more alert than usual. "Now I understand the situation," he mused while stroking his chin. However, just when Inca finally let out a sigh of relief, Tang Tian spoke again. "Tell me, if someone were to pay all the spirit jade on behalf of those honorary disciples, would there no longer be anyone seeking Miss Mo for grievances?" Inca was momentarily taken aback. "Young Master Tang, what do you mean?" Tang Tian cleared his throat and replied, "You see, the sect is currently in need of funds, and the honorary disciples are facing difficulties as well. Miss Mo has been tirelessly running around concerning this matter. So, I am positing the possibility that there exists someone who could pay off everyone's debts. Wouldn't that eliminate all the problems and worries? What do you think, my friend?" This proposition left Inku in a state of shock for quite some time. After a considerable pause, he finally managed to respond, "Such a possibility surely exists. However, over the years, no one has ever undertaken such a task. Young Master Tang, you cannot possibly be suggesting Upon observing Tang Tian's expression, Ku received a conclusive answer, and then he smiled wryly. Young Master Tang, this is truly not a trivial sum. The total construction cost for Nanfeng this year, when divided among us honorary disciples, will likely approach 20 trillion. Moreover, Miss Mo's intention was actually for you two. Tang Tian waved his hand, interrupting him. I understand Miss Mo's intentions. She specifically summoned you today to resolve this matter, given that she has taken such good care of me in the past. How could I possibly stand idly by? You may confidently return and inform her that my participation in this inspection meeting is assured. Not even the vice leader can deter me from my intentions. Ku's mouth fell agape, his expression a vivid portrayal of astonishment. Was it truly his manner of expression that led to such a significant misunderstanding on Tang Tian's part? We truly do not wish for you to go, nor do we expect you to tackle this issue single-handedly. Moreover, Mo Xiao has only just met you. How could she have previously cared for you so attentively? That. Young Master Tang, Ku attempted to salvage the situation, saying, have you considered this carefully? Over 20 trillion. Even if Miss Mo and Miss Chun were to share half of that burden, there would still be a considerable shortfall that cannot be managed by one person alone. Thus, we genuinely do not intend for you to assist in resolving this predicament. Do you understand? Tang Tian abruptly slammed the table, startling Ku. I understand, he declared with utmost seriousness. Over 20 trillion. How can we possibly expect the two young ladies to shoulder half of that? Inform them that I will cover the entire amount. Additionally, tell Miss Mo not to run around making arrangements for others. I assure you that we will fulfill our mission at Nanfeng with complete success. Tang Tian's tone was resolute. Ku gazed deeply at Tang Tian, momentarily rendered speechless by the intensity of his presence. It was indeed imposing. However, that was not our intention at all. It has been said that although Tang Tian is young, he possesses a meticulous mind and is indeed a clever individual. Could it be that those who speak of his intelligence are under some misapprehension regarding the term clever? After a prolonged silence, Ku exhaled deeply, reining in his smile, and earnestly inquired, Young Master Tang, I speak on behalf of Miss Mo, and I shall ask once more, were your previous statements made in earnest? Tang Tian replied with a smile, I never utter falsehoods in matters such as these. You need only convey to Miss Mo that should any issues arise, I shall bear the responsibility. Ku solemnly clasped his hands in respect towards Tang Tian, saying, if that is indeed the case, then I extend my gratitude on behalf of Miss Mo and all esteemed disciples of Nanfeng. They shall be profoundly appreciative of your support. Tang Tian smiled subtly, for gratitude held little significance for him. A consumption of 200 trillion is an opportunity that cannot be overlooked. Subsequently, the two engaged in no further conversation, and Ku hurriedly departed, recognizing the urgency of reporting such a significant matter. Once he had left, Tang Tian leaned back in his chair, stroking his chin, a pensive expression gracing his features. The inspection meeting, it surely was not an affair exclusive to Nanfeng. The circumstances faced by the other major peaks should be quite similar. Perhaps there lies an even greater scope for maneuver. Chapter 60. Ascending Nanfeng after Ku's departure, Tang Tian instructed Li Hong to investigate the details concerning the inspection meeting. This gathering is one of the most pivotal assemblies held annually among the four peaks, east, south, west, and north, along with the main peak. During this meeting, the peak masters, esteemed elders from each peak, the presiding elders, and numerous honorary disciples are expected to attend, barring any exceptional circumstances. The primary agenda of the meeting revolves around the development of the various peaks, with the ultimate goal being fundraising and allocation. Fundraising, in particular, is the moment when the esteemed disciples are expected to contribute financially. As Ku articulated, in recent years, due to the rapid expansion of Qin sect, the construction funds have become exceedingly scarce, with a significant portion of the funding sourced from the esteemed disciples of each peak. Consequently, Qin sect policies towards these esteemed disciples are considerably more lenient than those of other affiliated sects within the Cloud Summit. Essentially, as long as one possesses wealth, they can attain a commendable status and position. How profoundly humane, Tang Tian mused once more. Fortunately, he found himself within Qin sect. Had it been another affiliated sect, not only would the hierarchy be rigidly established, with each position predetermined, but his vast fortune, shrouded in ambiguity, would undoubtedly invite scrutiny from the sect. Although such investigations might yield no substantial findings, they would still prove to be a nuisance. Within Qin sect, however, such troubles are significantly mitigated. Even if an inquiry were to occur, it would not delve too deeply. After all, Cloud Summit would provide a safety net. It seems that the closer one is to the upper echelons, the more opportunities for expenditure arise, Tang Tian reflected. Had it not been for his participation in the Five Peaks Exchange Conference, Imo Xiao might not have reminded him, and he would have inevitably missed this inspection meeting. The same holds true in other aspects. The standard of living within the Cloud Summit is undoubtedly beyond comparison to that of Qin sect, further solidifying Tang Tian's resolve to ascend to the Cloud Summit. Gu Xiaoxue has already advanced to the late stage of the nascent soul realm, while the Lanyu sisters, through their diligent efforts and substantial resource allocation, have both entered the initial stage of the transformation god realm. Even the least gifted Li Hong has made considerable progress and will soon break through to the mid-stage of transformation. Before the arrival of the 100 Sects War and the trial of the 10,000 Demons Tower, their strength will certainly place them among the foremost legions. However, this level of power does not entirely reassure Tang Tian. In this vast world, there are countless prodigious talents, and breaking through the encirclement is exceedingly challenging. It is imperative to seek additional means to further enhance the overall strength of Li Hong and his companions. Within the Qin sect, there exist several extraordinarily precious secret locations specifically designed to nurture promising core talents. Of course, there are also such places beyond the Qin sect, but they are not currently within Tang Tian's considerations. The priority is to seize the resources available within the sect. The Dragon Transformation Pool, under the old locust tree. Tang Tian sat opposite Li Hong. Over the past few days, he had instructed Li Hong to discreetly inquire about relevant information, and to his surprise, it came swiftly. Indeed, Li Hong remarked, I have heard some exceptional core disciples mention that the Dragon Transformation Pool is one of the sect's most treasured secret locations. It seems to be a place for soaring dragons, crafted by the celestial beings for the Qin sect. I'm not certain of the specifics, but they say that a single visit can significantly enhance one's potential and greatly broaden future prospects. Tang Tian nodded and inquired, how does one gain entry to this Dragon Transformation Pool? Li Hong replied, I have not yet gathered complete information. The status of the Dragon Transformation Pool appears to be exceptionally high. Even those distinguished core disciples have only heard of it and have never actually visited. I am endeavoring to connect with the most esteemed core disciples, although it may take some time. After pondering for a moment, Tang Tian remarked, let's set this aside for now. Tomorrow, I shall attend the inspection meeting, where I can inquire about this matter. He continued, your primary focus at present should be on cultivation, striving to enhance your own strength. Is there any issue regarding resources? Upon hearing this topic, Li Hong immediately straightened his back. There are ample resources, and I assure you, I would never dare to disappoint your expectations, my lord. Alas, my talents are rather limited, and I have yet to achieve a breakthrough. Tang Tian chuckled softly, waving his hand dismissively. Do not be so serious. Simply apply yourself earnestly. Placing excessive pressure on oneself is not always beneficial. Just do your utmost. Li Hong bowed his head and nodded earnestly. Tang Tian sipped his tea, reflecting on his subordinate. While there may be shortcomings, the attitude was commendable. Moreover, it was evident that Li Hong was resolutely determined not to squander this rare opportunity to alter his fate. As for talent, one could only say that Tang Tian required individuals who were diligent and capable. He would cultivate them gradually. The day swiftly passed. The following morning, Inku arrived early at the Purple Bamboo Courtyard to escort Tang Tian to the inspection meeting. Tang Tian brought along only Gu Xiaoxue, allowing Li Hong and the Lanyu sisters to continue their cultivation, primarily to expose her to a broader world. On the ascent, Tang Tian noticed that Inku appeared somewhat peculiar today. He lacked his usual composure and seemed a bit anxious. What is the matter? Tang Tian in Gui. Inca cast a glance at Tang Tian and then let out a soft sigh, saying, Miss Mo has chosen to believe your words. Tang Tian immediately responded with a smile. Isn't that a good thing? Inca managed a wry smile and replied, but she truly took your words to heart and has ceased her attempts to seek an audience with the young master. Furthermore, she has summoned back those who had already secured visiting privileges. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, Miss Mo would suffer greatly this time. Tang Tian, taken aback, inquired, Why is that? Inku sighed. If, at that moment, you are unable to cover the construction expenses, Miss Mo will undoubtedly have to reach into her own pockets. Producing over 20 trillion spirit jewels at once, even for her, is no small sum, as there are countless areas where she requires funds. Young Master Tang. Inku turned to him with utmost seriousness. You are not jesting, are you? Tang Tian fell momentarily silent. He had not anticipated that, in Inku's eyes, Mo Xiao was perceived in this manner. If one misjudges, must they bear the entire burden alone? The certainty in Inku's words suggested that Mo Xiao had indeed encountered similar situations before. No wonder both Inku and the previous Ding Xiao held her in such high regard. Meeting Inku's earnest gaze, Tang Tian nodded and assured, Rest assured, I will not put Miss Mo in a difficult position. Inku exhaled softly, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, I hope so. If you truly deceive Miss Mo, to be frank, you may find it impossible to remain in the purple bamboo courtyard. This is not a threat. Some of the honorary disciples have become quite unruly. Even Miss Mo cannot restrain them. However, should you truly succeed, you shall undoubtedly become the most esteemed honorary disciple within the entire Nanfeng. Tang Tian smirked, realizing that Mo Xiao held considerable influence throughout Nanfeng. He pondered whether her ultimate goal was to ascend to the position of second-in-command of the Qingyue sect. Time would reveal the truth. He mused that this visit to Nanfeng could serve as a gift for his first encounter. Chapter 61. The inspection meeting commences accompanied by Yin Ku. Tang Tian ascended towards the peak of Nanfeng. Along the way, he encountered numerous senior honorary disciples heading in the same direction, presumably to attend the inspection meeting. Some wore expressions devoid of emotion, while others appeared deeply troubled, as if they wished to retreat 10 steps for every step they took forward. What is troubling them? Tang Tian in Gui, Inku explained, the majority of honorary disciples are merely ordinary individuals, burdened by numerous ties, and have expended nearly all their wealth for this identity. Each inspection meeting is the most arduous day for them. Naturally, they would prefer to avoid it. Tang Tian fell silent, recognizing the truth in his words. Regardless of the world, the affluent families are ultimately a rare existence. As they continued their ascent, the group finally reached the summit, arriving before a magnificent hall, the main hall of Nanfeng. To Tang Tian's surprise, Mo Xiao was there, specifically waiting for him. I wish for you not to come, she stated, her first words catching Tang Tian off guard. He chuckled lightly and replied, No matter. As a member of Nanfeng, I deem that sum insignificant. What matters is alleviating everyone's concerns. Naturally, he could not voice the truth. Mo Xiao shook her head gently, stating, There is little benefit in this. Is your intention merely to attain that position? Tang Tian, taken aback, shook his head and chuckled. Not all. I do not harbor a substantial desire for power. Mo Xiao remarked candidly, a great appetite for ambition is of little use. After the 100 Gates battle next year, the allocation of that position will be determined, and you will not have sufficient time. If your sole aim is to ascend to the Tianfu, there is no need for such extravagance. Meeting the requirements suffices. Therefore, I advise you to reconsider. Tang Tian found himself at a loss for words. Even at this juncture, she was still urging him. He had never held others in high regard, yet Mo Xiao's actions seemed devoid of ulterior motives. No worries, I have made my decision. Regardless, I cannot allow you to face difficulty, can I? Tang Tian replied with a smile. Observing his steadfastness, Mo Xiao let out a soft sigh and said, Then act within your means. Do not concern yourself with anything else. I can fill the gaps that remain. Come, I shall lead you inside. With that, Mo Xiao guided Tang Tian through another entrance into the hall of the Peak Master. The interior of the hall was exceedingly spacious, reminiscent of the arrangements from the previous Five Peaks Exchange Conference. However, this time, Tang Tian was no longer merely a bystander in the corner. He had ascended to the foremost position alongside Mo Xiao. He settled beside her, while Inko occupied the opposite side, with Ding Xiao positioned at the far edge above. It appeared that Inku was undoubtedly one of Mo Xiao's most capable subordinates. Nearby, a lady donned in a delicate pink gauze dress sat quietly beside Mo Xiao. Judging by her demeanor, she was likely the rarely seen, yet prominent young lady of Nanfeng, Chun Sairu. This young lady presented a stark contrast to Mo Xiao. One exuded boldness, while the other embodied extreme reserve. A classic combination, indeed. Further along that area was the section designated for the elders of Nanfeng. Among them was the Grand Elder, Yun Xiuqi, whom Tang Tian had encountered previously. Additionally, 2 seats were conspicuously vacant at the center of both factions. Presumably, these were reserved for the young sect master, Yun Kong, and the sect leader of Nanfeng. The sect leader, Tan Yushan, was one of the most influential figures within the entire sect, boasting formidable strength, at least at the transcendent stage. He was a true heavyweight in the realm. After observing for a while, the wait was not prolonged before Yun Kong and Tan Yushan made their entrance. The entire assembly fell into a profound silence. Once seated, Tan Yushan was the first to break the quiet. Esteemed elders and elites, this past year, Nanfeng has experienced rapid development, which is attributable to everyone's collective efforts. Following a customary opening address from the leader, Tan Yushan ceded the floor to Yun Kong. The sky remains as familiar as ever. With a gentle demeanor that makes his words exceedingly pleasant to hear, he begins by acknowledging Nanfeng's accomplishments and commending the efforts and capabilities of the people within, before pointing out several areas for improvement. After thorough discussions, they embark on planning the future development and construction of Nanfeng. The elders, including Mo Xiao and others, actively participate in finalizing various developmental details. These topics hold little relevance for Tang Tian, who can only assume the role of an observer and listener. However, upon conclusion, he gains a deeper understanding of the current situation at Qin sect. The pace of development is indeed rapid. Just last year, the number of new disciples entering Qin sect nearly doubled, and its influence has significantly expanded, absorbing many external forces. Yet, with rapid growth comes the increasing demand for spiritual jade. When this issue arises, the elders lament, claiming that the resources for cultivation and training facilities cannot keep pace, resulting in many talented disciples lacking sufficient guidance and wasting their potential. In contrast, the esteemed disciples remain observant, occasionally engaging in debates over the necessity of certain resource allocations, fully aware that the spiritual jade required for resources and facilities primarily originates from them. The meeting drags on, and after a while, Tang Tian begins to feel drowsy, only aware that the arguments between the elders and the esteemed disciples are growing increasingly heated. Suddenly, beside him, Inka slams a fist onto the table, startling Tang Tian. "What is happening?" Tang Tian inquired softly. Inku, with a face full of indignation, had completely lost his previously amiable demeanor during the recent debate. These old geezers, their appetites are insatiable. They even want to increase the disciples' fees overall. With nearly 10 million disciples in Nanfeng, that translates to an average increase of 5,000 spirit jade per person. That amounts to 500 billion per month and over several trillion in a year. And this is still a conservative estimate. Do they truly believe they have to pay out of their own pockets? I genuinely want to take a hatchet to this group of old codgers. As he watched Inku transform into a verbal cannon, Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. What a refined and genial elder he was. Nonetheless, he found the elder's suggestions to be quite reasonable. As the sect grew stronger, surely the benefits for the disciples ought to keep pace, right? It was entirely logical. As the assembly progressed, the debates between the elders and the honorary disciples grew increasingly intense, almost reaching the point of uproar. Fortunately, the more senior figures remained composed and did not engage in the fray. Yin Kong seemed accustomed to such scenes, and, under his mediation, certain expenditures were gradually finalized. Ultimately, the figure soared, surpassing 20 trillion and settled at 24,768 billion. This figure darkened the faces of many honorary disciples. Meanwhile, Tang Tian straightened his posture. It was finally his turn to take the stage. Chapter 62. The scale is too vast. Next, let us deliberate on the allocation of expenses. After finalizing the direction of construction and financial investment, Yin Kong moved on to the next phase. Upon the conclusion of that statement, the entire assembly was once again enveloped in silence. The elders maintained a stoic demeanor, their gazes fixed inward, while the esteemed disciples bore expressions of discontent. None wished to voice their thoughts. Should you have any opinions or suggestions, feel free to express them. Yin Kong addressed the esteemed disciples. For the staggering sum of nearly 25 trillion spiritual jade would be apportioned among each of them. The disciples below wore grim visages. For the plan had already been finalized. What further opinions could be offered? Even if they dared to voice their thoughts, would it diminish the required funding for development? Since it would not, it was perhaps wiser to remain silent, lest Yin Kong and the assembly of elders take note of them and compound their troubles. After a brief interval, not a single individual had stepped forward with suggestions, prompting a satisfied smile from Yin Kong. However, just as he was poised to continue speaking, a hand was raised high. "I have an opinion," Tang Tian proclaimed slowly. This declaration instantly captured the attention of all present. The elders furrowed their brows, pondering who would dare to invite trouble by voicing dissent after the plan had been set. Did this individual wish to jeopardize their standing at info? Meanwhile, the esteemed disciples looked up, curious to identify this brave soul who dared to disrupt the tacit agreement. Regardless of the outcome, he was indeed a friend worthy of admiration. At that moment, Yin Kong turned his gaze toward the speaker. Upon recognizing that it was Tang Tian, he was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and remarked, "Ah, it is you, junior brother Tang Tian. You certainly left an indelible impression during the Five Peaks exchange. How do you feel about the aspects we just discussed?" Tang Tian lowered his hand and smiled, replying, "Naturally, it pertains to the financial aspect." As soon as he spoke, the elders' expressions darkened, and they straightened their postures, preparing for the forthcoming verbal skirmish. Their confidence was unwavering, for their opponent was but a single individual. However, Tang Tian's subsequent remarks lodged in their throats, stifling their anticipated retorts. "I have attentively listened to your proposals. Perhaps due to my previous seclusion, I did not realize how swiftly the sect has progressed. This is indeed a splendid development. The stronger the sect becomes, the greater the benefits we disciples shall reap. Therefore, I believe your growth plan is somewhat conservative. 25 trillion is insufficient. We should adhere to the elders' vision and implement all necessary benefits to ensure the maximal development of our southern peak. What say you, young master?" Tang Tian's voice resonated with conviction. Upon hearing this, all present were rendered speechless. The elders, taken aback, had braced themselves for a battle of wits, only to find themselves confronted with an unexpected ally, leaving them momentarily breathless. Meanwhile, the honorary disciples wore expressions of utter bewilderment. "What are you doing? You wish to increase funding? Are we not already suffering enough? Have you mistakenly taken the wrong seat?" Some honorary disciples felt their faces flush with indignation, gritting their teeth, eager to unleash a torrent of reproach upon Tang Tian. However, Imo Xiao Xiao and Yin Ku remained silent, choosing to temporarily set aside their anger. Nonetheless, their minds were already racing. Once the inspection meeting concluded, they would surely demand a proper explanation. They had never encountered such incompetent allies. Even the sect leader, Tan Yushan, and Yin Kong gazed at Tang Tian with peculiar expressions. "Tang Tian, do you truly believe this?" Yin Kong inquired. Tang Tian nodded affirmatively, of course. As a member of the Southern Peak and the sect, it is imperative to exert the utmost effort for the sect's advancement. Therefore, I calculated earlier that 25 trillion is decidedly insufficient. To maximize growth, we require at least 40 to 50 trillion. Yin Kong felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. "You really speak without reservation." Observing the crowd below, beginning to stir in alarm at this figure. Yun Kong quickly cleared his throat and stated, "Tang Tian, the figure we discussed is the figure we shall adhere to. If we were to follow your proposal, it would impose an exceedingly heavy burden, both on the sect and the esteemed disciples. I understand your thoughts and intentions, but let us maintain the funding as it is. Does anyone else have any objections?" He felt anxious that the carefully finalized plan might once again descend into discord, so he hastily bypassed Tang Tian and shifted the topic. However, Tang Tian disregarded the diversion and remarked leisurely, "Plans can be altered. Moreover, who said I intended for the sect and esteemed disciples to bear the burden?" Yin Kong was momentarily taken aback, questioning, "What do you mean?" Tang Tian smiled lightly, acknowledging the previous debates that unfolded among the group. On one hand, he felt a sense of relief that everyone was willing to devise strategies for the advancement of their sect. However, on the other hand, he was reluctant to witness his companions becoming heated over a mere handful of spiritual jade. Unity and cooperation are among the most crucial elements for development. Therefore, I have decided to personally shoulder the entirety of the development funds. This way, everyone can focus solely on how to progress without the burden of external disputes, ensuring that no one feels uncomfortable. Tang Tian spoke with a calm demeanor. After his words, the entire assembly fell into a profound silence. Apart from a few individuals, no one anticipated that Tang Tian would express such sentiments. The magnitude of his vision was striking. The elders bowed their heads, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame as they recalled their earlier attempts to extract additional spiritual jade from the pockets of the honored disciples, employing every tactic to vehemently attack one another. In stark contrast, Tang Tian's grand perspective aimed solely at maximizing the development of the sect, willingly digging into his own pockets to resolve the most contentious issue among them. The difference was instantly apparent. Meanwhile, the honored disciples stood in stunned silence. They had misunderstood Tang Tian's intentions. He was indeed prepared to take on the entire development budget for the Southern Peak. Such a gesture was unprecedented. Even if they possessed similar financial resources, they would never consider such an act, as it seemed akin to squandering money. Yet, Tang Tian had genuinely made this choice. In the presence of the Peak Master and the young Sect Master, they did not perceive Tang Tian's actions as a mere ploy for attention. Everyone was plunged into deep contemplation due to Tang Tian's extraordinary maneuver. Yin Kong remained in a daze for a considerable time before hesitantly inquiring, "Junior brother Tang Tian, are you certain?" Tang Tian smiled broadly. "If it can alleviate everyone's difficulties, why not?" He urged, "Just elevate the development and welfare to their utmost potential, without any concern for financial constraints. Calculate the total, and I shall cover the entire amount. Ideally, let us compute it now." He pressed on, for he truly wished to avoid further elaborating on grandiose principles. The longer he spoke, the more likely he would embarrass himself. However, he had no choice but to fabricate a justifiable reason. Moreover, he was indeed committed to assuming full responsibility. The others were unaware of Tang Tian's true intentions. They merely felt as though they were being thoroughly subdued by him in terms of vision. To directly secure several trillion in developmental funds left everyone bewildered. Yin Kong remained silent for an extended moment, and after a careful discussion with Tan Yushan, he slowly spoke. "We shall re-establish the development plan." Chapter 63. The Dragon Transformation Pool Quota. Unprecedentedly, the development plan that had just been established in the inspection meeting was entirely discarded and redrafted. This entire upheaval was instigated solely by Tang Tian's remarks. Yin Kong held no apprehension that Tang Tian would deceive them in this matter. During the previous Five Peaks Exchange Conference, Tang Tian had already demonstrated formidable financial strength. Discussions regarding the development of Nanfeng resumed, and this time, the atmosphere was significantly more harmonious. Without financial anxieties weighing them down, everyone spoke freely, no longer attempting to undermine one another, and the planning proceeded remarkably smoothly. Before long, the new development plan was finalized and the necessary funding was recalibrated. A staggering sum of 34,547 billion. This figure exceeded the previous one by a full 10 trillion. Tang Tian listened attentively from beginning to end, finding each proposal exceedingly rational. In the presence of Yun Kong and Tan Yushan, no one dared to secretly enrich themselves. This number slightly deviated from Tang Tian's expectations. He had anticipated a doubling after the deliberations concluded. The assembly's gaze returned to Tang Tian, their hearts tinged with apprehension, uncertain of his capacity to bear the weight of such responsibility. However, Tang Tian's expression remained unperturbed. He merely nodded gently, assuring them, "No problem. Leave it all to me." Instantly, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. The elders were elated. Once the funds were fully secured, they could spring into action. The more prosperous their endeavors, the greater their achievements, naturally elevating their status within the sect. Meanwhile, the esteemed disciples shed their previous glum expressions, some gazing at Tang Tian with gratitude. The annual construction costs would indeed allow them to breathe more easily. In summary, it was a scene of universal satisfaction. Junior brother Tang Tian, may I inquire how long you intend to gather this construction funding? Yin Kong asked. Tang Tian smiled and replied, "I can manage it right away. I will provide you with 10 trillion now, and I'll settle the remainder shortly." As he prepared to retrieve the funds, Yin Kong hastily interjected, "There's no rush. Let us wait until the meeting concludes. Should you require the allocation of funds from other sources, it suffices to gather them within 3 months." He was genuinely impressed. Tang Tian was undoubtedly the most straightforward person he had ever encountered. We shall discuss this later," Tang Tian remarked. Subsequently, the inspection meeting continued. With Tang Tian's intervention, the ensuing topics were imbued with a sense of harmony. The enthusiasm among the attendees surged considerably, leading to the emergence of various ingenious ideas that left Tang Tian in admiration. Ultimately, amidst a delightful atmosphere, the inspection meeting concluded officially. After the gathering dispersed, Mo Xiaoxiao escorted Tang Tian to the guest hall of the sect leader, where Tan Yushan and Yun Kong awaited them. "You truly do what you say," Mo Xiaoxiao remarked on the way. Tang Tian smiled and replied, "Isn't that a fundamental principle of being human?" Mo Xiaoxiao nodded, saying, "Indeed, one should conduct oneself as young Master Tang does, with integrity. Unfortunately, the complexities of life often compel individuals to make decisions against their better judgment." Tang Tian refrained from responding. He could not claim to be entirely forthright. In truth, he acted primarily for his own benefit. After a brief silence, Tang Tian suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Miss Mo, are you familiar with the Huolong Pool?" Mo Xiaoxiao acknowledged, "Yes. It is the place of ascending dragons established by Yunding Tianfu at Qingyue Gate. It is a celestial technique that intertwines with the laws of heaven and earth, harnessing fortune to generate a superior quality of dragon energy. Empowered by the essence of dragon qi, this extraordinary substance significantly enhances a cultivator's potential and broadens their future paths. The Dragon Transformation Pool opens its gates every 2 years, with only 50 slots available, restricted to those below the integration stage. However, only the most exceptional disciples, or those who have made significant contributions to the sect, can secure a coveted spot." Tang Tian nodded slightly, finding this information consistent with what Li Hong had relayed. "What manner of merit is required to obtain such a position?" Tang Tian inquired. Mo Xiaoxiao turned to him and asked, "Do you aspire to visit the Dragon Transformation Pool, young Master Tang?" With a faint smile, Tang Tian replied, "Though I possess considerable wealth, my own cultivation remains my greatest vulnerability. Moreover, I seek to ascend swiftly to the cloud summit, so that both I and my followers may possess a greater assurance of success." After a moment of contemplation, Mo Xiaoxiao remarked, "I have indeed heard that you were still at the qi refinement stage earlier this year. Yet, I believe you need not worry excessively. As long as you remain within the confines of Qingyue sect, with your current resources and reputation, you will undoubtedly face no mortal peril. The rules of Qingyue sect are stringent, and without transgressing them, even the sect master cannot impose harm upon you. There was once a high-ranking official who, in his greed for wealth, sought to undermine a reputable disciple, only to face dire consequences. He was uprooted entirely, and not a whisper of him has been heard since." Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, realizing why the esteemed disciples of Qin sect sometimes appeared rather audacious. However, his considerations extended beyond mere concerns for safety. It is impossible for me to remain at Qinghua Gate indefinitely. Moreover, are you certain it is entirely safe? Fang Fei was killed by Lu Chang'e right before my eyes, Tang Tian remarked. Mo Xiaoxiao paused for a moment, then sighed. That situation was rather exceptional, as Fang Fei had already sold herself to Lu Chang'e at that time. Yet you are correct. Nothing is absolute, and possessing sufficient strength for assurance is always advantageous. However, the quota for the Dragon Transformation Pool was finalized at the beginning of last year, with a total of 21 honorary disciples. I, along with Lu Chang'e and the others, will share it equally, while the remainder will be allocated to the elite core disciples. Young Master Tang has made such significant contributions to the sect's development today. Perhaps he may secure one for himself. Yet, it seems your guest may have little chance. Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly, as this outcome did not align with his expectations. After some contemplation, he inquired, what if the contribution were to increase further? I mean, if I were to take charge of the development of the other peaks as well, could I not vie for a few more quotas? Mo Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback, staring at Tang Tian for a long while before slowly responding, Young Master Tang, your guests do not possess exceptional strength, do they? Is it truly worth such a considerable price to pay? Tang Tian smiled lightly. It is not a matter of worth. It is simply my desire to proceed in this manner. Mo Xiaoxiao exhaled. I wish I could be as carefree as young Master Tang. If you take on the construction of the entire sect, you should be able to secure a few more quotas. It all depends on how you negotiate with the young master. However, even with a quota, the benefits may not be substantial. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Why? Mo Xiaoxiao elucidated. The Dragon Transformation Pool differs from other resource sites. The dragon energy within is limited and must be fiercely contested. Moreover, the method of competition is quite unique. It does not consider strength or talent, but rather a more rare constitution. The higher the level of one's constitution, the greater the share of dragon energy one can obtain. I have heard that among the core disciples granted access to the Dragon Transformation Pool, there is a prodigy possessing the heavenly devouring lion physique, who has also awakened the secret techniques of the heavenly devouring lion's legacy. Such a talent, classified as a 9th rank, is exceedingly rare even in the Cloud Peak celestial territory. Consequently, a significant portion of the dragon energy will undoubtedly be seized by him. Young Master Tang, I advise you to ponder this carefully. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian stood in a daze. Such circumstances existed. He glanced at the system. Above the 9th rank of physique lies the immortal physique, requiring merely 10 billion consumption points. Chapter 64. What is enlightenment of thought with more than half a month remaining until the opening of the Dragon Transformation Pool? Tang Tian still had some room for maneuvering. Moments later, he and Mo Xiaoxiao arrived at the Peak Master's reception hall. Tan Yushan and Yun Kong were already waiting there, and upon seeing Tang Tian enter, they rose to greet him. Young Master Tang, Tan Yushan said with a smile. Tang Tian clasped his hands in salute, addressing him as Master Peak Lord. This was indeed his first conversation with a figure of such stature as Tan Yushan. No need for formality. Tan Yushan smiled and remarked, I have long heard of a distinguished young gentleman arriving at Nan Peak, and upon meeting you today, it is evident that you are indeed exceptional. Please have a seat. Subsequently, the group settled down together. Young Master Tang, your significant contributions to the development of Nan Peak today shall not be forgotten. In the future, should you require anything, simply ascend the mountain to seek me. I shall endeavor to fulfill your requests within the bounds permitted by the sect, Tan Yushan stated. His tone was amiable and unhurried, easily endearing him to others. Tang Tiandao replied, as a disciple of Nan Peak, it is our duty to contribute, and there is no need for the Peak Master to take it to heart. Politeness was still necessary. Tan Yushan waved his hand, saying, let's be clear. From this day forth, your rights and status at Nan Peak will be equivalent to that of the presiding elder. You will have a direct role in decision-making regarding sect development and disciple arrangements. Simply inform me of significant matters. The presiding elder is, in fact, the highest echelon of management at Nan Peak, with authority and status only second to the Peak Master, the Grand Elder, as well as Mo Xiao and Chen Xiao. Thus, with Tan Yushan's words, Tang Tian could essentially navigate freely at Nan Peak, provided he adhered to the sect's regulations. Thank you, esteemed Peak Master, Tang Tian responded, no longer deflecting the honor. Tan Yushan nodded gently. This is what you rightfully deserve. Having said this, he rose and added, now, you may converse with the young sect master. Xiao, come, let us discuss the future development arrangements. Subsequently, Tan Yushan departed the reception room with Mo Xiao, leaving only Tang Tian and Yun Kong. Junior brother Tang Tian, you have indeed alleviated a significant burden for me today, Yun Kong remarked, taking the initiative to speak. Tang Tian, puzzled, inquired, what do you mean by that? Yun Kong sighed softly. It is well known that the position of the young sect master is adorned with glory, yet few comprehend its inherent challenges. Every matter, no matter how trivial, demands my careful deliberation and management. As you are aware, our sect is expanding rapidly, necessitating substantial financial resources across numerous domains. However, the funds provided by the Tianfu are quite limited. The majority must be sourced through our own ingenuity. It is a laborious task indeed. Yun Kong expressed his grievances, while Tang Tian listened quietly, refraining from offering any opinion. If the position of young sect master is so arduous, why not delegate it to another? He mused inwardly. Moreover, the remarkable progress of Qin sect over the past 2 decades certainly attests to his capabilities. Financial challenges are undoubtedly surmountable for him. Initially, I harbored concerns that the inspection meeting would face considerable obstacles, Yun Kong continued. Fortunately, your presence has rendered the gathering harmonious, much to everyone's delight. However, it has placed the burden of managing all finances squarely upon you. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for the young sect master to worry. I undertake this willingly. Let us return to the matter at hand. He was keen to avoid excessive formalities and focus on what needed to be accomplished. Yun Kong smiled. Simply call me senior brother. The scale of this construction funding has become exceedingly saturated. Therefore, there is no need for you to rush. Simply prepare the funds, as I previously mentioned, within 3 months. Tang Tian shook his head, asserting, the sooner the money is in place, the sooner we can proceed. I can provide you with it now. He continued, I'll give you 100 billion to start, and the rest will follow shortly. Yun Kong was momentarily taken aback, pondering the nature of this transaction. Nevertheless, he quickly masked his surprise with a smile and replied, it would indeed be preferable to prepare in advance. Tang Tian nodded and directly retrieved 10 pieces of primordial Dao jade from his system space, handing them to Yun Kong. Yun Kong let out a wry smile. Why is it always primordial Dao jade? Its practical value far exceeds that of spirit jade. Utilizing it merely for currency seems rather wasteful. Could you consider an alternative? Tang Tian, unfazed, responded, it's of no consequence. As I mentioned previously, I have an abundance of these. Just accept them. Reluctantly, Yun Kong acquiesced. Very well. I shall accept these for now, and we'll discuss their specific applications with Master Tan later. During this period, I will remain at the sect, closely monitoring the implementation of our construction efforts. Once you have prepared the remaining funds, do inform me. Unexpectedly, Tang Tian then produced 25 additional pieces of primordial Dao jade and handed them over. No need for further preparation or searching, he stated. After Yun Kong accepted the previous batch, the transaction was already complete. His wallet not only remained intact, but even returned 10 pieces of primordial Dao jade. Adding the previous remainder, it amounted to exactly 25 pieces. Gazing at the gleaming, innate Dao jade, Yun Kong was momentarily taken aback. I assumed that when you mentioned giving it later, it would require some time? Tang Tian replied with a smile. This is merely my spending habit, a small quirk, if you will. I hope you will not take offense, senior brother. Yun Kong shook his head, smiling. I have indeed heard of your proclivity, but I did not expect it to manifest even in such a substantial expenditure. As he spoke, he accepted the innate Dao jade. Simultaneously, a notification chimed in Tang Tian's mind, indicating that the transaction had been completed. 50 pieces of innate Tao jade quietly rested in the system's space. The number of consumption points had directly surged to nearly 4 billion. The celestial physique was now within reach. Your contributions this time will be duly noted upon my return. Should you require anything further, do not hesitate to inform me. Yin Kong said with a smile, clearly pleased that he had managed to gather the entire sum. Hearing this, Tang Tian pondered for a moment and said, in that case, I do have a small request, and I wonder if you could assist me. Yin Kong chuckled, speak freely. As long as it lies within my capabilities. I shall do my utmost. Tang Tian nodded. Then I shall be straightforward. After today's inspection meeting, I realized that financial resources significantly influenced the development and construction of our sect. Had I not taken it upon myself to cover the expenses, we would have had to adhere to the most basic developmental strategies. Is the situation similar for the other main peaks as well? Yin Kong was taken aback, unsure of what Tang Tian intended to convey. It was nearly the same situation. Aside from the main peak of the sect, the circumstances at the other peaks were comparable, all burdened with financial concerns. Tang Tian responded with a simple acknowledgement, saying, then tell me, is there a possibility that I could secure all the funding that those other main peaks are lacking? If that were the case, wouldn't the sect develop more swiftly and effectively? Yin Kong was left speechless. He had initially anticipated that Tang Tian would voice demands related to power or some other matters. But what was this? Securing funds for the southern peak was not enough. He aspired to encompass the construction financing for the other main peaks as well. This level of ambition was nothing short of extraordinary. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, Yin Kong cautiously inquired, Junior Brother Tang Tian, is this truly what you wish? Chapter 65, The Request of the Second-in-Command. Following a thorough discussion, Yin Kong was finally convinced that Tang Tian was not jesting. In order for the sect to thrive, he genuinely intended to take on the funding for the construction of all the main peaks. Such a level of commitment made Yin Kong feel inadequate. No, you should still put forth some demands. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee these funds, Yin Kong insisted. Tang Tian repeatedly waved his hands in denial, but Yin Kong remained resolute. Ultimately, Tang Tian could only smile and say, if I must propose something, there is indeed one request, though it might prove to be quite challenging. Yin Kong replied, challenges are acceptable. If you suggest something too easy, I might suspect you of ulterior motives. This was precisely why Yin Kong was adamant about urging Tang Tian to make a request. Any specific requests are not as difficult to fulfill as one might think. Tang Tian nodded and said, then I shall speak plainly. I have heard that our sect possesses a place personally arranged by an immortal, known as the Dragon Transformation Pool. Yin Kong raised an eyebrow, instantly understanding. So that is the reason. Indeed, such a place exists, Yin Kong replied with a smile. Tang Tian continued, a place so splendid. I truly do not wish to miss out on it. However, I have heard that the quotas for the Dragon Transformation Pool were already determined at the beginning of last year. Yin Kong smiled slightly. So that is the matter at hand. This is hardly a challenge. With your current achievements, you have long since secured a place. Even if you had not mentioned it, I would have sought one for you. Since you have this intention now, it is easily arranged. Tang Tian shook his head. In truth, my intentions extend beyond my own desires. As you are aware, the 100 sects battle is approaching swiftly, yet my few disciples still lack the necessary strength. Therefore, I wish to inquire whether it is possible to secure additional places for them as well. Yin Kong stroked his chin thoughtfully. I see. Your plan, dear junior brother, is to achieve notable results in this 100 sects battle and subsequently ascend to the Cloud Summit? Tang Tian chuckled. It seems I cannot hide anything from you, senior brother. Yin Kong replied. This is quite natural. There is no need for concealment. However, do you not think this ambition is a tad hasty? You are indeed youthful. Should you await the next 100 Gates battle, success would surely be within your grasp. Tang Tian shook his head, expressing, I merely wish to strive for the best. To ascend to the heavenly mansion sooner would undoubtedly be most advantageous. Yin Kong chuckled. I understand. You desire for all 4 of your attendants to enter the Dragon Transformation Pool, do you not? Tang Tian nodded affirmatively. Indeed. The more preparations we have, the greater our assurance. Yin Kong responded with a thoughtful hum, then continued, the slots can be arranged. However, 5 individuals may be somewhat excessive. I harbor concerns about gaining the support of the others. After all, the collective merits of the remaining members over the years are not insubstantial. Tang Tian immediately grasped Yin Kong's implication. To secure additional slots, an increase in funding would be necessary. A trivial matter. When it comes to finances, as long as the sect has needs, I shall undoubtedly be able to fulfill them, Tang Tian declared with confidence. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Kong remarked, I suddenly recall that there is indeed a significant plan in the forthcoming years. As you are aware, our sect currently comprises only 5 main peaks. Yet beyond these 5, there exist numerous new auxiliary peaks. The auxiliary peaks have been developing slowly due to a lack of sufficient financial support. Thus, the sect intends to establish another grand main peak to unify and streamline the other auxiliary peaks, which will be beneficial for development. This plan has been in existence for quite some time, but financial constraints have hindered its progress, as the required sum is exceedingly substantial. The preliminary phase of planning alone has surpassed $1 trillion, and should it all come to fruition, it may well approach 10 trillion. As he spoke, Yin Kong was keenly observing the changing expressions of Tang Tian. To his astonishment, Tang Tian exhibited no signs of dismay. Rather, his eyes sparkled with increasing enthusiasm, nearly bursting into laughter by the end. No problem, Tang Tian declared, waving his hand confidently. I have no other interests but to contribute to our sect. Is it merely about establishing a new main peak? I am absolutely on board. Is 1 peak sufficient? Perhaps we should consider constructing several more for future contingencies? Yin Kong stared wide-eyed, rendered speechless. Each time he believed he had sufficiently underestimated Tang Tian, he was met with even greater astonishment. Constructing several more? Was this truly a reasonable suggestion? Managing a single main peak was already proving to be an overwhelming challenge. Yet here was Tang Tian, suggesting additional peaks as if it were an effortless task. Well, he certainly had the financial means and was evidently unfazed by such burdens. Junior brother, do you truly possess such ambition? Yin Kong felt compelled to clarify, given the enormity of the undertaking. Tang Tian nodded earnestly. Indeed. Let us proceed without hesitation. I will cover the costs for the highest configuration. Yin Kong could not help but smile wryly, reflecting on how he wished he had recognized Tang Tian's potential sooner, as it would have spared him many sleepless nights of worry. Very well, Yin Kong replied. After the inspection meeting, I will arrange a meeting between you and the new peak master. We can thoroughly discuss the construction of the new main peak then. Tang Tian asked in surprise. Is there already a peak master in place? Yin Kong nodded, stating that the selection for the higher echelons of the 6th main peak had long been established. The only remaining issue was the matter of funding. The new peak master had been eagerly pressing him for answers. If you could resolve the financial dilemma, he would undoubtedly be immensely grateful, and you would undoubtedly become the most esteemed honorary disciple of the 6th peak, akin to Mo Xiao and her companions. Tang Tian was struck with realization. It was indeed through similar endeavors that Mo Xiao and her peers had ascended to their positions. Truly, financial strength was paramount. Rest assured, I will manage it, Tang Tian reassured Yin Kong. Yin Kong nodded, but then let out a soft sigh, remarking, It is a pity that you emerged from seclusion too late. Otherwise, you could have contended for that position as well. Tang Tian was taken aback. Understanding precisely what Yin Kong referred to, the second-in-command of the Qinghua sect. Previously, Mo Xiao had expressed the same sentiment, indicating that Tang Tian was already too late to vie for it. After pondering for a moment, Tang Tian inquired, what are the specific requirements for that position? Yin Kong replied, there are many, but fundamentally, there are 3 major aspects: the contributions of disciples to the sect's influence, and external influence. With your financial resources, the sect's contributions could barely keep pace, yet influence is something that requires a significant amount of time to cultivate. Time, indeed, is not on your side. Tang Tian fell silent. In truth, he feared no one in terms of financial strength, but when it came to overall power and influence, he was naturally far from the likes of Lu Chang'e. However, He held no particular obsession with this. To ascend to the pinnacle of Yunding Tianfu and to live a life of tranquil consumption is sufficient. It matters not. I shall simply go with the flow, remarked Tang Tian. Chapter 66. The Secret Art of Feasting After Voluntarily Undertaking the Construction of the Sixth Main Peak. Tang Tian successfully secured 5 quotas for the Dragon Transformation Pool. Yin Kong had even specifically informed him that among the core disciples, there was a prodigy with a 9th grade physique, advising him to keep his distance from that individual. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Tian himself possessed a 9th grade physique and had already secured an immortal grade physique as well. The two engaged in further discussions on various topics, when suddenly Yun Kong inquired, "Junior brother Tang, has anything transpired between you and your little attendant?" Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. "You mean Gu Xiaoxue?" Yun Kong nodded. "I am uncertain if this is the right time to say this, but if you have not yet acted upon your feelings, it would be best to refrain from such thoughts. If something has already occurred, it is advisable for you to cease further developments. At the very least, do not impede her cultivation." Tang Tian furrowed his brow. From the very moment Gu Xiaoxue arrived, he sensed something amiss. How could a child of destiny be so carelessly thrust into his perilous situation? His second conversation with Zhong Yang further confirmed his suspicions. Gu Xiaoxue being assigned to him as a guard was by no means a coincidence. What is truly happening? Dang Dian Yin Guit? Yin Kong sighed. Although the Qinghua sect strictly prohibits mutual slaughter among disciples, clandestine conflicts have never ceased. Gu Xiaoxue is entangled in the machinations of her peers and the struggles among certain higher-ups. You seem to have been inadvertently drawn into this situation. However, I suppose those who orchestrated this matter did not anticipate your rapid ascension. Rest assured, as long as your actions remain within reasonable bounds, you should encounter no significant issues. Your current status is not something that can be easily challenged by anyone. Tang Tian remained silent, having spoken at length without revealing the true nature of the matter. Even Yun Kong exhibited a profound caution, indicating that the so-called high-ranking individuals involved are indeed not ordinary people. Upon returning, it would be prudent to have Li Hong investigate further. Although he has not harmed Gu Xiaoxue in any way, it is always wise to remain informed. "I understand," Tang Tian replied. Yin Kong nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the two did not linger in conversation for long, and Yun Kong took his leave. After departing the reception room, Tan Yushan and Mo Xiaoxiao approached, discussing upcoming plans and Tang Tian's scope of authority, after which both parties parted ways. Tang Tian then accompanied Gu Xiaoxue back to Zizhu Courtyard. The recent inspection meeting yielded remarkable results. The quantity of innate Dao Jade reached 50, with expenditures multiplying several times, sufficient for an exchange for celestial grade physique. In addition, a quota for the Dragon Transformation Pool was secured, further elevating his status, and he was granted full authority to oversee the construction of the 6th main peak. Everything is progressing in a favorable direction. Upon his return, Tang Tian summoned Li Hong, instructing him to gather information regarding Gu Xiaoxue. Although Yun Kong had indicated that the issue was not serious, it was imperative for him to ascertain the full details of the situation. Moreover, regarding Zhong Yang, having collected such a substantial sum of money from him, the intention to cast him into the abyss cannot simply be overlooked. In the past, lacking sufficient strength compelled a temporary retreat. However, now he possesses ample confidence. At the very least, a mere Zhong Yang holds no significance in his eyes. Having completed these considerations, Tang Tian retreated to his meditation chamber, ever mindful that all endeavors are aimed at enhancing his power, which remains the essence of his pursuit. Gazing at the consumption points within his system, Tang Tian made a decisive selection for redemption. Celestial Physique, 1 billion consumption points. Redemption successful. You have acquired the Celestial Physique, the body of Tao Tai. A familiar sensation surged within him once more, this time more intense than ever before, as a profound metamorphosis rippled through the very depths of his existence. In a daze, Tang Tian felt as though he had entered a realm of primordial chaos. With a gentle exhale, winds surged and clouds roiled, chaos swirling around him. manifesting signs of apocalyptic devastation. As he inhaled, an even more terrifying phenomenon unfolded. The boundless chaos, as if drawn by an irresistible force, coalesced into a colossal vortex, surging into Tang Tian's core. After a prolonged moment, Tang Tian gradually regained consciousness. The Tao's secret technique, swallowing the heavens. He had once again acquired a legacy technique, one that far surpassed the previous Qin Meng secret technique in magnitude. Yet, what astonished Tang Tian even more was the clear annotation that appeared following the Tao's secret technique. This legacy technique can utilize a sacred-level epiphany to elevate one's realm. One sacred-level epiphany. 1 billion consumption points. After redeeming the body of gluttony, Tang Tian still possessed over 3 billion consumption points, sufficient to elevate his prowess to a realm of mastery. However, after a moment's contemplation, he ultimately chose to temporarily forego this option. The efficacy of the Dragon Transformation Pool increases with the elevation of one's physique. The inherited secret arts serve merely as an auxiliary. Should his consumption points exceed 100 billion in the upcoming inspection meeting, he would be able to exchange for a saintly physique, ensuring a far greater degree of certainty. Having made this decision, Tang Tian focused his mind and engaged in quiet cultivation. As the Chosen One, coupled with the enhancements from various physiques and the support of superior elixirs, his cultivation speed did not diminish significantly compared to his foundational stage. In just 10 days, he directly broke through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core. During this time, Gu Xiaoxue also achieved a breakthrough, ascending to the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Moreover, with the assistance of the innate Dao Jade, her progress in Dao techniques accelerated at an astonishing rate, leading Tang Tian to seriously suspect that her innate talent was far beyond that of an ordinary Chosen One. To clarify, he even sought counsel from Yinkong, who confirmed that Gu Xiaoxue was indeed a Chosen One. If she were to excel further, the sect would certainly not allow such a prodigy to become a mere pawn in the high-level power struggles. The evidence was irrefutable, and Tang Tian had to accept that even within the realm of Chosen Ones, there existed distinctions. Nevertheless, it was for the best. His rate of growth had outpaced Li Hong's ability to provide substantial assistance, and the Lan Yu sisters could only achieve parity with him when working in unison. Only Gu Xiaoxue consistently maintained her lead, a situation that allowed Tang Tian's overall strength to experience a remarkably rapid growth rate. From a moment he embarked on the path of cultivation until now, Gu Xiaoxue had indeed provided him with significant assistance, though it had yet to manifest prominently. She was certainly no mere ornament. After several days of cultivation, the inspections led by Yun Kong continued to convene. At the sect's main peak, Lu Chang'e and Tian Yangsheng were present, ensuring that financial resources were not an issue. However, other major peaks had vacancies. Ultimately, Tang Tian supplemented the eastern peak Jingheng with 200 trillion spirit jade, and the northern peak Guanming with 150 trillion. Conversely, the western peak Du Yuanxing rejected Tang Tian's goodwill, which left him rather displeased. It appeared that this individual was determined to oppose him. Tang Tian's gulp. The investigation on Qin Hai's side also yielded some progress. It seemed that Tian Feng's actions were indeed instigated by Du Yuanxing. You initiated this conflict, he thought. Just wait and see. Tang Tian etched this in his memory. With 350 trillion in gains, he was still some distance from reaching 100 billion. Unable to exchange for a holy level physique, Tang Tian ultimately opted to enhance the realm of the Tao's secret technique. The 5 realms of this technique included entry, proficiency, mastery, minor achievement, and major achievement. The Tao's secret technique also possessed a 6th realm, inheritance. Tang Tian directly exchanged for 6 holy level insights in one go, elevating the Tao technique to its utmost pinnacle. Once unleashed, it was akin to devouring the heavens. With this secret technique, his journey to the Dragon Transformation Pool would undoubtedly bring him great advantage. Several days later, Li Hong's investigation finally bore fruit. There was indeed something amiss regarding Gu Xiaoxue. Chapter 67. The Awakening of the Dragon Pool in the serene confines of the purple bamboo courtyard beneath the ancient locust tree. Li Hong conveyed the information he had gathered to Tang Tian. 6 years prior, Han Hai and Hong Yuan had brought Gu Xiaoxue back to the sect. Under the guidance of Elder Han Hai, one of the 7 principal elders of the main peak, an air of gravity enveloped Tang Tian. The principal elders held significant sway within the Qin sect, their status and authority only surpassed by the sect master and the Grand Elder, being even more esteemed than the peak masters of other summits. It was no wonder that Yun Kong had remarked upon the involvement of high-level conflicts in this matter. Despite Elder Han Hai's prestigious standing, he had long been in a subtle rivalry with another principal elder known as Hong Yuan. My investigations revealed that Elder Zhong Yang, who was responsible for Xiaoxue's allocation, maintained a very close connection with Elder Hong Yuan, suggesting a subordinate relationship. Li Hong articulated this revelation. Tang Tian's fingers lightly tapped the table, contemplating the implications. This indicated that Zhong Yang had indeed orchestrated Gu Xiaoxue's placement beside him, deliberately aiming to deprive Elder Han Hai of a promising disciple. While this could hardly be termed a grand conflict, it was at most a minor scheme. Unfortunately, he himself had inadvertently become a casualty of this petty intrigue. Tang Tian harbored no illusions. If he were to ruin Gu Xiaoxue, Elder Han Hai would not simply overlook the matter upon his return, naively unaware of the circumstances. Furthermore, Zhong Yang could easily distance himself from the fallout, claiming he was merely fulfilling his duties, with no foreknowledge of the ensuing events. At the very least, Elder Hong Yuan would be there to provide protection. The only one sacrificed was Gu Xiaoxue, along with Tang Tian, an upstart with no significant background. They were regarded as inconsequential pawns in this game. Tang Tian stroked his chin. If he were merely an upstart, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences eventually. Unfortunately, his ascent had been too rapid. Even someone of Elder Han Hai's caliber could not easily manipulate him. Moreover, he had not truly wronged Gu Xiaoxue. A simple explanation would suffice. Yet, having been inexplicably ensnared in a plot left him quite displeased, especially with Zhong Yang. After providing him with so much support, it was intolerable that he would secretly set a trap for him. After some contemplation, Tang Tian inquired, "Doesn't Xiaoxue have a senior sister? What is her situation?" This incident harbored another mystery, Gu Xiaoxue's senior sister. The catalyst for the events was her senior sister's advice to Gu Xiaoxue, suggesting that a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage required a nascent soul pill, and if funds were lacking, she should seek employment as a guard. However, in reality, Gu Xiaoxue had achieved her breakthrough without even utilizing a single nascent soul pill. Her senior sister, named Luo Danya, was one of Elder Han Hai's direct disciples. Li Hong remarked, after Xiaoxue became the prince's guard, she entered seclusion, striving to reach the fusion realm, likely preparing for the upcoming trial of the Tower of 10,000 Beasts. Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. The timing of her seclusion was rather peculiar. It appeared strange, yet left little room for criticism. Nevertheless, his intuition suggested that this senior sister might also be implicated. What is their relationship typically like? Tang Tian asked. Li Hong pondered for a moment and replied, "From what I understand, the situation is quite favorable. Since entering the sect in elementary school, it has been Luodanya who has been looking after her. However, an incident occurred 4 years ago. During the last 100 schools war, Luodanya, at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, was one of the most promising prodigies expected to ascend to the heavenly mansion. Unfortunately, she performed rather mediocrely and fell just short of the ascent. Thus, she secluded herself to break through to the fusion realm, hoping to seize the opportunity presented by the 10,000 Demons Trial Tower." Tang Tian contemplated for a while. Although he had not acquired any substantial evidence, he was nonetheless convinced that Luodanya was undoubtedly involved in this matter. If that were indeed the case, it would not merely be a struggle between opposing factions. There lay an ugliness within. After a moment of reflection, Tang Tian slowly inhaled. No matter what, he could no longer remain passive. Could he merely scheme in the shadows while maintaining a facade of innocence? How naive. He needed to devise a plan to ensure that none of the participants could escape. "Let us leave this matter here for now. I shall find a way myself," Tang Tian stated. "Prepare yourself well. In a few days, the dragon transformation pool will open. Upon hearing this, Li Hong was momentarily taken aback. The dragon transformation pool? His excitement surged as he cautiously inquired, "Young master, do you mean?" Tang Tian smiled and nodded. "I have secured some spots. When the time comes, you, Xiao Xue, and the Lan sisters will all be able to enter the dragon transformation pool to seek opportunities." Li Hong stared blankly, his eyes wide with astonishment. The information regarding the dragon transformation pool was acquired through his inquiries, and he was acutely aware of the formidable challenges associated with securing that coveted spot. Even the most elite core disciples might not succeed in their attempts. He had never entertained the notion that he could also be granted such a qualification. Li Hong gazed intently at Tang Tian for a considerable time, then rose and bowed deeply. "I am indebted to your kindness, my lord. I have no means to repay." Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. "Simply seize this opportunity with all your might. I am counting on you to achieve an impressive result in the Myriad Beasts trial tower." Li Hong clenched his fists and resolutely declared, "I shall not disappoint your expectations, my lord." In a matter of days, time swiftly passed. Ultimately, Tang Tian did not receive any news regarding the investment activities from the Ninth Peak, and thus had to proceed to the Dragon Transformation Pool, equipped with his celestial-grade devouring body and the heritage-level devouring secret techniques. Yun Kong had conveyed the message to him well in advance, and had even dispatched someone to extend a formal invitation. Subsequently, Tang Tian, accompanied by Li Hong and Xiao Xue, ascended the main peak. Their journey led them to a precipice, where a relatively flat area lay above. Upon Tang Tian's arrival, he found that many had already gathered there. Several young core disciples exuded formidable auras. Lu Chang'e, Tian Yangsheng, and Jing Heng were also present, standing alongside Yun Kong. "Young Master Tang, over here," Yun Kong smiled invitingly upon spotting him. Tang Tian approached, exchanged pleasantries with Yun Kong, and then stationed himself, awaiting the commencement of the Dragon Transformation Pool. At that moment, Jing Heng approached with a smile, cupping his hands in greeting, and remarked, "I have yet to extend my gratitude to young Master Tang for the inspection meeting a few days ago. You have certainly alleviated a great burden for us at Dongfeng. From now on, whenever you visit Dongfeng, you shall be our most esteemed guest. Feel free to seek me out at any time." Tang Tian shook his head and replied, "We are all working towards the development of our sect. There's no need for you to take it to heart, young Master Jing." There was no animosity between them. They had previously engaged in a pleasant exchange, maintaining a cordial rapport. After conversing with Jing Heng, Guan Ming approached as well, similarly expressing his gratitude to Tang Tian. This individual seemed rather taciturn, and their conversation was brief, merely a form of acquaintance, for they were now all part of the same circle. After a while, Mo Xiao Xiao arrived fashionably late. Shortly thereafter, the four main peak masters also made their entrance. Under the auspices of Yun Kong and the Grand Elder of the sect, the transformation of a dragon pool was officially initiated. Chapter 68. Provocation as the Grand Elder employed his techniques. A fissure suddenly opened in the sea of clouds beneath the precipice, captivating the onlookers. A blinding golden light surged forth from the depths of the cloud sea, dazzling to the point that it was nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. Once vision was restored, Tang Tian beheld two golden divine dragons coiling majestically within the cloud sea, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. At the center of these two golden dragons lay a shallow pool of water, shimmering with golden reflections and emanating a mesmerizing brilliance. A subtle, profound energy wafted from the pool, and merely inhaling its essence invigorated one's entire being, as if every corner of the body was rejoicing in delight. This was the essence of Dragon Qi. Mo Xiao Xiao remarked softly from aside. She then extended her hand, pointing towards the core disciples while whispering, "Focus on that lad with disheveled hair. He possesses the 9-tier physique and embodies the celestial lion's form, having also acquired the secret techniques of inheritance. Once inside, remember to keep your distance from him, lest he siphons away a significant portion of your dragon energy." Tang Tian glanced over, spotting an arrogant youth whose thick hair cascaded down like a lion's mane. Additionally, he recognized another familiar face, the prodigious young man, Huang Chong. who had been bested by Xiao Xue at the Five Peaks Exchange Conference. What is his name? Dang Tian Yin Guit? Mo Xiao replied. He is called Xiang Zhe. They'll most refer to him as the Little Lion King. Tang Tian nodded, committing his appearance to memory. Moments later, the Grand Elder began to announce the rules. Once inside, each of you shall seek your positions. You have a time limit of 1 hour. How much fortune you acquire depends solely on your efforts. I shall transport you there, and the timer will commence once the light screen dissipates. With that, the Grand Elder exerted his power, lifting all those entering the Huolong pool into the clouds, Tang Tian included. As he pondered how the Grand Elder identified each participant, the scene shifted, and he found himself on a golden platform. Before him loomed an immense golden light screen, beyond which lay the Huolong pool, encircled by 2 magnificent golden dragons. Only after entering did Tang Tian fully grasp the sheer magnitude of the 2 dragons, which had seemed less imposing from the cliff above. In the midst of the Huolong Lake, it resembled a small pond, stretching several dozen meters in width. With such dimensions, could it truly be a concern to accommodate 50 individuals? Tang Tian curled his lip. If placed in certain amusement parks, 5,000 could easily fit within. As he silently criticized this thought, a voice emanated from behind him. Tang Tian, young Master Tang. Upon turning, he was taken aback to find a familiar face, Nia Wushuang, who had seized the flag during the flag-snatching competition. Judging by her aura, she had likely ascended to the Golden Course stage. It was no wonder she had garnered Mo Xiao's attention. She was indeed remarkable. This marks our second encounter, Nia Wushuang remarked. Although our current standings are disparate, should the opportunity arise, I would still wish to engage in a fair duel with you. You are certainly not lacking. Tang Tian offered a slight smile. Perhaps another time. The disparity in their statuses rendered the likelihood of a rematch quite slim. Nia Wushuang said no more, taking a photograph before rejoining Mo Xiao's other 2 subordinates. Yet before Tang Tian could fully process the situation, another voice resonated from behind him. So you are Tang Tian? The tone was rather brusque, laced with animosity. Tang Tian furrowed his brow and turned to see none other than Xiang Zhe, the Little Lion King with a 9th-grade physique, as previously mentioned by Mo Xiao. A throng of core disciples flanked him, all casting unfriendly glances toward Tang Tian, including the little prodigy Huangchong. Is there something you need? Tang Tian replied nonchalantly. Xiang Zhe let out a cold snort, scrutinizing Tang Tian from head to toe. So you're the one who snatched the spots from several of my junior brothers? It is not that impressive. Tang Tian suddenly realized why they were so unfriendly. It was indeed due to this reason. The total quota was merely 50, and it had long been predetermined. Tang Tian had barged in and seized 5 of them. One could easily guess from whom these quotas were taken. Clearly, it would not have come from the honorary disciples. You should seek out the individuals who confirmed the quotas, rather than me, Tang Tian remarked. Xiang Zhe shot him a piercing glance, saying, if it weren't for you, how could we possibly have lost 5 quotas? Who should we look for? Tang Tian helplessly shook his head. Having been accustomed to the ways of the honorary disciples, he found the core disciples' demeanor rather unappealing at the moment. This group preferred a straightforward approach. If they disliked someone, they would confront them directly, without any unnecessary subtleties. Attempting to reason using the honorary disciples' principles would undoubtedly be futile. What do you propose then? It's already done, Tang Tian shrugged. Xiang Zhe snorted coldly. Rest assured, with the sex regulations in place, I shall not harm you. I merely came to identify the one who has taken our quotas. Once we enter the dragon transformation pool, you had better find a secluded corner to hide. If I catch you, I will ensure you absorb not a single trace of dragon energy. Tang Tian remained silent, replying at that time, I advise you to keep your distance from me. Consider this a friendly warning. Upon hearing this, Xiang Zhe burst into laughter, his long hair swaying with amusement. What a delightful thought. Today, even if I do nothing, I shall closely follow you, ensuring that your efforts are in vain. Moreover, your subordinates are truly something. It seems any Tom, Dick, or Harry can evolve within the dragon transformation pool. None of you shall leave here with even a trace of fortune. With that, Xiang Zhe flared his nostrils and, accompanied by Huangchong and others, strode away. Tang Tian mused, Having dealt with old foxes like Yin Kong, I find Xiangze, with his youthful exuberance, rather endearing. However, since you insist on seeking your own misfortune, I cannot be held accountable. After pondering briefly, Tang Tian spoke, Li Hong. Once we enter, you and your companions shall follow my lead, and we shall assess the situation as it unfolds. He was not intimidated by Xiangze, but if Li Hong and the others drew unwanted attention, it could indeed become troublesome. As time passed, the golden veil enveloping the dragon transformation pool began to fade rapidly. At last, at a certain moment, the veil vanished entirely. Those with quicker reflexes immediately leaped into the pool. In the blink of an eye, dozens of individuals were seen swimming vigorously, searching for a favorable position. Observing this, Tang Tian did not hesitate, and together with Li Hong and the others, he plunged into the dragon transformation pool. Chapter 69. You had better not give up upon entering the dragon transformation pool. Tang Tian finally comprehended why no one chose to fly, but rather opted to swim. It appeared that within this pool, a peculiar rule existed, restraining all cultivation levels. Regardless of whether one was at the foundation establishment stage or the god transformation stage, here they were akin to mere mortals, relying solely on their physical strength to struggle. No wonder it is said that in the dragon transformation pool, physical prowess is of utmost importance. At the very least, one can seize the opportunity. Observing the disciples striving to swim towards the distant horizon, Tang Tian did not feel overly anxious. Instead, he relaxed his body and attentively sensed his surroundings. As he immersed himself in contemplation, he suddenly became aware of a myriad of profound energies, intricately weaving their way into his limbs and bones from the waters of the pool. This energy swiftly transformed every aspect of his being, enhancing his overall qualities. However, a greater portion of this energy quietly concealed itself within his body, ensuring that even after departing from the dragon transformation pool, it would continuously facilitate a metamorphosis of life. This was the essence of dragon qi. The more dragon qi one absorbed, the longer its effects would endure and the greater the benefits one would reap. So, it was thus, Tang Tian realized. Yet soon after, he discovered another intriguing detail. The dragon qi within the pool appeared to be unevenly distributed. In certain directions, the dragon qi was evidently much denser than in others, and the closer one moved towards that direction, the higher the concentration of dragon qi became. No wonder they began swimming upon entry. It seems someone had informed them of this beforehand. Tang Tian Muset. Subsequently, he prepared to follow the trail of dragon qi in search of the area with the highest concentration. However, just as he set off, he noticed Xiangze, with a mischievous grin, swimming towards him. This fellow truly intended to snatch his dragon qi. Tang Tian shook his head, choosing to ignore him for the moment. After determining a direction, he swam deeper into the dragon transformation pool. Immediately, Xiangze altered his course to follow suit. Trying to evade? The pool is but so vast. I wonder where you think you can hide. With that, he closely trailed behind Tang Tian. Tang Tian remained silent, choosing to disregard him as he continued his search for an ideal location. The situation within the dragon transformation pool was keenly observed by the onlookers outside. This Xiangze is quite intriguing. The youth possesses a certain audacity. Even if it means squandering some of his own time, he is determined to oppose Tang Tian. This is commendable. Young people should embody a fearless spirit. A few elders from the core disciples conversed with amused expressions. The honorary disciples also took note of the unfolding events. Tang Tian expended such substantial resources to secure these few spots, yet it appears that the money was wasted. One individual, reveling in the misfortune, remarked, none other than Du Yuanqing, who had declined Tang Tian's offer of supplementary spiritual jade. However, his words immediately provoked the ire of another. Young Master Du, such remarks are inappropriate, Jing Hung said languidly. Young Master Tang has selflessly invested in the development of our sect, and his significant contributions warrant the acquisition of these few spots. Without our investment, how could the other disciples enjoy such abundant cultivation conditions? Xiangze, not comprehending the underlying principle, elevated the conversation to encompass the entire group of honorary disciples, leaving Du Yuanqing momentarily speechless, unsure of how to retort. The others merely smiled faintly. Du Yuanqing had assumed his position too recently, lacking the verbal finesse of seasoned individuals like Jing Heng. Young Master Jing speaks with great reason. At this moment, Yin Kong intervened to mediate, stating, "Core disciples represent the future of our sect, while honorary disciples serve as the foundation for its development. The absence of either is simply unacceptable. This oversight was my fault. I should have advised Xiang Zhe and the others beforehand. Once the transformation of the Dragon Pool concludes, I shall certainly seek an opportunity to make amends with young Master Tang. In the future, I will strive to consider your perspectives more thoroughly when similar situations arise." Jing Heng quickly waved his hand, claiming he merely spoke offhandedly. The others, however, remained silent with amused expressions. They were all seasoned individuals, well aware of one another's motives. Yun Kong, it seemed, was reluctant to allow the precious dragon aura, such a rare divine entity, to fall into the hands of those with mediocre talents, which was why he had intentionally neglected to inform Xiang Zhe. Jing Heng, employing Du Yuanqing's words, subtly pointed out this matter while simultaneously conveying to Yun Kong, "You're being somewhat unscrupulous, you know." Yun Kong's response, nonetheless, provided them with some closure. As for Tang Tian, well, misfortune befalls him, but it is of no concern to them. The group of honorary disciples was, after all, not a monolithic entity. Each harbored their own ambitions. After this brief interlude, their attention shifted back to the Dragon Pool. At this point, Tang Tian had positioned himself at the very center of the pool, precisely between two golden dragons. Facing each other, he noticed that the concentration of dragon aura here was exponentially stronger than that at the edge of the pool, at least tenfold. Absorbing the aura in this location would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. Upon his arrival, several individuals had already congregated at the central position, each facing one another, unwilling to relinquish this prime spot easily. When Tang Tian appeared, they furrowed their brows slightly. However, upon noticing Xiang Zhe gliding closely behind Tang Tian, their expressions shifted dramatically. Without much deliberation, they voluntarily vacated the area, ceding the position to him. Tang Tian was taken aback. Could it be that Xiang Zhe's aura, or rather the intimidation of his ninth-tier physique, wielded such formidable power? How astute you are in selecting your territory. Xiang Zhe approached, hovering beside Tang Tian, and with a mocking smile, remarked, "Truly, the insatiable heart of man is akin to a snake attempting to swallow an elephant. You dare to covet such an exquisite spot? Yet, it suits me well. I shan't have to trail behind you any longer. If you possess the courage, then cultivate here." Tang Tian cast a sidelong glance at him, opting not to respond. Engaging in a debate with such a person often drags one down into his realm, where his vast experience would inevitably lead to defeat. It was unnecessary. Stealing his resolve, Tang Tian swiftly entered a state of cultivation, opening his mind to absorb the dragon energy. Instantly, a torrent of dragon energy surged from all directions into his being, transforming every aspect of his body. This sensation of metamorphosis was akin to the experience of exchanging for a physique within the system. It represented a leap at the very level of existence. However, before he could fully commence the absorption, he felt a powerful force that siphoned away all the dragon energy surrounding him. Upon opening his eyes, he saw that the escape route of the dragon energy led directly towards Xiang Zhe. At that moment, his long hair danced gently in the air, his entire being radiating with a golden glow, reminiscent of a true Lion King, exuding an aura of majesty and grandeur. Perhaps sensing Tang Tian's gaze, Xiang Zhe opened his eyes and flashed a grin at him. "I told you I am steadfastly with you." The onlookers outside bore witness to this scene. The elders among the core disciples erupted into hearty laughter. Jing Heng shook his head slightly, remarking, "Young Master Tang is in trouble. As long as Xiang Zhe desires it, he will undoubtedly be unable to absorb the dragon qi normally." Mo Xiao Xiao observed the unfolding events quietly, her eyes betraying no emotion. Yet suddenly, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. Within the dragon pool, gazing at the exuberant and self-satisfied Xiangze, Tang Tian spoke coolly. In that case, stay close to me, and do not abandon this endeavor midway. As his words echoed, a terrifying aura, seemingly birthed from the primordial chaos, erupted violently at the center of the dragon pool. Chapter 70. Sweeping the arena what? The abrupt commotion instantly captured the attention of those outside. Was that Dan Tian standing atop the precipice? Onlookers could clearly see that the dragon Qi, which had previously been drawn towards Xiangze, suddenly reversed course and converged around Tang Tian. This occurrence could signify only one possibility. Tang Tian's physique and level surpassed even that of Xiangze. Previously, I have never heard of young Master Tang possessing such an extraordinary constitution, Jing Hung remarked with surprise. Lu Chang'e narrowed his eyes slightly indeed. There has been no prior mention of it. His strength, talent, and physique had always been relegated to that of a mere servant disciple. Jing Hung sighed, pondering that even with ample cultivation resources, it would merely expedite one's advancement in strength and realm, or so he believed. Yet, it appeared there was more to it than that. This was truly astonishing. He lamented, for all along, people had only recognized Tang Tian's vast wealth while neglecting his innate prowess. Today's sudden revelation had astonished nearly everyone present, with one exception. Mo Xiao Xiao maintained her composure, stating calmly, the strength of young Master Tang has always been overlooked. During the recent outer sect disciple assessment, just as it was concluding, he encountered Nie Wuxuang, who had secured the king's banner. Nie Wuxuang was reluctant to relinquish the banner, leading to a brief confrontation with young Master Tang. However, despite her exerting every ounce of her effort, it bore no fruit. With a mere gesture, he effortlessly neutralized her assault and claimed the banner. The onlookers exchanged glances, their astonishment intensifying. They had heard whispers of that incident, but the prevailing narrative suggested that Tang Tian had offered a reward of 100 million spirit jade, which had added considerable excitement to the banner-snatching contest, ultimately resulting in his success. Yet, no one had ever mentioned the account shared by Mo Xiao Xiao. Young Master Tang had indeed concealed his capabilities remarkably well, deceiving us all. Jing Hung mused, his gaze subtly drifting towards Yin Kong. The Grand Elder of the sect furrowed his brow, remarking, Yin Kong, how could such an exceptional disciple be relegated to the status of an honorary disciple? Yin Kong, suddenly feeling embarrassed, quickly responded, it was my oversight. Young Master Tang has always maintained a low profile, concealing his extraordinary talents, which is why no one has taken notice of this matter. The Grand Elder let out a faint hum of disapproval. Must one display their gifts for others to recognize them? What purpose do you, the administrators, serve then? Over the years, although the sect has flourished rapidly, the atmosphere has gradually become skewed. I have heard numerous accounts of exceptionally gifted disciples being overlooked or even deliberately sabotaged. As the young master of the sect, you ought to reflect on this seriously. In the face of the Grand Elder's admonition, Yin Kong repeatedly admitted his faults. Indeed, in the pursuit of rapid development, many hidden dangers have emerged. Observing Yin Kong being reprimanded, Jing Hung remained stoic, his gaze focused, yet his lips betrayed a subtle smile. The others shared a similar demeanor, appearing indifferent to the proceedings. The relationships among the higher-ups were far from the harmonious image that others might envision. After the interlude, attention shifted back to the dragon transformation pool. At that moment, a vast area in the center of the pool had its dragon energy nearly entirely drawn towards Tang Tian. Stunned by the transformation of the dragon energy, Xiangze stood frozen in disbelief. How could this be possible? His expression was one of utter incredulity. He possessed a 9th-grade physique, an exceedingly rare existence within the Qingme sect. How could he be bested by an honorary disciple? Or, if Tang Tian indeed possessed such an extraordinary constitution, why would he choose to be an honorary disciple? I refuse to believe it. Xiangshi should indeed shout it. You must be employing trickery. You have used some divine artifact, haven to you? A person of your caliber is undoubtedly capable of acquiring such things. Let me assure you, it is futile. In the face of absolute power, no external force can endure. Return the dragon energy to me. He bellowed, his long hair billowing in the wind, a surge of even greater might erupting, sweeping through the dragon pool. The devouring lion's secret art. Within the dragon pool, gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers, who quickly distanced themselves from that area. They had heard of the formidable power of the inherited secret arts, even if they had never witnessed it. If Xiangze were to lose control completely, it was likely that a substantial portion of the dragon energy in the pool would be his. However, what truly astonished them was what Tang Tian had done to provoke Xiangze into employing the inherited secret art. Yet, even in the face of such a display, Tang Tian exhibited no sign of panic. What was his source of confidence? After the influence of the devouring lion's secret art, Tang Tian indeed felt a slight delay in the dragon energy converging towards him. Some of the energy, even those closer to Xiangze, began to slowly gravitate towards his direction. This development filled Xiangze with elation, prompting him to push the inherited secret art to its limits. His gaze towards Tang Tian shifting to one of provocation. Are you capable? Tang Tian merely shook his head slightly. Mischievous children can occasionally be endearing, but if they persistently bounce around before you, one may feel inclined to give them a swift kick. Just because he managed to regain a semblance of control does not mean he should become arrogant again, does it? Previously, Tang Tian had merely tested the power of the gluttonous body, having not even reached 1/10 of its potential. The inherited level of the gluttonous secret art had not even been utilized at all. Tang Tian chose to disregard him entirely, his mind shifting as he fully unleashed the power of the gluttonous body. In an instant, a terrifying storm of spiritual energy engulfed the entire dragon transformation pool. The previously sluggish dragon energy suddenly seemed to ascertain its direction, eagerly surging towards Tang Tian. No matter how hard Xiangze tried to retain it, his efforts proved futile. The disparity between an immortal-level physique and a ninth-tier physique was starkly evident at that moment. Not only was Xiangze bewildered, but even the disciples situated at various points around the dragon pool were equally astonished. They could distinctly sense that even the dragon energy in their vicinity was gradually converging towards Tang Tian. Observing this, Tang Tian decided to unleash the gluttonous secret technique without reservation. In the next heartbeat, the dragon pool erupted in fervor. Countless streams of dragon energy coalesced into a golden torrent, rushing towards Tang Tian. Even the golden pool water transformed into a crystal-clear state in an instant. The onlookers were left in a state of utter disbelief. Gazing at the pristine water beside them, they found themselves at a loss, feeling as though they could weep without tears. They had come in pursuit of fortune, not for a leisurely swim. Yet, they were powerless to change their circumstances. For the rules here dictated that the strongest physique held sway. Sensing the complex gazes of the crowd, Tang Tian fell into a contemplative silence. This time, he had truly revealed his formidable strength. However, this was precisely what he had intended to do. After all, this was the realm of cultivation. While bearing the title of a nominal disciple was quite advantageous, it ultimately barred him from entering the true world of cultivation. Previously, his insufficient strength and status had been a hindrance, but now, having attained the golden core and risen within the ranks of the Qin sect, a transformation was indeed warranted. The gluttonous body is merely the tip of the iceberg of his true capabilities. Chapter 71. The Magnanimity of Tang Tian. This seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Witnessing the events unfolding in the dragon transformation pool, several elders among the core disciples furrowed their brows. Though they were astonished by Tang Tian's sudden surge of power, they could not fathom the notion that he would monopolize all the dragon energy, leaving the others to fend for themselves. Elderly, what do you make of this? They gestured toward the Grand Elder. They had invested considerable effort for these quotas, and now to see them seized entirely by Tang Tian was intolerable. However, the Grand Elder merely cast a dispassionate glance in their direction. What is it? Is there something amiss? The Grand Elder retorted coldly. Rules are rules. How can they be altered at whim due to special circumstances? Everything hinges on one's abilities. How much dragon energy Tang Tian can claim is a testament to his prowess. What is there to contest? Just moments ago, Xiangze deliberately attempted to seize Tang Tian's dragon energy, yet you remained silent. Now you choose to speak up. Each one of you, having lived for centuries, yet you behave like mere dogs. It was evident that the Grand Elder was genuinely incensed. First it was Yun Kong, and now this assembly of elders, all of whom had stirred his displeasure. Indeed, at that moment, Lu Chang'e spoke languidly. In the past, when the illustrious Ling Luo participated in the dragon transformation pool, she too monopolized all the dragon energy, just as Tang Tian does today. I recall that at that time, esteemed elders, you raised no objections, and we all tacitly accepted that outcome. Why is it that you cannot endure the role reversal? Upon uttering these words, others recalled that event from years past. Back then, as the representative of the core disciples, the illustrious fairy Ling Luo stood alone in her brilliance, while the elders were exceedingly arrogant, hurling scornful remarks at the esteemed disciples and guests. Now, it is their turn to receive payback. The reprimand from the Grand Elder, along with Lu Chang'e's sardonic remarks, darkened the faces of the elders like the soot of a pot bottom. In comparison, they indeed found themselves in a position of inferiority. The Grand Elder coldly scoffed. After the dragon pool concludes, all of you shall come to the Master Hall. The prevailing atmosphere of recent years must be thoroughly rectified. When true authority expresses their ire, silence envelopes the crowd. Even Yun Kong refrained from any movement. Conversely, Lu Chang'e and his companions felt considerably more at ease. Although their subordinates were present in the dragon pool, they were not in short supply of such talents. In contrast, having the opportunity to vent their frustrations upon the adversary was indeed a rare delight. All of this is owed to Tang Tian, who provided everyone with such a remarkable surprise. Within the dragon pool, after employing the secret technique of Tao Tai, the outcome was no longer in doubt. Observing the surging and majestic dragon energy, Tang Tian contemplated for a moment, then extended his hand, dividing 4 streams of dragon energy, each dispatched to Li Hong and his companions. The dragon energy was indeed extraordinary, yet, to be candid, it held little significance for Tang Tian. Potential? Talent? Such attributes were the least of his concerns. Behind the innate children and the Tao Tai secret technique, there awaited numerous, even more extraordinary entities, ready for him to exchange for. Rather than hoarding it for oneself, it would be more prudent to bestow it upon Li Hong and his companions, as their advancement in Qianfu ultimately relies on their efforts. Upon sensing a surge of dragon energy, Li Hong and the others immediately held their breath, focusing intently as they entered a meditative state, exerting every ounce of strength to absorb this rare, celestial treasure. Observing their complete immersion, Tang Tian surveyed his surroundings, his gaze settling upon Niawushuang. The South Peak had quietly sent 6 individuals, all in close proximity. As he currently belonged to the South Peak, and their relationship was amicable, he decided to extend a helping hand. With this thought, Tang Tian once again released a stream of dragon energy towards the area where Niawushuang and her companions were situated. The group was momentarily taken aback, but upon understanding Tang Tian's intent, expressions of gratitude swiftly overtook their features. Thank you, young Master Tang, for your generosity. They could not afford to feign modesty regarding matters that pertain to their futures. Niawushuang, too, displayed her appreciation with a slight bow, seizing the opportunity to enter a state of cultivation. As they realized they were fortunate enough to receive dragon energy, the other disciples in the vicinity could not help but express their envy. At that moment, a pang of regret surged within them, wondering why they were not affiliated with the South Peak. Observing the expressions of those around him, Tang Tian shook his head with a sigh. Alas, given that you are all under the auspices of the young master and share a common path with me, I cannot permit you to leave empty-handed after having entered the dragon transformation pool. With that, he waved his hand, and several streams of dragon energy coalesced in a serpentine forms, entwining themselves within their respective areas. The gratitude of the crowd was palpable, their admiration for young Master Tang's magnanimity leaving them in awe. Thank you, my lord. I shall never forget the kindness bestowed upon me today. Thank you, young Master Tang. The crowd expressed their gratitude in unison. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no consequence. In truth, it was indeed of no consequence. There was an abundance of dragon energy, far more than could be utilized, and it could not be taken away. Moments later, all the esteemed disciples had entered a state of meditation, beginning to absorb the dragon energy. This scenario left the core disciples envious, yet they were powerless to act, as they were, in essence, rivals to Tang Tian. Nevertheless, someone always dares to be the first to take a leap. Brother, Tangu, it's your little brother here. A youthful figure swam into view before the crowd. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback, recognizing a familiar face. It was Gong Qi, the very youth who had attempted to outmaneuver him during the flag contest and had insisted he serve as a guard for a time. You dare to show your face? Tang Tian chuckled helplessly, astonished by the audacity of this young man. Gong Qi wore a broad grin. Tangu, it's a case of not fighting, but becoming acquainted. Once a little brother, always a little brother. Considering I once served as your guard, would you kindly share some dragon energy with me? Please, brother? Tang Tian was both amused and incredulous. He had not anticipated Gong Qi would step forward at this moment. While there was plenty of dragon energy to spare, he was reluctant to share it with this group of core disciples. However, how could he resist someone who addressed him as brother? Very well, you may indeed be a disciple of Nan Feng. Take this. With a wave of his hand, Tang Tian tossed a portion of dragon energy toward him. Gong Qi's face lit up with joy as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, brother. From now on, I shall always be your most loyal little brother." Tang Tian merely shook his head, not taking it to heart. Observing that Gong Qi had successfully obtained the dragon energy and was already beginning to absorb it, the remaining core disciples could no longer remain composed. Moments later, a few of them timidly approached, hesitating before finally uttering a single word, "Brother." Tang Tian instantly placed a hand on his forehead, a wave of goosebumps rising on his skin. Gong Qi called him brother, and now they were following suit? Did they truly believe that Gong Qi had acquired the dragon energy simply by addressing him as such? Tang Tian found it tiresome to analyze the thought processes of these individuals, so he waved his hand and bestowed a portion of dragon energy upon them as well. The core disciples expressed their gratitude profusely, and even Huang Chong, who had previously clashed with Tang Tian, now regarded him with a changed demeanor. At this point, nearly all had benefited from the dragon energy, except for Xiang Zhe. Naturally, Tang Tian could not allocate any to him. Even calling him master proved futile. Furthermore, the amount of dragon energy distributed to the others varied significantly. Li Hong and his companions received a saturated amount, while Nie Wushuang and her 6 peers received a sufficient quantity. The honorary disciples merely managed to attain a minimal acceptable amount, and as for the core disciples, well, having any at all was already commendable. After completing these distributions, Tang Tian began to absorb the remaining dragon energy himself. After all, he had come all this way. He could not return empty-handed. The events unfolding within the dragon transformation pool were duly noted by those outside. Tang Tian's actions evoked a wave of admiration, even prompting a subtle change in expression from the typically stern Grand Elder. Such an expansive heart. To possess such a disciple is indeed a blessing for our Qinghua sect. You all are vastly inferior in comparison to him. The Grand Elder could not help but chastise the group of elders, and then addressed Yun Kong, saying, after the conclusion, "Take Tang Tian to the Master S Inner Hall. I wish to meet him personally." Yun Kong Pontviekist. Chapter 72. A Conversation with the Grand Elder. Initially, the atmosphere at the Dragon Transformation Pool was tense and confrontational, but it suddenly transformed into a scene of harmony. Everyone diligently maintained their own dragon energy, earnestly absorbing it. Even when close together, there were no objections whatsoever. All of this was the result of Tang Tian's unexpected actions. Young Master Tang seems to excel in such endeavors. Jing Hung approached Mo Xiao and chuckled softly. The Spring Appreciation Garden, the Flag Seizing Battle, the Five Peaks Exchange Conference, the Inspection Meeting, and now today's Dragon Transformation Pool. He always manages to perform the most unforeseen deeds, making these events the most extraordinary of their kind. Mo Xiao Xiao cast him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, "Speak your mind." Jing Hung chuckled awkwardly. This fellow was indeed quite direct. "I shall be forthright then. Regarding that position, does young Master Tang have any thoughts?" Mo Xiao Xiao raised an eyebrow. "Oh, do you wish to vie for it as well?" Jing Hung quickly waved his hands. "I lack the capability for such ambitions. Merely maintaining my position at the East Peak has already left me utterly exhausted. How could I possibly compare with you all? I merely wish to understand young Master Tang's future plans to better prepare myself." Mo Xiao Xiao let out a faint hum and remarked, "Then why not just ask him directly?" Jing Hung smiled wryly, pondering that if he could simply inquire of him, there would be no need to consult her. He was not well acquainted with Tang Tian. Asking such an inexplicable question would likely lead others to suspect ulterior motives. However, Mo Xiao Xiao seemed disinclined to elaborate further. Reluctantly, Jing Hung clasped his hands in farewell and began to depart. Just as he was leaving, Mo Xiao Xiao suddenly spoke. "Tang Tian is a person who is quite difficult to fathom. His intentions appear to diverge from those of the rest of us. Yet, I can assure you that as long as you refrain from actively confronting him, he will generally not consider you an adversary." Jing Hung halted, contemplating her words for a moment before bowing slightly to Mo Xiao Xiao and turning to leave. An hour had gradually drawn to a close. At this time, within the dragon transformation pool, many had absorbed a considerable amount of dragon energy, their faces aglow with golden light, unmistakably having reaped significant benefits. Some individuals even broke through their realms on the spot. However, each person who attained such fortune had to face Tang Tian, bowing with respect and sincerely expressing, "Thank you, my brother." Tang Tian felt utterly at a loss, his scalp tingling from the absurdity of it all. "I truly do not have such a penchant," he thought. "Once more, I extend my gratitude to young Master Tang." Finally, someone spoke with a semblance of normalcy. Turning to look, he found it was Nie Wu Shuang. The aura emanating from her suggested she had likely advanced to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Her talent was undoubtedly exceptional. Fortunately, he was not weak himself. After a slight nod of acknowledgement, suddenly, a formidable presence erupted nearby. It was the Lan Yu sisters. During this period, they have consistently utilized the innate Dao Jade to aid their cultivation, and with the infusion of dragon energy absorbed today, their innate talents have undergone a momentous transformation. They have ascended from the 9th ring of talent to that of the innate child. The subsequent path of Dao will undoubtedly be smoother. Following the metamorphosis of the Blue Jade sisters, Li Hong, too, is quick to follow suit. 8 rings of talent now hover around his form, and he has finally broken through to the mid-stage of spirit transformation. Li Hong's face is alight with excitement, while Tang Tian encourages him to continue his cultivation and make the most of the remaining time. However, Tang Tian is taken aback by the fact that Gu Xiaoxua has displayed no remarkable prowess during this journey to the dragon transformation pool. It seems she is merely an ordinary innate child. Her cultivation at the peak of the nascent soul merely solidified further. Tang Tian shakes his head, acknowledging that this girl has always been rather unconventional. After a while, the expedition to the dragon transformation pool officially concludes. Drawn by an irresistible force, everyone is transported from the dragon transformation pool back to the precipice. As they ascend, Xiangzhe immediately seeks out his elder, expressing his indignation passionately. Yet, before he can articulate much, the elder sharply admonishes him, leaving the young Lion King looking utterly dejected, perplexed as to why the elder, who has always doted on him, has suddenly changed demeanor. Tang Tian pays no heed to the unfolding drama and returns to the area designated for honorary disciples. "Thank you, young Master Tang, for your generous act." Jing Hung and Guan Ming express their gratitude with a bow, while Lu Chang'e and the others offer smiles of acknowledgement. Regardless of the circumstances, Tang Tian has indeed rendered them significant assistance today, bestowing upon them ample face. Even if there were past grievances, they should not be displayed at this moment. Tang Tian responded and then returned to Mo Xiao Xiao's side. "I will find a way to make it up to you," Mo Xiao Xiao said. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a trifling matter, Do not take it to heart. What has happened to that group? They all appear as though they have been struck by frost, which seems excessive. I even shared some dragon energy with them, Tang Tian remarked, observing the elders among the core disciples with confusion. Montak Xiao Xiao chuckled. They were reprimanded by the Grand Elder and will soon face another scolding in a meeting. The events that transpired on the cliff earlier were quite spectacular. Tang Tian was taken aback and was about to inquire further when he noticed Yun Kong approaching. And Mo Xiao Xiao, sensing the moment, discreetly stepped aside. Yun Kong came forward expressing, "Young Master Tang, you have truly exceeded everyone's expectations today. An immortal-grade physique is an exceedingly rare presence, even within the Yun Ding Heavenly Palace." Tang Tian smiled faintly, but remained silent. Although some of his strength had been revealed, he was not foolish enough to divulge all the specifics to others. Noticing Tang Tian's reluctance to elaborate, Yun Kong continued, "The Grand Elder wishes to meet you. He is in the back hall of the sect leader. Do you have other matters to attend to?" Tang Tian was slightly taken aback. The Grand Elder mentioned by Yun Kong must certainly be the Grand Elder of the sect, a figure second only to the sect leader. Why would he want to see him? After a moment's thought, Tang Tian replied, "I have no other pressing matters at the moment. It was essential to heed a summons from such a high-ranking figure." "Very well, then follow me," Yun Kong said. Moments later, Tang Tian and Yun Kong arrived at the Grand Hall of the sect leader, situated behind a garden. The Grand Elder was seated beneath a pavilion, and after leading them in, Yun Kong bowed and withdrew. "Disciple Tang Tian, I pay my respect to the Grand Elder," Tang Tian said, bowing deeply. "Ah." The Grand Elder regarded Tang Tian with a discerning eye and gestured for him to sit. Once settled, the Grand Elder directly inquired, "Why did you choose to be an honorary disciple?" Tang Tian paused for a moment before responding. "At that time, I was not well versed in the sect's regulations. To ensure my safety, I opted for the identity of an honorary disciple." This was a carefully crafted response he had prepared in advance. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder sighed softly. The sect has indeed overlooked ordinary disciples. Over the years, far too many disciples like you have emerged, possessing remarkable talent, yet straying onto the wrong path for various reasons. Had you not unexpectedly acquired a significant fortune, you might have remained lost among the mundane disciples. Tang Tian fell silent. Such circumstances were undeniably prevalent. The Qin sect was vast, and some prodigies inevitably slipped through the cracks. The criteria for identifying an exemplary disciple extended beyond mere talent. However, did the Grand Elder's last remark carry a deeper implication? After pondering, Tang Tian replied, "I chanced upon an opportunity." Yet, before he could finish, the Grand Elder raised his hand to interrupt. "There is no need to disclose the nature of your fortune. The sect does not covet the opportunities of its disciples. As long as you adhere to the rules, you are considered a disciple of the Qin sect. Today, you have excelled in this matter, setting a commendable example for others. Many individuals, in the pursuit of rapid advancement, have gradually lost sight of their true selves." Tang Tian could not help but fall into silence. Indeed, the perspective of such a prominent figure on issues diverges significantly from that of ordinary people. Yet, he could not restrain himself from voicing a lingering concern. Is the sect not afraid of being exploited by those with ulterior motives, leading to potential betrayal? Upon hearing this question, the Grand Elder burst into laughter. "Do you think we, the seasoned elders, are merely idle? If such a situation were to arise, it would signify our dereliction of duty. It would be time for others to occupy our positions. Do not overthink it. As long as you harbor no ill intentions, there is no need to fear the ghost hunters." Tang Tian nodded, feeling reassured. After all, a well-functioning sect is akin to a nation, with each member fulfilling their role to ensure the smooth operation of this grand machinery. Internal strife is inevitable, but remains within an unspoken boundary. Any transgression would invite dire consequences. Continue to strive. Possessing a celestial-grade physique is exceedingly rare. Do not squander it, the Grand Elder advised. "I have heard from Yun Kong that you have taken on the full funding for the construction of the Sixth Peak. On behalf of the sect, I extend my gratitude to you. Should any matters arise in the future, feel free to consult with me directly." Tang Tian promptly expressed that it was his duty. However, Suddenly, he recalled something significant. I wonder if I could trouble the elder to inscribe a mark upon my innate Tao jade. It is a mark that would be imperceptible to the average person. It would be prudent to prepare for the matter concerning Zhongyang in advance. Chapter 73. Pregnancy. The elder assented to Tang Tian's request. Tang Tian promptly produced a piece of innate Tao jade, allowing the elder to etch a unique insignia within it. This mark would render it nearly impossible for any cultivator beneath the celestial realm to detect, and Tang Tian would be able to trace the jade's eventual whereabouts through the guidance of the mark. Whenever he wished, he could forcibly summon it back. This ability could be utilized only once, yet it would suffice for his needs. "Thank you, Elder," Tang Tian expressed his gratitude. "It is no trouble, merely a trivial matter." The elder replied, "I shall not inquire into your motivations for this action, but rest assured, you must not engage in any endeavors that would be detrimental to the sect." Tang Tian readily agreed. In truth, he merely wished to leave a contingency with Zhongyang. Should Zhongyang resist temptation, then it would be of no consequence. However, could he truly withstand it? A subtle smile played at the corners of Tang Tian's mouth. "By the way," the elder suddenly remarked, "you are still an inner disciple of the sect, correct? Do you harbor any aspirations of ascending to the status of a core disciple?" Tang Tian contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. "Not at the moment. I'm already an honorary disciple, and I do not possess a strong desire for that title. My participation in the last flag competition was merely a fleeting whim, lacking any significant purpose. However," the Grand Elder sighed softly, "you should participate after all. You have witnessed the prevailing atmosphere within the sect. Xiang Zhe, despite possessing remarkable talent, has been molded into a character that is impulsive, irascible, and arrogant, as if he believes that his innate abilities render him invincible. There are numerous disciples within the sect who share his disposition. Therefore, I wish for you to intervene to temper their arrogance, lest they venture out into the world and lose their lives due to their disdain for others." Tang Tian was taken aback. He had not anticipated such words from the Grand Elder. Although his enthusiasm was not particularly fervent, he recognized that the elder had aided him previously, and this minor task seemed reasonable enough to undertake. "Very well, I shall heed the Grand Elder's counsel," Tang Tian replied. "However, since I am to intervene, I shall do so with my full effort." By now, he was ready to reveal a portion of his true capabilities, provided he kept some cards close to his chest. The Grand Elder smiled and remarked, "That is precisely what is needed. A thorough lesson will serve to temper their overbearing arrogance." Tang Tian Juke, appreciating the Grand Elder's unique perspective on matters. Subsequently, their conversation concluded, and Tang Tian took his leave. Upon descending from the peak, he found Li Hong and the others waiting for him. Upon his return, they immediately knelt before him. "Your Grace has granted us a second chance at life. We vow with our hearts to never forget this favor." Their gratitude was palpable. The journey to the Dragon Transformation Pond had bestowed upon them immense fortune, marking a profound transformation. Tang Tian smiled as he helped him up, saying, "I already mentioned that such measures are unnecessary. Simply focus on your cultivation." Regarding oaths, Tang Tian did not impose any stringent expectations. Every action he undertook was driven by his own intentions. "Let us return." The group began to descend the mountain. Along the way, Tang Tian observed several esteemed elders hurrying towards the peak, their expressions grim, leaving him puzzled about the unfolding events. Moments later, they arrived back at the purple bamboo courtyard. Tang Tian settled beneath the old locust tree, contemplating for a while before summoning Gu Xiaoxue. After engaging in casual conversation for a brief period, he divulged all that had transpired. Gu Xiaoxue, though innocent, was not foolish. She quickly grasped the underlying implications. "Are you suggesting that my senior sister deliberately assigned me the role of guard?" she whispered. Tang Tian sighed gently. "I have inquired about it. The innate talents of Son of Heaven do not necessitate any elixirs to break through realms prior to the tribulation phase. I believe your senior sister ought to be aware of this. However, we cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of other circumstances." Gu Xiaoxue lowered her head, remaining silent for a moment before softly responding, "I understand. Ever since my senior sister's defeat in the last 100 schools competition, The elders have been rather neglectful towards her. Tang Tian remained silent. This girl was astute. She was not foolish, but merely chose to feign ignorance at times. I shall not intervene in your matters. You must handle them on your own from now on. However, since Zhongyang has entangled me in this affair, I must make certain preparations, Tang Tian stated. Gu Xiaoxue nodded and inquired, so what do you intend to do? Is there anything you need me to assist with? Tang Tian pondered for a moment, hesitating before responding. Well, I do have a plan in mind, but it may require a small sacrifice on your part. Gu Xiaoxue was taken aback, asking, what kind of sacrifice? Tang Tian beckoned her closer and whispered something in her ear. Upon hearing it, Gu Xiaoxue's face flushed a deep crimson, reaching all the way to her neck, a sight that nearly instilled a sense of guilt in Tang Tian. But I'm only 15. I'll be 16 in 2 months. Her voice was barely audible. Tang Tian cleared his throat twice. It's merely a small-scale dissemination, primarily aimed at ensuring Zhongyang hears this rumor. Of course, if you are unwilling, I can devise another plan. Gu Xiaoxue fell silent for a considerable time, until Tang Tian, feeling increasingly uneasy and on the verge of giving up, heard her softly say, it's all right. Am willing. Tang Tian exhaled a long sigh. That period of uncertainty had been excruciating. With her affirmative response, he promptly sent her back to her room. On her way back, the girl still bore a vivid blush on her face. Taking a deep breath, Tang Tian sought to calm his own emotions and called for Li Hong. I need you to help me spread a piece of news. He communicated his plans to Li Hong. Li Hong was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, really? Tang Tian's expression darkened. Of course not. What on earth are you thinking? I merely sought a justification for presenting a gift to that old fellow, Zhongyang. Alas, it seems I have inadvertently wronged Xiao Shui, tarnishing her reputation. Remember, as long as Zhongyang hears of it, that suffices. There is no need for widespread dissemination. Li Hong nodded thoughtfully and then remarked with a smile, in truth, you are overthinking this. Given your prior reputation, the mere presence of Xiao Shui by your side implies a tacit understanding of what may transpire. Tang Tian pursed his lips, replying, yet the reality is otherwise. Let us proceed in this manner, but do remember to keep it discreet. Li Hong acquiesced and subsequently departed from the Zijou courtyard. Tang Tian reclined in his chair, gazing into the distance, his expression serene as he pondered an unknown matter. 2 days later, while en route to the meritorious hall, Zhongyang stumbled upon an intriguing piece of information. Gu Xiaoxue was pregnant. Taken aback for a moment, a subtle smile graced his lips. How delightful. Elder Han Hai, it seems, will soon emerge from seclusion, won't he? With a light-hearted stride, Zhongyang made his way towards the meritorious hall. Chapter 74. Greed. 3 days later, Tang Tian accompanied Li Hong to the main peak, arriving at the meritorious hall. Upon entering the Hall of Reputation, Tang Tian encountered Zhongyang for the 3rd time. Young Master Tang, what brings you here? Zhongyang inquired. It was evident to Tang Tian that Zhongyang's demeanor had shifted compared to their previous encounters, seemingly adopting a more distant stance. Tang Tian smiled and replied, I happened to be passing by and thought I would pay you a visit. After all, you are the one who altered the course of my destiny. Zhongyang lifted his eyelids and cast a glance at Tang Tian, then shifted his seated posture and said, this is merely my duty. There is no need for you to be so courteous, young Master Tang. Should you require anything, feel free to speak. Dan Tian Ingwili Juke. Perceiving this as an attempt to distance himself after completing his task. At this point, he was already quite clear-minded. Then I shall speak plainly. Tang Tian smiled and continued. You are aware that my current status differs from that of the past. The previous retainer I accepted no longer suffices for my stature. Therefore, I wish to seek several outstanding disciples, with the same criteria as before. They must be obedient, striking in appearance, well-proportioned, and competent, pure disciples. Zhongyang squinted at Tang Tian for a moment and remarked, the physique of the young is indeed impressive. However, it seems you have misunderstood something. If you seek courtesans, you should go to the Yanhua Lane. This is the Reputation Hall. His unceremonious tone clearly indicated his stance. Tang Tian paused momentarily and replied with a smile, Elder Zhong. That was not the impression given previously. Zhongyang restrained his expression and said coolly, "One may indulge in food indiscriminately, but one must not speak carelessly. I have always conducted my affairs in accordance with the sect's rules, with decorum and impartiality. The matters you handled here before were likewise beyond reproach." Dan Tian smiled, feigning ignorance, and produced a delicate small box from his bosom, placing it before Zhongyang. "I understand. Just a token of my appreciation, not a formal gift." Zhongyang gazed at the small box, remaining utterly motionless, and spoke with a leisurely tone. "Is this what you intend to use to test the elder? To be frank, I shall never accept gifts under any circumstances. Moreover, just a few days ago, the sect issued a stern directive prohibiting any such occurrences. In light of this, are you attempting to ensnare me?" Tang Tian regarded Zhongyang and, with a gentle sigh, replied, "Very well. If that is the case, let us pretend I have not been here today." With that, he rose to depart the elegant chamber, taking his belongings with him. "Do take the items," Zhongyang remarked nonchalantly. Tang Tian turned back, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Xiaoxue is with child. Perhaps you believe this matter does not concern you, but I still wish to express my gratitude. Open it and see. If it is of use, feel free to keep it. If not, you may dispose of it as you wish. Rest assured, I shall not disclose this to anyone." With that, Tang Tian departed the elegant chamber. Zhongyang, contemplating the exquisite small box before him, hesitated for a considerable time before finally prying it open just a crack. A collection of ordinary spirit fruits tumbled out, alongside a piece of jade exuding a nebulous radiance, resplendent and ethereal, as if crafted by the heavens. With a sharp clap, Zhongyang slammed the lid shut, his brow furrowed. Yet, in the end, he swiftly stowed the small box away. The innate Taoist jade, even for an elder of his stature, was an exceedingly rare and precious artifact. Should he let this opportunity slip, who could predict when the next chance would arise? After securing the box, a cold smirk played upon Zhongyang's lips. "Do not disclose anything to anyone. It seems you have little choice in the matter. But what does it matter? As long as I do not acknowledge it, who could possibly know if you have gifted me anything?" He chuckled coldly, speaking to himself. Meanwhile, Tang Tian stood at the entrance of the Hall of Merits, beckoning Li Hong to join him as they departed together. The innate Dao jade was indeed acquired from the Grand Elder. In his possession was a small jade talisman, which allowed him to clearly see that the innate Dao jade had never left Zhongyang's private quarters. A person inherently filled with greed could hardly resist such temptation. "If you wish to push me into the abyss, do not blame me for retaliating in kind." Having completed these thoughts, Tang Tian returned to the purple bamboo courtyard. He had already laid the groundwork. When the opportune moment arose, it would naturally come into play. All that was left was to wait. Subsequently, Tang Tian immersed himself once more in his cultivation. During the expedition to the dragon pool, he had absorbed the most dragon essence. Indeed, it could be said that over a third of the dragon essence had been entirely consumed by the Taotai secret technique, integrating it into his very being. With each session of cultivation, wisps of dragon essence would diffuse, thereby accelerating his progress. In merely a few days, he experienced another breakthrough, reaching the late stage of the Golden Core realm. With over a month remaining before the selection of core disciples, he would undoubtedly achieve the Yuan Ing stage by then. Young disciples, prepare yourselves. Await your elder brother Tang to impart a lesson upon you. That sounds a bit perverse. Oh well, let it be so. After all, his illustrious name has long been established. A few days later, Tang Tian successfully attained the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, positioning himself to embark upon the arduous journey towards the nascent soul realm. However, at this juncture, a long-awaited message from Qin Hai finally arrived. Beneath the old locust tree, Tang Tian listened intently to Li Hong's report. Qin Hai had unearthed new leads. It was indeed apparent that someone had orchestrated Tian Feng's actions that day, though it remained uncertain whether Du Yuanqing was the mastermind. Moreover, he had made contact with the upper echelons of the Tungyun Chamber of Commerce. Should he successfully navigate the necessary connections, he could unveil the entire truth. Yet, this endeavor seemed far from straightforward. Qin Hai indicated that he required assistance from the young master in this matter. Li Hong remarked, and Tang Tian gently inquired, "What does he wish for me to do?" Li Hong replied, "Qin Hai believes that to earn the complete trust of the Tingyun Chamber's higher-ups, he must demonstrate his worth. The essence of a merchant's value lies in trade. If possible, he intends to bring the Chamber's leaders to engage in a transaction with you. However, the sum involved will be exceedingly substantial." At this, Tang Tian chuckled. "Is that all? If we are to engage in a transaction, let it be a fortuitous one. Assure him that regardless of the amount, he need not hesitate." Li Hong hesitated. "According to Qin Hai, it may exceed 100 trillion. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. "Tell him, the greater the sum, the better. By the way, when selecting resources, advise him to prioritize those pertaining to cultivation techniques and supplementary training materials. The higher the level of auxiliary cultivation methods, the better. As for the techniques, any level will suffice, and one may acquire as many as desired." The resources for auxiliary cultivation are primarily prepared for Li Hong and his companions, while the techniques serve to expand the path of all laws. Tang Tian harbored a subtle premonition that should he cultivate this path of all laws to its pinnacle, it would undoubtedly rival any celestial means. Chapter 75. Votes and shares. Qin Hai acted with remarkable swiftness. Within days of receiving the news, he had everything arranged and expressed his intention to visit Tang Tian. His urgency was palpable in his words. Tang Tian did not delay in sending back a positive response. That very afternoon, Qin Hai arrived at the Zijou courtyard accompanied by a young man clad in luxurious attire. "Young Master Tang, this is the esteemed Lord Qi Bin from the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce whom I mentioned," Qin Hai introduced. Qi Bin, true to his name, exuded a refined demeanor. Clasping his hands and smiling as he remarked, "I have long heard of young Master Tang's illustrious reputation. To meet you in person today is indeed extraordinary." Tang Tian graciously acknowledged the compliment and invited them into the Zijou courtyard. Once seated, Qi Bin surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Are you familiar with the bamboo forest Taoist?" Tang Tian paused momentarily. "Is he not the one who constructed this very bamboo forest and Zijou courtyard?" Qi Bin nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. Once upon a time, I had the privilege of meeting him. He was a remarkably kind elder, though alas, his fate was not as fortunate." He sighed softly. Tang Tian fell silent. The bamboo forest Taoist had long since passed, a century ago. In other words, the seemingly youthful Qi Bin before us is, in fact, over a century old. In the realm of cultivation, this is quite commonplace. Take, for instance, figures like Lu Chang'e and Mo Xiao Xiao. Although they are referred to as young masters and young ladies, their ages are likely far from insignificant. However, these details bear little relevance to him. Let us return to the matter at hand. Tang Tian inquired, "What have you brought with you this time?" Qi Bin replied with a slight smile, "Though this is our first meeting and our inaugural transaction, Manager Qin holds your financial prowess in high regard. Hence, I have brought a considerable assortment. Please take a look, young master." With that, he produced 3 Shumi rings and placed them before Tang Tian. Tang Tian immediately began his examination. The first Shumi ring contained a plethora of common cultivation resources, all of exceptionally high grade and quality, with many surpassing the celestial tier. The second ring was filled with specialized resources and facilities designed to aid in cultivation, including combat puppets, sword formations, and illusion arrays, all of which significantly enhance practical combat abilities. Such items generally command a high price. Finally, the third Shumi ring was brimming with an array of jade slips containing various cultivation techniques. Qin Hai had indeed collected an impressive assortment of techniques, ranging from the most rudimentary to those of celestial level, amounting to nearly 10,000 upon a cursory estimate. Although many of these techniques are obscure and seldom considered by ordinary cultivators, Tang Tian was not one to be picky. Regardless of the nature of the techniques, the more, the better. The 3 storage rings clearly delineated their corresponding values. In total, it amounts to 170 trillion spirit gems. Tang Tian slightly furrowed his brow. During the recent inspection meeting, he had acquired several billion consumption points, all of which had been expended on upgrading the realm of the Tao Tai secret technique. Now, there was scarcely any remaining. With today's editions, he still lacked 10 billion consumption points to simultaneously exchange for the saint-level talent and saint-level physique. How could they be so precise? Noticing Tang Tian's frown, Qin Hai's heart leapt into his throat. Qi Bin, on the other hand, chuckled softly. I have indeed prepared an abundance of items, primarily because I was uncertain of young Master Tang's preferences. Please feel free to select any that you fancy. It is already a privilege for me to engage and trade with you. His words were measured, clearly aimed at sparing Tang Tian any embarrassment. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Select? Tang Tian Zito, Isapoda. What is there to choose from? There is only this little. I will take them all. Let us settle the account now. With that, he began to pull out money from his pocket. Qi Bin was immediately taken aback. He was a well-known figure, having encountered countless wealthy young masters over the past century. Yet he had never witnessed anyone like Tang Tian. A mere glance, and he was pulling out money as if fearing the seller would retract their offer. Brother, this is 170 trillion, not just 170. As Tang Tian produced a pile of innate Taoist jade, Qi Bin's eyelid twitched, leaving him at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Qin Hai let out a long sigh, finally putting his mind at ease. Soon, Tang Tian displayed dozens of pieces of innate Dao jade and remarked, I have a rather peculiar approach to consumption. Let us first transact a portion. The remainder can be settled later. The system space can only accommodate this much. Beyond that, there is none. Qi Bin nodded coldly. Everything shall proceed according to your wishes, young master. However, might I suggest that you take a closer look? Many of those techniques are, in fact, rather unconventional. After uttering this, Qi Bin immediately chastised himself internally. What was he doing? Was he not accustomed to such smooth transactions? Was he being foolish? Nevertheless, Tang Tian's response once again exceeded his expectations. Are you implying that the unconventional techniques are scarce and require an additional fee? No problem. State your price. Tang Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. Qi Bin opened his mouth, then placed a hand on his forehead. No, that is not what I meant. What I was trying to say is, never mind, I meant no offense. Let us adhere to the original price we agreed upon. Tang Tian was momentarily speechless. What was the meaning of this lengthy discourse? Regardless of Qi Bin's intent, after several transactions, all resources were acquired by Tang Tian. At this moment, the innate Dao Jade in his system had surpassed 200, and the number of consumption points had risen to over 17 billion. The coveted divine talent was now within his grasp. The surplus of over 70 billion would be devoted to the comprehension of techniques, in hopes of advancing his understanding of the myriad paths. Yet, these matters were for another time. The successful completion of the transaction brought a noticeable sense of relief to several individuals, particularly Qin Hai, who appeared as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity, prompting Tang Tian to steal several glances at him. The financial prowess of young Master Tang truly commands respect. Even young Master Du of your esteemed clan has never executed a transaction of such magnitude in a single instance, remarked Qi Bin with a smile. Tang Tian felt a stir of curiosity within and inquired, Does Du Yuanqing often collaborate with you? Qi Bin nodded affirmatively. Young Master Du has established a long-term agreement with our Tengyun Chamber of Commerce. His resource needs from your clan will be prioritized through our chamber. In certain pivotal moments, we may choose to extend our support to him, perhaps even cast a vote in his favor. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow slightly. A vote? Qi Bin chuckled. The Qinghua sect and other affiliated sects under the Yunding Tian Fu share a somewhat similar structure. We have previously supported some honorary disciples in ascending to such positions within other sections. Previously, Yin Kong had informed him that there were 3 factors to consider for ascending to the position of second in command: merit, internal influence within the sect, and external influence beyond the sect. The Tengyun Chamber of Commerce must indeed represent a form of external influence. Moreover, according to Qi Bin, they even possess voting rights. Yet, could Du Yuanqing, given his capabilities, truly aspire to contend for such a position? One cannot entirely dismiss this possibility. If that were the case, was Du Yuanqing's deliberate probing through Tian Feng also connected to this matter? Was he concerned that Tang Tian posed a threat to him? Tang Tian shook his head. He had no desire to become embroiled in that matter. Nevertheless, no one could impede his consumption. "Let's discuss the next transaction," he said. "I hope you can procure more resources." Qin was taken aback for a moment, then offered a wry smile. "Young Master Tang, to be candid, the resources allocated by the Trading Association for each region are, in fact, quite limited. The recent transaction has already depleted half of our inventory, and it is impossible for the next transaction to surpass this quantity." Tang Tian was astonished. Had he effectively emptied the association's stock? It appeared that 100 trillion had become the upper limit for this region, and surpassing that threshold was no longer as effortless as before. This was indeed disheartening news. Tang Tian furrowed his brow. Noticing Tang Tian's apparent displeasure, Qin quickly added, "If you truly require more, there is another avenue available." Tang Tian inquired, "What avenue?" Qin explained, "In a few months, the Tingyun Trading Association will conduct a redistribution of certain equities. If you can acquire sufficient shares, you'll be able to allocate resources as you see fit. Moreover, I suspect young Master Du will also choose to act during this opportunity. And if he secures some shares, the voting situation will be even more favorable." Tang Tian pondered for a moment and asked, "How does one obtain these shares?" Qin replied, "Typically, the most straightforward method is through purchase. However, the sum required is certainly substantial. To achieve your objective, I estimate you will need to prepare at least 10 trillion. After speaking, he secretly wiped the sweat from his brow. A staggering trillion, truly unfathomable. Yet, Tang Tian smiled brightly, finding it rather amusing. "I shall contemplate this carefully." Chapter 76. The entry into the realm of all laws. Tang Tian did not provide Qin with a definitive answer. To participate in the upcoming equity distribution of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce, one must depart from the Qin West sect and venture forth personally. This was not a trivial matter. Lacking sufficient assurance, Tang Tian would rather forego those consumption points than place his life in jeopardy. Leaving the confines of the Qin West sect meant relinquishing a formidable innate shield, plunging into a brutal world governed by the law of the jungle, where the strong prey upon the weak. Moreover, Qin's remarks regarding Du Yuanqing were laced with ulterior motives. It was imperative to discern his true intentions. Fortunately, it appeared there were still several months before the equity distribution, allowing ample time for consideration. During this interval, engaging in further transactions would provide an opportunity to assess Qin's character. As for Qin Hai, alas, Tang Tian's appetite for growth was accelerating beyond measure, rendering it increasingly challenging for Qin Hai to meet his demands. Henceforth, he would serve merely as a liaison, tasked with overseeing various other matters. Upon the completion of their transaction, Qin Hai expressed profound gratitude to Tang Tian. The incident involving Tian Feng had irrevocably soured their relationship. Should the volume of this transaction fail to meet Qin's expectations, he would undoubtedly be cast aside, with unpredictable consequences. Thus, when Tang Tian seized all the resources, his demeanor reflected that transformation. Having already earned Qin's trust, he now faced Tian Feng with unwavering confidence. "Rest assured, young Master Tang, I shall investigate him thoroughly," Qin Hai exclaimed with enthusiasm. Tang Tian nodded, advising him to exercise caution. Subsequently, Qin and Qin Hai departed together, while Tang Tian returned to his secluded meditation chamber. With over 17 billion consumption points at his disposal, he could redeem either a sacred-level talent or a sacred-level physique. After contemplation, Tang Tian opted for the talent, acknowledging the paramount importance of cultivation. Destined child, 10 billion consumption points. Upon completion of the redemption, a profound sensation enveloped him, as if he were adrift in an infinite expanse, immersed within the principles of the universe. Countless laws and rules of the Tao swept past him, vividly perceptible. Consequently, his understanding of these principles deepened considerably. Time lost its meaning in that ethereal realm. When his consciousness returned to the meditation chamber, he realized that night had fallen. Unbeknownst to him, he had transformed his essence, entering the Yuan-Ing realm. The overwhelming sensation sparked a sense of enlightenment within him. His unique path began to manifest, faint yet distinct. At last, he was no longer feeble. Tang Tian exhaled deeply. Since his transmigration, he had traversed myriad experiences, and his cultivation had always been a significant source of frustration. Despite his status as an honorary disciple, he relied on bodyguards and guests to maintain his presence in the sect. But in this moment, he had finally caught up. In the initial stage of the nascent soul, though not yet comparable to the elite core disciples, he nonetheless occupies a position within the upper echelon of their ranks. Moreover, his true prowess extends far beyond merely the early nascent soul stage. It was unexpected to achieve a breakthrough so swiftly. This upcoming selection of core disciples promises to be an exhilarating experience. A smile graced Tang Tian's lips, considering it an opportunity to assist the Grand Elder in assessing the caliber of this cohort of core disciples. After a brief respite, Tang Tian retrieved the Shumi ring filled with various cultivation techniques. With nearly 10,000 distinct methods, many of which surpassed the celestial tier, the expenditure of 70 billion points might scarcely suffice. Patience is key. Tang Tian selected a mundane-level technique and commenced the exchange for the corresponding number of enlightenment sessions. Days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Throughout this period, Tang Tian scarcely left the confines of the cultivation chamber. Given the multitude of techniques available, even elevating a single one required considerable time. However, through relentless diligence, he eventually exhausted over 70 billion points, advancing the majority of the techniques to the realm of consummation. As the number of cultivated techniques multiplied, the path of myriad laws underwent a silent transformation. In an expanse of boundless space, Tang Tian floated effortlessly. Beneath him lay an immense and resplendent sea of stars. This stellar ocean shimmered with countless celestial lights, each twinkling brilliantly. Each light represented a technique at the consummate level. Among them, the most radiant was the previously elevated Tao Tai secret art, its size eclipsing the other lights, an unmistakable beacon of brilliance. Moments later, Tang Tian's figure vanished from this realm and reappeared in the serene meditation chamber outside. It should be considered an initiation, perhaps. The path of 10,000 methods, although a self-created technique, was one whose nuances Tang Tian could perceive. He was now a far cry from the novice he once was. Gazing at the 4-stone ahead, Tang Tian gently clenched his fist. Instantly, a tremendous aura surged forth from the western expanse, converging within the palm of his hand. Yet, he quickly abandoned the idea of conducting an experiment. A foreboding intuition warned him that if he were to truly attempt this here, the meditation chamber, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a cultivator in the fusion stage, would likely be obliterated by him. The caliber of the path of 10,000 methods far surpassed any technique Tang Tian had encountered thus far. Perhaps it had ascended to an unfathomable realm. This shall be my greatest trump card, Tang Tian mused inwardly. After a brief moment, he rose and exited the meditation chamber. The sunlight was blinding, and the crown of the old locust tree conveniently did not obscure his door, bathing him in its warm glow. Stretching luxuriously, Tang Tian seated himself at the stone table. Subsequently, he summoned Li Hong. "Has anything noteworthy transpired recently?" he inquired, as he had been engrossed in his cultivation and had not paid heed to the outside world. "Not much," Li Hong replied. "There have been no visitors these past few days, and everything else appears to be normal. However, it seems a rumor has circulated, suggesting that you intend to participate in the upcoming core disciple selection, and that you aim to overpower others with ease. Surely that cannot be true?" Tang Tian cast a glance at him and remarked, "Indeed, I intend to participate. However, I never uttered such foolishness as to suggest trampling others into the ground." Li Hong chuckled lightly. Rumors, after all, tend to be exaggerated. Yet, some disciples seem to have taken it to heart, as several formidable intersect elites have emerged, clamoring to temper your spirit. Tang Tian felt speechless inwardly. This matter undoubtedly originated from the elder's words. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He had no intention of being courteous. In that case, he would relish the opportunity to appreciate the prowess of these so-called intersect elites. It was nothing of consequence. "Is there anything else?" Tang Tian inquired. Li Hong pondered for a moment and replied, By the way, Xiao Shui made a breakthrough to the initial stage of transformation yesterday. It's truly astonishing. She is the fastest learner I have ever encountered. Well, of course, you are the exception. Tang Tian smirked. He still found himself somewhat perplexed regarding Gu Xiaoshui's talent. Having experienced the phenomenon of a prodigy, he had not witnessed such remarkable performance. Yet, she undeniably possessed the attributes of a gifted individual, which remained a source of confusion. However, Tang Tian chose not to dwell on it further. Each person has their own unique opportunities, and the realm of cultivation is rife with prodigies, some even more extraordinary than Gu Xiaoshui. Very well, you all should strive diligently and make good use of what I have provided you. As he spoke, Tang Tian's communication jade suddenly stirred with activity. This particular jade was not something just anyone could use to reach him. Upon examining it, he discovered it was a message from the young sect master, Yin Kong. The contents of the message were remarkably straightforward and clear. The day after tomorrow, in the main hall of the sect leader, there will be a discussion regarding matters concerning the sixth peak. Tang Tian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Finally, it has arrived. Chapter 77, Peak Master Qi Yuan. Over the span of 2 days, Tang Tian thoroughly consolidated the results of his recent cultivation. The outcome of this consolidation was evident. In terms of discourse, the 4 individuals were no longer his match, their roles completely reversed. In the contest of techniques, even when united, they were firmly suppressed by Tang Tian. In practical combat, as long as he refrained from employing strength beyond the transformation stage, Tang Tian could easily subdue them all. Young master, it is truly a pity that such prowess goes unrecognized within the sect, Li Hong remarked with a wry smile. Earlier, he had resorted to techniques from the transformation stage, yet he still found no advantage against Tang Tian, resulting in a hasty defeat. Can brilliance be consumed as sustenance? Tang Tian shook his head, understanding Li Hong's implication. If he were merely a core disciple, he would undoubtedly gain the sect's favor, facilitating his ascent into the upper echelons. However, he was reluctant to pursue that path. Strength was paramount, and there was no need for widespread recognition, which offered little substantial benefit. One cannot dismiss it so easily. Li Hong countered. If one could attract the attention of the upper echelons, becoming an iconic figure among the disciples, the advantages would be considerable. Numerous secret locations, akin to the Dragon Transformation Pool, are typically not open to the public. Only those disciples who genuinely represent the future of the sect can access the most elite cultivation resources and environments. Tang Tian fell silent. Indeed, the finest treasures are inevitably bestowed upon the most exceptional individuals. Many things in life cannot be acquired through mere monetary means. While the Qingyue sect may not possess anything that would capture Tang Tian's interest, the Yunding Tianfu is an entirely different realm, a genuine abode of immortals. Should one gain entry into the Yunding Tianfu, it would warrant serious consideration of Li Hong's counsel. Let fate dictate the course, Tang Tian remarked. Subsequently, the group exchanged insights on their recent battles when suddenly, the formation outside the Zizhu courtyard was triggered. Upon investigation, it was revealed that a representative from the Yin Kong sect had arrived to extend an invitation for Tang Tian to visit the Grand Master's inner sanctum. Wasting no time, Tang Tian departed with the envoy. Moments later, the two ascended the peak of the sect, where Yun Kong awaited them outside the Grand Master's hall. Young Master Tang, he greeted Vice Master. The two exchanged pleasantries before proceeding towards the inner hall. Young Master Tang, I heard from the elder that you are also preparing to participate in this core disciple selection battle. Yin Kong inquired as they walked. Tang Tian nodded affirmatively. Once, my greatest aspiration was to ascend to a core position. Given this opportunity, I cannot let it slip by. He spoke with sincerity. Indeed, in the past, Tang Tian had harbored deep admiration for the inner and core disciples, often dreaming of the glory that might be his. Regrettably, he never realized that dream before closing his eyes for the last time. Let this be a chance to fulfill that aspiration, he mused. Yun Kong Shukud, your participation will undoubtedly serve as a valuable lesson for the younger generation. The elder is quite dissatisfied with the current state of the sect. So do not hesitate to show your full prowess when the time comes. Tang Tian offered no response. In truth, he is also a young man. Well, ishal domi utmost. Let us discuss today as matters. Tang Tian was reluctant to delve deeper into that topic. Yun Kong nodded and said, "Today is merely a preliminary discussion. The Lord of the Sixth Peak, along with several senior elders, has arrived. They have formulated several initial construction plans. We shall examine each one in turn and deliberate on which plan is most suitable. The primary concern remains the financial aspect, as the required investments for the various plans differ significantly, depending on your capacity for acceptance. Additionally, we will discuss your forthcoming position at the Sixth Peak, along with some specific rights. I have reviewed this in advance, and it is fundamentally similar to the arrangements for Mo Xiao Xiao and the others. Tang Tian note that, essentially, this means that if he successfully undertakes the overall investment for the Sixth Peak, he will be on par with Mo Xiao Xiao and her associates. As for the finances, that is hardly a concern. As the two walked and conversed, they soon arrived at the garden behind the hall. Just as they entered the garden, a robust figure suddenly descended from the sky, landing heavily before Tang Tian and Yun Kong. This was a bald man, towering above Tang Tian, clad in a short shirt. His arms were as thick as the thighs of an average person, muscles bulging, exuding primal vigor. His face was rugged, and his large eyes stared fiercely at Yun Kong as he bellowed, "Little Kong, where's my patron?" Tang Tian. "Little Kong?" Yun Kong, with a look of exasperation, remarked, "Uncle Chi, did we not agree to refrain from such forms of address in public?" The burly man shot him a fierce glance, declaring, "This is Qin sect. I shall call you what I please. Enough of this nonsense. Swiftly bring me the benefactor. I have long spoken of constructing the Sixth Peak. Yet what has transpired? 3 years have turned to 3 more, and again 3 years have passed. Over a decade has slipped by. If you dare to deceive me once more today, I shall not hesitate to dismantle your dwelling." The man's furious roar resonated, leaving Tang Tian with a buzzing sensation in his ears. Yun Kong, with a hint of sincerity, replied, "I assure you, I am not deceiving you this time." He then gestured towards Tang Tian. "This gentleman is the one interested in investing in the construction of a Sixth Peak, Master Tang Tian." "Master Tang, this is our future peak master, Qi Yuan." Upon hearing Yun Kong's introduction, Qi Yuan abruptly turned his gaze, his eyes widening as he stared at Tang Tian. Tang Tian found himself at a loss for how to respond, merely locking eyes with him. Their mutual gaze created an awkward silence. "Uncle Qi." Yun Kong attempted to interject, but was swiftly seized by Qi Yuan, who tossed him aside as if he were a mere feather, sending him 10 meters away. A thunderous laughter erupted, echoing in Tang Tian's ears. Qi Yuan approached, his robust arm slung over Tang Tian's shoulder, exclaiming, "So you are Brother Jean. I have long perceived your extraordinary demeanor. Indeed, you are a true dragon among men. I even saw your brilliance while you were still at the foot of the mountain. Tang Tian, dare to be even more ostentatious? Ever since I arrived, you haven't even spared me a glance. Moreover, my surname is not Jean. Master Qi." "You flatter me," Tang Tian remarked. Qi Yuan laughed heartily. Where? I haven't even properly praised you yet. Come, Brother Jean. Let us step inside and converse earnestly." With that, he took Tang Tian by the arm and led him forward. Tang Tian felt an irresistible force propelling him onward, as if it aimed to prevent him from fleeing. "Do not be afraid," Qi Yuan said as they walked. "The construction of our Sixth Peak will not cost much at all. I have ensured that those dense-headed elders have calculated it meticulously. A mere trifling sum will suffice as the startup capital. Truly, do not be apprehensive." As Tang Tian sensed the force that seemed to bind him entirely, he could not help but twitch at the corner of his eye. "Brother, who exactly is afraid here? Furthermore, your words hold not a shred of credibility." The two swiftly made their way into the garden. At that moment, Yun Kong approached from a distance, tidying his disheveled hair and shaking his head as he followed suit. Chapter 78. My patron brother in the serene and elegant abode of the sect masteress rear hall, Tang Tian, Yun Kong, and Qi Yuan sat opposite each other. Behind Qi Yuan, several elderly figures were seated, likely the future elders in charge of the Sixth Peak. These senior elders were regarded as the highest-ranking members of the Qin sect, typically stern and imposing, exuding an air of gravitas. However, before Qi Yuan, they appeared exceedingly cautious, prompting Tang Tian to silently ponder the true ferocity of this boisterous, burly man. "Ha ha ha! Brother Jean, shall we commence our discussion?" Qi Yuan said, rubbing his palm like a fan. Tang Tian, feeling too lethargic to correct his address, replied, "Everything is at the discretion of Peak Master Qi," with a grand gesture. Qi Yuan exclaimed, "Excellent." Without turning his head, he extended his hand backwards, and an elder in charge promptly placed a jade token into his palm. "Let me see. Ah, it states thus," Qi Yuan remarked as he examined the contents of the jade token. "Brother Jean, upon the establishment of the sixth peak, you will hold the highest status among its ranks, on par with me. You will have a say in all matters concerning the main peak, including, the allocation of disciples, management of resources, planning of architectural facilities, and more." He proceeded to enumerate a plethora of rights bestowed upon Tang Tian, which, on the surface, seemed akin to the powers of a peak master. It was evident, however, that these were not his own words. He was merely reciting them, and rather clumsily at that. As he spoke, he suddenly faltered and turned to inquire, "Why is there no mention of the appointment of the elder in charge within this?" The several elders in charge exchanged glances, responding, "Peak master, that may not be appropriate, would it?" Qi Yuan's eyes widened in indignation. "What could possibly be inappropriate? Do I not possess the authority to appoint or dismiss you? Do you understand what it means to be on par with me? Hurry and grant me that." The presiding elder felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, and under the fierce gaze of Qi Yuan, cold sweat nearly trickled down his brow. Observing this, Yin Kong hastily interjected, "Uncle Qi, the appointments of the presiding elders of each peak must ultimately receive the approval of the Grand Elder. This truly deviates from proper protocol." Qi Yuan shot a sharp glance, retorting, "Have Li Tianhua personally come before me to say that? Do you truly think I fear him?" Witnessing Qi Yuan disregard even the Grand Elder's authority, Tang Tian was taken aback. What kind of formidable character was this? Sensing the atmosphere had grown awkward, he quickly added, "There is no need for you to be so agitated. Peak Master Qi, I confess, I am neither skilled in the management of affairs nor particularly interested in it. Let us instead discuss the specific plans." Tang Tian found himself at a loss for words. This individual had come forth with no preamble, laying all the benefits on the table as if in fear of his departure. Qi Yuan snorted at Yun Kong and then turned his gaze to Tang Tian, instantly donning a congenial smile. "It's all right. You need not concern yourself with them. I have already granted you this authority. Now, shall I show you the preliminary plans for the sixth peak?" Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Qi Yuan reached into his robe and produced an exquisitely crafted jade talisman. Gazing at the information contained within, he remarked to Tang Tian that the construction of the Peak Master Hall will require moonstone, Yunli rock, and the star-turning wood from the Wuxiang Seven Mountains? What on earth is this? Tan Tian, Master Qi, allow me to take a closer look. At this rate, with his stuttering recitation, he may never reach 1,000,000 words. Qi Yuan appeared somewhat reluctant, yet ultimately handed the jade talisman to Tang Tian, then sat there, fixated on him, exuding an air of anxiety. Tang Tian disregarded his gaze and began to read. Within the jade talisman lay a meticulous plan for the construction of the sixth peak, detailed to an extraordinary degree. It encompassed various materials, resources, and their corresponding price ranges, covering every minute detail. If all of it were transcribed on a paper, it would likely pile up to form a small mountain. The enormity of this undertaking prompted Tang Tian to reflect on the challenges faced by the elder administrators. After a cursory glance, he turned his attention to the final tally of funds, just under 90 trillion spirit jade. He could not help but furrow his brow. This was the construction of a main peak. How could the amount be so meager? Yet, he soon discerned the underlying issue. This preliminary construction plan included only the most fundamental elements, essentially a rudimentary framework, shockingly inadequate. Master Qi, this. Tang Tian redirected his gaze. Qi Yuan had been observing Tang Tian's expression, and upon seeing him frown, his heart skipped a beat. Hearing Tang Tian's remark, he quickly replied, Is it too much? No worries, we can streamline it further. The main hall of the peak can be omitted. I could comfortably settle in a tree hollow. There exists a living area for the presiding elders, where one could simply dig a pit for them to squat in, as once they reach such a realm, the need for sustenance or rest becomes irrelevant. Tang Tian could not help but feel a sense of embarrassment. Master Qi Fan, that is not my intention. What I meant to convey is that while this is our preliminary plan, do you not think it is rather simplistic? Qi Yuan was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Tang Tian replied with a smile. I previously heard the young master mention that you have developed several different proposals based on the investment range. Would it be possible for me to review the others as well? Qi Yuan, still in a daze, glanced at Yun Kong, and upon receiving an affirmative nod from him, slowly retrieved another jade talisman from his robe and handed it to Tang Tian. Upon a cursory examination, Tang Tian noted that this proposal was indeed more elaborate, featuring numerous essential facilities. However, the budget had consequently increased to a staggering 130 trillion. Yet, Tang Tian remained unsatisfied. Master Qi Fan, I take the investment in the construction of the sixth peak very seriously. Thus, I do not wish to proceed in a hasty manner. If we are to undertake this endeavor, let us strive for excellence. Present your highest budget plan. Do not concern yourself with financial constraints. Tang Tian asat daisi si vin. Qi Yuan stood in stunned silence, seemingly unable to comprehend what he had just heard. After a considerable pause, he cautiously inquired, Is this truly your sentiment? Tang Tian notet solemni. Qi Yuan then glanced at Yun Kong, turned to the assembly of presiding elders, and once again produced a jade talisman to present to Tang Tian. As Tang Tian examined the information, Qi Yuan remained fixated on his expression. Eventually, he observed a faint smile gracing Tang Tian's face. 400 trillion. Quite impressive. With a smile, Tang Tian placed down the jade talisman and addressed Qi Yuan, saying, However, I still find your plan somewhat conservative. I suggest you deliberate further and incorporate whatever enhancements you can. If it could be refined a bit more, that would be splendid. As for the financial concerns, you need not worry at all. I shall bear the entirety of the burden. Qi Yuan stared at Tang Tian, seemingly in a daze, for an extended period. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, grasping Tang Tian's hands tightly and shaking them vigorously. My benefactor, from this day forth, you shall be my brother from another mother. His voice resonated like thunder. Following another affirmation from Tang Tian, he promptly gathered several senior elders to revise the plan. Observing que Yuan esse exuberant de minor. Tang Tian felt a sense of astonishment. After all, he was the leader of a peak. Such a display of unrestrained excitement seemed rather unbecoming. Sensing Tang Tian's bewilderment, Yun Kong remarked, The peak master has always been this way. There is no need for young Master Tang to take offense. Moreover, he has not merely waited for decades for this position. In truth, it has been several centuries. Subsequently, Yun Kong recounted the historical tales of the Qin sect, gradually enlightening Tang Tian about its story past. Several centuries ago, the area where the Qin sect is situated was merely a desolate wilderness. It was the formidable celestial beings of the Cloud Summit who personally intervened to transform this place into an exceptional environment for cultivation. Subsequently, the Qin sect was established. A multitude of individuals flocked here, some as warriors, while others possessed remarkable management skills. With the support of the heavenly domain, within just a few decades, the Qin sect ascended to become one of the most powerful sects within a vast radius of tens of thousands of miles. In the following years, most of the higher-ups gradually departed, leaving behind only a handful to oversee the administration. Among them were the rarely seen Grand Elders, the sect leader of Qinghua, the esteemed Grand Elderly Tianhua, and the recently encountered Qi Yuan, who were part of the initial high-ranking echelon of that era. While several leaned towards management, Qi Yuan primarily shouldered the responsibilities of warfare. Over 300 years ago, during the contest for the position of sect leader against the former leader, Qi suffered defeat. More than 200 years ago, he again lost to Grand Elderly in the bid for the position of Grand Elder. As the era of significant development unfolded, He had hoped to at least secure the title of Peak Master. However, over a century ago, he committed a grievous error that nearly led to the ruin of the Qin sect. Yun Kong Sigid. Tang Tian remained silent, reflecting on the unfortunate fate of Qi Yuan. What was the mistake? Tang Tian inquired. Yin Kong shook his head with a smile. This is something many are aware of. Over 100 years ago, a terrifying power struggle erupted within the Qin sect. The origin of this conflict lies with Master Qi Fan. At that time, he was still discontent with merely being the leader of a single peak. He harbored aspirations to secure the position of deputy sect master within the Qin sect, aiming for a status equal to that of the Grand Elder. However, his ambitions were exploited by certain individuals, igniting a tremendous tempest of power. Many lives were lost, including those of several high-ranking officials from the Heavenly Mansion. Take, for instance, Taoist Zhu, who descended from the Heavenly Mansion and made significant contributions to the early development of the Qin sect. He was a kind-hearted man, averse to conflict, merely wishing to enjoy his twilight years in peace. Regrettably, he too became embroiled in the chaos, ultimately perishing. Tang Tian was taken aback. Is he the one who planted that grove of purple bamboo and established the purple bamboo courtyard? Yin Kong nodded. Indeed, that was his residence. After that incident, the purple bamboo courtyard remained sealed. Yet, for reasons unknown, it was reopened at the end of last year. Had it not been for the reservations of others, it surely would not have waited for you to arrive and rent it. Yin Kong chuckled. Tang Tian acknowledged this, recalling that Wang Ziyu had mentioned the matter previously. Moreover, upon his initial stay, he discovered that the facilities and arrangements within the purple bamboo courtyard were reminiscent of a retirement home. By the way, it has been a while since I last saw Wang Ziyu. I wonder what he's been occupied with lately. What happened next? Tang Tian inquired. Yin Kong continued. Events unfolded with startling rapidity. Under the influence of those with ulterior motives, by the time Master Qi realized he had been manipulated, it was already too late to rectify the situation. Ultimately, Master Qi and Elder Li joined forces, rallying a formidable assembly of high-ranking members to quell the chaos, thereby sparing Qin sect from annihilation. In the aftermath, Tianfu dealt with a significant number of sect leaders, even dismissing the Elder sect master for negligence, appointing a new sect master in his stead. Master Qi was the catalyst of this turmoil, yet he also emerged as a key figure in restoring order, thus balancing his merits and faults, resulting in minimal consequences for him. However, following this incident, the position of vice sect master became unattainable, and he was likewise excluded from the leadership of the four main peaks. It was only with the imminent construction of the sixth peak and the lack of suitable candidates that he was reinstated. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian finally comprehended the urgency in Qi Yuan's demeanor regarding this position. If the delay continued and a more fitting candidate emerged, who could say how long he would have to wait for the next opportunity? However, he was perplexed as to why Tianfu, being the subordinate sect of Qin, did not intervene in such a significant crisis. Surely, if those of such high caliber took action, the situation would have been swiftly resolved. Tang Tian voiced his concerns. Yin Kong sighed wryly, responding, Tianfu oversees hundreds of subordinate sects. To be blunt, they are hardly concerned with the fate of Qin sect. In comparison to the future of the Qin sect, those in higher positions are more concerned with whether they can cultivate individuals of greater capability through certain endeavors. Just like the Qin sect, I have served as the junior sect master for many years, despite some achievements. The multitude of mistakes I have made is as numerous as the stars in the sky, countless and beyond reckoning. These errors have altered the fates of many disciples, and some have even been irrevocably ruined. Yet, the esteemed sect master and the grand elder seldom inquire. They merely observe as I tread upon the path of my missteps, allowing me to learn from my experiences more profoundly. It is only when an error becomes so egregious that it cannot be overlooked that they choose to intervene. Just a few days ago, following the incident at the Dragon Transformation Pool, the Grand Elder convened a high-level meeting, delivering a stern critique of the current state of cultivation within the sect. Tang Tian remained silent, unsure of how to respond. The perspectives of ordinary people differ greatly from those of the higher-ups. This disparity is not a matter of right or wrong. As an old adage wisely states, one's position determines one's thoughts. Regardless of one's station, one can only endeavor to perform their duties to the best of their abilities. Sometimes, even if one does not change, the broader environment will compel a shift in direction. With a long sigh, Tang Tian shook his head and smiled, saying, "If you put it that way, I can generally understand Master Chi's disposition." Yin Kong replied with a smile. Aside from external factors, his character has always been thus. Moreover, there have indeed been instances where investors, frightened by the enormity of the construction funds, fled in panic. That is why he behaves in such a manner. Tang Tian nodded in understanding. After engaging in casual conversation for a while, Qi Yuan returned with several elder officials. They refined the initial plans further and devised numerous directions for future development, with the financial scale increasing once again, surpassing 600 trillion. Upon Tang Tian's immediate agreement, Qi Yuan was so elated that he felt an overwhelming urge to lift him up and shower him with kisses. Brother Jean, from this day forth, wherever you may be, should you encounter any troubles, simply invoke my name. Within hundreds of thousands of miles, few dare to disregard me. Qi Yuan, he proclaimed loudly. Tang Tian smiled readily. Well said. It is but a title, Brother Jean. He then began to retrieve the primordial Tao jade from his pocket. First 200, then another 200, and finally producing the remaining 400 in one go. Qi Yuan was left in astonishment at such a display. Indeed, Brother Jean is exceptional. No worries, my elder brother can do as he pleases. Qi Yuan exclaimed. Tang Tian's lips twitched as he completed the transaction. In the system space, the primordial Tao jade had exceeded 800, while the number of consumption points surpassed 600 billion. The saint-level physique was finally within reach. Chapter 80. The saint-level divine phoenix physique. After descending from the sect's main peak, Tang Tian returned to the bamboo courtyard. Having learned about the sect's history, he could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia as he gazed upon the tranquil and harmonious courtyard. From the information he had gathered, it was clear that the bamboo forest Taoist was a kind-hearted, peace-loving, and gentle old cultivator. Yet, such individuals inevitably become entangled in the brutal and bloody struggle for power, ultimately meeting their demise. This world has never truly known peace. Only through relentless self-improvement and reaching the pinnacle of strength can one genuinely stand unafraid before all challenges, free to pursue their desires. There remains a long journey ahead. Persevere, young one. Tang Tian, after a moment of reflection, returned to his meditation chamber. With over 60 billion consumption points at his disposal, he was more than equipped to exchange for a sacred-level physique. Without further hesitation, he activated the system and made his selection. Sacred-level physique, 10 billion consumption points. You have acquired the undying divine phoenix body. A familiar sensation enveloped him once more. It resembled the feeling he experienced while absorbing dragon energy in the dragon transformation pool, yet it far surpassed that. One was akin to a gentle stream, while the other resembled a tumultuous ocean. In a moment of bewilderment, Tang Tian found himself in a realm of chaos, transformed into a colossal gray egg. Time lost its meaning until the surface of the egg suddenly cracked open. In the next instant, a divine phoenix soared upwards, its wings stirring the chaos, vanishing in the blink of an eye. After a considerable duration, Tang Tian slowly opened his eyes. The divine phoenix secret technique. I hope I 1T turn into an egg, he mused, slightly pouting. His recent experience had not presented him with any formidable Taoist techniques. Instead, the image of that gray egg lingered vividly in his mind. Nevertheless, he could distinctly sense that his body had undergone a profound transformation, as if every cell within him brimmed with boundless vitality. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian brought his fingers together, unleashing a fierce sword aura. He then directed it towards his other arm, making a shallow incision. A sharp pain surged through him as a vivid line of crimson appeared on his forearm. However, to Tang Tian's astonishment, the wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Within mere moments, it returned to its unblemished state, showing no signs of injury. Was the purpose of the divine phoenix secret technique healing? Tang Tian glanced at the description of the technique. Behind it, A line of small text was clearly inscribed. This inherited secret technique can use divine-level enlightenment to elevate one's realm. The cost for a single divine-level enlightenment was an astounding 10 billion consumption points. After a brief moment of deliberation, Tang Tian opted to exchange for one divine-level enlightenment and applied it to the Divine Phoenix secret technique. Instantly, his body underwent another profound transformation. Once the changes subsided, Tang Tian activated the sword aura once more, creating another incision on his arm. This time, the vivid bloodline appeared for just a fleeting moment, and in the blink of an eye, it completely healed. Contemplating further, Tang Tian swung the sword aura and severed a portion of his finger. To his astonishment, a mist of blood erupted from the severed end, and in no time, a brand new finger grew back, identical to the original. Regeneration of severed limbs? Tang Tian could not help but be taken aback. Such feats were typically achievable by cultivators above the nascent soul stage after practicing certain techniques related to the path of life. However, even with the most exquisite methods, there would invariably be a loss of a portion of one's life essence. However, the Divine Phoenix secret technique exhibited no sign of depletion. It blossomed naturally and effortlessly. With such capabilities at the novice level, one could only imagine the potential that lay ahead. With fervent anticipation in his eyes, Tang Tian devoted all of his remaining 300 billion consumption points to the exchange of divine enlightenment. The Divine Phoenix secret technique reached the realm of mastery. Tang Tian soon discovered that upon entering this level, his wounds healed instantaneously, and the regeneration of severed limbs accelerated significantly. Even if an entire arm were to be severed, it could fully regrow within the span of a single T-session. Moreover, his internal organs, meridians, and dantian acquired the same remarkable abilities. A shattered heart could mend, and an exploded dantian could reorganize and restore itself. Onward, Tang Tian chose to exchange once more. The Divine Phoenix secret technique advanced to the realm of proficiency. This time, not only were all previous capabilities enhanced, but Tang Tian also noticed profound transformations in his primordial spirit and divine soul. These entities are of utmost importance to practitioners. Any damage to the primordial spirit or divine soul is a considerable predicament that necessitates prolonged recuperation. Yet for Tang Tian now, these concerns were entirely trivial. He could even extract his primordial spirit and wield it playfully against others. Taking a deep breath, Tang Tian utilized his final opportunity for divine enlightenment. The Divine Phoenix secret technique attained the minor accomplishment level. Upon completing the exchange, he felt the deepest essence of his life force rapidly undergoing metamorphosis. If the previous abilities had emerged naturally, now they were all interconnected with the essence of life, forming a harmonious and unified whole. Moreover, the essence of his life seems to be intricately intertwined with the celestial principles of the cosmos. As long as these principles endure, so too shall his essence. In other words, should anyone seek to obliterate Tang Tian completely, they must also annihilate the very laws of the universe. Otherwise, one day he shall surely restore his life essence and rise anew from the void. This is truly extraordinary. Tang Tian gazed in a daze. This was merely the nascent stage of the Divine Phoenix secret technique. Beyond this lay the realm of great mastery, and further still, the inheritance unique to such profound arts. It is unfathomable to consider what transformations the Divine Phoenix secret technique may undergo at that advanced level. It seems I can finally venture forth. Tang Tian murmured to himself. Since the day of his transference, aside from his initial visit to the Golden Jade Hall, he has not stepped outside the Qingwei Gate even once. He has not even explored the corners of the sect, merely lingering between the main peaks. Lacking strength, yet possessing substantial wealth, is a grave sin. He could not challenge the moral boundaries of others or place himself in peril. However, with the minor completion of the Divine Phoenix secret technique, such concerns have dissipated. The current Tang Tian has reached a state akin to immortality. After pondering for a moment, he abruptly shook his head, casting aside the thoughts swirling in his mind. Patience is paramount. Although the minor completion of the secret technique ensures resurrection after death. The duration of the wait remains uncertain. Furthermore, upon revival, he would possess nothing, returning to square one. It is prudent to seek additional security. Tang Tian gradually regained his composure. The Divine Phoenix secret art possesses 2 additional realms, requiring merely 200 billion consumption points. The 6th peak also has subsequent construction plans, and the other main peaks necessitate development, providing ample opportunities to acquire consumption points. Moreover, there remains the potential to strengthen the relationship with Qi Yuan. According to Yin Kong, he is a half-step immortal. If he were to accompany me as a bodyguard during my outings, it would ensure that, at the very least, no significant issues would arise within the confines of Qingyue sect. Prudence is key. Soon enough, Tang Tian Bunde, Chapter 81. Enroll in a tutoring class in the following period. Tang Tian once again immersed himself in cultivation. The training speed of the Child of Destiny showed no signs of waning compared to before. It is anticipated that he will achieve a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm before the selection of core disciples. Additionally, he utilized his remaining consumption points to continue exchanging for enlightenment opportunities to refine his techniques. The path of myriad laws is progressing steadily, yet gradually. Once the funding was fully secured, the construction of the 6th peak commenced fervently. Qi Yuan frequently contacted Tang Tian, inviting him to witness the construction progress on site. However, Tang Tian harbored no interest and had not attended even once. Nevertheless, Qi Yuan remained enthusiastic, personally visiting Tang Tian several times for casual conversation. What surprised Tang Tian was that this fellow, even when finding a secluded corner to linger, was reluctant to enter the purple bamboo courtyard, and he even avoided coming near the bamboo grove. After inquiring with Yin Kong, Tang Tian learned that the individual who found it most difficult to move on from that incident years ago was none other than the Bamboo Grove Taoist. He felt that it was his own fault that led to the Bamboo Grove Taoist suffering an undeserved calamity, such as the nature of a sensitive soul. Subsequently, Tang Tian no longer dwelled on the matter. When Qi Yuan came to find him, he could go wherever he pleased. After all, it was merely conversation, and the location held no significance. Following frequent interactions, the bond between the two grew rapidly stronger. When Tang Tian expressed his desire to venture out and requested Qi Yuan's protection, Qi Yuan readily agreed, without a moment's hesitation. "Old Jin, you're being too formal. In the future, feel free to say whatever you wish. Even if you desire the undergarment of some saintess, I can certainly retrieve it for you," Qi Yuan proclaimed, patting his open chest. Tang Tian quickly clarified that he harbored no such peculiar inclinations. As time gradually passed, the news of Tang Tian participating in the selection for core disciples began to gain traction. An increasing number of elite inner disciples emerged, clamoring to teach Tang Tian a lesson, asserting that in the realm of cultivation, strength reigned supreme, and a disciple of nominal status, bought with money, could never be compared to a true disciple. Behind these events, certain core elites or elders were providing support. Not to mention, with his mid-yuan ing cultivation, he was already at a disadvantage in the selection for core disciples. After practicing the myriad paths, his true strength had reached a truly formidable level. In the purple bamboo courtyard, after another fierce confrontation, Gu Xiaoxue lost narrowly by a single move. The young master's strength truly improves by leaps and bounds. Li Feng exclaimed. More than half a month ago, they were still able to leverage their cultivation at the transformation stage and their ample combat experience to defeat Tang Tian. However, once Tang Tian ascended to the mid-infant stage, the balance of power shifted dramatically. Despite Li Hong's best efforts, he found himself at a disadvantage against Tang Tian, ultimately leading to his defeat. The once impressive Gu Xiaoxue was no longer Tang Tian's match. The only duo capable of applying any pressure on Tang Tian was the Lan Yu sisters. Their synchronized mental connection and collaboration were truly remarkable. Yet, should one of them be singled out, she would still fall to Tang Tian's prowess. If they continue to grow, the young master would undoubtedly become the foremost figure in the sect. Lan Yu couldn't help but exclaim in awe. How is it possible? Tang Tian, having just defeated Gu Xiaoxue, descended from the air to stand before them. It is you who are too weak. If this continues, how will you stand out in the 100 sex tournament? The group immediately lowered their heads, well aware that the tournament would be comprised of elites, and they indeed lacked substantial confidence. However, they were not truly weak. Observing the despondency among them, Tang Tian smiled and reassured, "It's all right. There's no need for excessive worry. I am planning to enroll you in a remedial class." Li Hong was taken aback. A remedial class? Tang Tian nodded. During his recent exchanges with Qi Yuan, he had learned a great deal about previously unknown matters. Within the Qinghua sect, numerous precious secret locations existed to enhance disciples' cultivation, techniques, and combat abilities. Moreover, such places were even more abundant outside the Qinghua sect. Regrettably, Tang Tian lacked the time and energy to personally guide each of Li Hong's companions. Consequently, he entrusted Qi Yuan with the responsibility of mentoring them systematically. Qi Yuan readily agreed, exclaiming, "What's the issue? You see, my dear brother, I was once a coach myself, having trained several elite disciples from Qinghua sect. Just provide me with these individuals, and I assure you I will return them as capable subordinates. However, I must warn you, my methods tend to be rather rigorous, so prepare them psychologically." Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "I will discuss this with them. Furthermore, do not concern yourself with the resources for cultivation. Utilize only the finest available. Any expenses incurred during this process will be charged to me." Qi Yuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Such matters primarily rely on connections. They won't cost much. Just leave it to me." Thus, the two men solidified their agreement. Turning to Li Hong and the others, Tang Tian conveyed all the stakes involved, explicitly cautioning them that this upcoming training session would be exceptionally intense and arduous. To his surprise, rather than displaying any fear, Li Hong and his companions were filled with gratitude and anticipation. The young master's generosity is beyond words. We shall seize this opportunity and not disappoint your meticulous guidance, Li Hong declared earnestly. Tang Tian was taken aback, but soon grasped the situation. For a cultivator, enhancing one's strength is undoubtedly the most enticing pursuit, with no exceptions. No matter the hardships or sufferings faced, as long as life is preserved, it is all deemed worthwhile. Indeed, many individuals care not for their own lives, solely in search of that fleeting chance. One must strive to the utmost. Having spoken, Tang Tian presented Li Hong with 20 pieces of Xiantian Dao jade. This was for the purpose of daily cultivation, as well as to address financial concerns. It would be unthinkable to allow Qi Yuan to bear all expenses. Despite his position as the master of a peak and a half-step immortal, his monetary resources could hardly compete with those of the top-ranked honorary disciples. While they could easily generate wealth, their expenditures were significantly greater. After deliberation, Tang Tian resolved to send Li Hong and his companions to Qi Yuan following the selection of core disciples. With less than a year until the 100 Schools War, time was exceedingly pressing. Days later, the annual selection of core disciples was set to commence, and the matter concerning Tang Tian had reached a fever pitch. How audacious it was to boast so boldly, challenging all honorary disciples. Such arrogance was laughable. A mid-stage golden core inner disciple proclaimed loudly, After a 6-month seclusion, how could an honorary disciple dare to overshadow the pure disciples? This was an elite on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. It is merely a bid for attention. The only true rivals of pure disciples are other pure disciples. A strikingly beautiful woman remarked coolly, her aura enigmatic and inscrutable. With such voices echoing, the selection contest officially commenced. Chapter 82. The selection begins within the purple bamboo courtyard. Young master, here is the pertinent information regarding the selection of core disciples. Li Hong produced a jade talisman and handed it to Tang Tian. Upon receiving the talisman, Tang Tian examined it with his spiritual sense. The selection of core disciples occurs biannually, at the end of summer and the beginning of spring. During this period, all disciples at the golden core stage and above within the sect are eligible to participate. This year, over 3,000 inner disciples will partake in the selection. They will gather at the martial arena on the sect's main peak for a fierce competition. The rules of the selection are quite straightforward. free challenges. Each participant may select any opponent to duel on the stage. The details of each confrontation will be meticulously recorded by designated elders, who will later provide evaluations based on the performance displayed during the battles. Each individual must engage in at least 3 duels. The overall performance across these 3 encounters serves as a crucial criterion for advancing to the status of core disciple. The better one performs, the greater the likelihood of promotion. Tang Tian nodded inwardly. This method truly assesses a disciple's comprehensive strength, and it is rare for talented individuals to be overlooked. Historically, the success rate for advancement has been less than 1/3, meaning that only about 1,000 out of the 3,000 participants are likely to succeed. The competition is indeed quite fierce. Therefore, selecting the right opponent is of utmost importance. However, for Tang Tian, it mattered little who he faced. Ultimately, the disciples participating in this core selection are generally among the more formidable. Notably, there are 6 individuals of exceptional strength who have previously expressed their opinions to you. Li Hong, upon seeing Tang Tian finish reading the information, remarked, "The main peak is held by Hua Jingwei and Gong Wan. The eastern peak is represented by Qingling, the western peak by Zhao He, and the northern peak by Yu Haomiao. Additionally, among the other prominent disciples of the inner sect is Mu Qianqian. The weakest among these disciples has already attained the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, showcasing formidable skills, extensive practical experience, and remarkable accomplishments in battles." His tone was casual, clearly underestimating the capabilities of these individuals. In truth, this assessment was accurate. Tang Tian's true strength had now aligned with that of the foremost core disciples, placing these elite inner sect disciples at a significantly lower tier. These individuals were pure disciples, currently under the spotlight. With many hoping they would perform impressively in the upcoming selection competition, he chuckled. Tang Tian nodded slightly, committing the names to memory, and resolved to offer them additional consideration when the time came. Setting aside that topic, he discarded the jade talisman in his hand and inquired, "Has there been any recent news from Qinhai?" It had been nearly a month since their last transaction. It seemed time was drawing near. Li Hong replied, "Following the last transaction, his standing within the Jinyutang has significantly increased. He claims to have uncovered some peculiar leads, which he will share upon your meeting. Furthermore, in accordance with your requirements, he and Qi Bin have sourced a considerable amount of cultivation resources from various locations, a substantial portion of which consists of martial techniques. However, the overall quantity should be comparable to our last dealings." Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Qi Bin previously mentioned that several hundred trillion had already reached their limit. However, his appetite was modest. A mere 100 or 200 trillion would suffice. If he could invest a bit more into the construction of Qin West sect and accumulate 200 billion consumption points, he would be able to cultivate the Divine Phoenix secret technique to its ultimate realm. He was quite eager to discover the effects of this ultimate state of the technique. "All right," Tang Tian remarked, "you will soon be going out for training. When the time comes, inform Qinhai to contact me directly if he wishes to come over. Also, make sure you all prepare in advance. If all goes well, we should be departing tomorrow." Leon nodded seriously in acknowledgement. The following day, at the martial arts arena of the sect's main peak, even before dawn, the venue was filled with disciples of Qin sect. The core disciple selection competition was undoubtedly the most lively event of the year for Qin sect, given the opportunity. No one wanted to miss the chance to witness the contest. This was a grand venue that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. In the very center of the arena, 5 fighting platforms were set up where the challenge matches would take place simultaneously. Many had already entered the arena, engaging in fervent discussions. What do you think of that, Tang Tian? Does he truly possess any strength to dare challenge the dignity of the pure disciples? Some were unfamiliar with the name Tang Tian. Huh, what strength could he possibly have? I heard that last year he was merely a servant, and then suddenly came into a windfall, purchasing the title of honorary disciple. His qualification to participate in the core selection must have been achieved through resource accumulation. It's all just for show, scoffed another, disdain evident on their face. The behavior of the so-called honorary disciples is well known to all. Perhaps Tang Tian holds a decent standing within his group, yet when placed among the true disciples, he inevitably falls short. Another individual nodded in agreement. In truth, the majority, including the honorary disciples, share a similar sentiment. Tang Tian's rapid ascent has been remarkable. He swiftly moved to the upper echelons. And even though he displayed a modicum of exceptional skill in the dragon transformation pool, such feats were confined to a small circle. For most disciples, this is the first time they have encountered the name Tang Tian. Their preconceived notions of honorary disciples are typically associated with wealth, indulgence, and a penchant for excesses. Thus, their assessment of Tang Tian is, in essence, within a reasonable scope. Even among the honorary disciples, there exists a lack of enthusiasm regarding Tang Tian. Their reactions tend to lean towards mere spectatorship. However, those fortunate enough to witness Tang Tian's prowess hold a contrasting perspective. A group of fools scoffed an elite disciple who had participated in the dragon transformation pool. The one being insulted was about to retort when he noticed that the speaker wore the garb of a core disciple, emanating a formidable aura that signaled his formidable nature. Indeed, fools, he conceded. To form judgments without any understanding of others is perilous. In the heat of battle, such ignorance could cost one their life. A chilling voice echoed from nearby. The individual turned to see an unfamiliar inner disciple and felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, just as he was about to retort, he was restrained by his companion. "Are you out of your mind?" That is Niao Wushuang from Nanfeng, one of the most formidable inner sect prodigies of this generation. Moreover, she has a notoriously bad temper. The last person who provoked her was hung from the crooked neck tree outside the Merit Hall for 3 days. His companion whispered. The man was instantly taken aback. Lamenting his own misfortune, realizing he had unwittingly offended someone he could not provoke. Yet, he was also puzzled as to why such a powerful individual held such a starkly different opinion of Tang Tian. Could it be that Tang Tian truly possessed exceptional prowess? His expression grew anxious, and the volume of their discussion diminished considerably. Meanwhile, unnoticed by the crowd, another individual wore an exceedingly complex expression. Lin Yu, how could you possibly participate in the core selection? Her gaze was vacant, lost in contemplation. As the sun reached its zenith, a sudden commotion erupted within the venue. Look, there is Tang Tian, someone exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 83. Inquire about my blade. Tang Tian yawned as he entered the venue alongside Li Hong and the others. Upon stepping inside, he felt the weight of thousands of gazes converging upon him. So this is what it feels like to be a star, he mused with a smile, dismissing the attention and moving forward. Everywhere he passed, all eyes were upon him, some scrutinizing, others disdainful, and some with a hint of amusement, a veritable